Where is this? Is this still in the country? Inside a shop on the commercial street of Konoha village, Jun Lin looked utterly bewildered. He had just been too excited about his reward, closed his eyes and ended up here. Ding, DNF system blind box activated successfully. Host, you are now in the Naruto world Konoha village. You will sell blind boxes and reach the pinnacle of life, marrying a beautiful woman. Now here is your newbie reward. Ding, obtained telekinesis. Did you bring me here? Jun Lin said. Ding, yes host. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? I should have at least deleted my homework. My innocence is gone, you bastard. Ding, traces of the previous host have been erased. No one remembers your past. So my traces in that world are gone. Ding, yes. Alright, I grew up in an orphanage anyway, didn't really know anyone, doesn't matter. My innocence is still intact. So now by selling blind boxes what do I get? Jun Lin said. Ding, for every 100 blind boxes sold the host receives 1 advanced blind box. Each blind box costs 100,000 ryo. Hearing the system's words, Jun Lin walked out of the shop and looked at the streets of Konoha village, watching the bustling civilians and the ninjas wearing forehead protectors. Jun Lin looked up at the plaque above the shop door where bold and vigorous calligraphy read, Arad Continent Blind Box Shop. Some early rising villagers passing by were attracted by this new shop. Arad Continent Blind Box Shop. What kind of blind boxes do they sell? I don't know, it looks fresh, let's go check it out. The murmurs grew louder. Finally someone couldn't hold back. Boss, what are these blind boxes selling? Jun Lin's face gradually broke into a smile as he explained, this shop sells Arad blind boxes, each 1100000 ryo. As soon as the words were spoken the crowd erupted in an uproar. 100,000 ryo. For ordinary ninjas that was almost the reward for a B-rank mission. Are you kidding me? Does this blind box contain gold or ninjutsu? Jun Lin was undeterred. His eyes swept across the crowd as he spoke, changing destiny is not something everyone can achieve, but my blind boxes can. 100,000 ryo for a chance to change your destiny, is that too much? Not too much at all, I even think it's too little. Each blind box contains various items of random quality from ordinary mortal goods to divine artifacts, anything is possible. And to ensure fairness each person can only buy 10 per month. If you want to buy more you'll have to wait until next month. Ha! Random and limited purchases. And what's this, divine artifact? Any items opened, potions, accessories, weapons, skill books, are graded as white, blue, purple or orange. Potions, skill books, accessories and weapons above purple grade can be traded. Non-tradable items can be used once with the owner's consent, after which they become invalid. Jun Lin ignored the doubts of the civilians and continued explaining. 100,000 ryo for a random item. If I get trash, isn't that a waste? Most of the ninjas and civilians shook their heads and left, mentally labeling the shop as a scam. Jun Lin didn't care. He believed that someone would eventually be the first to change their fate. He turned and walked back into the shop. In the afternoon, although everyone had mentally labeled the shop as a scam, some still lingered. In the bustling market of Konoha village the crowd was thick. She had long blonde hair tied in a high ponytail, side-swept bangs covering her right eye, wearing a purple crop top. Ino Yamanaka stood at the shop entrance, walked in and said, Boss, what are these blind boxes? Is there really a divine artifact? She had heard people talking about the blind boxes for 100,000 ryo and the mention of a divine artifact, so she came out of curiosity. Jun Lin looked up at the girl and thought, this must be Ino Yamanaka. He said, of course there are divine artifacts in the blind boxes, but everything is random. You might get common materials or you might get something magical you've never imagined. Everything depends on whether you have the determination to change your fate and how deep your connection is. The determination to change fate. Ino murmured, her eyes filled with eagerness. She had always considered herself lucky and was most helpless against the mysterious and unknown. But 100,000 is a bit expensive. Jun Lin sensed Ino's hesitation and said, the first customer who dares to try usually receives extra favor from fate. Maybe you should give it a try. These words seemed to carry a certain magic, gently stirring Ino's heartstrings. Ino's eyes lit up. Then I'll buy one and try. This 100,000 ryo was money she had saved for a long time, originally intended for fine ninja tools and rare flower seeds. She took out a money pouch from her ninja tool bag which contained a little over 100,000 ryo. She counted out 100,000 and handed it to Jun Lin. Jun Lin said in his mind. System, do you have dreams? Ding, this system knows what you're up to. Jun Lin nodded with satisfaction, took Ino's banknote and said to Ino. Please pick one freely. Ino took a deep breath, her eyes darting among the blind boxes, choosing the one that looked most appealing. She held the blind box in her hand, feeling a mix of nervousness and anticipation. Just hit the blind box hard and it will open, Jun Lin said. Ino didn't hesitate any longer. She aimed at the blind box and gave it a firm slap. Whoosh, a faint hum sounded. A dazzling purple light burst forth from the blind box, illuminating the entire shop in a brilliant purple. The light dissipated. Ino looked down at the floating accessory-like object. This is rare grade purple cry of the frost. Jun Lin's voice rang out comfortably with a hint of appreciation. Effect slightly increases chakra refinement speed and slightly increases life recovery speed. Slightly increases chakra refinement speed. Ino excitedly picked up the cry of the frost. It felt slightly cool in her hand with a delicate texture. She couldn't wait to put the cry of the frost on her wrist. A gentle but warm current began to restore chakra. She had used up a lot of chakra during her morning training, but now she could clearly feel it recovering. Although it was only a slight increase, it was real. Ino was overjoyed feeling the changes in her chakra. This 100,000 Rio was totally worth it. Looking at Jun Lin's face, she suddenly felt he seemed mysterious and unfathomable. Ino instinctively felt that without money nothing was possible. Boss, I'm going home to get money. I'll be right back. Not enough. Not enough. There are 9 more cans left, I have to open them all. She turned and ran out the door. Jun Lin watched the energetic girl and smiled. When opportunity comes, who can resist it? The crowd outside was stunned, their jaws dropped. Is this real? Are there really such ninja tools? They found it unbelievable but dared not step forward to buy one. After all, 100,000 Rio was still too expensive. A civilian could live well on 100,000 Rio a month. Some civilians could afford it, but they would have to eat dirt for the next period just to survive. Ino Yamanaka rushed home, found Inoichi Yamanaka and shouted, Dad, give me 900,000 Rio quickly. Shanzhong Hai is the 15th head of the Shanzhong clan, known as part of the Ino-Shika-Cho trio with Naralugio and Chodao. What's the matter with you being so reckless? And what do you need 900,000 Rio for? Shanzhong Hai said angrily, what's the matter with you? Oh, just give it to me first, I'll explain when I get back, said Shanzhong Jinya. No explanation, no deal. Then tell me. After Shanzhong Jinya explained, Shanzhong Hai suddenly stood up and said, how is that possible? Show me that accessory. Shanzhong Jinya handed the cry of frost to Shanzhong Hai. Holding it, feeling the slight coolness, he closed his eyes and carefully sensed the subtle increase in chakra and slight recovery of vitality. The old wounds from years of battle were aching faintly but now slowly healing. Shanzhong Hai opened his eyes and said, let's go. 10 minutes later, Shanzhong Jinya entered first. Haha, I'm back. Boss, I want to open 9 more blind boxes. And let me introduce, this is my father, Shanzhong Hai. Are you the owner of this shop? Who are you? Jun Lin smiled slightly and said, yes, I am the owner. My name is Jun Lin. The telekinetic power was instantly activated, pressing down on Shanzhong Hai. He suddenly felt a tremendous force on his body, almost letting out a muffled groan. Shanzhong Jinya saw her father like this, as if enduring some pressure, and said, boss, I want to buy 9 more blind boxes. Jun Lin instantly withdrew his telekinetic power. Okay. Shanzhong Hai felt his body lighten, almost stumbling, and hurriedly said, yes, I also want to buy 10. The rules are as Jinya said, 100,000 Rio each. Here is 190,000 Rio. He quickly pulled out banknotes and handed them to Jun Lin. Jun Lin took the money, skillfully took out 19 blind boxes and placed them in front of the father and daughter. Shanzhong Jinya took a deep breath and her small hand suddenly slapped down. Buzz. Buzz buzz. 5 without light, 2 blue, 2 purple. In an instant the shop's lighting was multicolored, dim and yellow but not dazzling. The surrounding civilians opened their mouths wide, some even unaware of the items falling from their hands. An elderly civilian, his vegetable basket fell to the ground, vegetables rolling all over, but he just stared blankly, muttering, this. What kind of magical thing is this? The ninjas were also stunned. Jun Lin timely explained, pointing at the non-luminous materials, worn leather, too useless. Novice life potion, blood drop stone, cat demon claw. The effect is to quickly recover a small amount of injuries. Though useful, it pales in comparison to the cry of frost. Jun Lin then pointed to the two blue glowing ones and said, these are skill book magic light bullet. Jun Lin's voice carried a hint of well-timed surprise. After use I learned the magic light bullet. Effect: no hand seals required, consumes a small amount of chakra, fires a chakra bullet with moderate attack power. No hand seals. Jinye's eyes instantly widened and she grabbed the skill book. Hai also widened his eyes. No hand seals. Just like the fourth Hokage's Rasengan. Press it to the forehead and it will be learned automatically, Jun Lin said. Jinye didn't hesitate and followed the boss's instructions, pressing it to her forehead. The book turned into a blue light that merged into her body. A stream of information flooded into her mind. Jinye felt that the technique called magic light bullet had been mastered as if she had always known it. She instinctively raised her right hand. A faint chakra bullet shot from her fingertip, aimed at the shop counter, but instantly disappeared. Not allowed, no use of force inside the shop, Jun Lin said. Jinye snapped back to reality, stammering, sorry, I won't do it again. This is an advanced blue consumable water lizard potion. Effect: after consumption within 60 seconds the user's chakra and mental attributes increase by 10. Shanzhong Hai's eyes were fixed on it. Although this potion only lasts 60 seconds, on the battlefield 60 seconds can change everything, and it's useful enough. These two items are the Holy Soul Staff and Abyss Party Invitation Fragment 1. Holy Soul Staff, rare purple. Once the light subsides, the full appearance of the Holy Soul Staff is revealed. It is about the height of a person, the staff made of ancient metallic material with a metallic sheen covered in mysterious runes. As the runes flow they seem to have stars twinkling as if telling an ancient incantation. At the top of the staff a huge deep blue gemstone is embedded. The light inside the gem surges like ocean waves, occasionally emitting a faint glow echoing with the runes on the staff, exuding awe. The surrounding people are full of envy, some whispering that this staff might be able to unleash devastating magic, changing the ninja battle landscape. Weapon: Holy Soul Staff, rare purple. Legend has it that on a vast continent kingdoms were in constant conflict, smoke and dust filled the air. In a small town called Norland people were suffering from war, cries of sorrow piercing the sky. The young female mage Alice, holding the Holy Soul Staff, tried to help the wounded in the chaos, her eyes filled with anxiety and reluctance. She sacrificed herself to protect others, and after the war she was called the Saintess by the people there. Jun Lin said, effect: increase perception slightly, increase mental power slightly. Skill: light of revival, recover a small amount of vitality, recover a small amount of chakra. Jinye couldn't help reaching out to take the Holy Soul Staff. The moment she grasped it, the staff's light resonated with her chakra and the glow intensified. The surrounding people exclaimed in amazement. Jinye could feel that the staff seemed to possess a guiding force of spirit aligning with her expertise in perception and mental techniques. Jinye held the Holy Soul Staff, struck a battle pose, the staff's light flowing, reflecting her confident face. She tried to inject chakra into the staff. A mental wave spread outward with her as the center. The surrounding people felt a spiritual boost as if comforted and encouraged. This perfectly matched Jinye's ability to influence others' spirits. Everyone said, "Ah, it feels so good spiritually, my mind is much clearer." Shanzhong Hai's mouth fell open, stunned. This staff is too powerful. But in his heart he felt a heavy weight. This staff was undoubtedly powerful, but would the Yamanaka clan bring fortune or disaster by obtaining it? No. After opening the blind boxes I'll go to the Nara clan and the Akimichi clan to find Nara Lugio and Shirao Dingsua. Jun Lin looked at the commotion of Shanzhong Jinye and the heavy expression on Shanzhong Hai's face and suddenly laughed. He knew Hai's thoughts. The F4 of Konoha are simply cancerous, especially Danzo. I just want to sell blind boxes, I don't want to get involved in any ninja world affairs. If you provoke me you'll go to hell definitely. Quiet. The entire place instantly fell silent. Abyss Party Invitation Fragment. To assemble 10 fragments to form an invitation, then tear it open to enter a place called the Abyss Demon Realm. The scene ends. Kakashi along with Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura happened to overhear Jun Lin's voice as they entered. They were originally on their way to undertake a D-rank mission when they heard that Yamanaka Ino had obtained the Holy Soul Staff. Naruto clamored to come and see, so they just happened to hear Jun Lin introduce the matter of the Abyss Demon Realm's invitation. There you will challenge a formidable being from the Abyss Demon Realm. Abyss Demon Realm. Demon Realm Powerhouse. These words overturning their cognition filled Yamanaka Inoichi and his daughter Ino with caution and solemnity towards the unknown. Inoichi clearly sensed the heart-palpitating dangerous aura emanating from the invitation fragment. Taking a deep breath he asked, "Boss, what happens if we lose? And what if we win?" Jun Lin's expression turned serious. He swept his gaze across the crowd and said softly, "If you lose you die." Those few words laden with oppressive weight bore down on everyone, freezing the air. Ino and Sakura involuntarily shuddered. The word death was not unfamiliar to Inoichi, a veteran of the battlefield who had witnessed too many cruel ninja lives and deaths. For Kakashi, who had seen countless deaths in the Umbu, assassinated ninjas from other villages and even contemplated dying in the line of duty, it was nothing new. However, Jun Lin changed his tone, saying, "During the challenge, if you feel you cannot win, you can terminate it at any time. You won't get any rewards, but at least you'll keep your life and be teleported back. If you win, you'll obtain loot. The quality of the loot is at least blue, with the highest being epic grade. With good luck it's not impossible to get several rare quality items or even artifact quality or epic quality items on the first try. But this is still too early for you. It's not easy to gather 10 fragments." Naruto said to Sasuke, "The Abyss Demon Realm. Challenging a Demon Realm powerhouse, I wish I could go." "Dead last, you still want to challenge a Demon Realm powerhouse? You can't even handle D-rank missions," Sasuke said coldly. "You bastard Sasuke!" Naruto retorted. Jun Lin shook his head at the so-called child of destiny of this world and said to Yamanaka Inoichi, "Your turn." Inoichi's body trembled slightly, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes and he slammed his hand onto the blind box. Inoichi smashed 3 blind boxes in a row. The first 2 emitted no light, but the third one suddenly burst forth with a familiar purple radiance heralding the preciousness of its contents. As the light faded, a blue ring exuding a shimmering glow and adorned with exquisite patterns floated quietly in the air. Naruto's eyes widened as he leaned in to examine the ring, a flicker of interest crossing his gaze. "Blue Moon Ring, Advanced Blue." Jun Lin's voice reached everyone's ears again. Effect slightly increases the wearer's mental strength. Additionally, it slightly enhances life recovery speed and hand seal speed and modestly boosts the user's chakra recovery rate. Inoichi's heart raced. He quickly picked up the ring. Its smooth texture under his right hand allowed him to feel the energy fluctuations within. The ring's attributes were undoubtedly a tremendous boon for him. What a wonderful item. Yamanaka Inoichi's face beamed with satisfaction. Beside him Naruto stared wide-eyed, exclaiming, "Wow, such an amazing ring. If only I could get something like that too." Sasuke snorted disdainfully, "With your luck you'd better save it." Naruto's face flushed red as he was about to retort, but Kakashi stepped forward and coughed lightly. "All right, Naruto, Sasuke, stop arguing." Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances, snorted coldly and turned their heads away. Ino carefully placed the mysterious blue moon ring on his index finger, then took a deep breath and turned his gaze to the 7 blind boxes before him. These blind boxes all looked ordinary with no special features, but Ino knew that each could conceal unexpected surprises or dangers. He slowly raised his hand, hesitated for a moment and finally decided to slap one of the blind boxes. The instant his hand touched the box, a buzzing sound suddenly erupted as if the entire space was shaken by the noise. Then dazzling light burst forth from the blind box, forming 4 white, 1 blue and 1 purple orb. They floated gently in the air like stars in the night sky, dazzling and radiant. Ino was stunned by the sudden spectacle. He stared wide-eyed at the orbs, momentarily forgetting to breathe. In this tense moment Jun Lin's voice timely rang out, "Worn-out leather." Ino snapped back to reality, looking at the indicated blind box, a surge of anticipation rising in his heart. He gently opened the blind box and indeed found a piece of slightly worn leather inside. Though it appeared unremarkable, Ino knew it must be some kind of precious material. Next Jun Lin continued, "Blood Drop Stone." Ino opened another blind box, revealing a blood-red gemstone emitting a faint red glow as if telling of its extraordinary nature. Intermediate Life Potion. Intermediate Life Potion restores a small amount of health. Advanced Life Potion restores a moderate amount of health. As Jun Lin's voice kept sounding, Ino opened one blind box after another and the items within were gradually revealed before his eyes. Ghost Spirit Necklace Rare Purple slightly increases mental strength and fire resistance. When Jun Lin announced this item, everyone's eyes lit up. This item was a dream come true for the Yamanaka clan. Inoichi excitedly opened the corresponding blind box, took out the necklace and examined it carefully, his eyes full of delight. With the last blind box opened, inside was a perception manual exuding a mysterious aura. This is a rare grade perception manual. Mastering it will greatly enhance your perception, Jun Lin introduced. Inoichi's harvest was bountiful and his face radiated joy. Naruto, watching from the side, felt an itch and urged Sasuke and Sakura to try their luck as well. Though Sasuke's words were dismissive, his eyes betrayed a hint of expectation. Kakashi looked at them and smiled helplessly, deciding to let them play for a while before heading off to the mission. Jun Lin stood by watching these energetic ninjas with great interest. Naruto was the first to rush forward. "Boss, I want to buy a blind box." He took out a frog-shaped wallet containing 100,000 Ryo, the earnings from over 2 months of D-rank missions saved up frugally. The third Hokage had told him that once he became a ninja there would be no more subsidies. Naruto handed the 100,000 Ryo to Jun Lin with a trembling hand. Money can buy ramen bread and milk in other shops, but it cannot buy a chance to change your fate. However, here it can, Jun Lin said. Jun Lin waved his hand and placed a blind box before Mingren. "Calm yourself, balance your mind and face destiny with your best state," Jun Lin said. Mingren took a deep breath and exhaled with a huff, then slammed his hand onto the blind box. Hum. A purple light slowly emerged and the surrounding crowd opened their mouths wide, some unable to suppress exclamations of awe. Another purple rare grade item. A person who looked like a ninja was the first to break the silence. The crowd instantly erupted into chaos, everyone whispering among themselves, filled with curiosity and speculation about the newly appeared rare item. Their gazes darted between the item and Yamanaka Ino, while Naruto's face also showed a mixture of surprise and delight. "Mingren's luck is incredible, he got a rare item in just 1 box, Kakashi said. "Humph. Beginner's luck," Sasuke remarked. Mingren instinctively retorted. "Ha ha ha. I'm the man who will become Hokage. Idiot Sasuke, I'm about to surpass you. Just you wait. Boss, explain what this is." The Heart of Connection Rare Grade Purple. Effect: stabilizes and balances chakra turbulence, allowing for smooth use of ninjutsu and provides a minor attack boost. This was an accessory tailor-made for Mingren. Because of the Nine Tails rampaging chakra, Mingren couldn't control his chakra like other ninjas. Even climbing the village wall took him a long time to master. Without the multiple shadow clone technique he would never have graduated. Mingren's trembling hand reached for the Heart of Connection. The moment it touched his skin, the chakra inside him seemed to be suppressed and calmed. Mingren began forming hand seals. Clone technique. Boar, snake, tiger, bang. A clone identical to Mingren was summoned. Haha. I finally did it. The people around were stunned, staring at the lifelike clone with eyes full of awe. Kakashi nodded approvingly. "Mingren, it seems the Heart of Connection has helped you a lot." Sasuke gritted his teeth, silently vowing to become stronger. Mingren jumped up excitedly. "With this I swear I will become stronger." Mingren jumped up excitedly. "With this, learning ninjutsu will be much easier. Boss, I want to open blind boxes too." 5 blind boxes. Sasuke said. Although the Uchiha clan was wiped out by that man, they still had substantial wealth. Jun Lin curled his lips and placed 5 blind boxes before Sasuke. Sasuke took a deep breath, then forcefully slapped the blind boxes one by one. The first one, a white light flashed, revealing only an ordinary worn-out leather. Sasuke frowned slightly but didn't lose heart, continuing to open the second. This time a blue glow appeared and a wave of exclamation rippled through the crowd. "Blue high grade," as someone shouted. Jun Lin introduced, "This is the Fire Wrist Guard, which enhances the power of fire release ninjutsu." Sasuke's eyes flickered with delight as he put on the wrist guard. The next 3 blind boxes only yielded 2 recovery potions, but Sasuke didn't mind. With the Fire Wrist Guard his strength had already received a boost. A purple light, noble and profound, slowly illuminated Sasuke's face. Sasuke asked Jun Lin, "Boss, what is this?" "The Demon Slayer Blade, a rare grade purple weapon. It houses the power of a demon, greatly enhancing the user's attack power, and can release the phantom of the demon to assist in battle," Jun Lin said. Sasuke's eyes blazed with fervent light as he reached out and grasped the Demon Slayer blade. In an instant a surge of powerful energy flooded his body and the blade exuded an eerie aura. The surrounding crowd gasped. The blade's power was evidently formidable. Mingren's eyes widened with envy. Sasuke, you're pretty lucky too. Sasuke's lips curled slightly. This is just the beginning. I will become stronger. Meanwhile the surrounding ninjas were also infected by the lively atmosphere, pulling out money to buy blind boxes. The scene was bustling with excitement as everyone hoped to unearth rare items and elevate their strength. Sakura looked at her two teammates, both having obtained items suited to them, filled with envy. Boss, I want to buy a blind box too. Since Sakura's parents were civilians they weren't well off, but she was already a ninja and had been on D-rank missions with Sasuke and the others, so she had some money. She pulled out 100,000 Rio and handed it to Jun Lin. Standing before the blind box, Sakura took a deep breath and slapped it. A blue light radiated. Blessing of Honor Skill Book High-Grade Blue. Effect can restore a small amount of vitality and chakra to oneself or a teammate. Great. Following Jun Lin's instructions, Sakura unhesitatingly chose to learn it. The skill book turned into a blue light, merging into her forehead and disappearing. A surge of powerful and pure medical knowledge and chakra application techniques instantly flooded her mind, as if she had possessed this ability from birth. She could even faintly sense that if she wished she could channel that warm and mighty healing power. Mingren saw Sakura learn such a powerful skill and was genuinely happy for her, grinning widely. Awesome, Sakura. From now on our team's healing and recovery will rely on you. No more eating those military rations pills. Uchiha Sasuke still wore that cool expression, saying nothing, but his gaze lingered on Sakura for a moment. In his heart he thought, although this woman was useless in the team, now that she has obtained this skill book she can be of help. Kakashi stepped forward, his exposed eye probing as he looked at Jun Lin. Boss, what exactly is the purpose of your blind box shop? His tone, though seeming casual, carried a hint of subtle interrogation. Jun Lin's smile remained unchanged as he replied lightly, Kakashi Jonin, there's no need to be so tense. I mean no harm to Konoha. I'm just an ordinary blind box merchant. His tone shifted, his gaze meeting Kakashi's directly with a salesman's pitch. Kakashi Jonin, do you want to change your fate? Or perhaps resurrect a loved one? Kakashi was startled, never expecting Jun Lin to seem to see through the deepest secrets and desires of his heart. He forced himself to stay calm. What do you mean by that? Can blind boxes really resurrect the dead? The people around were shocked. Could a blind box actually contain something that could bring back a loved one? Jun Lin smiled mysteriously. Theoretically, yes. But the probability of unearthing an item that can resurrect the dead is extremely low. Kakashi fell silent. He thought of Obito, a glimmer of hope rising in his heart, yet reason kept him vigilant. How do I know if you're telling the truth or not? Sasuke questioned skeptically. Jun Lin spread his hands. Believe it or not, I'm just stating the facts. Maybe you could try it. What if? Kakashi's Sharingan contracted slightly beneath his mask as the surrounding air suddenly grew thick. Sasuke tightened his grip on the evil ghost cutter at his waist while Naruto instinctively assumed a combat stance. Only Sakura remained immersed in the joy of mastering her new skill. Reanimating the deceased. Jun Lin's fingers caressed the ninja tools on the counter. For instance, the revival coin can resurrect those long gone, but... He suddenly leaned close to Kakashi's ear. I heard you want to see Lin perform the medical ninja dance one more time. Kakashi's Sharingan trembled violently beneath his mask as Lin's visage and voice flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. The explosion of the Kanabi Bridge 20 years ago seemed to echo again, and his hand involuntarily reached for the kunai at his waist, the gift Obito had given him before his death. Kakashi let out a breath, calmed his emotions and said, Boss, give me 10 blind boxes. He pulled out 1 million Rio and handed it to Jun Lin. Jun Lin took the silver coins while using his telekinesis to bring out 10 blind boxes. Although the probability of getting a revival coin is extremely low, it is absolutely possible. A mere 1 million is just 2 A-rank missions or 1 S-rank mission for a Jonin like Kakashi. Kakashi took a deep breath and walked toward the blind boxes. He reached out and opened the first one. Inside was a lightning attribute potion that could greatly enhance the power of lightning release techniques for a short time. Naruto's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, wow, this potion is amazing. Then he opened the second box. A pink light burst forth with brilliant radiance, revealing a uniquely shaped Tachi whose blade shimmered with mysterious light. Kakashi looked at Jun Lin. Thunderclap Sword, Kanya Epic Grade Orange. Effects Lightning Attribute Attack Boost Paralysis Effect Perception Enhancement. Chapter 4 of The Hidden Leaf Vault Record, Thunder Echo. Thunderclap Sword Kanya. Kakashi's fingers traced the lightning patterns wrapped around Atsuba, and his Sharingan reflected the dancing arcs. The moment he grasped the hilt, his entire body trembled as if struck by lightning. This was not ordinary chakra resonance but a tremor from the depths of his soul. Such powerful lightning affinity. The pressure of an epic grade artifact. Jun Lin's voice came from the shadow of the counter. This sword seals the will of Kanya. Kanya. Kakashi tightened his grip on the hilt and chakra involuntarily surged into the blade. The sky outside the shop suddenly became covered with dark clouds as countless tiny lightning bolts darted among the clouds. Orange Epic. Sasuke's evil ghost cutter emitted an unwilling hum, and the curse seal patterns on the blade actually began absorbing the lightning radiance from the thunderclap sword. The third blind box was opened, revealing some ordinary kunai and shuriken. Sakura pouted in slight disappointment. As the blind boxes were opened one by one, various ninja tools appeared, a talisman that enhanced perception, a scroll that could store chakra, and so on, but the revival coin was nowhere to be found. When only the last blind box remained, Kakashi's hand trembled slightly. He opened it slowly and everyone watched nervously. Yet inside was merely a pill that could temporarily boost speed. A flicker of disappointment passed through Kakashi's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He packed away the items from the blind boxes and led the group away. The setting sun streamed through the paper window, casting dappled patches of light on the floor. Ino Yamanaka suddenly grabbed her father's sleeve. "Dad, let's go." "All right. Yamanaka Inoichi. See you tomorrow." Ino smiled sweetly and disappeared into the twilight with her father. The oil lamp in the Hokage's office cast flickering shadows in the deep night. Kakashi's fingers unconsciously stroked the "make-out paradise" in his pocket. The third Hokage's cough came from behind the desk. The old man's wrinkled hand held a secret report about the blind box shop. "Jonin Kakashi, you seek an audience late at night, is it about this?" Hiruzen held up the report stamped with the root mark, the hem of his will of fire robe fluttering slightly in the wind. Kakashi knelt on one knee, his eyes beneath the mask reflecting the third Hokage's waist. "Kakashi, what is your opinion of that shopkeeper?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was somewhat low. Kakashi pondered for a moment, organizing his words. "The items inside those blind boxes are indeed miraculous. Sakura's medical ninjutsu was mastered almost instantly and is quite powerful. Moreover, the items obtained by Inoichi Yamanaka and his daughter Ino, such as the Frost's non-sound Holy Soul Staff, the Skill Magic Light Bullet, and most importantly the Abyss Party Invitation Fragment, as well as the Blue Moon Ring that Inoichi got, Naruto's Spirit Heart, Sasuke's Fire Bracer and Evil Ghost Cutter, and the Thunderclap Sword I obtained." He paused, then continued, "As for that shopkeeper, from what I can see he has no ill intentions. He follows the rules he set himself, treating all customers equally, almost simply selling blind boxes. But..." Kakashi's tone shifted, his eyes sharpening. "His power is unfathomable, or rather the rules he represents are unshakable. I tried observing with my Sharingan but detected no chakra fluctuations, as if he were an ordinary person. I'll go tomorrow. You may rest now." Hiruzen's fingers unconsciously tapped the desk, producing a dull sound. "Yes, Hokage-sama." After Kakashi left, Sarutobi Hiruzen's office received a visitor, the first pot shadow of the ninja world, the 5th Hokage of Konoha, Danzo Shimura of the Root. "Hiruzen. I know what you want to say, but not now. At least not now." "I will go tomorrow," said Sarutobi Hiruzen. "These things will harm Konoha. How did this person come?" "He opened a blind box shop in Konoha overnight and no information can be found. It would be better to directly seal the shop and hand it over to the Root for handling," said Danzo. "Danzo. I have already said I will go tomorrow. I do not want any problems before then. Hiruzen, you will regret this. You need to remember that I am the Hokage." Bang. Door. "For me peanut, for me peanut." After these famous ninjas from Jun Lin's past life left, the nameless background ninjas also swarmed in to buy one or two blind boxes. Some rejoiced, some were deeply sorrowful. Night fell. When the crowd dispersed, Jun Lin closed the shop, had dinner and took a bath. In the bedroom, "System, how many did we sell today?" "Ding, you sold 75 blind boxes today." "Only 75. Jun Lin paused for a moment then said, the news must have spread like wildfire outside, right? Ding, yes, host. Those big clans and that 5th generation pot shadow. Danzo. I just want to sell blind boxes in peace and incidentally experience what I couldn't in my past life. I'm not Tsukumo Hataki nor an Uchiha. I hope Danzo stays quiet or else Konoha might need to lose this invisible Hokage. Jun Lin said calmly looking toward the direction of the Hokage rock. Shanzhong Hai returned home and immediately ordered servants to notify the Nara and Akimichi clan heads to come to the Yamanaka clan. Soon after Naoyan Lujio and Chodao Dingsua arrived hastily. Shanzhong Hai with a serious expression directly said, today at a blind box shop in the commercial street I encountered something sufficient to overthrow Konoha or even the shinobi world. The owner of that shop is extremely mysterious and unfathomably powerful. I once tested him and the pressure he gave me was stronger than the third Hokage. Moreover, I have obtained the divine artifact from that shop's blind boxes and then took out the blue moon ring and the ghost and god necklace. Naoyan Lujio picked up the blue moon ring feeling its slight coolness. He was somewhat shocked then after a moment of contemplation he said, yes, I have also heard some intelligence about that blind box shop. It seems the heavens over Konoha are about to change. Chodao Dingsua patted his round belly and said in a muffled voice, that's right, I've received word too. It seems we should pay a good visit to that shop and also bring the younger generation along to open blind boxes. Naoyan Lujio fell silent for 2 minutes then spoke, let the 3 of our clans join forces. We must give thorough instructions to the young ninjas warning them not to anger the owner of that shop. These items can greatly enhance strength and play a vital role at critical moments. Shanzhong Hai nodded and continued, next we must share intelligence and promptly inform each other of any signs of trouble. At the same time we must formulate a contingency plan to ensure the stability of Konoha. Jinye coming out of the Arad blind box shop met Tian and Ningxi told them about the blind box shop and invited Ningxi to a spar. Arriving at the Ninja Academy training ground, Jinye stood holding her newly acquired Holy Soul staff. The violet crystal embedded in the staff's head refracted the morning glow dancing in harmony with the golden light shimmering at the tips of her hair. Ningxi, take this. The girl cried out lightly as she spun around and the tip of the staff suddenly burst forth with star-like magic light bullets. The Holy Soul staff drawn from the Arad blind box shop today was truly extraordinary. As the magic light bullets rained down like a meteor shower, the quintessential 8 trigrams palm defense of the Rishiang youth was actually shaken, causing ripples. So this is a magic light bullet. No hand seals needed. Ningxi's Byakugan reflected the trajectory of the magic light bullets. I never imagined there was such an attack style outside of ninjutsu. He quickly adjusted his footwork and the air current stirred by his palm wind attempted to disrupt the trajectory of the light bullets. Jinye's lips curled into a sly arc and the staff traced a crescent moon in the air. Magic light bullets shot out again, sealing off Ningxi's escape route. This is magic combined with ninjutsu. She winked playfully and the light bullet condensed at her fingertip precisely hit the youth's shoulder. Jiantian watching from the sidelines was stunned. Jinye-chan has actually developed such a gorgeous ninja tool style. The scroll at her waist rustled without wind as if cheering for her companion's innovation. Are you ready? Ningxi's voice came from 3 meters away but sounded closer than the actual distance. Jinye's pupils contracted slightly. The perception network formed by her spiritual power captured the moment his muscles tensed. The sound of air splitting burst outside the barrier and the soft fist force of the 8 trigrams palm actually shook the violet crystal, causing ripples. As Jinye retreated using the force, a healing glow rose from her shoulder, activating the light recovery skill which slowly restored life force and chakra. I see. She murmured, adjusting her breath. This time the burst of light bullets carried a spiral golden trajectory and Ningxi's defensive barrier was penetrated instantly upon appearing. As the youth staggered half a step, Jinye clearly saw the flow of his chakra meridians. The insight brought by her enhanced spiritual power made the flaws in the Rishiang family's soft fist technique completely exposed. Your fighting style. Ningxi rarely showed surprise. It has the cunning of magic and the precision of sensory perception. Sweat beaded on his forehead, but he seized the opportunity when he saw Jinye's staff suddenly dim. The air wave of the 8 trigrams 64 palms surged toward her and Jinye's healing glow lit up again. Instead of retreating, she advanced. The staff struck the ground heavily, emitting a circular shockwave. In the moment Ningxi was forced to dodge, the girl had already pressed a magic light bullet against the artery at the back of his neck. Surrender. Jinye laughed breathlessly. Ningxi knelt on one knee, looked up at the girl bathed in the glow of sunset, and a relieved smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. It seems I too need to reevaluate my fighting style. Jiraiya reached out to pull him up and used the staff to heal him. The Holy Soul staff emitted a soft warm light that enveloped Ningxi, restoring his vitality and a small amount of chakra, while a blurry magic pattern appeared in the violet crystal. Jiraiya is so strong now even Ningxi can't beat her, said Tian. Ningxi's eyes showed a hint of unwillingness. He looked at the Holy Soul staff in Jiraiya's hand and a thought came to his mind. I want to try that blind box shop, Ningxi said firmly. Tian and Jiraiya looked at him in surprise. Ningxi, that shop owner is very mysterious and strong. You can't be aggressive when you go, Jiraiya said. Ningxi nodded, I want to become stronger. I can't keep staying in the same place. The three arrived at the blind box shop on the commercial street. They saw Jun Lin still sitting there. When he saw them enter, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Yo, more customers. Boss, I'm back again. Jiraiya said playfully. So this time these two want to try their luck. Yes boss, let me introduce you. This is Tian. She usually ties her long black hair into a bun with fine bangs on her forehead and hair naturally falling at the sides, looking fresh and neat. She carries a giant ninja scroll at her waist. This is Ningxi. He has brown hair reaching his back, slightly wavy at the ends, with straight bangs covering his brow and sideburns naturally falling to the jawline. He has a pair of Byakugan, so he gives everyone a white-eyed look. Boss, here is 1 million Ryo. On the way here Jiraiya told us about the rule of 100,000 Ryo per box. Oh. Jun Lin glanced at Jiraiya with a light smile and pocketed the silver. Good, no need to explain. With a thought 10 blind boxes appeared before Ningxi. Ningxi took a deep breath, stepped forward and slapped the blind box. A purple light flashed and something like a necklace emanated a mysterious aura. It was engraved with strange patterns with faint lightning flickering. Ogre necklace, rare purple. Slightly increases taijutsu power and reduces taijutsu consumption. Ningxi grasped it and instantly felt a surge of power flowing into his body. His eyes became sharper as if he was ready to face new challenges. Jun Lin looked at Ningxi and smiled, a rare grade necklace. I hope you make good use of it. Ningxi tightened his grip on the necklace, silently vowing to become worthy of the ogre necklace. Then he opened the remaining 9 blind boxes. Worn leather. Weathered bone fragments. Rusty iron pieces. It seemed his luck had run out after the first box produced a rare item. The next 9 boxes yielded either materials or potions that provided minimal enhancement. Tian, you open it. Ningxi said with some uncertainty. Although he had opened a purple blind box first, the last 9 yielded nothing. Could my luck really be that bad? Ningxi thought to himself. Jun Lin looked at the somewhat dejected Ningxi and said, although you only got 1 rare grade item out of 10, some people don't even have your initial luck. If you want to change your fate through strength, come back next month. Thank you boss, Ningxi said, regaining his fighting spirit. My turn. Boss, I want to buy 10 blind boxes too, and he handed the silver notes to Jun Lin. Watching Tian's hopeful expression, Jun Lin smiled and said, alright. With a thought 10 blind boxes appeared before Tian. Please. Tian beaming eagerly tapped on the blind boxes one after another. Buzz 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 buzz. Weathered bone fragments, rusty iron shard, advanced life potion, No way, 5 in a row are all materials, Tian said somewhat dejectedly. Continue, the best is yet to come, Jun Lin said with a smile. Buzz. Magic potion, drinking it directly recovers a small amount of chakra. Suddenly a purple light and a blue light burst forth. Photoelectric hand cannon, rare grade purple. Effect consumes a small amount of chakra, can load 3 light attribute energy cannons to deliver an overwhelming strike against enemies. Friendly reminder, if you don't die after 1 light cannon shot, you're something, if you survive 3 shots, I'm something. Jun Lin looked at the reminder, finding it both amusing and ridiculous. Too cheeky, he said, then continued. Elementary life essence, high grade blue. Effect permanently increases chakra by 30. Wow, awesome. I got a rare grade and a high grade item in one go. Tian jumped up excitedly. Ningxi and Ino were stunned, their eyes wide. Ningxi and Ino looked at her with envy, secretly hoping that next time they could also open such good items. Tian took the life essence and drank it in one gulp, feeling a swelling pain in her body. Her chakra suddenly increased by 30. She said excitedly. Great. Now I don't have to worry about running out of chakra for the photoelectric hand cannon. Previously I could use it twice, now I can use it 3 times, which is enough for a battle. After opening, the 3 took their leave. Watching them leave the shop, Jun Lin was completely free. The next morning, as the sun rose, its rays filtered through the mist, scattering onto the streets of Konoha village. Jun Lin opened the shop door and found many people waiting there. Welcome everyone, Jun Lin said with a smile. The crowd spoke up, boss, good morning. I missed out yesterday, I must open a blind box today. A passing ninja said. Jun Lin collected the money while with a thought he brought out blind boxes and placed them before the crowd. Sarutobi Hiruzen changed into ordinary casual clothes, looking like an ordinary old man out for morning exercise. Only his eyes occasionally flashing with sharp light revealed his extraordinary identity. A man walked toward the blind box shop. He paused outside for a moment, then stepped inside. The shop was bustling with activity, everyone was focused on opening blind boxes and hardly noticed him. Jun Lin saw Sarutobi Hiruzen and was slightly taken aback, then greeted him with a smile, "Third Hokage here to try your luck. I heard there are novel things here, so I came to have a look." As he spoke, he subtly surveyed the shop's interior and the young man before him. "Welcome, welcome. Our shop's blind boxes, whatever comes out depends entirely on luck." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and handed over silver notes, "Give me 10. Jun Lin, following his words, laid out 10 blind boxes. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and slowly tapped the first blind box. Buzz. A light flashed and it turned out to be a purple glowing blind box. "Rare grade," Jun Lin announced with some surprise. "Soul Guard Ring, rare grade purple. Effect gives the wearer slight fire resistance, attacks have a chance to trigger a flame explosion." Everyone cast envious glances. A flash of surprise crossed Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, he hadn't expected to be so lucky. Then he continued opening blind boxes and got a few more decent potions. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, still wanting more, "Boss, can we talk?" "Oh. What do you want to talk about?" Jun Lin knew what Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to say, but as long as it didn't affect his blind box sales, anything else was fine. "Talk about your views on Konoha and these items. I wonder, where do these magical blind boxes come from, and why did you choose to open a shop in Konoha? As the Hokage of Konoha, I have the responsibility to understand and clarify any person or matter in the village." Sarutobi Hiruzen finally said what he wanted to say. Although his tone remained gentle, the weight of his words increased. Upon hearing this, Jun Lin's smile remained unchanged as he shook his head. "What is Konoha? What is the ninja world? I just want to quietly sell blind boxes and watch how people change their destinies." He spoke in a relaxed yet undeniable tone. Sarutobi Hiruzen's aura unconsciously spread out, the pressure of a Kage-level powerhouse. Jun Lin just looked at him with a smile. Just one look. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw the entire ninja world, the 5 great nations, countless villages, mountains and rivers, and the billions of living beings in the ninja world. Everything before him was like sandcastles on a beach suddenly crushed by an indescribable giant hand, leaving only emptiness. All surroundings lost color and substance, silently collapsing and dissipating, turning into a nothingness that was beyond death. That irresistible, incomprehensible power beyond the limits of cognition struck Sarutobi Hiruzen like lightning, drenching him in sweat, and his breath stopped. Coming back to his senses, he suddenly looked at Jun Lin, who still wore his usual gentle smile. Beads of cold sweat appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead as he gasped for air. Was that Genjutsu? His voice trembled slightly. Jun Lin shook his head. "It's not Genjutsu. It's just letting you experience a fraction of my power's residual might. I have no intention of being an enemy of Konoha, nor do I want to interfere too much in the ninja world's conflicts. I just want to peacefully sell my blind boxes." Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. He realized that the young man before him was far from simple, and his rash pressure was unwise. "Forgive me, I was too abrupt," Sarutobi Hiruzen said sincerely. "No harm done, Lord Hokage is just thinking of the village." Jun Lin still smiled. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the blind boxes, pondering secretly. These magical items might bring new opportunities to Konoha. I wonder if you could open a shop only in Konoha. Jun Lin smiled without speaking. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. "Then I'll take my leave for today." With that, he turned and left the blind box shop, his heart filled with both anticipation and unease for the future. He left the blind box shop in a daze. Meanwhile the people inside the shop continued to immerse themselves in the joy of opening blind boxes. At dawn at the gates of Konoha, Kakashi led Team 7 and the client Tizuna on their journey to the land of waves. Along the way Naruto ran around excitedly muttering about how he would show off his skills in the land of waves, while Sasuke followed behind with a cold expression, occasionally casting disdainful glances at Naruto. Sakura, hands on her hips, shouted at Naruto, "Naruto, calm down and stop running around." Just then a kunai suddenly flew out from the nearby woods heading straight toward Tizuna. Kakashi reacted swiftly, instantly drawing his lightning blade and deflecting the kunai. Immediately after, a group of ninjas emerged from the woods surrounding the team. "Tizuna, do you think you can escape?" the leading ninja said viciously. Tizuna turned pale with fear, his legs trembling. Kakashi stepped in front of Tizuna, eyeing the ninjas warily, and asked, "Who are you and why are you targeting Tizuna?" The ninja sneered, "He is the target we want to eliminate. You'd better not meddle or don't blame us for being rude." A battle was about to erupt. Sasuke stepped forward calmly and said, "Kakashi-sensei, let me test the power of the demon blade." As he spoke he reached for the demon blade. Seeing this, Naruto rushed over. "Hey Sasuke, why do you get to go first?" "I want to try too." Sakura refused to be outdone. "I can't fall behind either. Let's all attack together." Kakashi watched these passionate kids, shook his head helplessly, but his eyes were filled with pride. Just then, seeing that they were distracted, the leading ninja suddenly launched an attack. His hands moved quickly through hand seals, summoning a group of water clone ninjas that charged toward the team. Kakashi shouted, "Watch out!" and rushed forward to engage the enemy in fierce combat. Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura quickly snapped back to reality and unleashed their own jutsu to confront the foes. For a moment blades clashed and water splashed everywhere. Naruto's shadow clone technique, Sasuke's demon blade summoning a demon to aid in battle, and Sakura's readiness to use glory blessing to heal and restore chakra for her teammates all played a role in the fight. The enemy ninjas gradually began to falter, exposing openings. Kakashi seized the moment, using body flicker to appear in front of a ninja and kicked him flying. The leading ninja suddenly drove his blade into the ground and a dark red mist spread from the sword. "Taste the forbidden technique of the hidden mist village," he sneered as he formed hand seals. 3 giant demonic hands emerged from the mist, their dripping poison corroding the ground. Tizuna coughed uncontrollably from the toxic fumes. Kakashi pulled him behind him. "Everyone beware of the poison," Kakashi warned loudly. Seeing this, Naruto immediately used the multiple shadow clone technique, sending numerous clones charging at the demonic hands to distract them. Sasuke meanwhile controlled the demon summoned by the demon blade to attack the leading ninja. Sakura was not idle either. While dodging the poison, she searched for a way to break the forbidden technique. Just then one demonic hand bypassed everyone's attacks and reached for Tizuna. At the critical moment, Naruto flashed in and shielded Tizuna with his body. The poison from the demonic hand splashed onto Naruto and he winced in pain. Sakura, frantic with worry, quickly performed a healing technique to treat Naruto's injuries. Seeing Naruto hurt, a flicker of rage appeared in Sasuke's eyes. He intensified his control over the demon blade and the demon let out a roar, charging at the leading ninja and sending him flying. The ninja, though battered, refused to give up and began forming hand seals again. However, Kakashi took the opportunity to use Chidori, instantly appearing before him and subduing him. With the leading ninja defeated, the forbidden technique was dispelled. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "This is no C-rank mission. Don't you have an explanation?" Kakashi said, his eyes sharp as he looked at Tizuna. Tizuna flinched under Kakashi's gaze and hesitated before speaking. "Actually, the construction of the Great Naruto Bridge in the Land of Waves has threatened the interests of a merchant named Gato. They've been trying to stop me. I want to return to my country and build the bridge to bring prosperity and convenient transportation to the nation. Help the people find the courage to face reality and break free from Gato's control. The ninjas sent this time are far more formidable than I imagined. I was afraid I couldn't hire strong enough ninjas. So that's why." Hearing this, Naruto jumped up and shouted, "You lied to us. That's a serious problem." Sasuke said coldly, "It's pointless to talk about it now. Let's finish the mission first." "Right," Sakura nodded. "Team 7 won't back down just because of this." Kakashi sighed. "Since we've accepted it, we'll see it through. Tizuna, from now on you'd better tell us the truth about any dangers." Tizuna quickly nodded. Yes, I won't hide anything anymore." Subsequently the group resumed their journey to the Land of Waves. But before long they came across a puddle of water. Naruto tried to jump over it but Kakashi grabbed him by the back of his collar and pulled him back. "What's wrong, Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto asked in confusion. Kakashi said gravely, "This puddle is not simple. It might be a trap set by the enemy." The moment he finished speaking, the puddle suddenly stirred and formed into a water humanoid. The water humanoid let out a low roar, its hands forming seals, and a surge of water gushed out surrounding the team. "This is a variant of the water prison technique," Kakashi shouted. Sasuke quickly summoned the demon to assist and the demon engaged the water humanoid in fierce close combat. Naruto used the shadow clone technique, sending multiple clones to attack the water humanoid from different angles. Sakura provided medical support on the sidelines while searching for the enemy's weakness. Tazuna suddenly shouted, "I know its weakness. There's a pressure point on its chest. Strike there and it will lose its ability to move." Hearing this, the team immediately adjusted their tactics. Sasuke commanded the demon to strike the water humanoid's chest while Naruto gathered all his clones for a concentrated attack. After being hit, the water humanoid trembled a few times and eventually dissolved into a puddle, disappearing. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Just as they thought the danger had passed, a cold voice echoed from the water, "Not bad, you're quite capable. But this is only the beginning." The water surface churned once more and a tall, grim-faced ninja burst forth from the water. It was Zabuza. Zabuza, wielding the executioner's blade, stared at the group with icy eyes. "Tazuna, you can't escape. Today is your death day." Kakashi shielded everyone behind him and said solemnly, "Zabuza, the S-rank missing mean from the hidden mist village, don't you dare hurt Tazuna. As long as we're here you won't succeed." Zabuza sneered, "You think you can stop me?" With that he swung the executioner's blade and charged. Kakashi met him head-on and their weapons clashed, sending sparks flying. Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura refused to be left behind and joined the battle. The fight was intense. Then Naruto suddenly had an idea. He exchanged glances with Sasuke and Sakura and the three began to coordinate seamlessly. Naruto used shadow clones to distract Zabuza. Sasuke attacked from the side and Sakura provided support at critical moments. After a fierce struggle they finally found an opening in Zabuza's defenses. Naruto seized the opportunity, sending a shadow clone to stealthily circle behind Zabuza, delivering a sharp kick to his back. As Zabuza staggered, Sasuke instantly capitalized on the opening, manipulating the Demon Slayer blade to slash viciously at his arm. Zabuza winced in pain, nearly dropping his massive executioner's blade. Observing this, Sakura dashed forward and employed her medical ninjutsu to disrupt Zabuza's movements. Zabuza's eyes blazed with fury. "Humph, you have some skill, but it's not enough." Gritting his teeth against the agony, he invoked a water release technique, conjuring a colossal water dragon that swirled around them. The team was battered by the torrential current, struggling to keep their footing. Kakashi shouted, "Everyone focus your chakra and steady yourselves." He brandished his lightning blade, cleaving through the water. Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura coordinated their efforts, bracing against the water dragon's force. Just as the vortex threatened to swallow them, Sasuke's eyes lit up with sudden realization. "I have a way to break his water release." He produced a special scroll, unfurling it to unleash a potent gale that dispersed the water dragon. The scroll was something he had obtained from a blind box, a tool he had thought he would never need with his own strength, yet now it proved indispensable. Zabuza stood frozen in shock. Before he could react, Kakashi and the others surged forward, overwhelming him and pinning him to the ground. With a look of bitter defiance, Zabuza was subdued. Tazuna regarded them with gratitude. "Thank you all. Let us press on to the land of waves." On a branch above, a figure stood silhouetted, its mask gleaming sinisterly in the sunlight, adorned with the visage of a horned demon. Kakashi's senses sharpened, he caught the faint rustle from the tree. He raised his gaze, warily fixed on the shadowy figure. "Who goes there?" he barked. The figure descended from the branch, landing without a sound. "Haku." Zabuza's eyes flickered with a complex emotion upon seeing the newcomer. The masked figure was indeed Haku, Zabuza's loyal comrade. Haku spoke softly, "I cannot let you take him." With that he wove hand signs, rapidly unleashing the ice-released demonic mirroring ice crystals. Countless Senbon needles materialized, hurtling toward Kakashi and his team at breakneck speed. "Is that a Kekkei Genkai?" Kakashi and the others tensed, assuming defensive stances. Naruto rubbed his hands together eagerly. Another fight. Sasuke tightened his grip on his blade, ready to engage. Haku blurred, transforming into a shower of Senbon that rained down on the group. Kakashi swiftly deflected them with his lightning blade while Sasuke and Naruto charged from opposite flanks. Haku vanished, reappearing behind Naruto with a swift strike. Naruto reacted quickly, sidestepping and spinning to deliver a kick toward Haku. Haku evaded with ease, then wove another hand sign. Ice pillars erupted from the ground, stabbing toward Sasuke. Sasuke leaped nimbly to avoid them, scanning for a counterattack. Sakura observed Haku's movements from the sidelines, seeking a flaw. Suddenly she noticed that his left hand lagged slightly during the hand signs. His left hand is vulnerable. She shouted. Hearing her, the team adjusted their tactics. As Haku's attention was drawn by Naruto, Kakashi circled to his left, swinging his blade at the exposed hand. The strike carried a numbing effect, freezing Haku's left arm mid-motion. Sasuke seized the moment, slashing toward Haku's chest. Haku retreated hastily, only to be caught in a bear hug by Naruto from behind. Haku struggled to break free and Sasuke thrust his blade forward. But in that instant a blur intercepted, placing itself between the attack and Haku. Sasuke's Demon Slayer blade plunged into Zabuza's chest and blood trickled from the corner of Zabuza's mouth. No. Zabuza-san. Haku's wail was piercing, tears streaming down his face. Naruto released Haku as Zabuza collapsed slowly. Haku was overcome with grief, his eyes blazing with fury and despair. You will all die. Haku unleashed a frenzied ice release, sending razor-sharp ice pillars from every direction. Kakashi and his team were forced into a desperate defense, locked in a bitter struggle. Just as Haku prepared to unleash an even more devastating attack, Zabuza's weak voice reached him. Haku, enough. Haku froze, staring at the dying Zabuza as tears streamed uncontrollably. Zabuza-san. Kakashi's heart stirred at the scene. He sheathed his sword. He has suffered a fatal wound. We have no desire to slaughter. Sasuke slowly lowered his blade. With great difficulty Zabuza spoke. Haku, you, go, live a good life. Haku sobbed. I won't. I want to be with you. Sakura stepped forward. I can try to save him. Haku hesitated, then nodded. Sakura began to channel her medical ninjutsu, working to heal Zabuza. The group waited in tense silence. Glory blessing. Sakura knelt on the ground, her hands glowing with emerald light over Zabuza's heart. Sweat beaded on her forehead and slid down, her face grew increasingly pale. The glory blessing was a skill she had drawn from a blind box. It could temporarily ignite the body's potential to heal grave wounds, but at a tremendous cost. Time passed minute by minute and Zabuza's wounds began to close, his breathing steadying. Haku's eyes filled with surprise and gratitude. Thank you. Sakura smiled wearily. Don't talk. Conserve your strength. He's out of danger, but he'll need at least half a year to recover. Haku wept with joy, dropping to his knees before Sakura. Thank you for saving Zabuza-san. Tazuna approached. Since everything is settled, we should continue our journey. Kakashi nodded, then turned to Haku. If you wish, you may accompany us to escort Lord Tazuna to the Land of Waves. Haku pondered for a moment, then gently lifted Zabuza. I will care for him. Once he recovers, we will leave. The group resumed their journey to the Land of Waves. Along the way, Haku tended to Zabuza with devotion and Zabuza's condition slowly improved. Naruto frequently sidled up to Haku, peppering him with curious questions. Haku, though taciturn, responded patiently. Meanwhile, Sasuke trained in solitude, honing his skills. At last they arrived at the Land of Waves. Tazuna expressed his profound gratitude and the villagers warmly welcomed them. Haku and Zabuza found a quiet place in the Land of Waves to settle. Haku, along with Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura, stormed Gado's stronghold, killed him and distributed his years of accumulated wealth among the people of the Land of Waves, ready to begin a new life with Zabuza. Kakashi and his team completed their mission and prepared to return to Konoha. About a week later they reached Konoha. Kakashi, one hand in his pocket, lazily waved a kunai as he led the weary team through the village's barrier gate. The setting sun gilded his Anbu mask and the white thong headband gleamed faintly in the twilight. Finally back. Sasuke leaned against a tree, gasping, his forehead damp with sweat, the Uchiha clan's dark pupils unusually clouded with fatigue. Naruto suddenly sprang up, wiping his face with a mud-stained sleeve. 1 month and 3 days. He brandished the mission scroll. I'm going to eat 3 bowls of Ichiraka ramen. No, 5. Kakashi halted abruptly, his Sharingan spinning silently beneath the mask. In the village's shadow, Guy's green jumpsuit was trembling with his exaggerated fist pumps. Youth. My students. Lee and Niji stood behind him, the former's eyes bright beneath bandages, the latter maintaining the Hyuga clan's stoic expression. Guy. Kakashi's mouth twitched. Are you planning a taijutsu special training? Wrong. Guy struck the opening pose of the Konoha whirlwind. It's to celebrate your safe return. Tonight's barbecue is on me. Fine, but I need to report to Lord Third about this mission, Kakashi said with exasperation, though he secretly wished he could go straight home and lie down. The team dispersed, each heading to their own destinations. The evening breeze carried the scent of ramen and the distant laughter of villagers, a peaceful end to a perilous journey. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have sold 666 blind boxes and obtained 6 premium blind boxes. Ding. Consuming 5 blind boxes will allow the system to upgrade. Jun Lin was utterly bewildered, his face full of question marks. You're telling me this now after I've sold so many? Why didn't you say so earlier? Ding. The host never asked. Fine, upgrade. Ding. 5 blind boxes consumed. System upgrading. 30. 60. 99. 100 upgrade successful. Seeing that the 6 premium blind boxes he had painstakingly earned over the past month were now reduced to 1, it felt like a blow to his liver. Ding. Blind box success rate increased. Ding. Abyss invitation acquisition rate increased. Ding. Congratulations, host, your telekinesis has been perfectly enhanced. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained endless stamina. Just as Jun Lin took a sip of water and heard the system's reward, he immediately spat it out, coughing and choking, almost suffocating. Sorry, system. I spoke too loudly just now. So can I finally eat beef? Ding. Aren't you not supposed to eat beef? Pfft. Beef is so delicious, how could I not eat it? It should be that others cannot eat it, but I can. That's the ultimate understanding of not eating beef. Ding. The system has learned. I'll open the last blind box too. Ding. Opened. Obtained instant teleportation, cracked version. Wherever your heart desires, you can go anywhere in the ninja world. Awesome. If I deliver takeout with this ability, it's unbeatable, absolutely unbeatable. But isn't it supposed to let me go anywhere I want? Why is it limited to one ninja world? Ding. Each world has a world barrier, or rather the heavenly Tao does not allow outsiders to enter, nor does it allow those inside to break through and leave. However, if the host upgrades again, the system can hang the heavenly Tao up and whip it, granting the host freedom to come and go. So keep selling blind boxes. Got it. It turns out I haven't sold enough blind boxes. I can't just sell them I need to go out and explore. But not now, these people bought blind boxes last month and went on missions. They're gradually returning. I'll wait until I finish selling this month's batch before I go. The Hokage building towered into the cloud, standing at the heart of my village, majestic in appearance. In the Hokage's office, Kakashi was reporting everything that had happened on the way to the Bow country to the third Hokage. The office fell into a dead silence, broken only by the rustling of the hourglass. The third Hokage's gaze shifted to the portraits of past Hokages on the wall, finally settling on the youthful face of Wei Feng Shui Gate. He suddenly realized that he was standing at the crossroads of fate. The power of the blind box as a factor capable of overturning the balance of the ninja world was now quietly growing within my village. I'll handle it. The old Hokage weighed his words. You've worked hard, get some rest early. Yes, Kakashi turned and walked toward the door. The setting sun cast a bloody hue on his silver hair. The moment the door closed behind him, Yuan Fei Rizhan coughed heavily. The ash slipping through his fingers fell onto the Bow Country reconstruction plan, staining the word peace a grayish-black. Outside the window, the stone statues of past Hokages on the Hokage rock stood silent in the twilight. Just as Kakashi stepped out of the Hokage building, a youthful voice reached his ears. This is youth. Kai approached, showing his teeth, and patted Kakashi on the shoulder. Let's go eat some grilled meat. Don't be nervous. Kai suddenly stood up and hooked his arm around Kakashi's neck. I just found a new grilled meat restaurant. The owner says they can grill beef with the flavor of the Thunder Country. Kai's chopsticks precisely picked up the 17th sizzling Wagyu beef. This is the heat of youth. He suddenly lowered his voice, leaning close to Kakashi. You know. Recently ninja casualties on missions have dropped significantly, all thanks to the miraculous items from the blind box shop. Kakashi was using a kunai to cut open the fifth plate of grilled tongue. He paused slightly at the words. Have you opened any yet? Not yet, but when our team was on a mission we encountered ninjas from other villages. But Tian and Ningxi handled them, especially Tian's photoelectric hand cannon. Even a jonin could die at her hands if not careful. Ningxi is also good. His combat taijutsu consumption has greatly reduced, Kai said with some emotion. We just returned to the village today and our team discussed going to the blind box shop tomorrow. Shaoli didn't help much last time and has been feeling a bit lost, doubting himself. Kakashi replied, let's go together tomorrow. After finishing the grilled meat, Kakashi and Kai paid the bill and parted ways, each returning home. The next morning at 10 o'clock, Jun Lin, who had stayed up late doing various experiments with the system upgrade and the open blind boxes, was still a bit groggy. But for the sake of Mai's ninjas it was worth it. Kakashi and Kai's team entered the shop simultaneously. Kai looked at Jun Lin and said with a smile, young man, you're the owner of this blind box shop, right? Jun Lin looked at Kai the My Cyclone, who almost kicked the series to an ending, and smiled, nodding. Welcome to my little shop. We're here to open blind boxes. The silver notes are ready, Mike Kai said without hesitation, pulling out his wallet from his pocket. Give me 10 jars. 10 blind boxes were immediately placed before Mike Kai. He took a deep breath and struck a pose full of power. Burn my youth. Da. He struck the blind boxes precisely and forcefully. One. Instantly the shop was flooded with light. 5 pure white beams. 3 deep blue beams. And 2 even more dazzling purple beams shining brightly. Zhuo Mingren, Kakashi, Ningxi and Tian were all shocked beyond belief. Is this too ridiculous? Is Mike Kai's luck too insane? How can this not be nerfed to play? Because the system upgraded yesterday, the blind box probability increased, so this is what happened today. Jun Lin nodded with satisfaction. The light gradually faded. Everyone stared intently, seeing several items floating in the air. Let's not talk about the materials. 2 books. 2 peculiar gloves. 2 bottles of differently colored potions. And something that looked like a torn piece of paper. Ogre potion slightly increases the user's strength. Elixir of life restores vitality. Kai and Lee's eyes lit up at the words, increase strength, staring greedily at the ogre potion. Jun Lin pointed to the 2 books and said, battle cry. Advanced blue. Effect during battle instills indomitable courage in allies, slightly increasing attack power. Blue fist saint. Advanced blue. Effect when jumping in the air generates a shockwave that can push enemies back. Jun Lin then pointed to the pair of peculiar gloves, Heaven's Redemption gloves, rare purple. Effect increases attack speed and damage. Increases attack speed. Mike Kai and Rock Lee's eyes instantly lit up, their breathing growing heavier. Kai took the gloves, which felt light, in his hand. He put them on directly and a feeling of lightness and explosive power came from the gloves. Great. Kai couldn't help but swing his fists a few times. I feel my fists are faster. Is this the speed of youth? For Mike Kai and Rock Lee, they wouldn't trade these gloves for anything, and they'd even make you taste 2 youthful fists. Just as the crowd marveled at Kai's good fortune, the object that looked like a torn piece of paper suddenly emitted a strange radiance. Jun Lin raised an eyebrow and said, fragments of the Abyss Invitation, I think you've all heard of them. Yes, I've heard of them before. Ino had some. Mike Kai struck a peculiar pose as he spoke. Collect 10 pieces and you can enter the Abyss Demon Realm. Challenge the mighty warriors of another world, and if you succeed. From common items to divine artifacts and some incredible magical objects, you can withdraw if you find the challenge too difficult halfway through. Anyone with 10 pieces can enter, and the strength of the opponents you face depends on the number of participants. So I suggest 4 to 8 people. Any more than that and I'm afraid some of you might not make it out alive. Hearing Jun Lin's words, the crowd fell into contemplation. Kakashi stroked his chin, a flicker of thought in his eyes as he weighed the risks and rewards of the Abyss Demon Realm challenge. Niji and Tenten exchanged glances, both seeing the eagerness in each other's eyes. As for Kai and Lee, they were flushed with excitement. The chance to challenge warriors from another world was exactly what they had been yearning for. I think we should give it a try. Kai declared loudly. Youth is all about challenging the unknown. Lee nodded vigorously beside him. Just then several ninjas entered the shop. Overhearing the talk about the Abyss Invitation fragments, they also gathered around. It seemed news of the Abyss Demon Realm had already spread throughout Konoha. Kakashi was silent for a moment before saying, "This is indeed a rare opportunity, but it's also fraught with danger. For now let's focus on opening the blind boxes if this matter is still a ways off. Lee. It's your turn. Youth is waiting for you," Mato Guy said, raising his hand in a cheering gesture. Lee is simple-hearted and passionate, always striving to become an excellent ninja. He can't use ninjutsu or genjutsu and has no special bloodline, but he possesses an indomitable spirit. Every day he trains in taijutsu and the 8 gates with Guy. Yes, Guy-sensei. Since Lee spent all his mission earnings on training equipment, he could only afford 1 blind box instead of 10. But Might Guy lent him 200,000 ryo. After Jun Lin collected the 300,000 ryo, he placed 3 blind boxes in front of Rock Lee. Lee slapped all 3 boxes at once, producing a loud hum. A white, a blue and a purple light burst forth. Seeing Lee's impatience, Jun Lin promptly announced, "Elixir of Life, restores a small amount of vitality. Advanced Stamina Potion Blue, effect when exhausted, drinking it recovers half your stamina." Everyone in the shop stared at Lee with envy and jealousy. For ninjas who are high in attack but low in defense, stamina is a critical weakness. A potion that could restore half their stamina meant they effectively had double the chance of winning in a fight. It was almost as good as having an extra half of victory. And if a Kage-level ninja were to drink it, it would absolutely change the tide of battle. Lee, seeing the greedy glints in everyone's eyes, snatched the potion and hid it in his chest. Mystic Iron Gloves, rare purple, effect each attack is imbued with fire attribute. Wow, these gloves are perfect for you, Lee. Your youth should burn bright, youth should forge ahead without hesitation. Later we'll run 10 laps around Konoha together. Guy raised a thick eyebrow, stepped forward and patted Lee on the shoulder. Yes. Youth should burn. With my will, Guy-sensei. Lee roared, then the two embraced and wept loudly. Lee. Guy-sensei. Lee. Guy-sensei. Jun Lin watched the scene, a vein popping on his forehead. With a thought, the two were instantly teleported out of the shop and appeared at the entrance. Kakashi's pupils shrank to pinpoints. When did he move? There was no warning, no fluctuation of chakra. Cold sweat trickled down his back as he swallowed and said, "Sorry boss." Guy's personality. Jun Lin replied casually, "No need to worry. I know his personality, I just find the noise a bit annoying." Alright, now who else wants to open a blind box? Naruto, who had been itching to go, immediately raised his hand upon hearing Jun Lin's words. Me boss. I want to open some. I'll open too, he said, handing over 200,000 ryo. Because the mission in the Land of Waves had been upgraded from C rank to A rank, the reward had increased and Naruto's share came to 200,000. Standing before the 2 blind boxes, Naruto couldn't help but feel excited. Last month he had opened one and gotten the Lingxin Heart, which had been a huge help. Calming himself, he slapped the boxes. A low hum sounded. 2 purple lights shone on everyone's faces. Sasuke clenched his fists, that Naruto guy. Sakura stared enviously at the 2 purple glows. Kakashi glanced at Sasuke and Sakura sighed and said, "Boss, please explain." Yes. Boss, hurry up and tell us what these are. Naruto said excitedly. An Abyss Party invitation, you already know about this, Jun Lin said, and the group nodded. They looked at the other item, which resembled a card. Ox King Mechanoid card, effect summons a minotaur that uses Mighty Charge to assist in battle. It lasts for 5 minutes. Reminder: do not stand in front of the minotaur wearing red clothing or it will trigger a berserk charge. Under normal circumstances a hit might still leave you salvageable, after berserk even a Kage-level powerhouse would be a feast for the whole village. Hearing the introduction of the Ox King Mechanoid card, the crowd first fell silent, then the shop erupted in exclamations. That's too powerful. Ino's eyes sparkled with envy. Sasuke gritted his teeth, his eyes full of reluctance. Naruto jumped up in excitement. Wow, haha, I'm so lucky. Sakura, maybe you should avoid wearing red clothes during battles from now on, Naruto said, looking at Sakura's outfit. Ouch. What are you doing? Naruto was knocked on the head and covered it with both hands. Mind your own business. Humph. Sakura gave him a good whack. Sasuke ignored their antics and stepped forward. Boss, I'll buy 10 blind boxes. He placed the silver on the counter. Jun Lin nodded and set the boxes before Sasuke. With a stoic expression, Sasuke raised his hand and opened the boxes one by one, slapping each in rapid succession. In an instant the shop was filled with swirling lights of various colors. 6 white lights, 2 blue lights, 1 purple light, and a never-before-seen orange light appeared. Everyone stared at the orange glow, murmuring in surprise. "That's a color we've never seen before." Sasuke looked at Jun Lin with great anticipation, hoping he would explain quickly. Jun Lin directly said, "I won't bother introducing the common materials and Abyss Party invitation fragments, you all know what they are." The group nodded. Jun Lin then pointed to 2 items that looked like stones. Spiritual Stone Advanced Blue, effect: place it on your forehead and it will naturally absorb to increase your spiritual power. Upon hearing this, Sasuke immediately picked up a stone and pressed it to his forehead. He felt a cool stream merge into his body, making him feel much lighter. His single-tomoe Sharingan, which had awakened on the night of the Uchiha massacre, suddenly spun in his pupils. His eyes moistened and Sasuke crouched down, covering his eyes with both hands. Naruto and Sakura rushed over, calling out, "Sasuke!" Kakashi pulled down his eye patch, looked at Sasuke, then turned to Jun Lin. Jun Lin explained, his single-tomoe Sharingan was already awakened, but he was under constant mental strain which prevented it from evolving. Today the spiritual stone simply helped him open his eyes. Kakashi, Naruto and Sakura all breathed a sigh of relief. Good, it's nothing serious. We thought. Jun Lin rolled his eyes at them. Thought? Thought what? Is there anything in the ninja world I need besides money? Do I need? Ding, host needs. TCH, besides money what else is there in the ninja world? I'm invincible, okay. Ding, invincible but still a single dog. Shut up. Ding, the system has no mouth. I beg you don't say a word, okay. Ding. Fine, forget it. Jun Lin's conversation with the system lasted only 2 minutes. By then Sasuke had stood up. His red pupils reflected two-tomoe. The two-tomoe Sharingan was complete. Congratulations. Two-tomoe. Naruto, Sakura and Tenten said in unison. A rare smile appeared on Sasuke's face. Jun Lin cleared his throat to draw everyone's attention. You've just awakened, first familiarize yourself with the power. Use the next spiritual stone later. Perhaps by next month you'll have 3 tomoe. Sasuke nodded, took the spiritual stone and carefully placed it in his bosom. Then he drew closer to that man, clenched his fist and muttered, "Wait for me, Lin Bei Manon dialect 4, I will come find you." Next up is the first orange-grade equipment in the ninja world, one of the pieces of Baoyuding's Tianqi plate armor set. One of. So this equipment is a full set. More than one piece? Naruto asked. Of course, why else would it be called a set? Jun Lin retorted. Naruto laughed awkwardly, ahaha, right. Sakura reached out and covered Naruto's mouth, shut up you. Kakashi, a bit exasperated by Naruto's questions, said, alright Sakura, Naruto. Listen carefully to the boss. Stop messing around. Please continue, boss, and ignore them. Jun Lin glanced at Kakashi and said, this piece is called the Tianqi Boots Epic Grade Orange. Effect: increases hit rate, attack speed, movement speed, and halves chakra consumption when casting ninjutsu. That means normally chakra would be depleted after 2 fireball jutsu, but with this equipment you only need half the chakra. 2 ninja of the same level, one uses 10 chakra, you only 5, yet the power and damage are the same. As Junlin's words fell, everyone looked at Sasuke with envy. A flicker of excitement flashed in Sasuke's eyes. He clenched his fists and murmured, this equipment will be very helpful in battle. Sakura nodded repeatedly, her gaze fixed on the boots. Naruto broke free from Sakura's hand and jumped up excitedly, wow, this equipment is amazing. I want to get it too. No. Something even better than this. Jun Lin smiled slightly. This equipment isn't easy to obtain and it's just one piece of the set. You still need to collect the other components, for more pieces. Ha! Naruto deflated like a balloon pricked by a needle. Sasuke said firmly, I'll come every month. I will definitely get it. The news of Uchiha Sasuke obtaining an orange-grade equipment spread through the streets of Konoha like a plague. At the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen listened to the intelligence from the Umbu, occasionally taking a light puff of his pipe. The office was filled with smoke. Epic grade. Baoyuding's Tianqi. A profound thought crossed Hiruzen's mind. No, I can't let this happen. I must even warn, no, I must guard against Danzo's snatching. The items in this blind box shop are too dangerous. Go inform Danzo and the two advisors to come to the Hokage building, Hiruzen said to the Umbun ninja. Yes, Lord Hokage. After speaking he vanished with a puff of smoke. Meanwhile the heads of the Ino-Shika-Cho clans gathered together. Concerns about the future situation of Konoha. I called you both here to discuss a strategy. Now that the blind box shop's magical items are appearing more frequently, we as the three major clans of Konoha must prepare in advance. Shikaku said, taking a sip of tea. Have you received the news? That Uchiha brat got an epic grade piece of equipment. Inoichi also picked up a cup of tea and said. I've received it. But I'm not worried, whether he can keep it is another matter. Nara Shikaku glanced at Akimichi Choza. Ah, delicious. Akimichi Choza was completely absorbed in eating his chips, ignoring the conversation between Shikaku and Inoichi. Shikaku and Inoichi looked at the butterfly of the Ino-Shika-Cho trio, feeling speechless. This pig is right for you. They exchanged glances, then directly snatched the bag of chips from Choza's arms and started eating. Hey you two bastards. Leave some for me. Arad blind box shop. Who else wants to open one? Jun Lin looked around. Boss, I'll open one. Sakura placed the money on the counter. 200,000 Rio 2 blind boxes. Buzz. Skill book Light of Healing Advanced Blue. Effect quickly heal a single ally or self. Skill book Divine Protection Advanced Blue. Effect when used creates a defensive energy barrier in front of yourself or the group. Reminder, don't rely on this barrier too much or you'll die. Like a certain world's bullman using iron body, if the damage exceeds the barrier's capacity it will shatter instantly. Sakura took the two skill books and pressed them to her forehead. They naturally absorbed and two streams of light merged into her body. She instantly learned Light of Healing and Divine Protection. Sakura is becoming more and more like a medical ninja, Naruto said happily. Sasuke, though reluctant to admit it about this violent woman, knew that the stronger his teammates were, especially a medical ninja who could save lives, the better. He nodded in agreement. Sasuke, having found a source of rapid power, was no longer as cold as before. Kakashi stroked his chin thoughtfully. He looked at the sky outside the shop. It was already late. There weren't many customers left inside. They hadn't eaten all day. Seeing Naruto's famished expression, Kakashi suggested eating ramen. Great. Let's hurry. Naruto urged. I can eat a huge bowl of ramen. Kakashi turned to Jun Lin. Boss will be going now. Jun Lin nodded. Take care. At the Hokage's office, Konoha's F4 were assembled. Hiruzen, what did you call us for? Mitokado Hamura asked. Yes, what's the matter that requires all of us? Utatane Koharu also asked. Sarutobi Hiruzen extinguished his pipe and said seriously, now that epic grade equipment has appeared in the blind box shop, it could have a huge impact on the balance of the ninja world. The Tianqi boots, one piece of Baoyuding's Tianqi plate armor set, that Uchiha Sasuke obtained. If they fall into the wrong hands or are forcibly taken, the consequences would be unthinkable. Danzo snorted coldly. Humph, just a piece of equipment. How much trouble can it cause? Hiruzen frowned, a hint of significance in his tone. Danzo, don't underestimate this equipment. We must impose some regulation on the items flowing out of the blind box shop to prevent dangerous objects from leaking. Mitokado Hamura and Utatane Koharu nodded in agreement. Danzo remained disdainful. I think you're worrying too much. Instead of focusing on this, you should pay more attention to the village's security. Hiruzen's gaze was firm. This is also about the village's security. I hope we can reach a consensus and deal with this matter together. You don't mean to confiscate the items, do you? Mitokado Hamura said. No, that would cause resentment among the village's ninja and might even lead to defection. Hiruzen tapped his pipe. He sighed, let's leave it at that for today. Go back and rest well. Mitokado Hamura and Utatane Koharu walked out of the office. Danzo had just lifted his foot when he heard, Danzo, wait. He paused mid-step and turned around. Is there anything else, Hiruzen? You didn't seem like yourself tonight, Hiruzen said. Not like myself. How so? Nothing. I just hope you remember what you said tonight. I don't want anyone's items from the blind box shop to be stolen on their way home. Hiruzen, are you suspecting I would do that? No, I'm just reminding you to keep your subordinates in line. Humph. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. Bang. The door. Damn it, I want to open blind boxes, I want to open blind boxes. Keep an eye on the root members. I don't want anyone getting robbed, Hiruzen said sternly. As Danzo stepped out of the Hokage building, a barely suppressed fury burned deep within his eyes. Hiruzen. You will regret this. Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered the Umbu to monitor the root ninjas, yet a lingering unease tightened his brow. Summon. Hiruzen's voice, though low, resonated clearly through the empty office. A figure wearing an animal mask materialized like a phantom before Hiruzen, kneeling on one knee. Lord Hokage, your orders. Starting tonight, dispatch elite Umbu squads to guard the blind box store's perimeter in rotating 24-hour shifts. Do not let anyone or anything disturb Boss Jun Lin. Ignore those buying blind boxes. If anyone causes trouble, deal with them immediately. If they refuse to heed warnings, execute on the spot. Lord Hokage, isn't this too severe? Yes, Lord Hokage. Furthermore, regarding Shimura Danzo. I want to know where he goes, whom he contacts, and what he says. Report to me immediately. Yes. Sweat trickled down the Umbu ninja's back. He had not seen the Hokage display such overwhelming authority in a long time. His figure melted back into the shadows and vanished. After eating ramen with Kakashi and the others, Sasuke returned alone to his residence, stepping in the newly opened Tianqi boots, the demon slayer blade hanging at his waist. A dark, windy night perfect for murder. Several root ninjas approached Sasuke. Boy, come with us, the lead root ninja said coldly. Sasuke frowned, his gaze sharp. Why should I go with you? This is Lord Danzo's order. Another root ninja stepped forward, his tone forceful. Sasuke sneered, Danzo. He has no authority over me. As he spoke, his hand already rested on the hilt of the demon slayer blade. Seeing this, the root ninjas instantly surrounded Sasuke, the atmosphere charged with tension. Just then a dark figure flashed across a nearby rooftop. Several Umbu ninjas appeared abruptly, surrounding the root ninjas in turn. The Hokage has ordered that no harm come to Sasuke, the lead Umbu ninja stated firmly. The root ninja's expressions shifted. The leader gritted his teeth. This is Lord Danzo's business. You'd better stay out of it. The Umbu ninja remained unmoved. The Hokage's orders supersede all. The two sides deadlocked, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder, a conflict seemingly on the verge of eruption. Seizing the moment, Sasuke launched an attack. He moved like lightning, drawing his blade. The demon slayer blade swung at the root ninjas with a fierce wind. Caught off guard by Sasuke's sudden strike, the root ninjas were momentarily flustered but quickly regained their composure, drawing their weapons to parry. Seeing the battle had begun, the Umbu ninjas did not hesitate and joined the fray. In an instant the clash of blades and battle cries filled the air. Empowered by the Tianqi boots, Sasuke's speed was unparalleled. He weaved through the crowd, each strike precise against the vital points of the root ninjas. The Umbu, equally well-trained, fought fiercely against the root ninjas, the battle locked in a stalemate. Just as the conflict reached a standstill, a figure sped from afar, Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. He bellowed, "Stop this at once." Hearing his voice, everyone halted their actions. Hiruzen surveyed the scene, his face dark. Danzo, you have gone too far. He turned to the root ninjas. All of you return and tell Danzo not to make such pointless provocations. The root ninjas dared not disobey and slunk away in disgrace. Hiruzen then looked at Sasuke, his expression softening. Sasuke, are you alright? Sasuke sheathed the demon slayer blade and shook his head. I'm fine, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen patted his shoulder. If something like this happens again, inform me immediately. Danzo has grown increasingly reckless lately. I'll find a way to restrain him. After the Umbu cleaned up the scene, Hiruzen led Sasuke back to the Hokage building. In the office, Hiruzen said solemnly, Sasuke, your strength has improved rapidly. Don't resent Danzo. He also acts for the village's sake. The matter of the blind box shop poses a grave danger to the village, so he wanted to see what items you had unboxed. Sasuke clenched his fists, his eyes filled with resolve. Lord Hokage, I understand. I will also protect the village. Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction. With those words I am reassured. Go back and rest well. Contact me if anything happens. Sasuke bowed to Hiruzen and left the Hokage building. Meanwhile Danzo lurked in the shadows, his gaze venomous. Humph, Hiruzen. If I can't move against him within the village, can't I move outside? A sinister smile curled at the corner of his lips. He quickly summoned a group of elite root ninjas. Keep watch. When Sasuke's team accepts a mission and leaves the village, find an opportunity to strike. And the Ninetales Jinchuriki, make sure you obtain the blind box items he opened. The root ninjas accepted the order and departed. At the same time, back in his residence, Sasuke felt a vague unease. He knew Danzo would not let the matter rest, so he decided to prepare in advance. He carefully inspected the Demon Slayer blade and familiarized himself further with the capabilities of the Tianqi boots. At the blind box shop, Jun Lin had been busy on the second floor all day and finally had some leisure time. After dinner he asked, "System, how many blind boxes were sold today?" Ding, 1372 blind boxes. Congratulations host, you have received 13 advanced blind boxes. Jun Lin waited a long time but did not hear the system upgrade notification. System, aren't you upgrading? Ding, the next system upgrade requires 100 advanced blind boxes. What? Ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. The first time only needed 5, now it's 100. Even if you're fleecing the rich, you don't go this far. Upon the next upgrade the host can leave the Naruto world and travel to another world. However, you must first defeat the heavenly Tao, so it's normal that more energy is consumed. Fine. Didn't expect to be a beast of burden in my past life and still one now. Somewhat disgruntled, Jun Lin teleported to the Rain Country, a perpetually rainy closed-off nation and the headquarters of the Akatsuki organization that ran through the entire story. With a thought, Jun Lin conjured an invisible energy barrier that wrapped around him, keeping the rain out. He stepped forward. Now I've been exposed, haven't I? Nagato's puppet, one of the 6 paths of pain, infused his chakra into the rain, forming a sensory network that monitored all movements within the rain village in real time. It was truly a masterful technique. The moment Jun Lin descended, Nagato sensed him and dispatched Tendo Pain to investigate. Jun Lin watched as a figure arrived at lightning speed. The original body was Yahiko. After his death, Nagato had turned him into Tendo Pain, the core of the 6 paths. With long red hair and eyes that made one dizzy if stared at for too long, the Rinnegan. He wore a black coat embroidered with red clouds. Who are you? Which village's ninja? Why have you come to the Rain Country? Tendo Pain hovered in the air, interrogating Jun Lin from above. Jun Lin looked at Tendo Pain, a slight smile playing on his lips. My name is Jun Lin from Konoha. I'm just here to look around, nothing special. Tendo Pain's eyes turned icy. Konoha. You didn't come to the Rain Country just for a stroll. This is Akatsuki territory. If you harbor ill intentions, don't blame me for being rude. Jun Lin spread his hands. I really have no other intention. I'm just curious about this mysterious place. As he spoke, he secretly activated his telekinesis, ready to counter any attack. Tendo Pain snorted coldly. Whatever your purpose, if you cause trouble in the Rain Country, I will eliminate you. Eliminate? Humph. An invisible wave of force instantly pressed down on Pain. Nagato felt Pain lose control, his body falling uncontrollably from the air and crashing heavily to the ground. Boom. A deep crater was gouged into the earth. Cough, cough. Pain quickly scrambled up, felt his body return to his control and floated back into the air. At that moment the perpetual rain of the Rain Country finally ceased. You are challenging the authority of a god. Pain said, coughing. A god. Jun Lin decided to drop the act. It wasn't fun, not fun at all, so he stopped playing. If you are a god, then I am the king among gods. A majestic aura erupted from Jun Lin, the air itself compressing and distorting. Behind Jun Lin a golden divine ring faintly emerged, runes flickering upon it, releasing boundless pressure. Tendo Pain's expression shifted drastically, he had never sensed such overwhelming power. King among gods. What arrogance! Tendo Pain roared, forming hand seals. Shinra Tensei. A powerful repulsive wave surged toward Jun Lin. A scornful smile curled at the corner of Jun Lin's mouth. He crossed his arms and his telekinetic force erupted, instantly forming a solid barrier that deflected the repulsive wave. Is that all the power you have to call yourself a god? Jun Lin took a single step and appeared before Tendo Pain in an instant, throwing a punch. Tendo Pain hurriedly blocked but was sent flying backward by the blow. Just then the other 5 pains converged surrounding Jun Lin. Come at me together. Let me see how strong your so-called divine power truly is. Jun Lin's fighting spirit blazed his eyes, revealing boundless confidence. The animal path pain struck first, summoning a horde of gigantic beasts that lunged at Jun Lin with bared fangs and claws. Jun Lin's gaze sharpened. The divine ring blazed with intense light, emitting a golden beam that instantly incinerated the beasts. The hell path pain formed hand seals and a black fissure opened beneath Jun Lin, attempting to swallow him. Jun Lin snorted coldly. His telekinetic power manifested as a giant hand, yanking him out of the fissure and smashing him hard against the ground. The hungry ghost path pain seized the moment to rush forward, trying to absorb Jun Lin's chakra. Jun Lin grabbed his arm in reverse, channeling immense force into the hungry ghost path's body, shattering its meridians. The human path pain attempted to extract Jun Lin's soul but was repelled by Jun Lin's spiritual energy, blood streaming from all 7 orifices. At that moment Tendo pain regrouped and unleashed Shinra Tensei once more. Jun Lin neither dodged nor avoided as the divine ring spun, absorbing the repulsive force entirely. He let out a fierce shout, charged at Tendo pain, and with a single punch sent him flying. Tendo pain crashed heavily to the ground, unable to rise again. The other pains witnessing this were filled with terror and dared not approach. Jun Lin slowly floated toward Pain, looking down at him as he spoke. You wield eyes that don't belong to you, yet you dare to call yourself a god. What? How could these eyes not belong to me? Pain looked at Jun Lin in disbelief. Ha! A pitiful wretch, calling you a worm would be an insult to worms. Jun Lin gave a cold snort. You try to impose a false illusion to achieve eternal peace. Through Pain, Nagato could feel Jun Lin staring directly at him. He tried to make Pain stand up. Jun Lin saw through Pain's movement and his expression changed, and in an instant Jun Lin appeared before Tendo Pain and suppressed him, rendering him immobile. Jun Lin's overwhelming power like an invisible mountain pressed down on Tendo Pain, leaving him no room to resist. The other 3 Pains tried to intervene but were paralyzed by the terrifying aura Jun Lin emitted, unable to move an inch. You think with these eyes you can control everything and achieve so-called peace. That's nothing but a pipe dream, Jun Lin said coldly, his voice brimming with authority. Nagato watched in horror from afar, never expecting Jun Lin to be so powerful. Jun Lin looked toward Nagato's direction as if he could see through everything and directly gaze at him. Nagato, if you want to change your fate, come find me. I'll be waiting in Konoha. The infinite Tsukimi you seek is nothing but a fleeting illusion. After speaking, Nagato collapsed to the ground like a soulless shell. Jun Lin turned and left, leaving behind the wreckage of the 6 paths of pain and a despairing Nagato. Just then Jun Lin turned his head, his voice already reaching Nagato's ears. I am a blind box merchant here to change fate. Then he teleported back to Konoha. From afar it seemed another Akatsuki member had arrived. It was Konan with her 6 trillion paper bomb technique. Upon arriving, Konan saw the 6 paths of pain all lying on the ground, their bodies mutilated, limbs severed. She found Tendo Pain in a deep crater. This. Who did this? I never imagined Nagato's Rinnegan could lose so miserably. Nagato controlled Pain. Konan, come back first. That man is too strong, as if his power doesn't belong to this world. Tendo Pain stared at the spot where Jun Lin had vanished, a hint of vigilance in his eyes. Then he gathered the battlefield and returned to the Akatsuki headquarters. The low-hanging clouds of the hidden rain village pressed down. Nagato's underground chamber was lit pale by chakra lamps. Konan's paper jutsu butterflies shattered in the damp air. Nagato's Rinnegan reflected the battlefield images transmitted by Tendo Pain, Jun Lin's brutal massacre. The air around Nagato was thick with pressure, and space ripples from no known nature transformation lingered. His fingers unconsciously traced the forehead protector on his chest. The relic Yahiko had left him. This is. Konan's voice trembled, a rare occurrence. The explosive tags in her hand curled slightly from chakra instability. He said, the Rinnegan doesn't belong to me. Nagato's voice carried a metallic coldness. He suddenly coughed violently, the liquid in the nutrient tube rippling. I want to go ask him. But Nagato, your body? Konan asked anxiously. The wooden door to the basement suddenly pushed open and the draft extinguished half the candles. A white Zetsu's right half emerged from the darkness, its left face mimicking Uchiha Itachi's expression. Nagato-sama, Itachi-san sends word, make him shut up. Nagato's pupils contracted sharply. 3 intact pain puppets simultaneously appeared at the 4 corners of the basement. No one is to come near for now. After the white Zetsu withdrew, Nagato looked at Konan. The Akatsuki members all have their own agendas, I can't trust them all. So Konan, you are the one I trust most. My body is riddled with wounds beyond saving. But I'm not willing to give up Konan. He said he was a blind box merchant here to change fate. Konan was already in tears. Nagato, let me go ask him for you. When will peace ever come? Nagato sighed, waved his hand, and his body was exhausted, his Rinnegan nearly drained from overuse. Konan spoke with firm determination, peace will surely come. It will. On the other side, Jun Lin teleported back to the second floor of his shop. This world has too many regrets and too many people have completely twisted personalities. Jun Lin sat on the tatami mat. At dawn, the new generation of Ino-Shika-Cho, Yamanaka, Ino Narashikamaru and Akimichi Choji, arrived at the blind box shop to open the month's blind boxes. As soon as Yamanaka Ino entered, she rushed to the counter like a gust of wind, beaming at the owner. Jun Lin, boss, I've brought my teammates today. Look at all these people. Any special offers? Give us a discount. Jun Lin was busy with his head down, but hearing Ino's voice he lifted the corners of his mouth in a faint smile. He leisurely raised his head, looked at Yamanaka Ino and teased, oh. A discount. No problem, how about I break your bones instead? Ah. Hee maybe not. Let me introduce you, Narashikamaru, Akimichi Choji and Yamanaka Ino, she said with a twitching corner of her mouth. Narashikamaru wore dark blue trousers and black ninja shoes with a short hairstyle that looked neat and tidy. His face was somewhat round with soft features, giving an overall impression of laziness yet intelligence. Akimichi Choji wore a light yellow top with the Akimichi clan crest, a green short-sleeved jacket over it, often with a gray scarf. He wore dark gray shorts, white bandages on his arms and legs, and blue ninja shoes. He was round in build, a typical trait of the Akimichi clan. Hello boss, we're here to buy blind boxes, Narashikamaru and Akimichi Choji said in unison, looking somewhat obedient, having been warned by their families not to cause trouble. Welcome, welcome both of you. How many blind boxes would you like? Jun Lin said with a smile. He was very satisfied with the life of making money early in the morning. Boss, let me go first. They haven't been here before. Although they know the process, I'll demonstrate for them, Ino said as she took out her wallet. 10 blind boxes, brute force creates miracles. I've already proven it. Ino said, turning to Shikamaru and Choji. Ha! Brute force creates miracles. Who said that? Jun Lin asked in surprise. Sasuke. Yesterday I saw Sasuke slamming the blind box with a vengeful look, and he got an epic weapon, so I know. Yamanaka Ino looked as if she had seen through everything. Jun Lin was amused. Haha, makes sense. He gave a thumbs up to the young lady. Then please begin your performance. Troublesome, Shikamaru said, covering his face. Although he said that he closely watched Ino to see how she did it. Akimichi Choji wore an expression of complete ignorance, constantly chewing chips in his mouth. Ha! Ino let out a loud shout and directly slapped the 10 blind boxes. A series of booming sounds buzzing. The light of 5 white, 2 blue and 3 purple beams shone on everyone's faces. Wow! It really works! Ino exclaimed in surprise. Narashikamaru's eyes widened and Akimichi Choji forgot to chew the chips in his mouth. Is this a fake? 3 purple lights. Shikamaru said in shock. No one had ever opened 3 rare grade items at once in such a long time. Jun Lin looked at Ino, this should be luck, just a bit less than Sasuke. He cleared his throat to bring the 3 back from shock and began to introduce. I won't introduce the common materials. Primary experience capsule, advanced blue. Effect swallow, directly increased chakra by 20. Yamanaka Ino, Narashikamaru and Akimichi Choji were shocked again. A capsule that increases chakra out of nowhere. Ino took the time capsule and swallowed it in one gulp. She felt a warm current surging inside her body and her chakra volume obviously increased a lot. A look of surprise appeared on her face. Amazing! This capsule is really useful, she said excitedly. Seeing this, Shikamaru and Choji were also eager to try. Alright, next is Skill Book Mechanical Heart, advanced blue. Effect summon 2 small robots to chase the enemy and explode at their feet. Duration 15 seconds. If they haven't caught the enemy after 15 seconds, they will self-destruct. This skill book is so powerful, Choji said, though envious it didn't suit him. Yes, this skill book if used well can definitely ambush and kill the enemy, Shikamaru said. Ino's smile couldn't stop. Next up is the rare grade. These two fragments are both Abyss Party invitations. I won't say anything about this skill book, Jun Lin pointed to the last rare grade skill. The three of them stared wide-eyed. Skill book Shadow of the Assassin rare purple. Effect create a copy of yourself that fights alongside you. Whatever you can do the shadow can also do. Moreover physical attacks are ineffective against the shadow. Wow, this skill book is awesome. Ino's eyes sparkled and she clenched her fists excitedly. If I use this skill in battle it's like having two of me. Then what enemy do I have to fear? Shikamaru stroked his chin and pondered, this skill is indeed very strong. The copied shadow can also be immune to physical attacks. If used with other skills it can play a huge role. Choji also nodded beside him, I just wonder how long the shadow can last. If it's long enough then in battle it's like having a powerful helper. Jun Lin smiled and explained, the shadow's duration depends on the user's chakra amount. The more chakra the longer the shadow lasts. After hearing this Ino became even more excited. This skill book is so amazing. She carefully put away the skill book as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. Shikamaru and Choji saw Ino's happy look and also smiled. Next it was their turn to try their luck. Boss, we want to buy blind boxes too, Shikamaru said. Me too. Choji echoed. Jun Lin smiled and said, alright, how many do you want? I want 10. Choji said loudly. I'll take 10 too, Shikamaru said after thinking. After they paid, Jun Lin placed the blind boxes in front of them. After a series of booming sounds, light flashed. Shikamaru opened a primary experience capsule and an Abyss Party invitation fragment 1. The other item, Demon Shadow Summon card rare purple. Obtain 2 Demon Shadow cards to synthesize into epic grade. Effect after activating with a negligible amount of chakra, no further chakra is needed to maintain it. Summon a Demon Shadow to assist the user in battle for 1 hour. Wow, Shikamaru, you're lucky. You actually got a rare grade Demon Shadow Summon card and it can be synthesized. And it's epic grade. Ino said with envy. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in his eyes, looks like my luck isn't too bad. As for Choji, he opened a skill book that enhances taijutsu. Skill book Meatism rare purple. Effect, use a small amount of chakra to summon meat out of thin air. After eating it, increase jumping power, increase taijutsu attack power and restore some stamina. After finishing the explanation, Jun Lin could barely hold back his laughter. But as a professional commentator he didn't laugh at all. The other two however didn't care and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Choji, this is perfect for you, it's like tailor-made for you. Ino said while laughing. Haha Choji, now you'll have endless meat, absolutely endless. Shikamaru also laughed a few times. Choji scratched his head a bit sheepishly, hee, I didn't expect my luck to be so good. This skill book is really super useful for me. As he said that, he couldn't help but put another chip into his mouth. At that moment the shop door was pushed open again and several ninjas walked in. Yo, it's Shikamaru and the others. You're buying blind boxes too? One of the ninjas said. It turned out to be Tenten, Rock Lee and Niji. Want to try too? These blind boxes are pretty interesting. Ino greeted them warmly. Sure, let me try my luck too. She bought 5 blind boxes and slapped them hard. Light flashed and she also got a primary experience capsule and an ordinary ninjutsu improvement manual. Rock Lee bought 1 blind box and after some operation he got an item that enhances leg strength. Niji, being more composed, bought 3 blind boxes and got a pair of glasses that temporarily boosts insight. Everyone was satisfied with their gains. The shop was filled with laughter and joy. Jun Lin looked at the lively scene and thought to himself, it seems this blind box business will become more and more prosperous. They were all very satisfied with their gains. It seems this blind box is really a good thing, Shikamaru said. Yeah, I'll have to come by more often, Choji said while eating chips. Ino said proudly, see, I was right, brute force creates miracles. The three left the blind box shop happily with their respective gains. A furtive figure was peeping through the side window of the women's bathhouse. It was none other than Jiraiya, muttering to himself, hey, it's been so long since I've been back, I need to get a good look at the beauties of Konoha for some inspiration for Make-out Paradise. Just as he was indulging in his perks, he suddenly heard a familiar cough. Jiraiya, the third Hokage's stern voice rang out. Jiraiya shuddered with fright, nearly stumbling and falling flat on his face. Turning around, he saw the third Hokage standing behind him, his face full of fury. "You rascal! I just called you back and this is how you behave!" With the third Hokage fumed, his beard bristling. Jiraiya scratched his head and grinned sheepishly. "Oh come on third, it's been a while since I've been home, just letting off some steam." The third Hokage shook his head helplessly. "Enough of your nonsense. There's something important I need to discuss with you. A blind box store has recently appeared in the village. The items in that store are far too miraculous and powerful. Since the Chunin exams are about to be held, ninjas from other villages are bound to find out. There's no hiding it. I'm worried about unforeseen incidents, which is why I called you back. Go to the blind box store and be polite to the owner. Don't be all goofy and unreliable like you usually are." Jiraiya dropped his playful demeanor and nodded solemnly. "Got it third. Leave it to me." With that he swiftly slipped away from the women's bathhouse. Blind box store. The third Hokage hadn't told Jiraiya the address, so he had to ask around. Just as he was about to approach, he heard cheers and quickly strode inside to see what was happening. It turned out that Jonin Kurenai Yuhi leading teammate, Hinata Hyuga Kiba Inazuka and Shino Aburame, had opened some excellent items. Hinata obtained a skill book that amplified chakra perception, mind's eye rare grade. Effect used the mind's eye to perceive all things, allowing observation of people, events and objects at greater distances and with more detail. Hinata's eyes sparkled with surprise. Combined with the Byakugan, it allowed her to observe enemy movements more meticulously. There was also a skill book, Buddha's palm rare grade. Effect concentrate chakra into the palm and push forward to release a giant palm. The power depends on the amount of chakra infused. Tip: using it while leaping into the air makes it even more effective. Have you ever heard of a palm technique that descends from the heavens? Kiba exclaimed. Hinata, your luck is incredible. A collective gasp swept through the surrounding ninjas, murmurs surging like a tide. How terrifying was this? How powerful? Jiraiya stared wide-eyed at the amazing items Hinata had opened. He thought to himself, this blind box store truly lives up to its reputation. Just then Jun Lin walked over, a shrewd glint in his eyes. "Oh, isn't this the legendary Toad Sage Jiraiya?" the owner said with a smile. Jiraiya grinned awkwardly. "Owner, I've heard so much about you. I've come to learn about these blind boxes." The owner Jun Lin smiled mysteriously. "These blind boxes are all about luck. The items come from the Arad Continent and possess all sorts of incredible abilities." Jiraiya seemed silent, but his mind raced through various places in the ninja world, yet he couldn't recall any place called the Arad Continent. Kiba waved excitedly about the pet giantification stone and the Yellow Tiger series pet equipment he had opened, loudly declaring he wanted to test their power. Pet giantification rare grade. Effect strengthens limbs and bites, making it easy to tear through an enemy's body. Yellow Tiger 3-piece set rare grade. Effect green piece reduces skill charge time, blue piece boosts defense, red piece boosts attack. When all 3 pieces are equipped on a pet, it activates a set skill, the ability to condense an energy ball in its mouth. Jiraiya's eyes lit up and he exclaimed somewhat exaggeratedly, "Isn't this just like a tailed beast? Giantification plus the ability to spit energy balls. Shouldn't it be close? But Akamaru doesn't have much chakra." Kurenai frowned thoughtfully. Akamaru, who was lying beside Kiba, barked twice. Kiba hugged Akamaru and patted his dog head, saying, "Don't worry, I heard there's a kind of experience capsule that can directly increase chakra. If I open one, I'll give it to you." Meanwhile Shino Aburame displayed the item he had opened, an insect control enhancement potion rare grade. Its effect allowed him to control his Kakashi with greater precision and significantly increased their power. A flicker of excitement passed through Shino's eyes as he understood the potion's importance to him. "Shino, this potion suits you perfectly," Kurenai said with a smile. Shino Aburame calmly held a potion that enhanced his ability to control the swarm, silently pondering how to use it. "Next I'll open 10 blind boxes," Kurenai said. Kurenai cast a charming smile at Jun Lin. Jun Lin took the banknotes she offered with an expressionless face. "Women only slow down my sword-drawing speed." "Shut up. I know what you're going to say." He deftly took out 10 blind boxes and handed them to Kurenai. Kurenai took a deep breath and began opening the blind boxes one by one. Everyone around watched intently, curious to see if she could uncover even more powerful items. The first blind box revealed a ninjutsu training manual. Though not particularly rare, it still held some value. Kurenai nodded slightly and continued to the next. When she opened the 10th blind box, a purple light flashed inside. It turned out to be a rare cloak, the Heaven Concealing Cloak rare grade. Effect has the ability to conceal chakra, making it a divine artifact for missions. The crowd gasped in amazement. Kurenai draped the cloak over her shoulders. That month's blind boxes were all opened. Jiraiya watched with growing curiosity and pulled out money to buy 10 blind boxes from Jun Lin. He muttered as he opened them, "My luck can't be bad." However, the first few boxes contained only ordinary items, making him a bit anxious. Just when he thought he would come up empty-handed, black gas overflowed from the last blind box. Everyone stepped back in shock, revealing a mysterious key engraved with strange runes. Its surface shimmered with a faint light as if hiding some unknown power. Even more striking were the bizarre runes covering the key, their intricate and twisted lines defying interpretation. Jun Lin's expression shifted. This key is no ordinary thing. He scanned the crowd and said, "This key is called the Doom Key." The entire crowd felt their hair stand on end. Jun Lin continued, "This Doom Key can open a mysterious ruin. Inside lies power capable of reshaping the ninja world, but it also comes with great danger. Once the ruin is opened, the opener will be teleported inside." Jiraiya's eyes widened, a mix of excitement and concern. "So where exactly is this ruin? What's inside?" he asked eagerly. Jun Lin shook his head, "I don't know the exact location or what's inside. I only know that this key is the sole means to open it." The surrounding ninjas buzzed with discussion. Some suggested sealing the key away, while others believed it could be used to make Konoha stronger. Jun Lin frowned gravely and said, "I hope you consider this carefully. This is a tribulation. And I must tell you, once you enter you cannot leave unless you fight through and win. Congratulations, if you win you will gain the power to change the ninja world. If you lose you will die. And there is no quitting halfway." Kurenai and the others looked at Jiraiya with concern. Jiraiya stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment, then said, "Regardless, I'll keep the key for now. I'll find a chance to explore the ruin's secrets, but I must never let it endanger the village." With that he carefully stowed away the Doom Key, planning to study it thoroughly. After everyone had dispersed, Jun Lin sensed something was terribly wrong. He sternly said, "System, get out here." "Ding here, host. Aren't you the DNF Blind Box System? How can things not belonging to DNF appear? And such an overpowered item." "Ding host, don't worry, let me explain slowly. I'm not in a hurry. I'll see how you talk your way out of this." In the original plot, Jiraiya would be killed by his disciples, namely Nagato and Konan. He was destined to die anyway, so the system went to other systems to stock up goods. One of them was this. Wasn't he always searching for the child of prophecy? If he wins he becomes the child of prophecy, if he loses the plot remains unaffected. Then can't he just open a blind box to change that? Why give him the heavenly punishment key? Ding host, have you considered that he might not use it? Wrong. He will definitely use it. Ding data shows humans generally never touch unknown powers. Where did you get that data? That's ridiculous. Data from the primitive era. I assented. Give me a break, you ancient system. Jun Lin was speechless. When he first met the system he thought it was magnificent. But it turned out to be this pathetic mess. Jiraiya hurried out of the shop and rushed toward the Hokage building. Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi stared at the key on his desk engraved with strange runes. Its surface glimmered with a faint light as if hiding some unknown power. More strikingly, the key was covered in bizarre runes with intricate lines and strange shapes like ghostly scribbles utterly indecipherable. Hiruzen's expression grew extremely grave. He stared intently at the key as if he could see through the runes to the enormous secret hidden within. After a long while Hiruzen spoke slowly, Jiraiya, this key must never fall into anyone else's hands. It must be sealed immediately and guarded heavily. His voice was low and stern, exuding an unquestionable authority. Hearing this, Jiraiya opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end he remained silent. His gaze also fell on the key, his brows slightly furrowed, clearly filled with doubt and worry. Master Hiruzen, if the ruins are to be opened I want to go, Jiraiya said as if prepared for death. You are not ready yet. However, you can open a blind box each month. When you feel you are strong enough you may go. For now let's seal this key in a scroll first, Hiruzen said, holding his pipe and taking a puff. Hiruzen led Jiraiya to the forbidden scroll basement. He walked forward, found a vase in the corner and turned it with both hands. Instantly a door the height of a man appeared on the left wall. Go, this is where the forbidden scrolls are kept. Jiraiya, visiting this place for the first time, looked around curiously. The room was filled with items collected by past Hokages, but primarily the countless forbidden techniques created by Tobarama Senju, a whole room full of ninjutsu scrolls. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kakashi led Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura to a forest in the back mountain. Now Naruto. Sasuke. Are you two sure you want to spar? Yes, Kakashi-sensei. Then begin. Sakura, keep your healing light ready at all times. Because the items obtained from the blind box shop were too dangerous, Sakura was also called to provide timely treatment. Naruto and Sasuke each walked to one side. Go, Sasuke. Sakura shouted, cupping her hands around her mouth. Damn it. Naruto growled, clenching his fists. His hands began forming seals. Boom, 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 boom. Multiple shadow clone technique. 100 shadow clones instantly appeared around Naruto. Alright. Everyone charge. Naruto shouted, rushing towards Sasuke first. Sasuke held the demon-cutting blade, his eyes activated with two-tomoe Sharingan, and he wore the heaven prey boots. Calmly watching Naruto's over 100 clones charge, the Sharingan analyzed the real body among the clones. The demon-cutting blade slashed vertically at a shadow clone. Boom, boom, boom. One shadow clone was cut down by Sasuke. At that moment a huge shadow appeared behind Sasuke, Bullhead Mech King. With an overwhelming sense of pressure, it recklessly charged headlong into Sasuke's back. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura called out as she saw the bull-headed creature hit Sasuke. Kakashi's single Mangekyo Sharingan was already activated, and he said calmly, don't worry, it's fine. In the blink of an eye, Sasuke's Sharingan had already detected Naruto summoning the bull-headed creature, and he instantly replaced himself with a substitution jutsu. What surprised him was that Naruto had learned to feint. It seemed he wasn't stupid after all. A rare smile appeared on Sasuke's indifferent face. The demon phantom directly engaged the bullhead Mech King, while Sasuke instantly appeared to the left of the real Naruto, kicked him flying and sent him crashing heavily into a large tree. For a moment smoke filled the air. According to the mangas, no damage if there's smoke rule. Naruto quickly burst out of the smoke, shouting, and formed seals again to create 500 shadow clones. Ooh. Sasuke, I will definitely knock you away. If you can hit me, then talk. Against these eyes you have no chance. Sasuke said, his two-tomoe Sharingan watching Naruto's movements. Sasuke took the initiative, thrusting the demon-cutting blade into the ground and forming hand seals. Snake Ram Monkey Boar Tiger. Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique. Sasuke bent slightly and expelled a massive fireball 15 meters in diameter from his mouth. The Great Fireball is a C-rank jutsu with extremely low chakra consumption, the basic fire technique of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, he had obtained the Heaven Prey boots from the blind box shop, which have the chakra cost for ninjutsu, allowing Sasuke to unleash a 15-meter Great Fireball. The Great Fireball exploded directly among Naruto's shadow clones. Instantly the clones dispelled one after another. Naruto, wanting to circle behind Sasuke, was on the other side and not in the center, but the explosion of the Great Fireball still sent him flying from the shockwave. Ah! Damn you, Sasuke! Uchiha Sasuke stepped on a branch of a tree, appeared behind Naruto, and placed the demon-cutting blade directly on Naruto's shoulder. Stop, Sasuke! Naruto lost. Kakashi, who had just arrived with Sakura, saw the blade at Naruto's neck and quickly spoke. Hearing Kakashi's voice, Sasuke lowered the demon-cutting blade and sheathed it at his waist. Naruto stood rigid. So this is how close death was. So this is how big the gap was. Humph. I lost. But I'm not convinced. I'll do more missions and open more blind boxes. Then I'll challenge you again, Sasuke. Idiot. Uchiha Sasuke rolled his eyes helplessly. You're the idiot. Baka. Naruto said angrily. Alright, Naruto. Let me heal you, Sakura stepped forward and said. Kakashi walked over to Sasuke. Sasuke, you are now very strong. You can fight Elite Chunin now. Just Elite Chunin. Sasuke clenched his fists subconsciously. Yes, you can defeat Elite Chunin now, but you absolutely cannot defeat a Jonin. Your combat experience is insufficient, Kakashi said, pulling out a copy of Makeout Paradise. Kakashi-sensei, I want to take a mission at the mission office tomorrow. Gather tomorrow morning, Kakashi said, then turned to Naruto. How are you? Feeling okay? Already fine, Kakashi-sensei. Thanks to Sakura's healing his Uzumaki clan physique and the Ninetales chakra, Naruto had already recovered. Then today's training ends here. Let's go, I'll treat you all to barbecue today. Yay. Hee hee. Idiot. Alright, stop fooling around. At an abandoned shrine in the autumn twilight, the vermilion-painted torii gate slanted obliquely into the horizon and crow silhouettes swept across the lead-gray clouds. The setting sun hung like faded rice paper, soaking the entire world in a weary amber hue. The copper bell at the eaves trembled in the draught but made no sound, as if even the air was saturated by twilight becoming thick and heavy. The ginkgo leaves scattered on the steps curled into fragments of gold leaf, each reflecting the shattered twilight glow. Unable to come to Konoha village in the land of fire due to Nagato's physical condition, Xiao Nan disguised herself as a tourist from another country and traveled to Konoha. Along the way she overheard many people discussing the contents of blind boxes they had opened. Driven by curiosity, she arrived at the blind box shop. Stepping inside, she saw a young man explaining the items obtained from the blind boxes to a group of Konoha shinobi. She felt a mix of nervousness and anticipation, for this young man had effortlessly defeated even Nagato, who possessed the God's Eye, overwhelming him as if he were casually suppressing the 6 paths of pain. Jun Lin had already noticed a woman resembling Xiao Nan lingering at the entrance. When she entered the shop, he ceased paying attention. Alright, I've finished explaining the effects of these items. He then turned his gaze toward Xiao Nan. Esteemed guest, do you wish to change your fate as well? Summoning her courage, Xiao Nan stepped forward to Jun Lin. Can these blind boxes really produce items or weapons that can change one's destiny? A perceptive shinobi stepped out from the crowd and spoke. Young lady, if you don't believe it, ask anyone here. Which of us hasn't obtained 1 or 2 good items that have dramatically increased our mission success rate? That's right. I just finished a mission and came straight to the blind box shop to thank the owner. If it weren't for the healing potion and chakra recovery potion I got from this shop, I would have died long ago, said a chunin named Roadside A. Xiao Nan opened her mouth, unsure what to say. Jun Lin deftly diffused the awkwardness. Perhaps you could try buying one. Xiao Nan gave him a grateful look, pulled out 100,000 ryo and handed it to him. Thank you, boss. No need to be polite. The first person to come to my shop never believes it, Jun Lin said with a smile as he took the money. Just press down directly on it. Xiao Nan's heartbeat involuntarily quickened. Her eyes grew resolute and without hesitation she raised her hand and pressed down. A buzzing sound filled the air. An orange light burst forth, illuminating her face. My God! It's the orange light. Did she get an epic item on her first try? Who is this person? Her luck is incredible. As the light faded, the crowd erupted in exclamations and murmurs. Jun Lin promptly introduced the item, Shadowless Tachi, Epic Orange. Effect Group / attacks the enemy twice consecutively, triggering the blood weeping effect which prevents healing until the target dies. With a hint of envy, Jun Lin continued, currently there are a few shinobi in the ninja world who can block this blade, but they are far too few. Even those few, as long as you can break through their defenses, they will die all the same. One by one the shinobi gazed at the Shadowless Tachi with greedy eyes. This weapon is definitely twice as powerful as the Heaven's Prayer boots that Uchiha Sasuke obtained. No. 10 times. Xiao Nan's eyes widened. She was skilled in paper techniques, but her stamina was too poor. This blade was a dream come true for her. Jun Lin smiled and handed a scroll to Xiao Nan. Congratulations, this is a very rare item. Xiao Nan took it with trembling hands, her eyes filled with surprise and gratitude. The surrounding shinobi cast envious glances and someone muttered, this luck is unparalleled. To get such a good item on the first try. Xiao Nan gripped the tachi tightly, a warm current surging in her heart. It felt as if fate was truly beginning to change. Just then a root shinobi silently departed. Jun Lin had long noticed the root agents among the crowd but paid them no heed. Underestimating Xiao Nan, one of the founders of the Xiao organization, could cost one their life. Jun Lin looked at Xiao Nan with a hint of emotion. Perhaps this girl would indeed walk a different path because of this blind box. Xiao Nan took a deep breath and said to Jun Lin, boss, thank you for this opportunity. I will use it to change my fate. With that she left the blind box shop full of hope. Meanwhile Danzo received the report from Root. He slammed his hand heavily on the desk. Bang! This person is definitely a spy from another village. Immediately order Root to capture her. Don't let her escape. Yes, Lord Danzo. A Root Jonin knelt on one knee in response, then vanished in an instant. Xiao Nan left the shop and quickly departed. She knew that Konoha's ANBU were not to be underestimated. Perhaps her information was already on the Hokage's desk. As Xiao Nan had guessed, her information had reached the Hokage's desk the moment she entered Konoha village, and he already knew about the epic shadowless Tachi she had obtained. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the intelligence from ANBU with a grave expression. He murmured to himself, the financial director of the Shao organization from the Rain country. Immediately send someone to invite this financial director to the Hokage's office for cooperation negotiations. Remember, it's an invitation, Hiruzen said to the ANBU. Yes, Lord Hokage. The ANBU Chunin accepted the order and disappeared with a puff of smoke. After the ANBU Chunin left, Hiruzen spoke softly to the shadowy corner of the office, immediately dispatch an elite ANBU squad to intercept Danzo. If he has already sent men to seize the Shao organization's financial director's shadowless Tachi, assess the situation and decide whether to help or block. From the shadows a figure emerged and knelt on one knee. Yes, clan leader. Then he melted back into the darkness and disappeared. This person was a Jonin from the Sarutobi clan, hence he addressed him as clan leader, not Hokage. Xiao Nan, accompanied by 10 Shao organization shinobi, had already traveled 20 ri from Konoha village. Her nerves remained taut, ready to deal with any Konoha ANBU pursuing them. Just then over 30 kunai flew through the air at incredible speed toward them. The sensing shinobi from the Shao organization immediately shouted, "Watch out for the kunai." Xiao Nan quickly raised the shadowless Tachi to block while controlling her chakra to activate the paper dance technique. But she was a step too slow. The sound of kunai piercing bodies echoed as the Shao organization shinobi were struck. Screams filled the air. 6 shinobi fell to the ground instantly. At that moment over 30 root shinobi surrounded Xiao Nan and the remaining Shao organization members. Xiao Nan observed the shinobi. They did not resemble Konoha's ANBU but rather Danzo's root organization. She had some knowledge of root but not in depth. She asked, "Are you Danzo's men?" The root shinobi remained silent. Xiao Nan understood that they were there to seize her shadowless Tachi. She said no more. She began searching for a suitable opening. A root shinobi struck first. A cold gleam flashed as a root shinobi moving like a phantom lunged at her with a poisoned short blade aimed at her throat. Xiao Nan's expression turned icy. In an instant she activated her paper secret technique, her body scattering into a flurry of paper pieces. The short blade barely grazed the edge of the paper, causing a sharp swish. Spread out. Surround and kill. A masked root leader commanded in a low voice. Over 30 root shinobi immediately fanned out, forming a strange formation that trapped Xiao Nan and the fallen Shao organization shinobi in the center. A heavy murderous aura filled the air, suffocating. Xiao Nan's paper pieces quickly reformed in midair. She scanned her surroundings warily, the shadowless Tachi in her hand trembling slightly as if sensing its owner's battle intent. "If you want the blade, let's see if you have the skill," Xiao Nan said, her voice cold and commanding. As soon as she finished speaking, 3 more root shinobi attacked simultaneously. They moved in perfect coordination. One advanced from the front to draw her attention, one circled to the left for a sneak attack, and one leaped into the air to strike from above. Xiao Nan remained calm. She swung the shadowless Tachi in a graceful arc, the blade shimmered with a deep purple light. It clashed with the weapon of the shinobi attacking from the front, sending sparks flying. At the same time she sidestepped to avoid the left side attacker, using paper pieces to form a platform beneath her feet. She leaped into the air to meet the aerial enemy. The two clashed fiercely in midair, the sound of clashing weapons echoing around them. Meanwhile the other root shinobi on the ground kept throwing projectiles at her, trying to disrupt her movements. Xiao Nan skillfully dodged the projectiles in the air. Suddenly she flicked her wrist and the shadowless Tachi erupted with immense power, sending the airborne root shinobi flying backward. Then using the recoil she shot toward the root leader on the ground like an arrow from a bow. Seeing her fierce advance, the root leader's expression changed slightly and he quickly ordered nearby shinobi to block her. But Xiao Nan's assault was too fierce. The shadowless Tachi in her hand moved like death's scythe, wherever it passed paper pieces flew and root shinobi fell back in defeat. Just as Xiao Nan was about to reach the root leader, several chains suddenly burst from the ground, entangling her feet. Hidden root shinobi had launched a surprise attack. Xiao Nan frowned, trying to break free from the chains, but she found they were coated with a special chakra-suppressing agent that slowed her movements. Lady Xiao Nan. A Xiao organization shinobi who still had some strength struggled to get up and help, but a root shinobi stomped on his chest, pinning him down. Seeing this, the root leader sneered and slowly approached Xiao Nan. Hand over the shadowless Tachi and I'll let you die whole. His voice dripped with arrogance and pride. Xiao Nan lifted her head, her eyes showing no fear. Dream on. She gritted her teeth and burst forth with immense chakra. The surrounding paper pieces spun wildly, forming a paper tornado. Under the tremendous force, the chains binding her feet shattered. Xiao Nan, holding the shadowless Tachi, charged once more at the root leader. Slash of the void. A blade aura shot toward the root leader as if tearing through space itself. The root leader raised a kunai to block, but the blade aura from the epic Tachi was not something a mere root leader could withstand. In an instant the blade aura severed his wrist. Ah! Damn! Just as the root leader was screaming in agony, the remaining root ninjas, seeing this, rushed toward Xiao Nan with even greater frenzy. They abandoned their original tactics, blindly using their bodies to block Xiao Nan's attacks, trying to buy time for the root leader to escape. But unfortunately the blood-weeping effect of the shadow blade had been triggered. He was beyond saving. Xiao Nan's eyes were icy cold. The shadow blade in her hand whistled through the air, each strike accompanied by the screams of root ninjas. After 2 slashes she no longer paid them any heed. The blood-weeping effect was too domineering, draining their vitality rapidly, blood gushing out like a faucet, gushing and gushing. Dark red blood beads dripped from the serrated edge of the shadow blade, spreading into eerie patterns on the ground. Xiao Nan stepped over the twitching bodies, closing in the ghostly light flowing along the blade, casting her face into an even colder, more sinister expression. Those root ninjas who had tried to block with their bodies had now become rapidly shriveling husks. From the wound struck by the blade, blood spurted uncontrollably like fountains, even condensing into fine blood mist in the air. Don't touch the leader. Form the formation, or the remaining ninjas roared. More than a dozen of them suddenly formed a circular formation, shielding the dying leader in the center. At the formation's center a ninja bit his fingertip and blood traced a winding array pattern on the ground. A scarlet chakra barrier suddenly rose, enveloping them all. Xiao Nan, however, did not rush to attack. She flicked her fingers and paper slips slithered like spirit snakes into the gaps of the barrier, precisely wrapping around the neck of the ninja at the center. With a crisp sound the barrier shattered instantly, and she had already stepped into the heart of the formation amidst a rain of blood. The shadow blade carved a half-moon of blood in the air. The necks of the last 3 formation guards split open with fine slits, and warm blood columns spurted 3 feet high, reflecting an eerie rainbow under the moonlight. The root leader collapsed in a pool of blood, both hands pressing desperately against the wound on his abdomen from which his entrails were spilling, his throat emitting a rasping bellows like breath. Xiao Nan's paper slips coiled around his wrist, effortlessly prying open his bloodied hand. The tip of the shadow blade pressed against his forehead. Danzo wants this blade for the Hokage position. You think. The leader coughed out bloody frothy sputum, but a sinister smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The root would only have this many people. Before his words faded, the sound of tearing air came from all directions. Hundreds of poison shuriken along with exploding tags rained down like a storm. Xiao Nan's pupils contracted sharply and paper slips swirled around her like a vortex, enveloping her. Amid the violent explosions her figure flickered in and out of sight within the smoke. As the smoke cleared, another group of root ninjas in black attire emerged from the forest. The old man at the front, leaning on a cane, had a bandaged arm visible beneath his sleeve, the true master of Konoha's root, Shimura Danzo. Danzo's sinister gaze swept over the carnage, then fixed on the shadow blade in Xiao Nan's hand, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. He slowly removed the bandages from his face, revealing his right arm covered in Sharingan eyes. The mechanical prosthetic emitted a grinding sound of gears. Xiao Nan, hand over the blade. You should know that opposing me leads to no good end. Xiao Nan snorted coldly, paper slips swirling around her to form a defensive barrier. Just you and these rabble. As her words fell, the root ninjas behind Danzo surged forward like a tide. Xiao Nan charged into the enemy ranks, swinging the shadow blade. Each swing carried the terrifying power of the blood-weeping effect. Ninjas struck by the blade's aura instantly began to hemorrhage profusely, convulsing in agony and collapsing. However, the number of root ninjas was overwhelming. Their relentless attacks gradually wore Xiao Nan down. Danzo seized the moment. The Sharingan on his right arm activated simultaneously and several black chains accompanied by a powerful suction force flew toward Xiao Nan attempting to bind her and seize the blade. Xiao Nan spun swiftly turning paper slips into sharp blades that cut through the chains one by one. She knew she couldn't afford to drag this out, she had to finish it quickly. Suddenly she raised the shadow blade high above her head, its light growing ever more dazzling. Paper release dance of the Shikigami, god of paper technique. A torrent of paper slips poured down like a rainstorm, each imbued with powerful chakra. The root ninjas were entangled by the paper and instantly sliced to pieces. But Danzo remained unperturbed. He activated the Sharingan on his right arm, once more executing his Anaji to turn the lethal attack into illusion. A mere trick. Danzo sneered, his mechanical prosthetic opening to reveal the hidden wind release shuriken inside. Wind release vacuum serial wave shuriken. Countless wind blades shot toward Xiao Nan, cutting down trees in their path. Xiao Nan's expression turned grave. She quickly held the shadow blade horizontally in front of her. Paper release firm as a rock technique. Paper slips condensed into a solid shield in front of her, barely fending off the attack. But she knew that if this continued she would eventually be worn down by Danzo. Just at this critical moment the familiar sound of the animal path of the 6 paths of pain summoning came from the sky. A massive 3-headed dog leaped down from the clouds, shielding Xiao Nan beneath it. The 3-headed dog roared to the sky, its sonic waves causing the ground to tremble, and the root ninjas behind Danzo involuntarily stepped back half a step. Xiao Nan used the momentum to leap onto the dog's back. The shadow blade traced a cold arc under the moonlight. It seems you're nothing special after all, Danzo. Humph, don't celebrate too soon. Danzo's prosthetic suddenly emitted a piercing roar. The 12 Sharingan eyes simultaneously burst with scarlet light. Izanami. Twisted chakra enveloped the battlefield like a spiderweb. The 3-headed dog's movements suddenly froze. Xiao Nan felt her consciousness blur and her body began to fall uncontrollably toward the ground. At the critical moment a crisp metallic clash came from the void. A purple figure appeared like a phantom, catching Xiao Nan steadily. It was a Fei. Under his iconic spiral mask his voice carried a teasing tone. Sister Xiao Nan, don't lose your life in a place like this. A Fei's appearance completely disrupted Danzo's plans. He was about to launch a second wave of assault when a Fei formed a single-handed seal. A massive Mangekyo Sharingan pattern suddenly appeared beneath his feet. Kamui space transfer. In the violent spatial distortion, Xiao Nan, the 3-headed dog and the dying Akatsuki ninjas all vanished, leaving only the corpses strewn about and a grim-faced Danzo. The monk may run away but the temple remains. Danzo clenched his fist, blood seeping from his mechanical prosthetic. Konoha cannot tolerate the threat of the Akatsuki, and even less can it tolerate this blade that can devour tailed beasts. His gaze fixed on the horizon, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Akatsuki. You think hiding in the shadows will keep you safe? Our debts will be settled sooner or later. Meanwhile Xiao Nan, having been transported to a safe place, slowly opened her eyes. A Fei was playing with her shadow blade. Nice piece, but now is not the time for reminiscing. He casually tossed the blade back and his eyes behind the mask suddenly turned serious. Danzo won't let this go, Anne. Before he could finish, familiar footsteps were heard from afar. Xiao Nan, are you alright? Pain's Deva path floated in the air, his Rinnegan flickering with eerie red light. I just sensed a powerful chakra fluctuation. Was it Danzo? Xiao Nan nodded, gripping the shadow blade tightly. He set his sights on this blade. Next time we meet I'll make him pay. Just then rapid footsteps were heard from a distance. It was the elite Umbu squad dispatched by Hiruzen Sarutobi. As soon as they arrived they saw the corpses and wreckage, the pools of blood and the stench of gore assaulting their nostrils. Frowning they asked respectfully, Lord Danzo, Lord Hokage orders you to proceed to the Hokage building for a meeting. Danzo's expression darkened. Though furious inside he dared not disobey the Hokage's order. He cast a cold glance at the elite Umbu squad, snorted and said, understood. Go tell the Hokage I'll be there shortly. The Umbu members dared not say more and respectfully stepped aside. Danzo led the remaining root ninjas, walking hurriedly toward the Hokage building. Along the way he was calculating how to respond to Hiruzen Sarutobi's interrogation while also planning the next move against the Akatsuki. Meanwhile in the safe zone, Xiao Nan and the Akatsuki members, under the arrangements of a Fei and Pain's Deva path, began treating the wounded and reorganizing the team. Xiao Nan knew well that the conflict with Danzo was far from over and the Akatsuki would inevitably face even fiercer retaliation from Konoha. But her gaze was firm. Clutching the shadow blade tightly, she silently vowed that no matter how many hardships lay ahead, the Akatsuki would not easily yield. Danzo returned to the root base with his root ninjas. Seated in the first seat, he slammed the table with a dark and ferocious expression and demanded, "Worthless. All of you are worthless. You deployed so many men, yet you couldn't even capture 11 people. You dragged it out until reinforcements arrived and someone rescued them. Useless trash. And you killed so many of our root elite." A root Jonin ninja trembled and replied, "Leader, that blade is a demon. All the ninjas struck by that blade have lost their lives. Even light wounds couldn't stop the bleeding, and medical ninjutsu was useless. They watched themselves die alive." Danzo suddenly stood up incredulous. "What? All dead?" The initial intelligence mentioned the blood-weeping effect, but he hadn't paid it much attention. Blood-weeping. He had overestimated the epic grade. He never expected it to be like this, a drop of blood. This isn't just a drop of blood. It's like a dike has burst, even cutting the carotid artery wouldn't be this fast. This blade is truly too domineering. Danzo's eyes were filled with greed. If I could obtain this blade and wield it, the position of Hokage would be mine sooner or later. No. I can't give up on this blade. Danzo sat down again. "Order the root intelligence agents to infiltrate the Rain Country. I want to know everything about the Akatsuki. Remember, at all costs." "Yes, leader." After the root ninjas withdrew, Danzo also headed to the Hokage building. After tidying up, he took 2 root members to the Hokage's office. Danzo was such a good man. Hiruzen Sarutobi listened to the report from his clan member. "When I led the team there, the battle was already over. I didn't see the Akatsuki's financial director Konan. I suspect Danzo didn't capture her, but that she was rescued. There were piles of corpses and a lot of blood." Hiruzen Sarutobi paused his tapping on the desk. "Oh. She managed to escape from over 100 root ninjas right in front of Danzo. There's a skilled fighter in the Akatsuki. Not to be underestimated." Knock. Knock. Hiruzen Sarutobi gave a glance to Sarutobi Rako, who then melted into the shadows. "Enter," Hiruzen Sarutobi said, calmly composing himself. "Hokage-sama, leader Danzo has arrived. Let him in." Danzo walked into the office after giving a meaningful glance at the Hokage building's clerical staff at the door. The clerical staff who had been glanced at by Danzo felt as if they had been bitten by a venomous snake, their body stiffening and sweat pouring down. Seeing the staff's condition, Hiruzen Sarutobi said with a warning tone, "You may go and attend to your duties." He emphasized the word duties, clearly warning Danzo that this person worked for the Hokage. Yes, the staff quickly exited the office and breathed a sigh of relief. That was terrifying. "I'm just a small fry." Danzo ignored Hiruzen's warning. "Hiruzen, what did you call me here for?" Danzo sat down directly in a seat after entering. "Just now you led over 100 root ninjas out of the village. What was that about?" "Oh, that. I found a spy from another village. The spy realized they had been exposed and fled. I took the route to chase them." Hiruzen Sarutobi snorted coldly. "A spy? What kind of spy requires the root leader himself to lead over 100 root ninjas?" "I did it for the village. The spy fled with Konoha's intelligence. For safety I brought that many people." Danzo spoke with an expression of absolute concern for the village. "Danzo. Stop beating around the bush. I asked you here to tell you to cease your actions against the Akatsuki. Give up that blade." Hiruzen Sarutobi shouted at Danzo. Danzo also stood up and shouted back, "Hiruzen. That blade is crucial to Konoha. You should know the consequences if someone else gets it. That blood-weeping effect is a blade born for killing." "Yes, I know. But you must not seize it by force." "But you already acted and failed. Don't you understand yet? The Akatsuki is not as simple as you think." Hiruzen Sarutobi responded. Danzo released a powerful pressure toward Hiruzen. "Hiruzen. Have you grown old? You lack the boldness of your youth. Cowering is not the character of Konoha's Hokage. Danzo. As Hokage, I order you to stop immediately. No root ninja is allowed to leave the village." Hiruzen Sarutobi also stood up, returning the pressure. It was as if the young Hiruzen Sarutobi had returned. Danzo's pressure was still slightly inferior and he withdrew it instantly. Humph. Danzo's body was soft but his mouth was hard. Danzo, I'm not joking. If you truly want to act, I will revoke your authority. What I gave you I can take back. Hiruzen Sarutobi said with overwhelming authority. Hiruzen, I hope you don't regret this. Danzo rose without looking back. Danzo. I made myself clear. Go back immediately and rescind the orders to Root. Danzo paused, gritting his teeth. Fine. I'll go back and order Root not to go to the rain country. Hiruzen, I hope you don't regret today's decision. Danzo. I am the Hokage. Humph. The door slammed shut with a loud bang. After Danzo left, Hiruzen Sarutobi rubbed his temples with both hands. This Danzo, when did he start opposing me at every turn? Danzo, burning with rage, went to another Root base. Someone come. Soon Torian Aburame knelt on one knee before Danzo. Leader. Inform the intelligence division to secretly leave the village and investigate the rain country's intelligence. When leaving the village, do not let the Hokage Zumbu know. Understood, Leader Sama. Torian Aburame bowed. Danzo sat alone in the secret chamber, silent for a long time before speaking. Hiruzen. When I obtain that blade, that will be the moment I ascend to the Hokage's seat. The blind box revealed a child about 5 or 6 years old, and this child was none other than the grandson of the Hokage Konohamaru Sarutobi. Hey! Are you the owner of this shop? Konohamaru said to Jun Lin with a slightly arrogant tone. Jun Lin looked down at the little one. This is truly the Hokage's grand prince, even his name is Konoha. Is the third Hokage trying to create a clan-based Hokage? Yes, little brat, I'm the owner. Do you want to open a blind box? Jun Lin said helplessly. Hey! I'm not a little brat. I'm Konohamaru Sarutobi. My grandfather is the third Hokage. Konohamaru bristled upon being called a little brat. Jun Lin crouched down and placed one hand on Konohamaru's head. Haha, your grandfather is the Hokage, but that doesn't change the fact that you're a little brat. Konohamaru, annoyed, slapped Jun Lin's hand away. I'm not a little brat. I'm going to be Hokage someday. I'll get my grandfather to shut down your shop. If Xiao Mei finds out about the word little brat, she'll definitely mock him. Indeed, worthy of the grandson of the Fire Shadow, a true third-generation official, arrogant and insolent, looking down on everyone. Jun Lin addressed Konohamaru. Has your grandfather ever said that there are many things he cannot do or people he cannot control? Konohamaru's mind churned with memories. None at all. Konohamaru looked up at Jun Lin and declared, Grandfather is the greatest Hokage of all. He can do anything. He can control anyone. Konohamaru's words reached Jun Lin, who smiled and said to him, Then what if your grandfather can't close my shop or control me? What will you do? The moment Jun Lin finished, Konohamaru immediately jumped in protest. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Grandfather is the strongest. I'm going to be Hokage too. Just wait, I'm going to find grandfather right now and have him shut down your shop. After saying this, he ran out, heading straight for the Hokage building. Jun Lin watched Konohamaru, who had been indoctrinated by the third Hokage's chicken soup teachings, leave the will of fire. Modern pyramid schemes have better rhetoric than you. Your words are pleasant, but empty promises won't fill the stomach. Hokage office. Grandfather. Hiruzen Sarutobi had just put down his documents and was about to take a puff of his pipe when he heard Konohamaru's voice. Truly, Konohamaru could enter the Hokage building and office without anyone daring to stop him. Danzo was too weak. Hiruzen Sarutobi picked up Konohamaru and sat him on his lap. What's wrong, my dear grandson? Grandfather, someone bullied me. Konohamaru said pitifully. Oh. Someone dared to bully you? Which clan's child? Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned. No, it's a young man and he runs a shop. Hiruzen Sarutobi's frown deepened. A civilian. If it were a civilian it would be easy to handle, but also not easy. Hiruzen Sarutobi's image among civilians was that of a good Hokage, and ruining that reputation for the sake of his grandson was unacceptable, yet not appeasing his grandson was also impossible. Hiruzen Sarutobi thought for a moment and said, Doesn't the civilian know you're from the Sarutobi clan? Doesn't he know you're the grandson of the third Hokage? How did he bully you? Konohamaru, after a long pause to organize his words, said, He knows I told him, but he didn't seem to care, wasn't afraid of you, and even said that you have many things you can't do and many people you can't control, and that you can't close his shop or control him. A terrifying truth dawned on Hiruzen Sarutobi. He thought of one person. Is it the owner of the blind box shop? Konohamaru nodded obediently. Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart sank. Because what Jun Lin said was true. There were too many things he couldn't do, and the affairs within those great clans were beyond his control. He could control civilians, but there was only one blind box shop he couldn't touch. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled at Konohamaru and said, "How can a shop that supports a civilian's livelihood be closed? If we shut it down, how would he live? So grandfather can't agree to this." Konohamaru opened his mouth wide and burst into tears. Wah wah wah. He stood up and ran out shouting, "Grandfather is a bad person." Hiruzen Sarutobi opened his mouth, extending a hand helplessly. Forget it, he couldn't control it. After crying enough, it would be fine. Konohamaru, still crying, came directly to Jun Lin's blind box shop and stood at the entrance without going in. Jun Lin looked up at Konohamaru, whose cheeks still bore tear stains, and waved him over. "Come here, little brat." "I'm not a little brat." Konohamaru was completely broken. "Hey hey hey." Jun Lin was speechless. "Alright, stop crying. Do you have any money?" Konohamaru stopped crying and immediately covered his wallet with both hands, looking as if Jun Lin was calling him a little brat just to steal his money. Jun Lin smiled helplessly and said, "One blind box costs 100,000 ryo. Do you want to buy one?" "What? 100,000 ryo?" Konohamaru jumped again, staring at Jun Lin in shock. "Yes, 100,000 ryo. You won't suffer a loss, you won't be cheated. Buying one is a steal," Jun Lin said with a pyramid scheme demeanor. "But I don't have that much money." Konohamaru took out his wallet and looked at it. "And how much is 100,000 ryo?" Konohamaru looked up and asked. Jun Lin glanced at Konohamaru's wallet with disbelief. Damn, the third Hokage was a total beast. Using his telekinesis, Jun Lin scanned it. There were over 100,000 ryo in bills. What kind of life was Naruto Uzumaki, the son of the fourth Hokage, living? Look at this Konohamaru, he was the true prince of Konoha. At 5 years old he had over 100,000 ryo in his wallet. Wasn't the third Hokage a beast? You have enough here. Jun Lin used his telekinesis to lift Konohamaru's wallet into his hand, counted out 100,000 ryo and returned the wallet to Konohamaru. Konohamaru looked at the remaining bills and a few coins in his wallet and said, "Oh, so this is 100,000 ryo. Then what grandfather gave me is 9 more of these. I keep them under the bed in my room." Jun Lin was speechless and skipped that topic, directly summoning a blind box. "So do you want to buy a blind box?" After Jun Lin's persuasion, Konohamaru had warmed up to him and was no longer arrogant. "What's in this blind box you're selling?" Konohamaru pointed at the box Jun Lin had summoned. "And how did you make it fly out?" Konohamaru asked with a look of curiosity. First question: the blind box contains various items, potions, weapons and skill books. Skill books allow you to release attacks without hand signs like ninjutsu. Second question: if you open enough blind boxes you can do it too. Jun Lin said. Then Jun Lin quickly used his telekinesis to cover Konohamaru's mouth. MMPH. I'll let go, but don't ask any more questions. Wait until you've opened the blind box. Jun Lin glared at Konohamaru. Konohamaru quickly nodded. Jun Lin retracted his telekinesis. Feeling his mouth free, Konohamaru was about to speak again. Jun Lin immediately glared back. Konohamaru gave an awkward grin and nodded without smiling. Slap the blind box hard to open it. Jun Lin spoke again after seeing Konohamaru obedient. Konohamaru walked up to the blind box, raised his hand and slapped it. Boom! A dazzling purple light flashed. Wow! Such a beautiful purple light. How did you do that? Konohamaru couldn't help but ask. Jun Lin smiled bitterly. It was truly hard to keep a little brat quiet, every word was a barrage of endless questions. You should have refined chakra by now, right? Of course. I'm going to be Hokage one day. How could I become Hokage without refining chakra? Konohamaru said with a proud smile. As he spoke, a figure dashed out. Jun Lin controlled it to land on his shoulder. It looked at Jun Lin with a dazed expression. This is a companion that will stay with you for life, you can trust it unconditionally. Wow! What is this thing? It looks so awesome. Konohamaru pointed excitedly at the flame-breathing red dragon on Jun Lin's shoulder. Jun Lin scratched under the dragon's chin and it immediately curled up comfortably on his shoulder. It is called the flame-breathing red dragon, a rare-grade purple creature that can evolve. Skill Fire Breath, store chi for 3 seconds then spew flames over a large area in front. As Jun Lin spoke, the flame-breathing red dragon left his shoulder and flew toward Konohamaru. It circled Konohamaru twice and landed on his head. Konohamaru raised his hands to pick it up and hugged it. "You're so amazing. From now on we're partners. I'm going to show you to grandfather," he said, eager to see Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Remember, it can grow," Jun Lin called out. But in the blink of an eye he had run off without a trace. Jun Lin muttered to himself, looking at the street outside the shop, "Tisk, this little brat has no manners." I hadn't even finished speaking. Muyiwan, accompanied by the Yenshi Honglong, arrived at the Hokage's office without any hindrance. Without knocking, he directly opened the door and walked in. Yuan Fei Risen frowned and looked up, wondering who was so bold as to not knock. He saw Muyiwan enter with something on his head that looked like a dragon. Was it a dragon? "Grandson, what is this?" Yuan Fei Risen pointed at the Yenshi Honglong on Muyiwan's head. He Muyiwan let out a foolish laugh. "Grandpa, I got this from a blind box shop. It's called Yenshi Honglong and it's my partner." Muyiwan poked the red dragon with his finger. The Yenshi Honglong immediately flew up, came before Yuan Fei Risen, tilted its head to look at him, then turned its head with a disdainful gaze and flew back to Muyiwan. What does this mean?" Yuan Fei Risen was a bit confused. He seemed to have understood the disdain in the red dragon's eyes. "Muyiwan, come sit," Yuan Fei Risen beckoned, pointing to a stool on the other side of the desk. "Tell Grandpa, why did you go to open a blind box?" "After leaving Grandpa's place I went back to the blind box shop. The boss was actually quite nice. He conjured a blind box and asked if I had 100,000 ryo. I was stunned. 100,000 sounded like a lot, hehe. Then he took my wallet, counted out 100,000 ryo, and I opened it. Then I came to Grandpa's place," Muyiwan said, gritting his teeth in painful recollection. Although he couldn't remember clearly, he could still roughly tell the story. "Did the shopkeeper just say Yenshi Honglong? Did he say anything else?" Yuan Fei Risen continued to ask. Muyiwan frowned deeply. "I remember now. When I ran out I think I heard the boss say something, but I didn't catch it clearly." Yuan Fei Risen was speechless, just like Jun Lin. "You ran off before he finished speaking. Let's go, Grandpa will take you to the blind box shop to find out." "Grandpa, I want to try the little dragon's flame breath." "Flame breath?" Risen was puzzled. "It's what the shopkeeper said, the little dragon can spit fire from its mouth." This Yenshi Honglong can actually spew flames," Yuan Fei Risen said. "Then let's go. Grandpa will take you to the training ground." The grandfather and grandson arrived at an empty training ground. Muyiwan poked the red dragon and pointed at a large boulder about 12 or 13 meters away. "Little dragon, prepare flame breath. Aim at that stone ahead." Upon hearing this, the Yenshi Honglong immediately flew up, opened its mouth and began to gather energy. 3 seconds later a jet of flame instantly burst from its mouth and struck the large boulder 10 meters away. Boom! For a moment rubble flew everywhere. Yuan Fei Risen shielded Muyiwan and kicked away the incoming stones one by one. "Wahahaha, the little dragon is really amazing." That big rock exploded into nothing, Muyiwan said excitedly to Yuan Fei Risen. Yuan Fei Risen watched in astonishment as the Yenshi Honglong flew around Muyiwan. He murmured, "I didn't expect this little thing to actually have some skills. Let's go. Now that we've seen it, we'll find the shopkeeper." "Why? I still want to blow up more rocks." A sudden knock landed on Muyiwan's head. "Ouch. What are you doing?" Muyiwan covered his head with both hands. The Yenshi Honglong opened its mouth wide and began to gather energy, aiming at Yuan Fei Risen. "Hey, this little thing. It's quite protective of its master." Yuan Fei Risen looked at the Yenshi Honglong with interest. A jet of flame shot directly at Yuan Fei Risen. "Dodge! Dodge! Dodge!" Yuan Fei Risen dodged again and again, never expecting that the flame could change direction while being fired. Muyiwan stared in shock at the scene before him. "Stop! Stop! Little dragon, he's my grandfather," Muyiwan said anxiously to the red dragon. Upon hearing this, the little dragon ceased its flame breath, flew to the top of Mu Yiwan's head and directly lay down to sleep. It was still a baby. Having just come out, it had already shot 2 flames, exhausted. Mu Yiwan walked over to Yuan Fei Risen. "Grandpa, are you okay?" "I'm fine, hahaha. How could Grandpa be hurt? Let's go find the shopkeeper now." Although Yuan Fei Risen was unharmed, he was a bit disheveled. He hadn't expected the red dragon's flame to curve. Arriving at the blind box shop, Jun Lin was chatting with the system. But to others he seemed to be dozing off. "Boss, wake up." Mu Yiwan directly stepped forward and shook Jun Lin's hand. Jun Lin opened his eyes. "It's you again, little brat." "Ha. Third Hokage, how do you have the time to come to my place?" Yuan Fei Risen smiled. "Haha, I'm just curious about the Yanshi Honglong that Mu Yiwan opened. When I asked him, he knew nothing at all. Then I realized he hadn't listened to what you said and ran off to find me. That's why I came to you." Jun Lin was speechless. "Then I'll say it again. You know its name and you should also know its skill," Jun Lin said, pointing at the red dragon's lifeless appearance. "We know," the grandfather and grandson nodded. Yuan Fei Risen asked, "But why did it become like this?" Jun Lin was speechless again. "You made a newborn dragon baby fight. And it was against you, right?" Yuan Fei Risen looked embarrassed. "Haha, yes. Then it's easy to explain. If it fought a genin, it would definitely win without much effort. Against a chunin, it's a 3-to-7 split. The Yanshi Honglong charges for 3 seconds and the chunin is 70% cooked. But when fighting a Kage-level powerhouse, before the battle even starts, the Yanshi Honglong can sense the enemy's pressure, which instead activates its fighting spirit. It won't give up, but of course if the master orders it to stop, it will stop. If not ordered, it will fight you to the death." Yuan Fei Risen was a bit amused and exasperated. "Just because I knocked my grandson on the head, it wants to fight me to the death. It's so hard," but inwardly he was also secretly pleased. His grandson had made a great profit. This little dragon was indeed loyal. Jun Lin looked at Yuan Fei Risen and knew what he was thinking. Ignoring him, he continued, "The Yanshi Honglong is only of rare grade purple. Its current stage is the infant stage. There is also the adult stage epic grade orange and the mature stage golden legendary grade. The strength differs at each stage. In the adult stage, it can already fight against Kage-level ninjas in your ninja world and even take on several at once. Beyond Kage-level, for example, your first Hokage Senju Hashirama." Yuan Fei Risen was shocked by Jun Lin's words that the adult stage could already fight the first Hokage Senju Hashirama. This. "Boss, is this true?" Yuan Fei Risen looked at Jun Lin with hopeful eyes. "Of course." Upon hearing this, Yuan Fei Risen looked ecstatic. "Then how does it enter the adult stage?" "Eat meat and various kinds of chakra as well." "Eat? I know about eating, but chakra?" Yuan Fei Risen asked with a puzzled expression. "Eating meat is slow but safe. Chakra is also a form of energy, as are tailed beast balls and even the tailed beasts themselves." Yuan Fei Risen's mouth hung wide open, unable to speak. "Even the tailed beasts themselves can be eaten." Yuan Fei Risen's mind flashed to the 9 tails inside Naruto. No. No. The Konoha higher-ups would never allow this. Even if he was the Hokage. Achoo. Achoo. The 9 tails inside Naruto sneezed inexplicably a few times. "Kurama, Why am I sneezing? And why do I feel a chill down my back?" Yuan Fei Risen forcibly halted the storm in his mind and looked at Jun Lin. "What about the mature stage?" "Mature stage? The ancestor of the ninja world, the 6-path sage. If it uses 1 flame breath and the 6-path sage doesn't die, I would call it the strongest." Yuan Fei Risen was dumbfounded. He had never imagined that the red dragon in Mu Yiwan's arms could be so powerful and majestic. Jun Lin watched the grandfather and grandson leave. Although the adult stage and mature stage sounded powerful, could Konoha actually raise the Yanshi Honglong to the mature stage? How many years would it take? 1,000 years? 10,000 years? After all, dragons have extremely long lifespans. In the land of rain. After returning from Konoha, Konan spoke to Nagato about everything in the Hidden Leaf Village. As she spoke, she placed the shadow blade before Nagato. Nagato observed the shadow blade, a crescent-shaped weapon, its entire body enveloped in a mass of black flames with only the blade exposed. The dark gray edge set against the black fire appeared even more grim and seemed capable of devouring all. A blade born solely for slaughter. Nagato murmured to himself. Conan, did the boss intend for you to unlock this sword so that we might carve out peace through bloodshed? Nagato, suddenly struck by a thought, lifted his head to look at Conan. The boss said nothing. Perhaps he already knew who I was. Conan recalled Jun Lin's words. Surely where there are ninja there will always be conflict. That is why he allowed you to unlock this blade forged solely for slaughter. Nagato grasped Jun Lin's intent. So that's it. We will not disappoint him. Conan exclaimed in sudden realization. Notify all members to accelerate the collection of the tailed beasts. Let us kill for the sake of peace. Nagato commanded. Yes. Conan nodded, then picked up the shadow blade, transforming into paper and vanishing. What Jun Lin did not know was that Nagato and Conan would interpret his actions in such a way. If he had known, he would have surely protested his innocence, for he had no idea what the blind box contained. Everything depended on luck. Elsewhere, Danzo, upon hearing the root operatives report that Konohamaru had obtained a rare-grade flame-breathing red dragon, learned that the dragon had already reached adulthood and maturity. Danzo's eyes gleamed with greed, and he immediately ordered his root ninja, go and retrieve that dragon for me. Sarutobi Hiruzen will never absorb the Nine Tails. But he won't do it, I will. All for the sake of Konoha. Hi, the root ninja replied expressionlessly. Meanwhile, the little brat Konohamaru, alone with his dragon, tirelessly trained in the forest, honing their coordination. Unaware of the impending danger, 1,000 meters from Konohamaru, a dozen root ninja led by Young Tsugen surrounded the area. A Chunin knelt on one knee, reporting Konohamaru's location to Young Tsugen. Young Tsugen's gaze shifted toward Konohamaru's direction. Move out. Lord Danzo has ordered that we must obtain the flame-breathing red dragon. This mission permits only success. No failure. The dozen ninja lowered their voices in unison, yes. With that they followed Young Tsugen. 3 days had passed since the flame-breathing red dragon was unsealed. The young dragon was in far better condition than when it first emerged. Under Sarutobi Hiruzen's command, the Sarutobi clan's elite and Chunin had gathered, and the chakra absorbed by the dragon had already grown stronger than 3 days prior. Bang! A massive tree was shattered by a blast of flame. Amazing little dragon. Konohamaru clapped as he spoke to the dragon. You're so much stronger than 3 days ago. Konohamaru picked up a piece of venison to feed the flame-breathing red dragon. Just then, swish swish swish. Konohamaru found himself surrounded by root ninja. The flame-breathing red dragon instantly took flight, eyeing the surroundings warily. Konohamaru pointed at Young Tsugen. Hey! Who are you? What are you doing here? Hand over the flame-breathing red dragon and we won't kill you, Young Tsugen said, pointing at the dragon hovering in the air. No way! Konohamaru jumped in indignation. Though they had only been together for 3 short days, he already regarded the flame-breathing red dragon as a companion and friend. In that case, we'll take matters into our own hands. Go. Young Tsugen raised his hand, signaling the root ninja to attack. Little dragon. Fire breath. Konohamaru called out to the dragon. Even as Young Tsugen spoke, the flame-breathing red dragon had already been gathering power. A stream of flame far larger and fiercer than 3 days before erupted from its mouth. In the blink of an eye, the fire breath engulfed 2 root ninja. Ah! Everyone be careful. Young Tsugen watched as the 2 ninja were incinerated. Strike first. He used the body flicker technique to close in on Konohamaru, unleashing his nanoscale poison insects. Konohamaru's pupils contracted. The dragon's flames had not yet fully dissipated, but Young Tsugen's figure had already blurred into a residual image, tearing through the heat haze. The nano-poison insects, like a black mist laced with a sweet rancid stench, rushed toward him. Konohamaru's nape hairs stood on end. He rolled on the ground to evade the lethal corrosion, but the ground where the insects touched instantly hissed with white fumes. Little dragon. Fire breath. Clambering up, he had already formed hand seals. The flame-breathing red dragon flapped its wings, pivoted, and aimed at Young Tsugen, sending 3 dragon-shaped fire breaths that sliced through the air toward him. The root ninja sneered, swiftly forming seals. The scroll at his waist unfurled with a sharp sound, and dozens of giant venomous bees buzzed out, their wings vibrating so violently that the air waves they generated shattered the wind blades. Konohamaru felt cold sweat trickling down his back. Out of the corner of his eye he saw more root ninja fanning out to encircle him. He gritted his teeth and reached for his ninja tool pouch, but at that moment Young Tsugan's poison insect suddenly changed trajectory, slithering rapidly across the scorched earth left by the dragon's flames. The flame-breathing red dragon let out a panicked roar. Its right wing was suddenly overtaken by the insects, and beneath the scales web-like purple-black patterns instantly appeared. Damn it! Konohamaru was about to leap to its aid when a sharp sting shot through his neck, a root ninja having silently closed and had thrown a poison kunai. The grazed skin immediately bloomed with eerie blue patches. He staggered, steadying himself against a tree trunk, watching the dragon writhe in agony midair. A fear he had never known surged in his heart. Was today the day he would lose everything? Konohamaru forced himself to endure the dizziness brought on by the poison biting his tongue to stay conscious. Gazing at the suffering flame-breathing red dragon, his eyes gradually hardened with resolve. With his left hand he quickly formed hand seals while his right hand drew a kunai from behind his back. He shouted, "Shadow Clone Technique." Instantly dozens of Konohamaru's clones appeared on the battlefield, charging in different directions, disrupting the root ninja's encirclement. The real body, taking advantage of the chaos, executed a leaf whirlwind, kicking aside a root ninja who tried to close in, then sprinted toward the flame-breathing red dragon. Young Tsugan's eyes narrowed as he detected Konohamaru's intent. He instantly directed more nano-poison insects toward the boy. The insects wove into a dense poisonous net in the air, causing leaves to wither and rot wherever they passed. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Several of Konohamaru's shadow clones simultaneously unleashed the jutsu, sending massive fireballs crashing into the poison net. In the violent explosion, flames and toxic mist intertwined. Yet the root ninja showed no panic. They coordinated seamlessly, swiftly adjusting their formation in the smoke and once again closing in on Konohamaru's real body. Just as Konohamaru was about to reach the dragon, Young Tsugan suddenly appeared before him, holding a strange short blade coated with a faint blue glow, clearly poisoned. "Kid, stop struggling pointlessly," Young Tsugan said coldly, thrusting the blade toward Konohamaru. At that moment the flame-breathing red dragon's fire breath aimed directly at Young Tsugan. 3 root ninja immediately threw themselves in front of the flame, shielding Young Tsugan. In an instant the 3 were blasted away, along with Young Tsugan behind them. He glanced at the charred bodies of his subordinates. Young Tsugan wiped the blood from his mouth, his killing intent flaring. "Excellent. You've managed to anger me. None of you will leave here alive today." He formed hand seals, and the nano-poison insects scattered on the ground converged into a massive venomous python, its gaping maw lunging toward Konohamaru and the flame-breathing red dragon. Just as the python was about to swallow them, a golden flash streaked across the battlefield like a meteor. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, wielding the adamantine staff, his body wreathed in formidable chakra, struck the python with a heavy blow from above. With a thunderous crash the python dissolved into a cloud of toxic mist. Sarutobi Hiruzen landed firmly before Konohamaru, his red cloak billowing in the shockwave. "Young Tsugan, Danzo actually allowed you to lay a hand on Konohamaru." The third Hokage's voice was low like thunder, his wrinkled face shadowed, but his eyes blazed with commanding authority. Young Tsugan's pupils contracted. He had not expected the third to appear personally. He took a half-step back. "Hokage-sama, it was my own decision to come after Konohamaru." Taking advantage of the confusion, the flame-breathing red dragon swallowed an antidote pill, and the purple patches on its body gradually faded. It flapped its wings again, rising to circle above the third Hokage, its tail sweeping the residual toxic mist away. Konohamaru's voice trembled with excitement. "Grandfather." Sarutobi Hiruzen raised a hand to silence him, his aged palm gently patting the boy's shoulder before slowly forming hand seals. Fire-style Dragon Flame Bomb. A flame far more majestic than the dragon's erupted from the third's mouth, forming a massive fire dragon that carried immense chakra, scorching the earth barren wherever it passed. The root ninja scattered in panic. Young Tsugan, gritting his teeth, summoned dozens of giant toxic moths whose wings released a cloud of poison powder that blotted out the sky. But the fire dragon plowed through without slowing, piercing the toxic mist and burning through the enemy's defenses in a violent explosion. "Retreat." Young Tsugan, seeing the situation was unfavorable, raised his hand to signal a withdrawal. The remaining root ninja turned into shadows and vanished into the forest. The battlefield fell silent. Konohamaru's legs gave way and he slumped to the ground, staring at his grandfather's weary yet resolute back, his eyes reddening. The flame-breathing red dragon let out a low cry as it landed beside him, its warm breath gently brushing his cheek as if comforting its frightened companion. "Danzo." Sarutobi Hiruzen's killing intent overflowed. He had never imagined that Danzo would be so deranged as to target his own grandson. Even more, he hadn't expected Yun Tsugen to claim he had acted on his own. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not believe that without Danzo's orders Yun Tsugen would dare to behave so recklessly. The crimson flame dragon affectionately nuzzled its head against Konohamaru's shoulder. The third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi crouched down, his calloused hand gently brushing across his grandson's blood-stained forehead. "Don't be afraid, Grandpa is here." He turned to the Umbu operatives waiting behind him. "Take Konohamaru back to the Sarutobi clan compound. Inform the medical team to treat him with full effort and ensure they check for any residual toxins." Watching the Umbu squad carrying Konohamaru and the red dragon disappear into the twilight, Hiruzen's expression instantly darkened. The gaze beneath his Hokage hat was as sharp as ice-tempered blades. In the Hokage's office, candlelight flickered in the night breeze. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood before the massive portrait of the Hokage, rock, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the past Hokage and finally resting on his own weathered stone visage. When the Umbu reported that the advisors and Lord Danzo had arrived, he slowly turned. The monkey summoning scroll pouch at his waist emitted a faint metallic clinking with the movement. Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado entered side by side. Seeing the taut line of Hiruzen's jaw, they exchanged an uneasy glance. Danzo entered last, his right arm wrapped in black bandages trembling slightly. His hoarse voice carried a provocation. "Third summoning us so late, has another accident occurred in Konoha?" "Accident?" Hiruzen slammed his hand on the desk, scattering scrolls across the floor. "Torian Aburame led root operatives to attack Konohamaru, and you dare call that an accident?" Veins bulged on his neck. The shadows of the Hokage portraits on the wall twisted in the candlelight. "A 5-year-old child, and you used nanoscale poison insects." Danzo sneered, the Sharingan beneath his bandages spinning faintly. "That monster breathes fire. Allowing it to grow will eventually threaten Konoha's safety." "I was merely..." Silence. Hiruzen suddenly formed hand seals, a blazing fireball erupting in his palm, instantly raising the room's temperature. "Konohamaru is my grandson, Sarutobi Hiruzen's grandson, and the future hope of Konoha. The monster you speak of is at this very moment fighting desperately to protect his comrades." He swung his arm violently, the fireball shattering the vase by the window. Shards of porcelain scattered at Danzo's feet. "Back then Lord Tobarama founded Root to protect the village, not for you to eliminate dissidents." Koharu Udatane tried to intervene, but Hiruzen raised a hand to stop her. The old man's gaze swept over the two advisors, his tone carrying undisguised disappointment. "Did you two also condone such behavior? Allow Danzo to trample upon Konoha's rules?" Hamura Mitokado opened his mouth, then finally sighed and lowered his head. "Hiruzen, the shinobi world is unstable now. Danzo also, for what? To satisfy his need for control." Hiruzen's voice suddenly turned icy. "From today onward, Root is not to act without my permission. Toryun and the others must face military discipline." His eyes locked onto Danzo. "And you, Danzo, if there is a next time." Before he could finish, the office wind chime rang urgently. An Umbu ninja burst through the door. "Lord Hokage. Abnormal chakra fluctuations detected in Sunagakure." Danzo seized the opportunity to snort coldly. "Deal with it first, third. When you finally recognize reality, we'll talk about Konoha's future." Hiruzen Sarutobi clenched his fists, his knuckles white from the strain. Outside the window the night was deep, the distant lights of Konoha flickered in the wind. He took a deep breath, exhaled slowly and sat back down, beginning to question. What happened in Sunagakure? The Chunin exams are imminent. Today the one-tailed Jinchuriki of Sunagakure suddenly went berserk, reported the Umbu ninja. Suddenly went berserk. Wasn't he fine before? Why now of all times? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked, puzzled. Have you investigated the cause? What is the reason? It is under investigation. It may take a while. You haven't even determined the cause and you come to report to me. Hiruzen Sarutobi shot a glance at the Umbu ninja. He had already had enough trouble today, this was just adding to it. The Umbu ninja simply played dead, he was helpless too. That was exactly what the intelligence report had said. Wind Country Sunagakure. Having just sealed the one-tailed Chiyo and her brother Ebizo stood amid the ruins listening to Asuna Umbu's report. Lady Chiyo, Lord Ebizo, we have confirmed. Gaara was provoked by a man wearing a black cloak with red clouds, causing him to fly into a rage and release the one-tail. Chiyo and Ebizo exchanged a glance. Chiyo asked, puzzled, isn't that the Akatsuki from the Rain Country? Aren't they mercenaries? Ebizo's face grew grim. Someone must have hired them to come to our village to provoke Gaara into a rage and destroy our village. Chiyo nodded. Then who could it be? They fell silent for a moment, then looked at each other and spoke in unison, Konoha of the Fire Country. Chiyo immediately reconsidered. No, it shouldn't be. The Chunin exams in Konoha are about to begin. They would not do such a thing. This would only antagonize us. It's not them. Ebizo found the reasoning sound. Then who? Could it be Kumogakure? Possible. Kumogakure has long coveted the resources of both our village and Konoha. They might be trying to sow discord between us. Ebizo analyzed. Chiyo frowned, her eyes filled with concern. Regardless of whether it's Kumogakure, we must tread carefully. Now that the One Tail has been sealed, the village needs time to recover. We absolutely cannot be drawn into another conflict. Just then Asuna Shinobi rushed over. Lady Chiyo, an envoy from Konohagakure, has arrived wishing to discuss the One Tail's rampage with us. Chiyo and Ebizo exchanged a look. It seems Konoha takes this matter seriously. Let's hear what they have to say. In Sunegakure's council chamber, the Konoha envoy stated their purpose, hoping to jointly investigate the truth behind the One Tail's rampage. Chiyo expressed suspicion of Kumogakure's involvement. The Konoha envoy pledged to cooperate. The two sides reached a consensus to work together to uncover the mastermind behind the scenes and prevent further deterioration of the shinobi world situation. Meanwhile, in a dark corner, Black Zetsu revealed a cold, triumphant smile. Fire Country Konoha. The door to the Hokage's office swung open and an Umbu ninja entered, kneeling on one knee. Lord Hokage, both advisors. Lord Danzo, the investigation is complete. The four exchanged glances. Hiruzen Sarutobi said, "What is the situation? Speak quickly." The One-Tailed Jinchuriki's rampage was provoked by a man wearing a black cloak with red clouds, the Akatsuki. Chiyo and Ebizo suspect that someone hired the Akatsuki to incite internal strife in Sunegakure and create hostility toward Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi slammed the table and shouted, "Impossible. The Chunin exams in our village are only 10 days away. How could we possibly hire the Akatsuki to provoke Sunegakure?" Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly turned to Danzo. "Danzo. Was it you?" Danzo was stunned. "Me?" He immediately retorted, "It wasn't me." Hiruzen firmly believed it was Danzo. "If not you, then who?" Hiruzen, "You." Lord Hokage, Chiyo and Ebizo of Sunegakure suspect it was Kumogakure. The Umbu ninja spoke up quickly, watching the two men quarrel. Danzo muttered in irritation, "Why couldn't you have said that all at once?" Hiruzen Sarutobi fell silent for a long time, thinking not Danzo. But Danzo must have been involved somehow, just not deeply. Danzo thought, "Hey. You're actually right." Indeed, when Torian Aburame went after Konohamaru, Yamanaka Fu had sent word that Kumogakure hired the Akatsuki to stir up trouble in Sunegakure. Danzo replied, "Lend a hand, but don't get too involved." Hiruzen Sarutobi stopped his train of thought and said to the Umbu, "Since it's only a suspicion, find the evidence. You may go." After the Umbu left, Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Yutane exchanged glances. "Hiruzen, Kumogakure wants us to fight Sunegakure. We must not play into their hands." Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep breath and said slowly, "I understand. We cannot be led by Kumogakure's schemes. The Chunin exams are about to begin and our cooperation with Sunegakure is crucial." He looked at Danzo sternly. "Danzo, no matter how much you were involved in this matter, you are not to act without authorization again. Everything must be for the good of the village." Danzo snorted coldly but nodded. Koharu Yutane added, "Under the circumstances we must cooperate with Sunegakure to find evidence against Kumogakure while ensuring the Chunin exams proceed smoothly." Hamura Mitokado agreed. "Exactly. We cannot allow Kumogakure to disrupt the peace of the shinobi world." Hiruzen Sarutobi stood up, hands behind his back. "Let it be done. The Umbu will continue to investigate Kumogakure's movements while strengthening security for the Chunin exams. Notify all Konoha shinobi to be prepared for any contingency." The group acknowledged the orders and departed to arrange their respective tasks. In the shadows, Black Zetsu's figure silently vanished, an even greater conspiracy quietly brewing. There were 3 days left until the Chunin exam. After seeing off the last customer, Jun Lin went to the second floor and said, "System, how many have been sold?" Ding. From the beginning of the month until now the host has sold a total of 2420 blind boxes, earning 24 premium blind boxes. 2,400. Those who wanted to buy have already bought. The numbers shouldn't be too high in the coming days. Jun Lin pondered, stroking his chin. System, can I discuss something with you? Ding. Yes, host. You see, I have to sell blind boxes in the shop every day. Shouldn't you do something? Since I came to the ninja world I've only gone out once, and that was just to fight a battle before I rushed back. So the world is vast and I want to see it. Ding. Understood. Host, you want to hire someone to help you with the shop? Exactly. You've become smarter. I'm so pleased you've grown up. Jun Lin smiled slightly. This ancient system was a bit silly. If the data it gave last time was simply absurd. Ding. 10 blind boxes can be exchanged for 1 character summon. Ha. Only 1 summon for 10 blind boxes. Jun Lin couldn't understand. Ding. Exchanging 10 blind boxes for 1 summon is a deal you won't regret. You're stealing my words. Did you pay the copyright fee? Jun Lin said, somewhat exasperated. Ding. The host has not registered the copyright. Then the summon person wouldn't understand anything. How would they introduce these items? Ding. The summoned character will receive a data panel from the system allowing them to view the name, origin and attributes. Not bad, ancient system. Jun Lin said happily. This should free him up. Ding. Do you wish to exchange? Wait, system. Are the summoned characters random? And what if they are treacherous? Will they cause trouble? Jun Lin asked with some concern. Ding. The summoned characters will be loyal to the host and will not betray, but their personalities will remain unchanged. And when did the system ever say it was summoning characters from outside the ninja world? It seems it never did. Forget it, forget it. Exchange then. Exchange. Jun Lin said indifferently. Ding. 2 character summons have been exchanged. When I show this question mark, it's not that I have a problem but that you have a problem. When did I ask for 2 exchanges? Jun Lin said, dumbfounded. Ding. The host said, exchanged twice. Top tier understanding. Jun Lin silently raised his middle finger. Summon. Both times. Jun Lin said through gritted teeth. Suddenly a flash of light appeared and 2 figures emerged, 1 large and 1 small. The small figure appeared directly in front of Jun Lin. The large figure seemed to reassemble like particles of light. Karen. Jun Lin recognized the small one at a glance. She had the iconic red hair of the Uzumaki clan, usually tied in a high ponytail, looking neat and lively. Her hair was smooth and glossy, showing a bright red under the sunlight. Her eyes were the same red as her hair, clear and bright, exuding cleverness. She wore a pair of brown-rimmed glasses, the narrow frames giving her an intellectual appearance. Her upper body was a purple cropped top showcasing her youthful vitality and slim waist. Her lower body was black hot pants paired with black stockings and black ninja sandals. Due to her special healing ability, the injured could recover their chakra and injuries by biting her skin. As a result, her body bore many bite marks on her arms, shoulders and other places, marks left from healing others, which had become one of her unique physical features. Ha! Karen looked bewilderedly at the young man. She and her teammates were on the way to Konoha when inexplicably a beam of light enveloped her and brought her before Jun Lin. Karen asked cautiously, "Are you the boss who spoke in my mind?" "Yes, I am your boss. But wait a moment before I introduce myself." Jun Lin smiled and pointed to the other light. Karen walked over to Jun Lin and looked at the figure shrouded in the beam. Just then the light particles faded, revealing a figure whose face was 8/10 similar to Karen's. "Mother! Mother!" Karen rushed forward and hugged Uzumaki Linglan tightly, the impact nearly knocking her over. "Mother, have you been resurrected?" Karen sobbed in Uzumaki Linglan's arms. The newcomer was indeed Karen's mother. She looked bewildered, but upon seeing Karen her eyes were filled with tenderness. "I don't know what happened either. I suddenly ended up here." Jun Lin stepped forward and explained with a smile, "I summoned you both. From now on you'll help me look after the shop." Karen's mother asked worriedly, "Will I have to go back?" Jun Lin shook his head. "No need. Just take good care of my shop." Karen took her mother's hand. "Mother, it's okay. It's nice here too." Jun Lin showed them around the shop and taught them how to use the data panel. Karen and her mother quickly mastered it. Karen tearfully recounted her experiences over the years. Uzumaki Linglan gently stroked Karen's head with a pained expression. You've been through so much, my child. Uzumaki Linglan led Karen before Jun Lin and they both knelt down. Thank you, boss, for allowing me to be resurrected and for reuniting me with Karen. Karen kowtowed 3 times. Boss, thank you for resurrecting my mother and giving me freedom. I will definitely take good care of your shop. Jun Lin felt a bit uncomfortable seeing the mother and daughter kowtowing to him, but he knew he deserved it. Using telekinesis, Jun Lin gently lifted the 2 women. Get up. From now on you don't need to be afraid or live under anyone's thumb. If anyone bullies you, fight back. I'll take responsibility. Uzumaki Linglan was moved to tears, repeatedly saying, thank you. Alright, now you can go find a room next door and rest. Tomorrow morning prepare your daily necessities. At noon watch how I sell blind boxes. After that it'll be up to you. Uzumaki Linglan and Karen wiped their tears and nodded. Yes, boss. They then left Jun Lin's room. Jun Lin watched them with satisfaction, thinking that he could finally go out and explore the ninja world. He stretched and began to plan his upcoming itinerary. Not bad, ancient system. I'm very pleased this time. Ding, glad the host is satisfied. But they are both medical ninjas, right? Even though they are of the Uzumaki clan. Ding, Uzumaki Linglan is equivalent to an elite chunin in the ninja world. Although she has the Uzumaki bloodline, she was only treated as a blood pack in the grass country. Her Uzumaki clan's abilities, the mind's eye of the Kagura and adamantine sealing chains, were not practiced to a remarkable level. Otherwise she wouldn't have been used as a blood pack. Good point. But if I don't care, can they handle troublemakers? Ding, as long as they are inside the shop they are invincible. If they are outside and encounter danger, the system will promptly notify the host. Then won't I be a babysitter? No, absolutely not. Jun Lin glared at the clueless system. Ding, for every 1,000 blind boxes sold by the staff the host will receive 1 ordinary blind box. Jun Lin nodded with satisfaction. Although it wasn't a premium blind box, ordinary ones were enough. Or rather, he had hit the jackpot. As dawn barely broke, Xuanhua Linglan and Xiang Lin had already risen to tidy up the shop. Since they were still unfamiliar with the new environment, the noise they made stirred Jun Lin from his sleep. Jun Lin opened his eyes. What's going on? He then got up, washed up and went downstairs to check. There he saw Xuanhua Linglan wiping tables and chairs with a cloth. Xiang Lin, holding a broom, was sweeping the floor. She said, Linglan and little Xiang Lin, you two are way too early. Xuanhua Linglan and Xiang Lin stopped their hands and looked at Jun Lin. Linglan smiled and said, Good morning, boss. Linglan asked, Was it too noisy? I'm terribly sorry. We're just getting used to it, it won't happen again. Xiang Lin said, Good morning, boss. Jun Lin walked over to them and said, Morning. Jun Lin said, You don't have to get up so early. It's only 5 or 6 in the morning. My blind box shop isn't a breakfast place, it opens at 10. Xuanhua Linglan stammered, But boss, this. Jun Lin saw through her words. From now on we'll open at 10. No more arguments. He waved his hand. Xuanhua Linglan was touched and said, Thank you, boss. She truly hadn't expected Jun Lin to be so easygoing. Then Jun Lin recalled what the system had said last night, You are now familiar with the data panels. Since it's still early, let's discuss your compensation. Xuanhua Linglan hastily interjected, Boss, there's no need. My life was saved by you and Xiang Lin was able to escape from Chaoyin village because of you. So we cannot accept any compensation. Jun Lin looked at her mysteriously and said, Oh. Don't you want to hear what kind of compensation it is? Xiang Lin, seeing Jun Lin's mysterious demeanor, dropped her broom and ran over to him asking, Boss, what is it? Xuanhua Linglan couldn't even stop her. Xiang Lin looked full of anticipation. Jun Lin said, While you work in the shop no one dares to cause trouble here. But you'll eventually have to go outside. Your constitutions are seen as medical treasures by others. It's fine for those who don't know you, but the Chunin exams are in 3 days. Chaoyin village will participate, won't they? Jun Lin slowly sat down on a chair as he spoke. Xiang Lin nodded. She had been brought here by a beam of light on her way to Muyi. Xuanhua Linglan looked at Xiang Lin with concern and opened her mouth as if to speak. Jun Lin continued, So for every 1,000 blind boxes you sell you can get 1 blind box. Jun Lin, noticing Linglan's worry, promptly spoke up. He said, although you got a brief understanding of the blind boxes last night, let me explain in detail now. The items inside the blind boxes do not belong to the ninja world if they come from Arad. Various potions, weapons and skills, far beyond what the ninja world can offer. Xuanhua Linglan and Xiang Lin stared at Jun Lin, their eyes filled with shock and anticipation. Xiang Lin clenched her fists and exclaimed excitedly, "Boss, then I will work hard to sell 1,000 blind boxes." Xuanhua Linglan also nodded firmly and said, "I will do my best too." Jun Lin curled his lips and continued, "The blind boxes may contain items that can enhance your strength as well as potions that can heal injuries. For you this is a great opportunity." Xiang Lin's eyes sparkled as she asked eagerly, "Boss, what amazing things are inside the blind boxes?" Jun Lin smiled mysteriously and said, "You'll have to open them yourself to find out. Every blind box has its own surprise." Jun Lin's heart stirred and he said to Linglan and Xiang Lin, "In the coming days work hard and strive to get your own blind boxes soon. They might come in handy at critical moments." The two nodded vigorously and continued cleaning the shop with renewed energy, ready to face the challenges of a new day. As they chatted, it reached 9 o'clock and Jun Lin opened the shop. Outside several ninjas were already waiting. With the Chunin exams in 3 days, the genin who had opened 1 or 2 blind boxes before were frantically taking missions, hoping to open another blind box before the exam. As soon as the people outside saw Jun Lin opening the door, they greeted him with surprise. "Good morning, boss. You're early today." Kakashi, Mingren, Xiaoying and Zhuozhu entered the shop and saw a tall and a short red-haired woman standing beside Jun Lin. Mingren stepped forward and said, "Boss, are these your?" Xiaoying quickly covered Mingren's mouth. Although she wasn't very sharp, she had a good eye for people. The way they stood wasn't like a wife and daughter but rather like subordinates. Xiaoying looked embarrassed and said, "Mingren didn't take his medicine today. Sorry about that." Zhuozhu was somewhat cold, his mind set only on revenge against a certain man, but he still had a keen eye. Meanwhile Kakashi silently stared at Xuanhua Linglan's hair color. Red. The Uzumaki clan. There are still survivors from the Uzushio village. And they came to Muyi and are working in a blind box shop. Jun Lin looked at the 4 of them and said, pointing at Linglan, "This is Xuanhua Linglan," and then pointing at Xiang Lin, "And this is Xuanhua Xiang Lin." He added, "They are also mother and daughter and they are my shop assistants. When I'm not here they'll explain the names and properties of the items." Mingren stopped glaring at Zhuozhu. He ran directly to Jun Lin and said, trembling, They are called Xuanhua." Jun Lin nodded. Mingren approached Xuanhua Linglan with a mixture of expectation and nervousness and asked, "My name is Xuanhua Mingren." "I am Xuanhua Mingren. Are you from the Uzushio village?" Mingren's eyes sparkled with hope. Xuanhua Linglan smiled and nodded. "Yes, I am a member of the Uzumaki clan from Uzushio village." Mingren clenched his fists in excitement. "Great. I am also of the Uzumaki clan. So I still have clansmen." Xiang Lin looked at Mingren curiously and said, "You are also of the Uzumaki clan. You feel so familiar." Zhuozhu snorted coldly, "Don't get too excited. It's just encountering a clansman." Kakashi stroked his chin, watching the scene with interest. It seems this blind box shop really is a place full of unexpected surprises. Jun Lin, observing everything, curled his lips slightly. "Alright, since everyone is here, start choosing your blind boxes. Maybe today you'll all get something good and shine in the Chunin exams." Hearing this, everyone moved to the blind box display area and began to carefully select. The atmosphere in the shop became lively. Mingren from time to time glanced at Xuanhua Linglan, a joyful smile blooming on his face. "Boss, I want to open 2 blind boxes." Naruto could now accept C-rank missions. During this period he had been tirelessly completing tasks, and a few days ago Kakashi had even accepted a B-rank mission. Upon inquiry he learned that their strength had reached the level of a Chunin, and only then did Sarutobi Hiruzen give his consent. Sasuke in particular was far stronger than in the original story. A purple light and an orange light consecutively illuminated every corner of the shop. Abyss Party Invitation Letter Fragment 1. Sonic Rushing Blade Epic Orange. Effect creates 3 blade storms against random enemies with a chance to form 5 blade storms. Ha ha ha. An epic sonic rushing blade. Naruto was the first to shout in excitement. Uzumaki, Suzuran and Karen were stunned at the sight of the blind box opening. Although Jun Lin had explained the levels of these colors, they had never seen them directly, so they had no concept. After witnessing it, they realized they had underestimated the items. The weapons and such that came from the blind boxes left Uzumaki Suzuran and Karen exchanging glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Uzumaki Suzuran's heart was now filled with hope. If she sold 1,000 blind boxes, she would get one for herself. If she could keep selling for a long time, she wouldn't have to fear the grass country anymore. Karen, on the other hand, didn't think too much. She just felt that Jun Lin was amazing for being able to sell such weapons. Naruto, holding the sonic rushing blade, turned to Sasuke and said, "Sasuke, look." He waved the blade in front of Sasuke, grinning. "Hee hee ha ha ha, I'll definitely beat you." Sasuke glanced at Naruto with disdain and said coldly, "Talk to me when you think you can actually defeat me. Let's go to the training ground now, you bastard, Sasuke." Naruto growled. Just then Sakura and Kakashi stepped in to dissuade him. Sakura yelled anxiously, "Naruto, don't be impulsive. What if you get hurt at the training ground now? We have missions later." Kakashi adjusted his mask and said sternly, "Naruto, you should focus on improving your overall strength rather than rushing to compete with Sasuke." Naruto muttered discontentedly, "I just want to prove I can beat him." Uchiha Sasuke also turned serious. He rested his hand on the hilt of the evil ghost slayer at his waist. "Alright, let's go together after opening the blind boxes." Kakashi and Sakura said no more. Those two were always at odds, competing in everything, stubborn as ever. Let them fight, afterward they'd be like brothers again anyway. Kakashi gave Sakura a meaningful glance and she instantly understood. She took out her wallet and said to Jun Lin, "Boss, I want to buy 3 blind boxes." Then she handed them to Karen. Sakura stood before the blind boxes. The ones she had opened before were all healing or defensive items with no offensive capabilities. Every mission she stood behind Naruto and Sasuke, providing support. After calming her nerve, she opened the blind boxes. 3 purple beams of light scattered across the room. Naruto was the first to speak. Jun Lin hadn't expected this ordinary girl to have such good luck. "Wow, Sakura, you're on a lucky streak." Naruto jumped up excitedly. Sakura nervously and eagerly looked at the items that came out of the blind boxes. One was a purple-grade healing enhancement potion which would greatly boost the effectiveness of her healing techniques. The other was an Abyss Party invitation letter fragment. Jun Lin found it strange. Were Abyss Party invitations this easy to get now? System, what's going on? Ding, cumulative sales of 5,000 blind boxes triggered a guaranteed Abyss invitation. Whether it's 1 or 2, there's a chance to get it. Jun Lin nodded. This isn't bad either. Abyss invitations are too hard to get. You need 10 fragments to open one, and with only 10 sold a month, how long would that take? Jun Lin looked at the purple light and said, "Congratulations. This is a physical skill book. Crushing Fist, rare purple. Effect, charges forward and delivers a straight punch with super armor during the attack, suitable for breaking moves and closing in." A physical skill book. The Crushing Fist even had super armor and immense power. Sakura's eyes lit up. She picked up the skill book and a surge of confidence ignited within her. "Now I have a powerful offensive move too," she said. Sasuke glanced at Sakura's gains and gave a slight nod. Naruto, even more dissatisfied, snorted, "Just wait until I beat Sasuke in the training ground, then I'll show you what I'm capable of." Kakashi smiled helplessly. "Alright, go ahead and spar at the training ground. Just be careful not to get hurt." So the 3 of them headed toward the training ground. Kakashi stayed behind. He wanted to open some too. Especially after Jun Lin mentioned the revival coin. He bought 10 blind boxes, walked up to them and took a deep breath. He opened all 10 blind boxes in one go. Blue, purple and orange lights flickered and bounced off the walls, 2 blue, 3 purple and 1 orange. The common materials are not worth mentioning. The 2 blue ones are permanent minor mental energy boost potions and the 2 purple ones are Abyss Party invitation fragments, Jun Lin said. Kakashi nodded. Mental energy was very useful to him. His Mangekyo Sharingan couldn't be deactivated, draining his mental energy, and overuse risked blindness. The invitation fragments were also useful. They offered opportunities and dangers and could be used by multiple people. Mana Elixir, rare purple. Effect, increases maximum chakra for 30 minutes after use. Kakashi took the mana elixir. This elixir, or rather any ninja would love it, especially someone like him known as the copy ninja and the owner of the Mangekyo Sharingan. He was too drained. He couldn't sustain long battles. This elixir lasted 30 minutes. In a normal battlefield 30 minutes wasn't long, but in a one-on-one fight if you hadn't beaten your opponent in 30 minutes you'd basically have to run or surrender. Skill book Evil Wave / Epic Orange. Effect instantly swings the sword to unleash a massive sword aura toward the enemy in front, dealing multi-hit damage to those hit. Can be charged with chakra for 3 seconds up to 8 seconds for maximum charge, doubling the damage. Kakashi looked at the Evil Wave / skill book in his hand, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. This skill book was like adding wings to a tiger. With it he would have another powerful tool in battle. He pressed the skill book against his forehead and absorbed it instantly. A mighty sword aura began to radiate from Kakashi's body, spreading throughout the shop. Jun Lin waved his hand, setting up an invisible barrier around Kakashi. In Kakashi's mind an image of a person called the Emperor from the Arad Continent appeared, but he was blind. In a place called a dungeon the Evil Wave / fully charged crushed enemies that looked somewhat human and monsters, reducing everything in its path to ashes. Kakashi snapped back to reality. The Evil Wave / felt as if he had practiced it for decades. He sensed that merely swinging his sword would release the technique. Returning to the present, Kakashi let out a long breath and bowed to Jun Lin. But just as he was about to bend fully, Jun Lin stopped him. "This is your fortune, your luck. It has nothing to do with me." Kakashi nodded. "You've always spoken of the Arad Continent, boss, but I've never seen it. Now I know, everyone there is terrifyingly strong." Jun Lin said calmly, "The Arad Continent has a massive gap in strength, the strong are worlds apart and the weak can't even kill a chicken. But it's indeed a place full of 70,000 every day." Kakashi nodded again. "Indeed. I saw that everyone there is striving for progress and self-improvement. Boss, I've finished opening the blind boxes. I'll take my leave now." Jun Lin was a bit amused. "I said 70,000, but you're thinking of expectations, aren't you? We're not on the same page." Then he turned to Uzumaki, Suzuran and Karen. "How do you feel?" Karen snapped out of her reverie and immediately said, "Boss, you're incredible. I've never even heard of weapons, potions and skill books like these. And they're only 100,000 Ryo. I'd work my ass off to earn money too." Uzumaki Suzuran looked at Karen with a smile and then asked, "Boss, isn't 100,000 Ryo too cheap? Won't you lose money?" In her eyes these items were priceless treasures, yet the boss was selling them for 100,000 Ryo. Jun Lin shook his head and asked, "What do you think of the ninja world?" Uzumaki Suzuran thought for a long time before answering, "I haven't seen any beauty in the ninja world. Only killing and being killed. Every village fights for territory and profit. This world is already sick, even twisted. Villages scheme against each other. Those without power cannot change their circumstances. There are too many regrets. That's why I'm here." Jun Lin looked at Uzumaki Suzuran for a long time before speaking slowly. Uzumaki Suzuran nodded as if she understood. Karen followed her mother's example and nodded too. Anyway, she was already satisfied. Her mother was resurrected, she had escaped that abyss, and now she had a mother, a boss, and the joy of buying blind boxes. That was enough. "Now you both understand, right?" Jun Lin skipped the topic. Uzumaki Suzuran and Karen, "Yes, boss." "Alright, I'll leave it to you then. I'm going out for a while." Jun Lin got up and walked outside. Meanwhile, Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura arrived at the training ground. Naruto swung the sonic rushing blade and shouted, "Sasuke, I'll show you my power." Sasuke drew the evil ghost slayer and replied coldly, "Then bring it on." Sakura clenched the crushing fist skill book, ready to seize an opportunity. The battle was about to begin. The three figures darted across the training ground, blades flashing and clashing. A fierce duel unfolded. After stepping out of the shop, Jun Lin instantly teleported to U Country. At that moment, Chang Men already sensed that someone had intruded into U Country. Who is so bold? Startled, Chang Men swiftly located Jun Lin's position through the 6 paths of pain's perception. Soon the Deva path pain appeared before Jun Lin, his eyes icy cold as he hovered in the air, the black rods on his back exuding an eerie aura. "It's you." Jun Lin raised his head, coldly looking at him. "Come down." A familiar sensation surged back. Pain's body stiffened, recalling the battle before. No, it was a humiliation. Descending swiftly to stand before Jun Lin, he bowed deeply. "Greetings, welcome to U Country." His tone was laced with servility, for in U Country he was regarded as a god. Yet now this god groveled and fawned before another. Would the commoners of your country not be terrified if they witnessed this? Jun Lin looked down upon the Deva Path Pain with disdain. I dislike speaking with puppets, so I shall go to your original body. With that he vanished in an instant. In the underground chamber a figure appeared before Chong Men. When? How? Chong Men was utterly shocked, sensing no fluctuation whatsoever as the man materialized before his eyes. Chong Men with needles inserted all over his body gazed quietly at Jun Lin. Forgive me, cough. Cough. I cannot rise to pay my respects. You are already terminally ill. The leader of the Shao organization. Jun Lin stared at Chong Men for a long moment before speaking. At these words a flicker of complexity passed through Chong Men's eyes. He was well aware of his own condition, yet he hadn't expected this man to expose it so directly. Have you come to mock me? Chong Men asked in a low voice, suppressing the discomfort in his body. Jun Lin's lips curled upward, slightly a hint of amusement in his tone. I merely wish to see what kind of figure the leader of the Shao organization truly is. I never expected to find a wretch tormented by illness. Chong Men furrowed his brows. Though frail, his aura remained undiminished. I may be plagued by sickness, but my eyes still see. That means I still have the possibility to collect the tailed beasts and achieve peace. Jun Lin half reclined on a chair conjured by his telekinesis. Do you truly believe those eyes are yours? Chong Men's eyes widened. You said before that these eyes are not mine. Did I not awaken them through extreme despair and sorrow? And as I grew. If they were truly yours, you would not have fallen so gravely ill because of the Rinnegan. What? Impossible. Chong Men was incredulous. You don't believe me? Not really. If these eyes are not mine, how could they be here? Then do you know the origin of the ninja realm? Jun Lin did not answer, but instead asked Chong Men how the ninja realm came to be. In ancient times the ancestor sage of 6 paths during an era of chaos could not bear to see humans slaughtering one another and endless conflict. He hoped to create the ninja realm, spread the teachings of ninja religion, and let people understand the true essence of chakra, thereby achieving world peace and ending the wars. The sage of 6 paths believed that humans possessed chakra, and if it could be properly guided and used in a regulated manner, conflicts arising from the abuse of power could be avoided. The establishment of the ninja realm provided a system for people to learn and use ninjutsu. Chong Men recited the origin of the ninja realm as if reading from a textbook. Jun Lin watched Chong Men's lengthy discourse and let out a soft laugh. That interpretation is also correct. Senior. My name is Jun Lin. Jun of Jun Lin Tianxia, Lin of Jun Lin Tianxia. Forget it, just call me boss. Being called senior makes me feel old. Jun Lin felt a bit off being addressed as senior. Jun Lin Tianxia. Chong Men murmured thoughtfully. Have you ever considered the era before the Sage of 6 Paths? The era before the Sage of 6 Paths. Chong Men shook his head. I have never thought about it. Forget it, let me tell you. Jun Lin decided to stop playing riddles and come clean. In ancient times 2 beings named Otsutsuki Ishiki and his servant Otsutsuki Kagaya came to the ninja realm to plant the divine tree. When the tree was about to bear fruit, Otsutsuki Kagaya ambushed Otsutsuki Ishiki, gravely wounding him, and he escaped. Otsutsuki Kagaya devoured the fruit of the divine tree and gained immense power. Using the power of the bloodstained net, she pacified the chaotic world and was revered as the goddess of the dawn. Under the blessings and prayers of the people, she gave birth to 2 sons. Her eldest son was the sage of 6 paths Otsutsuki Hagoromo, and the second son was Otsutsuki Himura. Cough. Cough. What? Chong Men was choked by his cough, barely able to speak. After calming down he asked, unbelievable. So there is such a history in the ninja realm. Then what about my eyes? Otsutsuki Hagoromo inherited his mother's Rinnegan. Otsutsuki Kagaya transformed humans into white Zetsu to provide chakra for the divine tree, attempting to control the world. Thus the merciful goddess of the dawn became greedy and arrogant, abusing her power to rule the ninja realm. Otsutsuki Hagoromo, adhering to the principle of benevolence, joined forces with his brother to seal their mother. Thus ended that dark era. The 2 brothers then parted ways. The younger brother migrated to the moon to guard the seal, leaving behind descendants, the Ri-Xiong clan of Muyi village. Otsutsuki Hagoromo remained on the ground. He used the yin-yang release to split the chakra of the 10 tails into 9 tailed beasts. He was the first to unravel the true essence of chakra, aiming to maintain peace, and was revered as the sage of six paths. He had two sons, Indra, who founded the Ujibwa clan, and Ashura, who founded the Qian-Sho clan. The Xianhua clan was a distant relative of Ashura. The Ujibwa inherited the Sharingan, the Qian-Sho inherited physical prowess, and the Xianhua clan inherited sealing techniques. Jun Lin had spoken at such length for the first time since arriving in the ninja realm, and his throat was dry. Seeing Chang Men lost in thought, he stopped speaking and addressed the system. System, a bottle of happy water. Ding, 1 premium blind box. Are you kidding me? 1 bottle of happy water costs a premium blind box. Even a robbery wouldn't be this fast. Ding, please do not slander the system. The system is a blind box system, not a creation system. To give you happy water I need to go to your original world, which requires energy. Fine, exchange for 1 bottle, no need to exchange the whole thing. Jun Lin was speechless, thinking this system was too useless. Ding, deducting 1 premium blind box. Exchanged. Please note to receive. A bottle of happy water appeared in Jun Lin's hand. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, having not tasted it for a long time. He longed for its flavor, but it was too expensive. He opened the bottle and took a sip. Ah! Pure, authentic. And it's iced. Chang Men snapped back to reality and stared at the happy water in Jun Lin's hand, not knowing what it was. He only saw Jun Lin drinking it and assumed it was ordinary water, albeit a bit dark. So this Rinnegan is not mine. I did not awaken it. Chang Men found it hard to accept this reality. Jun Lin put away the happy water. Of course it's not yours. Someone else only kept it here with you, and when the time comes they will take it back. Chang Men's eyes widened and he spoke tremblingly, who? Ujibwa Ban. Chang Men instantly recalled that masked man who called himself Ujibwa Ban. Jun Lin shook his head, knowing what he was thinking. Ujibwa Ban is dead. The one you think of is Ujibwa Dai too. Chang Men was startled. Dead. And that masked man was indeed deceiving me. Damn it. Now let's open the blind boxes. Those words cannot be finished in a day. Jun Lin was too lazy to talk anymore and directly told him to open the blind boxes. Chang Men nodded and asked Xiao Nan to bring 1 million. Chang Men nodded and asked Xiao Nan to bring 1 million. Xiao Nan arrived at the basement with 1 million taels, and upon seeing Jun Lin she exclaimed in surprise, "Boss, why are you here? Now that there are people helping in the shop I won't be staying in the store for long periods. So I'm just taking a look around, and the first stop is the Land of Rain." Jun Lin said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xiao Nan nodded and said, "So Nagato asked me to bring the banknotes to buy blind boxes from you." Nagato interrupted Xiao Nan. "Xiao Nan, give the banknotes to the boss." Jun Lin waved his hand and collected the banknotes, then took out 10 blind boxes and placed them in front of Nagato. Nagato controlled pain to approach the blind boxes and opened them all. 3 blue, 2 purple and 1 orange light completely illuminated the somewhat dim basement. Jun Lin pointed at the 3 blue lights and said, "Shining Globe Advanced Blue. Effect can remove all abnormal statuses and grant immunity to all abnormal statuses for the next 10 seconds. This allows your Rinnegan to be used without any abnormalities. 3 bottles give you 30 seconds where the Rinnegan truly belongs to you." Xiao Nan was somewhat puzzled. What did it mean that the Rinnegan truly belonged to Nagato? Jun Lin saw Xiao Nan's confusion and directly pointed his finger at her forehead, storing a message directly into her mind. Xiao Nan instantly understood why Jun Lin had said those words earlier. She looked at Nagato, and Nagato was also looking at Xiao Nan. Xiao Nan, perhaps peace cannot be achieved through illusions. Jun Lin then pointed at the 2 purple lights. This is a high-grade recovery potion, purple quality, which can instantly restore all of the user's injuries and chakra. With them you have an added layer of protection in battle. Nagato silently nodded, his eyes gaining a hint of determination. Finally Jun Lin approached the orange light. This is an epic grade item, the Rinnegan Power Amplifier Orange quality. It can greatly enhance the power of the Rinnegan for a short period. A flash of surprise crossed Nagato's eyes. This might be the key to changing the current situation. "Boss, can these items from the blind boxes bring us closer to peace?" Xiao Nan asked softly. Jun Lin smiled and said, "Items are only aids. What truly determines the direction of peace is your beliefs and actions." Nagato took a deep breath and clenched his fists. "I will use these powers to seek true peace. Xiao Nan also wiped away her tears and stood firmly beside Nagato. After standing up, Jun Lin said, "I should be leaving now. Before I go, I think you Nagato should know who cannot be trusted." Nagato pulled out the needles while Xiao Nan helped him stand. "Thank you boss for letting me know these things." Jun Lin nodded and vanished in an instant. Xiao Nan summoned Uchiha Madara. "Have him come in person." Nagato, you. Humph. The masked man is not Uchiha Madara at all. Even though we didn't believe it before. Nagato reached his hand to his eyes covering the Rinnegan. "It's Uchiha Madara's. With the items from the boss I will test his true strength." The truth showdown under the power of the Rinnegan. The sky over the land of rain remained gloomy with fine rain like a curtain enveloping the earth. Xiao Nan quickly performed the paper secret technique using paper as a medium to send a message summoning Uchiha Madara into the distance. During the waiting time, Nagato returned to his room and began studying the items from the blind boxes. He carefully picked up the shining globe and gently shook it. The liquid in the bottle shimmered. He knew that these 3 vials would become an important guarantee in the upcoming battle, allowing his Rinnegan to unleash its true power. Then he picked up the Rinnegan power amplifier, feeling the immense power contained within, and his fighting spirit grew even stronger. Days later, a figure in a black robe and mask stepped into the basement. Although the masked man deliberately imitated Uchiha Madara's aura, Nagato's keen perception still detected some differences. "Uchiha Madara, you've finally come." Nagato was sitting in a chair, his tone icy. The masked man let out a low laugh. "Nagato, what do you want from me?" Nagato slowly stood up and Xiao Nan immediately stepped forward to support him. Nagato stared at the masked man, the Rinnegan in his eyes flickering. "Stop pretending. You are not Uchiha Madara at all." The masked man paused for a moment, then regained his composure. "Nagato, what nonsense are you talking about?" Nagato snorted coldly and a bottle of shining globe suddenly appeared in his hand. He drank it all in one gulp. In an instant all negative statuses on him were removed and the power of the Rinnegan was fully released. "I am no longer bound. Today I will reveal your true face." Before the words faded, Nagato formed hand seals and the 6 paths of pain instantly appeared in every corner of the basement. The Deva path of pain initiated the attack, first using Bansho Tenin to violently pull the masked man toward himself while simultaneously beginning to form the core of Chibaku Tensei. Seeing this, the masked man quickly performed a spacetime ninjutsu to evade the attack. He formed hand seals and a huge meteor fell from the sky, crashing toward the basement. Xiao Nan immediately performed the paper release, forming a huge barrier of countless paper pieces to withstand the meteor's impact. Nagato took the opportunity to activate the Azura path of pain, launching powerful missiles toward the masked man. The masked man used spacetime ninjutsu, again appearing behind Nagato and thrusting a kunai toward his vital point. At the critical moment, Xiao Nan's paper pieces blocked the attack in time, then transformed into sharp blades flying toward the masked man. The masked man had to dodge again, simultaneously summoning white Zetsu clones to attack the 6 paths of pain and Xiao Nan. The scene instantly fell into chaos with explosions and sounds of ninjutsu clashes echoing throughout the basement. Nagato knew he could not delay any longer. He took out the Rinnegan power amplifier and infused it with chakra. Instantly his Rinnegan blazed with intense light and a terrifying power erupted from within him. He activated Super Chibaku Tensei and a tremendous gravitational force pulled everything around into the sky, forming a massive sphere. The masked man felt this overwhelming power and could not help but feel a hint of fear. He knew that continuing to hide would only lead to death, so he stopped pretending, removed his mask and revealed his true identity, Uchiha Obito. "Didn't expect this, did you, Nagato?" Obito sneered. "But do you think you can defeat me like this?" Nagato looked at Obito, his eyes filled with anger and determination. "Obito, you deceived us, exploited our ideals. Today I will seek justice for our fallen comrades and stop your evil deeds." With that, Nagato controlled the Super Chibaku Tensei and pressed it toward Obito. Obito was not to be outdone and activated the Kamui of his Mangekyo Sharingan. The immense gravitational pull of the Super Chibaku Tensei engulfed the surroundings like a black hole, and Obito retreated step by step under the overwhelming pressure. He frantically formed hand seals, trying to tear open space with the power of Kamui to escape, but Nagato's Rinnegan had already locked onto his chakra trajectory. The Azura Path's mechanical arm suddenly pierced through his left shoulder. The sharp pain made Obito pause, and then the Deva Path's Shinra Tensei exploded, blasting him violently into the rock wall. Cough. Obito spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt on one knee. His Mangekyo Sharingan was bleeding from overuse. He looked at Nagato walking slowly toward him, a reluctant smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Never expected the Rinnegan to be so troublesome in your hands. Nagato did not respond. He raised his hand and began to condense a Super Shinra Tensei with dark purple energy spinning rapidly in his palm. Your ambition ends here. However, just as the energy was about to erupt, a pitch-black figure shot out from behind Obito. Black Zetsu's true body enveloped Obito like asphalt, and a hoarse voice echoed in the basement. The time is not yet ripe. You cannot die here. In the blink of an eye, Black Zetsu dragged Obito into the ground, leaving only strange ripples in the air. Nagato frowned deeply, activating his Rinnegan fully, but could no longer detect their traces. Xiao Nan quickly floated to his side, paper forming into blades at her fingertips. They got away. No need to pursue. Nagato pressed his forehead, which was aching faintly as the effect of the Rinnegan power amplifier was about to fade and fatigue washed over him like a tide. Black Zetsu's abilities are strange and unpredictable. Rash pursuit would only lead us into a trap. He looked down at the broken headband in his hand, a relic left by Yahiko, but this confrontation has already proven that he is not invincible. The basement fell into a brief silence, with only the sound of rain hitting the ground coming from the vents. Xiao Nan suddenly looked serious. Nagato, Black Zetsu saving Obito must be part of some other scheme. They won't let this go. I know. Nagato clenched his fists, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. There is an even larger conspiracy behind Obito. Black Zetsu. That thing's existence is too suspicious. He recalled the hint Jun Lin gave at parting and grew even more wary. Next, we need to reorganize. Inform the Akatsuki members to closely monitor the movements of the 5 great nations, especially any intelligence related to Uchiha Madara. Xiao Nan nodded, and paper turned into messenger doves flying into the rainy night. In the distance, lightning split the sky, illuminating the oppressive clouds over the land of rain. This brief skirmish was merely the prelude to a greater storm. The moment Obito was rescued, Nagato understood that the true war concerning the fate of the ninja world had just begun. And the blind box items in his hands would become the key to turning the tide. Meanwhile, Heiju led Dai-Tu to a hideout in the land of grass. Heiju positioned Dai-Tu on an operating table and commanded a group of Baiju to gather around. These Baiju expertly began to treat Dai-Tu. They extended their tentacles, releasing a special chakra that slowly repaired the injuries on Dai-Tu's body. Dai-Tu kept his eyes tightly shut, his face pale, yet his Mangekyo Sharingan trembled faintly as if he was pondering something. Heiju spoke sinisterly from the side. Dai-Tu, you were careless this time. Changmen's power exceeded our expectations. Dai-Tu slowly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with unwillingness. I never expected him to have those items. The true power of the Rinnegan was actually stimulated to that extent. Where did he get those things? Heiju snorted coldly. At the blind box shop on the commercial street in Muyi village. Baiju has already investigated, but they could never find out the background of the owner. Damn it. Dai-Tu gnashed his teeth. No matter who the owner is, that shop must be destroyed. We cannot let anyone else obtain those items that can stimulate the power of the Rinnegan. A flicker of malice passed through Heiju's eyes. I will arrange for Baiju to handle this. But before that, we need to find a way to enhance your strength to deal with possible future variables. Dai-Tu clenched his fists. I will make myself stronger. I must not lose a second time. Next, we will accelerate the plan. He sat up, moved his body, feeling his injuries gradually heal under Baiju's treatment. I will make Changmen pay for this failure. Heiju looked at Dai-Tu, a hint of slyness flickering in his eyes. Indeed, the fate of the ninja world is still in our hands. Once you recover, we will begin the next move. Jun Lin had not left the shop since returning from the land of rain, so he was unaware that Changmen had already clashed with Dai-Tu, and even the Shinwei space had been breached by Changmen. If he knew, he would definitely praise. Just after obtaining the Rinnegan amplifier, he went to fight Uchiha Dai-Tu. Such efficiency was unmatched. Meanwhile, the Chunin exam had arrived. At the gate of Muyi village, the atmosphere became unusual. The gatekeeping ninjas wore solemn expressions, warily scrutinizing every person entering the village. A large number of unfamiliar ninjas represented different ninja villages: Shain village, Chaoin village. These were all genin and their team leaders who came to participate in the joint Chunin exam. On the streets of Muyi village, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows, yet it could not dispel the tense atmosphere in the air. Kenjilang stroked the crow puppet on his shoulder, his gaze sweeping over the exam rules posted on the street, a cryptic smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Muyi is indeed heavily guarded, even the notices are sealed with jutsu. Shoju flicked her long hair, lightly tapping her brother's shoulder with her iron fan. After all, it is the #1 ninja village. Her gaze casually fell on the ANBU patrolling in the distance. Under those masks carved with the character, "E" hidden were eyes sharper than ever. What AI Luo walking at the front suddenly stopped. The character, AI, on his forehead glowed dark red in the sunlight. He stared at a cage of sand crabs that a street vendor was fiddling with, and the chakra of Shikaku stirred faintly within his body. A Muyi genin carrying a scroll hurried past and accidentally knocked over the crab cage. The crabs scuttled toward what AI Luo with their claws raised. In an instant the air seemed to freeze. The vendor watched in horror as the crabs were instantly shredded by invisible sand blades. What AI Luo's crimson eyes slowly turned toward the trembling Muyi ninja, annoying. "Sorry. I'll clean it up immediately." The Muyi genin knelt pale-faced on the ground clearing the debris. Passers-by stepped aside but no one dared to utter a word of complaint. Kenjilan clicked his tongue and the puppet crow let out a piercing cry, "Little brother, don't cause trouble before the exam." Just then a commotion arose in the distance. Several ninjas from the Inran village crowded around a youth wearing a snake-shaped headband. The curse mark on his neck was faintly visible. When his gaze swept over what AI Luo, a provocative smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Shoju's iron fan snapped open with a whoosh, but what AI Luo raised his hand to stop her. "They are deliberately provoking us," Shoju said in a low voice. What AI Luo's sand silently surged beneath his feet but finally subsided slowly. "Let's settle it in the exam." A pale and sinister face appeared in the alley beside the blind box shop on the commercial street. The Shiwan disguised as the fourth Kazekage was listening to Yao Shido's report. "Yao Shido, how is the situation at the blind box shop?" The Shiwan's voice was low. Yao Shido replied respectfully, "The owner's identity is mysterious." Baiju's investigation yielded nothing. However, there is indeed something strange. The items drawn from that shop are things never seen before in the ninja world, and not just items but also techniques that require no hand seals. I heard from others that they are not traditional ninjutsu but some kind of skills. There are also all kinds of magical items, and most importantly, I heard the owner say that they can even draw a resurrection coin that can bring people back to life. True resurrection. The Shiwan's lips curled slightly, looking at the sign of the blind box shop, revealing a meaningful smile, Arad Continent. A place beyond the ninja world. A glint of greed shone in his eyes mixed with a trace of complexity. His disciple Xing Shu had died before his eyes and he had been powerless to save him at the time. Able to draw something that can bring back the dead. Let's go meet this owner. In the eyes of others he was the fourth Kazekage, but in places unseen lurked a venomous snake. The Shiwan walked into the blind box shop. Xuanhua Linglan had been busy in the shop for several days and was already familiar with the procedures. She watched the Shiwan enter the shop. Although he did not look around, she could still feel his gaze sweeping across the interior. Linglan stepped forward and asked, "Hello, is this your first time at the blind box shop?" The Shiwan instinctively took half a step back, then remembering he was in the guise of the fourth Kazekage imitated Luo Sha's hoarse voice. "Hello, yes, I am a ninja from another village. I heard there is a magical shop here, so I came to take a look." Jun Lin had already noticed a Shiwan disguised as the fourth Kazekage. He stepped forward, patted Xuanhua Linglan on the shoulder. "I'll handle this. Go attend to other customers." After Linglan left, Jun Lin looked at this Kazekage, who appeared and would soon exit, a snake hiding inside. A slight smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Customer, I'd like to serve you myself. Do you have any objections?" The Shiwan looked at the young man before him, sensing an abyss-like aura, but in an instant it seemed the other was as ordinary as a passerby. Alarm bells rang in his heart, yet he still smiled and said, "Of course not. To be served by the owner himself is an honor for this Luo." "You are the fourth Kazekage, aren't you?" The Shiwan was shocked. How did he know? As soon as he arrived in Muyi, he had gone to see the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and had kept a low profile without revealing himself. After meeting the third, he had taken a casual stroll. Very few people knew his identity. He probed, "Oh. Owner, do you know who I am? Did the third Hokage tell you?" Jun Lin shook his head. "I guessed." "Guessed?" Jun Lin smiled faintly. "The fourth Kazekage Luo Sha, your build, temperament and some subtle habitual movements all betray your identity. However, I am more curious, what brings you to my humble blind box shop?" The Shiwan was secretly alarmed by Jun Lin's keen perception, but on the surface he maintained the Kazekage's composure. "I heard that your shop can produce wondrous items, so naturally I wanted to see for myself. Perhaps it could bring benefits to my Shain village." Jun Lin's lips curled up. In that case, why not try your luck? But the items for my blind boxes are entirely based on luck. I can't guarantee your satisfaction. De Shiwan's eyes flickered and he took out a bag of money. Then give me 10. He opened a blind box and a blue light flashed. De Shiwan picked up the potion floating in the air and looked at it. Owner, what is this? This is very useful for you. It is a high-grade life potion that can replenish a trace amount of vitality. Jun Lin looked at the fourth Kazekage with a meaningful gaze. De Shiwan felt Jun Lin's gaze and his heart sank. He must know my true identity. The pressure multiplied. If exposed, the plan would be completely ruined. He pretended to be calm and handed the potion to Yaoshi-Do to store. Then he continued to open the next blind box. Blue light potion, blue light potion. He opened 9 blind boxes in total, all blue light potions. Jun Lin could barely hold back his laughter. How lacking in vitality was De Shiwan? 9 in a row. De Shiwan was speechless. Though I am indeed lacking, you can't give me all the same. He resignedly clicked open the last blind box. With a hum, De Shiwan had already resigned himself, but a sudden orange light burst into the scene. He widened his eyes and looked. Divine Protection Epic Orange Effect allows the user to enter an absolute defense state for 3 seconds after activation. De Shiwan's eyes lit up. Though the duration was extremely short, this absolute defense might save his life at a critical moment. He suppressed the joy inside and asked calmly, Owner, how do I use this divine art? Tear the manual apart and you will learn it. De Shiwan frowned. Just tear it. What, don't you believe me? I believe. How could I not believe the owner? With that, De Shiwan directly tore the divine art manual. A strong light instantly enveloped De Shiwan, and knowledge about the usage and insights of divine protection flooded his mind. He felt the power and was secretly delighted. Just then a group of Baiju suddenly burst into the shop. They were sent by Heiju to destroy the blind box shop. The Baiju immediately started destroying everything and attacked Jun Lin and the others. Seeing this, De Shiwan snorted coldly and directly activated divine protection. In an instant a golden shield tightly enveloped him. No matter how the Baiju attacked, they could not harm him in the slightest. After 3 seconds, De Shiwan seized the opportunity and used ninjutsu to drive the Baiju back in defeat. Jun Lin watched this scene with a smirk. De Shiwan was quite adept at using his newly acquired divine art. Yaoshi-Do guarded De Shiwan from the side, warily observing the surroundings. Seeing the situation was unfavorable, the Baiju fled in all directions. De Shiwan straightened his clothes, looked at Jun Lin, and his eyes now held a hint of reverence. Owner, this shop is truly magical. I will come again in the future. With that he left with Yaoshi-Do. The ANBU of Konoha arrived belatedly, much like the police in a movie who show up right after the incident is resolved. An ANBU wearing a white wolf mask appeared before Jun Lin and spoke with an apologetic tone. Our sincerest apologies for the delay. Due to the Chunin exam, the ANBU are stretched thin with other duties. It's fine. The fourth Kazekage has already dealt with the matter. Though I understand it's because of the exam, I hope this won't happen again. Otherwise I might begin to doubt that Konoha is a suitable location for my shop. Jun Lin felt anger for the first time since arriving in the ninja world. They had assured him the shop was absolutely safe, but then those white Zetsu came to annoy him. He could kill them with a single slap, but their presence was still a nuisance. The ANBU with the white wolf mask was Yuzuki Yugao. Beneath the mask, beads of sweat were forming on her forehead. She had never imagined that the matter the third Hokage had instructed would be handled so poorly. She quickly bowed deeply in apology. I am terribly sorry, boss. Please give the ANBU a chance and also give Konoha a chance. I will soon request the Hokage to dispatch 2 squads of ANBU, one in plain sight and one in the shadows. And we will investigate the origins of these intruders. Enough. First have those ANBU withdraw. They're blocking the way and scaring off customers. As for those people, there's no need to investigate, I'll handle it. Jun Lin said calmly. Yuzuki Yugao hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded, yes boss. She quickly arranged for the ANBU to evacuate and the street gradually returned to its usual bustle. However, she still felt a lingering concern, wondering how Jun Lin would deal with the attackers. Jun Lin watched the ANBU retreating figures, contemplating his next move. He knew that behind those white Zetsu was black Zetsu pulling the strings. This matter could not be let go easily. But he had no idea where black Zetsu was hiding. From now on he would destroy any black Zetsu he encountered. That night under the frosty moonlight Jun Lin quietly left the shop. His gaze was cold and resolute, his target clear, the white Zetsu lurking in the shadows of Konoha. With his keen perception Jun Lin quickly located one of the white Zetsu's hidden bases. It was dozens of meters underground surrounded by a putrid aura. Jun Lin landed softly, his eyes sweeping the area. He saw several white Zetsu gathered together seemingly discussing something. A faint smirk curled at the corner of his mouth as he slowly walked toward them. The white Zetsu sensed the anomaly and looked up. When they saw Jun Lin their bodies instantly tensed. "How did you find this place?" One white Zetsu shrieked in terror. Jun Lin did not answer, he simply raised his hand and released a powerful telekinetic force instantly enveloping the surrounding white Zetsu. The white Zetsu struggled desperately, letting out piercing screams, but their resistance was pitifully insignificant against Jun Lin's overwhelming power. "Wretched creatures. Where is Black Zetsu?" Jun Lin said expressionlessly. "He, do you know what defecation means?" One white Zetsu grinned under the pressure. Jun Lin's face turned cold. "It seems you won't tell me anything." He clenched his hand and the immense pressure instantly crushed the white Zetsu to pulp. Bang! Powder drifted through the air. Several white Zetsu had been reduced to bacteria. Would they infect the air? Probably not, their essence seemed to be a fusion of chakra and plant matter. In just a quarter of an hour all the white Zetsu hiding in Konoha were crushed by Jun Lin. These creatures had low intelligence, so he could never extract information from them. Better to just kill them all. In the Hokage's office Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at his desk listening to Yuzuki Yugao's report with a furrowed brow. This is a failure on Konoha's part. We must make amends to boss Jun Lin. He pondered for a moment. Dispatch ANBU to strengthen patrols around the shop and gather intelligence on those creatures. Yes, Lord Hokage. Yuzuki Yugao acknowledged the order and prepared to leave. Just then an ANBU rushed in and knelt on one knee. "Lord Hokage, we have just received reports of unusual activity several dozen meters beneath the village, likely related to the disturbance at the blind box shop earlier today." Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes sharpened. It seems the situation is more complex than it appears. Boss Jun Lin said he would handle it, but Konoha cannot remain idle. Yugao, go and discuss with Boss Jun Lin, see if we can investigate together. I will send others to explore the village area. Yuzuki Yugao accepted the order once more. She knew that the ANBU had disappointed Jun Lin, but she also understood that Konoha could not afford to let him down again. Meanwhile Jun Lin had already returned to his bedroom after eliminating the white Zetsu, already devising a plan to root out the mastermind behind the scenes. This time Yuzuki Yugao did not wear the white wolf mask. She came to the blind box shop in her true appearance, but when she arrived she found the shop was already closed. Helpless, she could only knock on the door. Uzumaki, Linglan and Xiang Lin were about to head upstairs to rest when they heard the knock. Opening the door they saw a woman they had never seen before. Yuzuki Yugao was dressed in her ANBU uniform, a black bodysuit that accentuated her figure, a black overcoat, black trousers, ninja boots, a red ANBU emblem on her right arm and flowing purple hair. Having seen the ANBU uniforms during the day, Uzumaki Linglan politely asked, "Are you here to open a blind box?" "You can't do that now. The shop is closed. If you want to open a box, please come back earlier tomorrow." During her daytime visit Yuzuki Yugao had not noticed Uzumaki Linglan or Xiang Lin, she had only spoken to Jun Lin and then left. "Hello, are you the shop staff?" "Yes, pretty lady. You're really beautiful. My mom and I came to the blind box shop just a few days ago," Xiang Lin said playfully. "I'm sorry my daughter can be a bit mischievous, but you really are quite beautiful." Uzumaki Linglan shot Xiang Lin a glare and spoke to Yuzuki Yugao apologetically. Yuzuki Yugao's cheeks flushed slightly from their compliments. "And no, I'm not here to open a blind box. I'm looking for the boss. The ANBU just received intelligence about the people who caused trouble here today. Since the boss said he would handle it himself earlier, the Hokage sent me to ask if you need any assistance." Jun Lin had heard the knocking from upstairs and had come out to stand by the staircase railing. After listening to Yuzuki Yugao he spoke. "If you're referring to the incident several dozen meters beneath Konoha, there's no need. That was my doing. I crushed those disgusting creatures." The three were startled by Jun Lin's sudden voice. Xiang Lin patted her small chest. "Boss, you walk so quietly. You scared me." Uzumaki Linglan quickly covered Xiang Lin's mouth. "Don't disturb the boss when he's discussing business. Jun Lin smiled at Uzumaki Linglan. It's all right. It's nothing major. Yuzuki Yugao was momentarily taken aback, then quickly composed herself and said respectfully, I see. With you taking action, those creatures naturally pose no threat. However, the Hokage still hopes to join forces with you to investigate the mastermind behind this, as it may involve a larger conspiracy. Jun Lin crossed his arms and thought for a moment. Alright, I want to root out the culprit as soon as possible. But I have one condition: from now on the ANBU will follow my orders. No more dropping the ball at critical moments. Yuzuki Yugao quickly nodded. Rest assured, boss. I will relay this to the Hokage. I believe he will agree. Jun Lin nodded. Good. Then from now on contact me directly if there's any new development. Uzumaki Linglan and Xiang Lin were both baffled by the conversation, though they sensed something serious was afoot. Yuzuki Yugao bowed again. Then I will return to report to the Hokage. I will inform you immediately if any new information arises. She then turned to leave the blind box shop. What? Not opening a few mystery boxes before you leave? Jun Lin said. Mao Yuxian paused, turning around with a hint of longing in her eyes. May I? Of course, my shop, my rules, Jun Lin replied, descending the stairs and meeting Mao Yuxian's gaze. In the original series, Mao Yuxian had no particularly outstanding moments. Still, she was rather beautiful. In the Shippuden timeline, Yueguang Jifeng, her boyfriend, had been killed by Maki not long ago. How many do you want? 10 mystery boxes, but I didn't bring any silver notes. Mao Yuxian said with some embarrassment. These past few days, because of her boyfriend's death, she had been constantly on missions and hadn't even gone home. As long as you agree, I'll collect the silver notes myself. 10 mystery boxes, 1 million. Jun Lin said to the system, withdraw money quickly. He snapped his fingers and the 1 million silver notes from Mao Yuxian's home instantly appeared before her. This is the 1 million from your home, I've already taken it out. And here are your 10 mystery boxes. Mao Yuxian as well as Xuanwu Linglan and Xiang Lin were all astonished. With a snap of his fingers, the silver notes she had left at home had been summoned. Wow! Boss, how did you do that? Can I learn it? Can you teach me? Xiang Lin exclaimed, wide-eyed and clapping her hands. You can do it now too. Just recite your data panel silently. When a customer doesn't have enough money, ask if they agree and you can take it, but not exceeding the price of the mystery box itself. Jun Lin had already explained this to the system to make it more convenient. Xuanwu Linglan and Xiang Lin silently recited their data panels and checked. They saw a button labeled Self-Collect at the bottom. When using it, they only needed to look at the customer to confirm their agreement, no name required. That makes things much easier. Xuanwu Linglan and Xiang Lin said happily. Although Mao Yuxian didn't understand the data panel Jun Lin mentioned, she felt it looked very impressive. Then I'll start opening the mystery boxes. Mao Yuxian took a deep breath and slowly opened each box. A flash of light revealed a skill book. Her eyes widened instantly with surprise and delight. Boss, what is this? It looks incredible. Jun Lin smiled and explained, this is a skill book, Dragon Breaker Rising Strike, rare grade purple. Effect: upon release it will displace you forward a certain distance. If an enemy is in the way, they will be attacked and knocked airborne. It's a skill with both charge and knockback effects. Once learned, your swordsmanship will greatly improve. Mao Yuxian's cheeks flushed with excitement. She never expected to obtain something so precious from the very first mystery box. The second mystery box yielded the Jade Soul Terror Blade Epic Grade Orange. Effect: this blade, commonly known as the critical damage sword, grants critical damage bonus to every attack. As Mao Yuxian held it in her hand, the moment her fingertips touched the tsuba, a chill seeped through her palm lines into her blood vessels. The blade was much lighter than she imagined, as thin as a piece of quenched moonlight. When Mao Yuxian gripped the wrapped handle, her fingertips could feel the demon-faced patterns carved into the scabbard. Though forged from dark iron, the blade exuded a coldness that seemed to drain the warmth from her body. Mao Yuxian carefully felt the sword in her hand. This blade could truly skyrocket her strength. Next she continued opening the remaining boxes, obtaining some useless materials and potions. After opening all 10 mystery boxes, Mao Yuxian had gained a great deal and felt deeply grateful to Jun Lin. Boss, I'm so grateful. These items are of immense help to me. Jun Lin waved his hand. Don't mention it. Just cooperate with me in the future to uncover the mastermind behind this. Mao Yuxian nodded solemnly. Rest assured, boss. I will give it my all. With that she left the mystery box shop fully satisfied with her bounty and hurried to report to the Hokage. Xiang Lin watched her leave with envy. Jun Lin chuckled lightly. We've sold over 2,000 by now, haven't we? Yes, boss, Xiang Lin replied, snapping back to attention. Then both of you have enough for one mystery box each. Why not open them? Xuanwu Linglan and Xiang Lin shook their heads in unison. We want to save up for 10 boxes before opening them, that way our chances of getting something good are higher. Alright, do whatever you like. Get some rest early. I'm heading upstairs. He turned and went back to the second floor. Xuanwu Linglan and Xiang Lin exchanged glances, then went to their rooms on the second floor as well. Meanwhile, Mao Yuxian arrived again at the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was low. So aside from the Hyuga clan, the underground caverns dozens of meters deep in the forest behind the Ninja Academy, all of that was done by the boss alone. Yes, Lord Hokage. The mystery box shop owner said he did it all. Sarutobi Hiruzen gripped his pipe and took a deep drag, his voice hoarse. Truly terrifying perception ability, and his strength, his speed. Some of those caverns have existed for many years, yet the Umbu never discovered them, and not a single person in those major clans noticed either. Humph. Immediately seal off this information. With the joint Chunin exams underway, I don't want news of those caverns leaking to other hidden villages. Yes, Lord Hokage. After Mao Yuxian left, an Umbu entered. Lord Hokage, the heads of all the major clans are here. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand holding the oil lamp trembled. They were all frantic, having someone living beneath their own homes for years without being discovered, and the mystery box shop owner killing so many people down there in a fit of rage without anyone noticing. How could they not be sweating profusely? Let them all in. The heads of the Ino-Shika-Cho trio, the Inuzuka clan, the Aburame clan, the Shimura clan, the Hyuga clan, all had arrived. Also present were Danzo and 2 advisors. Lord Third. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand. Find a place to sit. It's late. Hiruzen. What are these Umbu doing? How could multiple underground passages go unnoticed all this time? I suspect there's an accomplice in the village. Danzo immediately began questioning the Umbu as soon as he sat down. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and said in a deep voice, now is not the time to assign blame. The priority is to find out what these inhuman creatures are. The head of the Inuzuka clan spoke up, Lord Third, should we contact this boss to see if he knows something about those things? Hyuga Hayashi nodded in agreement. Indeed. For so many years we never noticed these caverns nor these strange neither human nor ghost creatures. We've never seen anything like them. Danzo snorted coldly. Who knows what his intentions are? Ever since he arrived so many things have happened. It's possible he staged it all himself. I think we should immediately send someone to arrest him for interrogation. The 2 advisors exchanged glances and one of them said, Danzo, we must proceed cautiously in this matter. That boss managed to do so much right under our noses, clearly his methods are extraordinary. If we handle it poorly it could bring disaster to the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his temples. Everyone calm down first. Let's finish the Chunin exams first and postpone this matter for now. In the meantime all clans are to strengthen their internal security and the Umbu will increase patrols around the village. Everyone acknowledged the orders and hurried back to their clans to make arrangements. Danzo Mizuki Menen and Uchiha Koharu remained behind, not leaving. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep drag of his pipe, then slowly exhaled the smoke. He tapped the ash lightly, letting it drift to the floor. His gaze fixed firmly on Danzo, his expression turning grave. He spoke in a low voice, Danzo, the moment you opened your mouth you claimed there was an accomplice in the village. Do you know what consequences such words could bring? Danzo met Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze without flinching, his voice equally stern and resolute. What consequences? Without an accomplice how could those abominations have infiltrated? And how could they have remained hidden in Konoha for so many years? And the barrier, how could they have broken through so easily? Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. He felt Danzo's words had some merit, but he shouldn't have said it outright, otherwise the clan heads would be dissatisfied with him as Hokage. But you can't say that in front of them. It makes them think we can't even manage the village's internal affairs. Mizuki Menen also chimed in, Danzo the Third is right. In this sensitive period we must be mindful of appearances. Danzo however was unimpressed. I'm just stating the facts. Are we going to ignore the search for an accomplice just for the sake of face? Uchiha Koharu frowned. We need to investigate but not recklessly. The Chunin exams are approaching. We can't let this affect the exams nor can we let other hidden villages detect our internal problems. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Koharu is right. Danzo, let the Umbu handle this investigation discreetly. Stop spreading it recklessly. Though dissatisfied, Danzo didn't argue further. Fine. Let the Umbu handle it. But I hope to see results soon. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. I'll push the Umbu. Everyone go back now and prepare yourselves. Don't let anything go wrong during the Chunin exams. With that, everyone dispersed and the discussion about the village's hidden dangers temporarily came to a close. 2 days passed in a flash. Inside the venue of the Zhongren exam, the corridor led to a hall already packed with genin from various villages. The air was thick with tension, wariness and a faint elusive murderous intent. Yao Shido's figure moved among the 9 strong genin of Muyi, sharing intelligence about other villages. The examination hall suddenly became noisy. Everyone's eyes frequently swept over each other, silently assessing their opponent's strength. At that moment the chief examiner Senai Yabixi strode into the hall with steady steps. His sharp gaze swept over the crowd and the hall instantly fell silent. The exam is about to begin. The rules are as follows. Yueguang Jifan briefly explained the exam rules. It turned out to be a written test and anyone caught cheating would be disqualified. At these words the hall buzzed with discussion. Many genin wore worried expressions. Mingren scratched his head and muttered, a written test. This is a bit troublesome. Suizhu remained calm, his gaze fixed firmly ahead. Xiaoying clenched her fists nervously, sweat beading on her forehead. The exam bell rang. Everyone returned to their seats and began answering. However, many soon discovered the questions were extremely difficult. Some began to stir, planning to cheat. Just then Senai Yabixi spoke coldly, anyone caught cheating will be severely punished. The atmosphere grew even more tense. A war without smoke had officially begun. The classroom became utterly silent, leaving only the rustling of pens on paper like countless ants gnawing at the examinee's nerves. Xuanhua Mingren stared at the incomprehensible questions on the paper, his eyes wide. He kept muttering, what kind of devilish questions are these? I can't understand them at all. He scratched his head anxiously, sweat pouring from his forehead. Suddenly he caught a glimpse of a neighboring examinee's paper. Just as he leaned in to look, he felt a cold stare and quickly shrank back. Meanwhile Ningxi, seated not far away, was answering methodically. His brow was slightly furrowed, indicating the questions were also challenging, but with his intelligence and composure he handled them with ease. Shaoli on the other hand was not so lucky. He stared at the characters on the paper as if they were alien script, so anxious that tears nearly fell. While everyone was troubled by the questions, Luan in the corner remained calm. He rested his head on his hands, closed his eyes and thought, as if he had already seen through the exam's secret. Time ticked by and the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Some examinees began to fidget. Many had already started cheating discreetly under the table. On the podium Senai Yabixi observed everything. The true purpose of this exam was not to answer questions but to test the ninja's ability to recognize the importance of intelligence and avoid being caught by the examiners. Senai Yabixi's eyes turned cold as he addressed a genin. Row 1/5 from the last on the right. This examinee you may leave. Cheating so openly, do you think the examiner doesn't exist? The rustling noises suddenly ceased. Everyone stared at the genin. His face flushed crimson, he was on the verge of tears, sweat streaming down his back. He lowered his head and slunk out of the examination hall. This scene sent a chill down the spines of other would-be cheaters and their restless movements ceased. Yet some were unwilling to give up, continuing to furtively look for opportunities to cheat. Mingren looked around, growing anxious. Suddenly a clever idea struck him. He quietly performed a Finchen technique, sending his clone to observe the answers of the examinee next to him. Just as the clone was about to succeed, Senai Yabixi dashed over and kicked it away. Humph, don't think you can fool me with such cheap tricks. Luan watched the scene, shook his head helplessly and muttered, what a bother. He continued pondering a way to solve the problem when a glint of light flashed in his eyes as if he had an idea. By now most of the exam time had passed. More and more examinees chose to give up under the pressure and the number in the hall gradually dwindled. An hour had passed. Senai Yabixi nodded with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes, but his face remained stern. Time's up. Put down your pens. Those who haven't finished may leave. As Yabixi's words fell, the sound of scraping chairs and desks filled the hall. 3 or 4 pale-faced genin knocked over their stools as they stood up, but they fled in haste without bothering to right them. The empty seats like extracted teeth left awkward gaps in the orderly rows of the examination hall. Now I declare, Yabixi slammed his scar-covered hand heavily on the podium, causing the remaining papers to rustle, the answers for this exam are all invalid. The entire hall erupted in uproar. Mingren jumped straight up from his chair. Ha! So we wrote for nothing. Sueju's fingers whitened at the knuckles. Xiaoying clutched her crumpled paper, speechless. Only Luan leaned back lazily, a knowing smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The real test of this exam, Yabixi tore open the bandage at his collar, revealing a hideous stitched wound, is to obtain the intelligence you need under absolute secrecy, and every single action you just took was the answer. He suddenly flung several kunai, precisely nailing them to the desks of examinees attempting to cheat. Those who try to bluff their way through are not worthy of being ninja. Wailuo's sand suddenly surged violently and strange patterns appeared on his gourd. So what is the standard for passing? Very simple. Yabixi raised his hand to signal. The wall burst open, revealing a passage lined with 12 hanging gongs. Take any gong and avoid being caught by the Umbu members. Remember, his gaze swept over the tense faces of the crowd. Once the gong sounds, your position will be exposed. The examination hall instantly fell into dead silence. Just then Yunujinai's collar suddenly bulged and thousands of parasitic bugs buzzed as they charged toward the nearest gong. As expected of a genius who controls insects. Yabixi sneered, and the Umbu members in the shadows immediately formed hand seals. Vines suddenly sprouted from the ground, entangling Jinai's ankles. Seeing this, Mingren shouted, Yingfenchen technique. 5 figures simultaneously dashed in different directions, but the moment they touched the gongs, chains flew from nowhere and bound them like dumplings. Luan, on the other hand, was calmly dismantling the wall mechanisms. Rather than brute force, it's better to crack this first. As gong sounds exploded one after another, the examination hall gradually turned into a battlefield. Shoju's giant fan whipped up a gale, driving back the Umbu members. Ningxi activated his buy-in, searching for shortcuts through the intricate passages. Sueju's Xiaolunyan spun rapidly, precisely predicting the enemy's attack trajectories. Time's up. Yabixi's roar drowned out the chaos of the battlefield. As the smoke cleared, only half of the examinees stood with intact gongs bearing varying degrees of injuries. He picked up a blood-stained gong, revealing his first smile of the night. Those who passed prepare for the next round, the forest of death. The examination room, still thick with lingering smoke, suddenly fell into an eerie silence. The moment Marino Ibiki finished speaking, a fiery red figure hung upside down from the beam like a phantom. Mitarashi Enko bit into a tricolor dango, her scarlet nails hooking onto the eaves as she revealed 2 sharp fangs and grinned. Oh, my Ibiki-senpai, are you scaring these little kids again? She executed a backflip and landed steadily, her black mesh armor rippling in fine waves with the movement. The serpentine mark on the scroll at her waist glowed with a faint ominous light. For the next stage, the Forest of Death, Mitarashi Enko will lead as the proctor of the second exam. Her voice trailed off with a syrupy tremble, yet it sent chills down the spines of many genin. Rumor had it that this Tokubetsu Jonin snake techniques were even more troublesome than her temper. Naruto stared at the squirming white snake coiled around Enko's waist and couldn't help but complain, hey. This proctor looks scarier than the exam itself. Before he finished, Enko suddenly closed in her icy fingers, pinching his cheeks. Little brat, when you're crying and begging me to save you in the forest later, I'll be looking forward to it. Nei-chan. Sasuke's Sharingan subtly rotated, catching the faint curse mark patterns beneath Enko's sleeve. Meanwhile, Shikamaru noticed the fleeting glance she cast at Gaara, a glimmer of vigilance that quickly vanished, causing his previously relaxed brows to furrow once more. Enko suddenly leaped onto the platform, pulled out a scroll and unfurled it with a sharp motion. A murky green chakra spread out, forming a massive map projection. Hidden in the Forest of Death are the Scroll of Heaven and the Scroll of Earth. Teams of 3 must fight to obtain them, then gather both scrolls and reach the finish point to pass. If you fail to collect both or end up with only 1 Heaven and 1 Earth scroll, the entire team will be eliminated. Naruto turned to Sakura with a hopeful look and said, Sakura, team up with me. I'll definitely snatch both the Heaven and Earth scrolls. Before Sakura could respond, Sasuke let out a cold snort. Just don't let the deadweight hold us back, loser. Sasuke, you wanna fight? Naruto fumed, pointing at him. Meanwhile Rock Lee was already burning with passion, shouting to Tenten, no matter how many powerful enemies lie ahead, Rock Lee will carve a path with the sweat of my youth. Watching the noisy Genin, Anko silently pulled out a dango. After biting into the last one, the white serpent rose into the air. Alright, enough chatter. Those who want to form teams can decide tonight. Now listen up, be at the Forest of Death Gate at sunrise tomorrow. Anyone late will be eliminated immediately. Now you may leave the exam hall to prepare for tomorrow's test. With that she vanished in a puff of smoke. The next day, Anko stood before the gate, her expression stern, a stark contrast to her demeanor the day before. Her gaze swept over everyone, and when the crowd fell silent she spoke gravely. The rules were already explained yesterday. You must seize the Scroll of Heaven and the Scroll of Earth. First, reach the tower within the time limit or be eliminated. Second, anyone caught peeking inside the scrolls will be eliminated. Third, if a team member dies or is too severely injured to continue fighting. She tilted her head, grinned, and flashed a set of white teeth as she scanned the crowd. Now you may receive either the Scroll of Heaven or the Scroll of Earth. Once you have it, you can enter the Forest of Death. The air before the exam ground seemed to freeze. The moment Anko finished, a stir rippled through the crowd. Gaara of the Sand Village stepped forward first, his voice raspy as he uttered a single word: birth. Behind him Kankuro and Temari stood in perfect sync, the sand in his gourd trembling faintly as if silently proclaiming an unassailable authority. Naruto tugged at Sasuke's sleeve and pushed forward. We want the Heaven Scroll. I'll be the first to reach the tower. Sakura followed closely, her pink hair swaying with her rapid breaths. Iruka-sensei watched from the side, his eyes filled with concern and hope. Shikamaru clasped his hands behind his head and ambled slowly toward Anko. What a drag. I'll take the Earth Scroll. Behind him Choji munched on potato chips while Shino's collar bulged slightly, his Kakashi insects already poised for action. On the other side Kiba shouted impatiently, we want the Heaven Scroll too. Akamaru can't wait anymore. Akamaru barked in excitement. As the genin received their scrolls one by one, the gate to the Forest of Death creaked open, releasing a damp, rotting stench. Gaara's team entered first, the sand spreading beneath their feet and instantly covering their footprints. Just as Naruto was about to step forward, Anko suddenly blocked him, her fingertips entwined with serpentine chakra. Little brat, don't die in there. I haven't had my fun yet. Deep in the forest ANBU operatives lurked among the shadows. A mysterious curl lifted the corner of Anko's mouth as she murmured to herself, the show is about to begin. But the teams entering the forest had no idea what awaited them, not only the battles for scrolls but also the deadly traps Anko had set, the nest of a giant serpent stirring in the darkness, exuding a dangerous aura. Naruto held up the scroll, looking left and right. Sasuke, which way should we go? Sasuke's Sharingan scanned the surroundings and his pupils suddenly contracted. Watch out. Before the words faded, countless steel needles shot from all directions. He drew his demonic sword and knocked them down. Come out. I've already seen you. It's scum from the Sound Village. Naruto wiped his face and saw three ninja wearing eerie masks drop from the treetops. The leader swung a chain with a barbed tip that glowed a sinister purple-black. Hand over the Heaven Scroll and we'll spare your lives. Sakura gritted her teeth and drew a kunai, but found her legs trembling from fear. Just as the battle was about to erupt, a thunderous roar echoed from deep within the forest. The giant python that Anko had placed earlier snapped its chains, its forked tongue lashing out, bringing a bloody wind. The three Sound ninjas' faces changed drastically. One cried out, weren't we told there were only small summoning beasts? This is clearly. Before he could finish, the python's massive tail swept across and slammed him into a rock face. In the chaos, Naruto seized the moment. Multiple shadow clone technique. 20 Narutos rushed at the Sound ninja simultaneously while Sasuke circled around behind his Sharingan, locking onto the enemy's weakness. Chidori. Kakashi had already taught Sasuke the Chidori. A flash of blue light and the chains snapped. Sakura clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms. I can't be a dead weight anymore. She executed a crushing fist, landing a punch on the abdomen of the Sound ninja who tried to snatch the scroll. Meanwhile, Gaara's team encountered an ambush from Rain Village ninja. Just as Kankuro's crow puppets launched their attack, the enemies spat out a corrosive liquid in unison. Watch out, it's poison mist. Temari swung her giant fan rapidly and a hurricane dispersed the mist, but the enemies seized the chance to hurl ropes at her ankles. Sand coffin. Gaara's voice was cold as the sand instantly condensed into a giant hand tightly binding the three foes. The trapped ninja felt the sand slowly but inexorably crushing their bones. Don't kill us, the leader stammered, his voice trembling. Our team has the Earth Scroll, we can tell you where the Heaven Scroll is. Shikamaru's team however adopted a completely different strategy. Shino released his Kakashi insects to scout the area while Choji chewed on soldier pills to replenish his chakra. There are signs of a fight 300 meters ahead. Shino paused, but the chakra fluctuations are strange, not like ordinary ninja. Shikamaru narrowed his eyes, then suddenly noticed suspicious mucus on a tree trunk. Damn, it's Anko's. Before he could finish, the ground exploded with a roar and a giant serpent covered in spikes burst forth. Choji reacted swiftly, summoning a chunk of meat with his meat-eating technique and devouring it. Partial expansion jutsu. His arm expanded several times and he slammed a fist onto the snake's head. The serpent recoiled in pain and turned to spit corrosive venom at Shino. The swarm of Kakashi insects surged forward, dissolving into green smoke in the poison, but they successfully bought the team time to retreat. Head northeast. Shikamaru analyzed as he ran, the terrain there is open, good for my shadow possession jutsu. However, they didn't notice a pair of scarlet vertical pupils in the shadows fixated on them, a mutated snake secretly raised by Anko bred to hunt down isolated teams. Night fell and the forest of death became a slaughterhouse. Bloodstained scrolls changed hands among different teams with screams and the clash of ninjutsu echoing incessantly. At the top of the tower, Anko leaned against the railing, watching the spectacle through a telescope with keen interest. Looks like I need to add a little more spice. She flicked her wrist and a flare shot into the night sky. From afar a more ominous roar sounded. A new wave of crisis was quietly approaching in the darkness. The blood-red sunset dyed the forest of death into a purgatory. Just as the battle raged, a chilling laugh echoed from all directions. The air grew sticky and an eerie white mist rose from the ground, withering and rotting leaves wherever it passed. Naruto's hair stood on end, his fists clenched and trembling. What kind of chakra is this? Hello there. A hoarse, twisted voice pierced through the fog and a figure wrapped in a black robe slowly emerged. As the hood slipped, a face pale as paper, a forked tongue and a conspicuous snake-shaped mark on the forehead made everyone's pupils contract. It was the rogue ninja Orochimaru. Sasuke's Sharingan flared instantly, blue veins bulging on his neck. Who are you? He instinctively stepped back, then forced himself to stand firm. Orochimaru licked his lips, his scarlet vertical pupils fixed greedily on Sasuke. Your eyes are even more tempting than I imagined. Gaara's sand suddenly ran wild, forming a sharp sandstorm around him. Anyone who blocks my path dies. Before the words faded, Orochimaru flicked his fingers and several small snakes shot like lightning toward the sand team. Kankuro's crow puppets rushed to intercept but dissolved into black smoke upon contact with the snakes. Foolish insects. Orochimaru sneered, his body suddenly dissolving into countless white snakes that scattered in all directions. One of them lunged at the Heaven Scroll in Naruto's arms, but Sakura slashed it with her sword. Naruto, run. Sakura's voice was choked with tears. But as she turned, a snake tail suddenly coiled around her ankle and hurled her violently against a tree trunk. Sakura. Naruto's eyes blazed with fury. A tide of shadow clones surged forward, but Orochimaru spread his arms and every clone dissolved into blood upon touching him. Naive little brat. His voice mixed with a serpent's hiss, sending chills down everyone's spine. Shikamaru's shadow imitation jutsu barely touched Orochimaru before being casually broken. Shadow imitation. A cheap trick. Orochimaru grabbed in return and a black curse mark rapidly spread along Shikamaru's shadow. Shino quickly released his Kakashi insects to attack, but they were shredded by the strange chakra as soon as they approached. In the critical moment, a crisp bell sound cut through the dead silence. Anko streaked into the battlefield like a red lightning bolt, a serpent-shaped kunai in her sleeve aimed at Orochimaru's throat. Orochimaru. Orochimaru easily sidestepped but raised an eyebrow when he saw the curse mark on Anko's arm. So that's it. Run. Anko shouted over her shoulder, her serpentine chakra surging. The genin finally snapped out of their stupor and fled desperately into the depths of the forest. Orochimaru stood still, watching Sasuke's retreating back and licking the corner of his mouth. Patience. We'll meet again soon, my vessel. In the thick fog his figure gradually dissipated, leaving only the wreckage and the terrified group. Anko stared at the gathering clouds in the sky, gripping the arm marked with the curse seal. Hongdo gritted her teeth and glared at the direction where -1 had disappeared. Turning around she shouted into the shadows, "Notify the third Hokage immediately. -1 has openly appeared in the Forest of Death. The Chunin exam candidates are in imminent danger." Following her command, several black shadows darted out like specters racing across the treetops toward Konoha village. Inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage Yunfei Risen was gazing at the ninja map on his desk, the curling white smoke from his pipe swirling in the dim lamplight. An Umbu member crashed through the window, knelt on one knee and said in a deep voice, "Sir. -1's traces have been found in the Forest of Death. Mitarashi Hongdo requests reinforcements." Yunfei Risen's pipe trembled violently and a sharp gleam flashed in his turbid eyes. He rose swiftly, his Hokage cloak billowing, and said, "Gather the Umbu elite and follow me to the Forest of Death. Notify Gangsho and Zilai to return to the village and stand guard immediately." With an unquestionable authority in his aged voice, his years of combat experience made him realize instantly that this was not only a threat to the candidates but also a blatant provocation to Konoha from -1. Meanwhile, Yabixi, waiting at the edge of the forest, received the message and immediately gathered the examiner squad. "Bring all medical ninja tools." He tore open the bandage on his collar, revealing a hideous stitched scar. "Those brats probably can't hold out much longer." Yueguang Jifan gripped his samurai sword, veins bulging on the back of his hand. "We must not let -1 succeed on Konoha's turf." Deep in the Forest of Death, the terrified candidates had not yet recovered from -1's terrifying pressure. Mingren slumped to the ground, staring at the corroded wound on his palm, and murmured, "What? What kind of monster is that guy?" Suozhu stared fixedly at the ground, his Xiaolunyan still on alert, his nails digging deep into his palm. Luan forced himself to dispel the dizziness caused by the curse mark, frowning. "We need to find a place to hide. Staying here will only make us easy targets." The night grew deeper, dark clouds obscuring the moonlight. Muffled thunder rolled in the distance as if heralding a greater storm about to engulf Konoha. The third Hokage and his Umbu members shot through the night sky like arrows from a bow. Several grass ninja were complaining, "Damn it. The battle just now left us injured." "Exactly, damn Konoha ninja." A grass ninja leaned against a tree and said angrily. "Just now they encountered Luo Koli Tiantian and Rishiang Ningxi. Tiantian's electromagnetic hand cannon hit him directly, causing severe injuries, and he might be eliminated in the next moment. That green-clad brute with rough hair is quite troublesome in taijutsu, and the Bai Yen of the Rishiang clan." Several grass ninja were silent, all looking at him, when suddenly one spoke. "If only Xianglin were here." For a moment everyone fell silent. Who could have known that on the way to Konoha Xianglin was suddenly enveloped by a pillar of light and vanished without a trace in an instant? They searched for a day but found nothing, so they came to Konoha. "Damn it. We shouldn't have let her leave the grass-hidden village." A grass ninja angrily kicked a withered tree beside him, and the falling rotten leaves mixed with rainwater splashed onto the injured face. His fists trembled from excessive force, and the knuckles still bore scars from the battle with the sound ninja. Just as the atmosphere was stifling to the extreme, suddenly, rustle. The fine sound of sand grains rubbing came from all directions like the footsteps of death approaching. The grass ninja instantly drew their weapons, their fingers trembling with tension as they formed hand seals. The moment moonlight pierced the clouds, a dark red sandstorm suddenly appeared, sweeping in with chilling, killing intent. Wai Luo floated in midair on a wave of sand. The yellow sand pouring from his gourd condensed into countless sharp bone spikes, glinting coldly in the rain. Kenjio Lang's crow puppet let out shrill cries, circling beside the giant fan unfolded by Shoju. The oppressive aura emanating from the three siblings almost suffocated the grass ninja. Grass-hidden village. Wai Luo's hoarse voice sounded like sandpaper rubbing. His scarlet pupils swept over the injured in the grass ninja's arms. "Daring to linger in the Forest of Death with burdens, are you tired of living?" He raised his hand, and the sand wave instantly formed a giant hand reaching for the grass ninja leader's throat. The grass ninja leader's pupils contracted as he desperately formed hand seals, earth release. Rock prison technique. However, Wai Luo's sand giant hand was harder than rock, easily penetrating the stone wall and clamping around his neck like iron pincers. Ugh! The leader's eyes bulged and his throat bones made a sickening cracking sound. The heaven scroll in his hand slipped weakly. "Brother! Watch out!" Shoju suddenly cried out. A dying grass ninja mustered his last strength and threw a kunai at Kenjio Lang. A crimson sand stream shot out like a venomous snake, precisely intercepting the weapon in midair, instantly shredding the grass ninja into a mist of blood. Blood splashed onto Ai Luo's pale face, but he didn't even frown. His scarlet pupils reflected the dismembered limbs on the ground. Too slow. Kenjio Lang said, coldly manipulating the crow puppet to pounce on the grass ninja trying to escape. Sharp beaks and claws tore at flesh and screams echoed through the dense forest. The last grass ninja knelt in the mud, tremblingly raising his hands. Don't. We surrender. In response, Shoju's giant fan sent a hurricane whipping through with gravel, crushing him into a pulp. Ai Luo bent down to pick up the blood-stained heaven scroll, and the sand automatically cleaned the blood off his body. Continue forward. As he turned, the sand beneath his feet suddenly swelled up, swallowing all the grass ninjas' corpses. Kenjio Lang put away the puppet and looked at his brother's back. The sand-hidden village doesn't need to pity the weak. Shoju gently waved her fan, dispersing the bloody smell in the air. The three continued forward on the rustling sand waves toward the tower. All over the forest of death, the 12 Konoha rookies fought independently, sprinting toward their goal. The seventh team, composed of Mingren, Suizhu and Xiaoying, moved along the river after shaking off the sound ninja. Mingren vigilantly observed the surroundings. Suizhu, Xiaoying, we need to speed up. As he spoke, several rain-hidden village ninjas suddenly appeared ahead. Suizhu's eyes sharpened. Just in time. His Xiaolunian spun rapidly, and combined with Mingren's dazzling shadow clones, they instantly disrupted the enemy's formation. Xiaoying seized the moment and delivered a heavy punch, knocking an enemy to the ground. After a fierce battle, Team 7 successfully seized the heaven scroll from the rain ninja and continued running toward the tower. Team 3's Shaoli, Ningxi and Tian were also busy. Shaoli, his blood boiling, charged at the blocking sand ninja first. Konoha whirlwind. The fierce kicks forced the enemies to retreat repeatedly. Ningxi activated his buy-in, precisely predicting the enemy's attack trajectories, and used the Huitian technique to spin and counter the crisis. Tian threw various ninja tools to assist her teammates. Finally, they defeated the opponents and obtained the Earth Scroll. Meanwhile, Team 10's Luan calmly analyzed the battle situation and directed Shino and Ningxi's actions. Shino controlled his parasitic insects to silently approach the enemies, disrupting their chakra. Ningxi ate a soldier pill, and the partial multi-size technique greatly increased his strength, allowing him to send enemies flying with a single punch. With their seamless cooperation, they smoothly obtained the Heaven Scroll. Teammates Chutianya and Shino also experienced fierce battles. Ya and Shiwan's Yatanjia high-speed attack disrupted the enemy's formation. Chutian's Rochuan technique accurately struck the opponent's acupoints. Shino's parasitic insects finished off at critical moments. After a hard battle, they also obtained the Earth Scroll. After enduring countless hardships, the 12 rookies finally possessed either a Heaven Scroll or an Earth Scroll. At this moment, they all simultaneously turned their gaze toward the tower deep in the forest, charging forward with all their might toward the next challenge. The group who obtained the scrolls quickly gathered before the tower gate. Since Mitarashi Anko had gone to pursue Orochimaru, Yuhi Kurenai was entrusted with the task, taking over as the second exam proctor. Yuhi Kurenai stood before the tower wrapped in a scarlet cloak, the red mark on her forehead trembling slightly in the night breeze. She scanned the tattered group, her pupils reflecting Lee's bandaged arms, Naruto's cracked headband and Gaara's faintly visible sand armor. Mitarashi Anko has temporarily left due to an urgent mission. Her voice carried a soothing tone yet concealed an undeniable authority, but the rules of the Chunin exam will not change. Congratulations to all who have successfully obtained the Heaven and Earth Scrolls. I will now preside over the third test. At this moment, candidates will engage in one-on-one battles. Next, those whose names are called please proceed to the center of the training ground to commence the match. The victor will be promoted to Chunin. First match: Uzumaki Naruto vs Chidon Kai. The moment Yuhi Kurenai finished speaking, the entire training ground fell into a brief silence. Chidon Kai stepped out, slowly clad in heavy red armor, the metal scraping against the ground with a harsh sound. A scornful smirk curled on his scarred face. Let me show you true power. Naruto took a deep breath, pulled out a card of the Bullhead Machine King and activated it with a thread of chakra. Bullhead Machine King. With a loud roar, the ground trembled violently and a purple beam of light shot up into the sky. Before anyone could react, a colossal mechanical beast 3 stories tall and covered in metallic patterns crashed into existence. Its single crimson eye scanned the area and sparks flew from its rotating joints. Chidon Kai's eyes widened and he stepped back in terror. What kind of monster is this? He flailed his kunai and charged at the Bullhead Machine King. However, faced with the absolute difference in size, his attack was like a child's fist. The bullhead machine king raised its massive mechanical arm and gave a light swing. Chi Dong Kai was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily into the barrier. His armor shattered and he fell unconscious. The entire venue erupted in uproar. The other examinees stared in disbelief at the incredible sight. Hinata's cheeks flushed slightly. Naruto. Naruto actually summoned such a powerful summoning beast. Sasuke's eyes flickered with surprise, then returned to their cold sharpness. He muttered to himself, that guy, he's gotten stronger again. Yuhi Kurenai couldn't help raising an eyebrow. She never expected Naruto to have such a hidden card. She stepped forward and announced loudly, Uzumaki Naruto victory. Promotion to Chunin. The bullhead machine king let out a deafening roar, then dissolved into purple light, leaving only a smug Naruto who proudly lifted his chin amid the astonished gazes of the crowd. Naruto immediately went to Sasuke's side and said smugly, Wahaha, did you see that, Sasuke? I'm the first to be promoted to Chunin. Sasuke simply remained silent, too lazy to respond. The matches continued. The ninja of Konoha seemed to be cheating, winning their opponents without much struggle. Sasuke, Sakura, Yamanaka, Ino, everyone who had opened blind boxes at the blind box store won by 1-1 and were promoted to Chunin. Yuhi Kurenai looked at these outstanding Konoha ninja, feeling both surprise and admiration. Surprised by the strength of the new generation of Konoha ninja and marveling at the potential they displayed in this Chunin exam, it also indirectly proved that the items in the blind box store were extremely powerful. Just then, the final match of the Chunin exam. Gaara vs Rock Lee. The scroll in Yuhi Kurenai's hand rustled. The moment she announced Gaara vs Rock Lee, the air in the training ground seemed to solidify with an invisible force. The sand around Gaara rose automatically, forming a massive phantom of the sand Shikaku behind him, with murderous intent swirling in its crimson pupils. Rock Lee, on the other hand, tore off the bandages on his green jumpsuit, revealing his bandage-wrapped muscular arms with veins on his forehead pulsing with each breath. Lee. You must win. Ten shouted from the stands. Guy crossed his arms, his bronze face unusually serious. Lee. It's time to prove yourself. Rock Lee nodded, wearing dark iron gloves, and walked to the training ground. Gaara launched the first attack, unleashing a rain of sand blades that fell like a storm. Rock Lee, however, was like an arrow from a bow. With his astonishing taijutsu speed, he darted through the sandstorm, leaving only afterimages in the swirling dust. Front Lotus. He suddenly leaped into the air, his bandages turning into chains that wrapped around Gaara's arm, using the momentum to slam him hard into the ground. The sand, however, turned into a soft cushion upon contact. Gaara stood up and scathed, sneering, with just this level of. Before he could finish, Rock Lee's figure suddenly vanished. This is. Gaara's pupils contracted as he heard a whistling wind behind him. Reverse Lotus. Rock Lee's speed broke its limits, leaving a burning trail in the air as he kicked Gaara's sand armor. With a violent explosion, sand flew everywhere. Gaara was blasted 100 meters away, landing and creating a deep crater in the ground. Impossible. Kankuro and Temari both stood up. Gaara's sand suddenly surged wildly, enveloping him into a massive sand ball. From within came the grating sound of bones restructuring. You've successfully angered me. The sand ball exploded with a bang, and an even stronger wave of chakra surged into the sky. Gaara's forehead displayed a strange cursed seal pattern. Lee. Now it's time for you to show your stuff. No regrets in youth. Youth's passion charged forward bravely. Guy gave a thumbs up and shouted youthfully. Rock Lee removed the bandages and the weights tied to his legs, tossing them aside. The weights hit the ground with a thud. Dust was stirred up. Kakashi's eyes narrowed as he looked at Might Guy. This is. Might Guy crossed his arms, looking at Kakashi with burning passion. This is Lee's youth. Lee has been training hard in taijutsu all along for this moment. Rock Lee wiped the blood from his mouth, took a deep breath, and formed hand seals. 8 gates. Gate of opening. Gate of rest. Gate of life. With each shout, a green chakra burst around him, his speed and power increasing exponentially. When he delivered the final kick toward Gaara, even space seemed to warp. Shikaku's shield. Gaara's sand formed a massive protective barrier. However, under the terrifying power of the 8 gates, the sand shield began to crack like a spiderweb. Just as everyone thought Lee was about to win, Gaara's eyes suddenly turned completely bloodshot, and a beastly roar came from within his body. Disappear. The sky full of sand transformed into a giant sand hand, instantly grasping Rock Lee in its palm. The intense crushing pressure made Lee spit blood and the chakra glow of the 8 gates began to dim. Lee. The Might Guy wanted to rush into the arena but was blocked by the barrier. This is the end. Kurenai Yuhi was about to announce the result but Rock Lee suddenly roared, "It's not over yet. Domu Gate. Open." The chakra of the 8 gates surged forth and he tore through the sand hand with sheer force, charging at Gaara with fists ablaze, a clash of burning youth and uncontrollable Azura. Rock Lee's fist wreathed in azure chakra crashed down upon Gaara, the air splitting with a piercing shriek as the sand hand hastily retreated to defend. The moment fist met sand, the training ground's surface fractured into a web of cracks, the shockwave sending nearby ninjas flying. Even Kurenai Yuhi was forced to weave hand signs and erect a protective barrier. This power. Impossible. Gaara's pupils contracted in shock as his armor of sand shattered under the monstrous force of the Domu Gate. Yet Rock Lee, forced to open the 4th gate, had blood trickling from his nose and eyes. Still he gritted his teeth and roared, "I will not lose to anyone. But myself." Suddenly the sand surrounding Gaara eerily reversed its flow, coalescing behind him into a translucent Shikaku apparition. Cursed seal patterns crept up his neck and a hoarse voice mingled with a dual tone bellowed, "You have angered an existence you should not have." Countless sand blades erupted from all directions. Rock Lee barely twisted aside but a deep gash was carved into his shoulder. Teacher Guy always said, "Youth is about never giving up." Rock Lee staggered toward Gaara, the chakra of the 8 gates forming blazing wings behind him. Yet Gaara raised his hand and the entire sandy ground transformed into a searing sea of sand, swallowing him whole. The intense burning pain nearly caused Rock Lee to lose consciousness, but in the moment of his descent he twisted his body forcibly, wrapping his bandages around Gaara within the sandstorm and using the momentum to leap up. Daytime Tiger. His right leg wreathed in chakra descended like a ferocious tiger, striking Gaara square in the face. This blow, infused with the power of the 8 gates, shattered the Shikaku apparition, sending Gaara flying dozens of meters to crash into and break the barrier's stone pillar. As the entire audience held its breath, he slowly rose, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, yet wearing a manic grin. "Interesting. Let me feel more pain." The sandstorm suddenly swelled threefold, engulfing countless sharp sand cones as it swept forth. Rock Lee's chakra was nearly depleted, his vision darkening, yet he still assumed a fighting stance. At the critical moment a crimson figure cut into the battlefield like lightning. Kurenai Yuhi hurled a smoke bomb, her scarlet chains entangling them both. "This match is over. Don't touch me." Gaara's sand instantly shredded the chains while Rock Lee collapsed to the ground from chakra exhaustion. Might Guy burst through the barrier, embracing his disciple as he frantically checked his injuries. Kankuro and Temari stood on guard before the rampaging Gaara like a looming threat. Kurenai Yuhi stared at the two out-of-control figures, alarm bells ringing in her heart. This battle had torn open far more than the suspense of victory or defeat. Kurenai Yuhi's expression turned grim. She quickly wove hand signs to cast a genjutsu barrier, attempting to suppress Gaara's rampaging chakra. Yet the surging sandstorm seemed alive, easily tearing through the illusion's barrier. In Gaara's scarlet pupils the Shikaku apparition grew clearer, his hoarse voice filled with brutality, "No one will stop me." Just as the situation was about to spiral out of control, the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi appeared in the center of the arena like a phantom. His cane struck the ground heavily and his aged yet authoritative voice echoed through the arena, "Enough." An intangible pressure of chakra radiated outward and the restless sand around Gaara came to a momentary halt. Kankuro and Temari quickly stepped forward to support their swaying younger brother. Gaara's consciousness struggled between fury and clarity, finally collapsing into his brother's arms. On the other side Might Guy held the unconscious Rock Lee, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Lee's 8 gates have already damaged his meridians. He needs immediate treatment. Several medical ninjas rushed forward, lifting Rock Lee and hurrying toward Konoha Hospital. The 3rd Hokage swept his gaze across the arena, pausing briefly on the newly promoted Konoha Chunin. He spoke slowly, "In today's match Rock Lee and Gaara have displayed strength beyond the ordinary. Therefore I will make an exception and promote them both to Chunin." Orochimaru, disguised as the 4th Kazekage Raza, rose from the audience and gave a slight nod. "3rd Hokage, I will handle my son's situation. This Chunin exam has showcased the impressive prowess of Konoha's shinobi. This battle has allowed us to witness the potential of Konoha's new generation." His words seemed calm, yet they harbored a hidden edge. Kurenai Yuhi adjusted her disheveled cloak and stepped forward. "Lord Hokage, in this exam over 10 Konoha ninjas have passed the assessment. According to the rules we should proceed as usual. I will bestow their ranks after they recover." The third Hokage raised a hand to interrupt. The appearance of Orochimaru. The undercurrents behind this exam, they are far from settled. Newly promoted Chunin, you have passed the test of strength, but the true path of a shinobi has only just begun. Night fell and Konoha village appeared to regain its calm on the surface. At Konoha Hospital, lying on the sickbed, Rock Lee had recovered significantly thanks to the skills obtained from Sakura's blind box and the elixir of life. He could already speak and upon opening his eyes immediately asked Might Guy if he had lost. Amid the pungent smell of antiseptic, Rock Lee slowly opened his eyes. His bandaged arm trembled slightly as he struggled to sit up, but Sakura quickly pressed him down. Don't move. Your meridians haven't fully recovered yet. Teacher Guy. Rock Lee's voice was so hoarse it was barely audible, his dry lips parting. That battle. Did I lose? The door to the ward creaked open and Might Guy's tall figure appeared at the entrance. This man, ordinarily as radiant as the sun, now had reddened eyes with traces of tears still wet on his bronze face. He strode over to the bed in 3 quick steps, tightly grasping Rock Lee's bandaged hand. Lee. Listen to me, you won. Utterly and completely. Rock Lee's pupils dilated sharply, his unfocused gaze suddenly sharpening. Won. I won. But I remember. Gaara's power. The third Hokage witnessed your will to burn your life firsthand. Guy's voice choked with emotion yet brimmed with irrepressible pride. Your 8 gates, your refusal to give up, they showed everyone the legacy of Konoha's blue beast. The third Hokage made an exception and promoted both you and Gaara to Chunin. This is the highest recognition of our youth. Tears streamed down Rock Lee's face, dripping onto the white pillow. I did it. Teacher Guy. I finally proved that a ninja without ninjutsu or genjutsu can also. His voice grew weaker but carried an indescribable resolve. Sakura, her eyes red, gently wiped Rock Lee's tears. You've been unconscious for days. The doctors used every method plus the rare healing skills from the blind box to pull you back from the brink. You idiot. Don't push yourself like that again. Guy laughed heartily, wiped away his tears and abruptly pulled open the hospital room curtains. Sunlight poured in, illuminating Rock Lee's pale but smiling face. This is my disciple. Remember, youth knows no limits. From today onward, Chunin. Rock Lee, set your sights even higher, march forward. Outside the window, the wind of Konoha rustled the fresh green leaves. This victory, earned with passion and life itself, would forever be etched into Konoha's history, becoming the most dazzling badge of honor for the new generation of shinobi. After a few days of recovery, Rock Lee was full of vitality. A stage was built next to the Hokage building. Team 7th, led by Hatake Kakashi, consists of Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura. Team 3, led by Might Guy, consists of Rock Lee, Tenten and Niji Hyuga. Team 8, led by Kurenai Yuhi, consists of Hinata, Hyuga, Kiba, Inuzuka and Shino Aburame. Team 10, led by Asoma Sarutobi, consists of Shikamaru, Nara, Choji Akimichi and Ino Yamanaka. Together they walked towards the stage to receive the forehead protectors personally awarded by the third Hokage. Everyone wore brand new ninja attire, standing on the stage with faces full of excitement. Below the stage, the villagers of Konoha gathered, all engaged in animated discussion about the awarding ceremony. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, wearing a Hokage robe with "third" written on the back and a conical hat, slowly walked up to the stage. He began awarding the forehead protectors. When it was Naruto's turn, the third Hokage smiled and handed the forehead protector to Naruto. Naruto's hands were trembling slightly with excitement. Just as he was about to reach for it, a gigantic toad suddenly descended from the sky. With a loud bang, it crashed onto the stage. It turned out to be Jiraiya, who suddenly appeared. He jumped down from the toad's back with a loud laugh, shouting, "Haha, I'm late." The villagers were stunned by the sudden scene, their eyes wide with surprise. The stage shook from the impact. The third Hokage shook his head helplessly but still maintained a smile. Jiraiya walked over to Naruto, looked at him with a complex expression, patted his shoulder and said, "Kid, wear that forehead protector well and become a great ninja." Hiruzen Sarutobi handed the forehead protector to Naruto and said, "Naruto, from today you are a Chunin of Konoha. You must shoulder the corresponding responsibilities." Naruto nodded solemnly, took the forehead protector and put it on his head. Hiruzen Sarutobi then smiled at Rock Lee and said, "Rock Lee, during the exam you displayed unwavering perseverance and fearless confidence. Your performance in the battle against Gaara was outstanding." Saying this, the Hokage picked up a forehead protector symbolizing Chunin and solemnly placed it in Rock Lee's hand. The villagers below the stage, having recovered from their astonishment, burst into enthusiastic applause celebrating the birth of these new ninjas. Inside the blind box shop, Jun Lin sat in front of the counter watching Xuanhua, Linglan and Karen introduce various items to customers. The noise was interspersed with discussions. The most talked about topic these days is the battle between Rock Lee and Gaara in the Chunin exam. Jun Lin's hand unconsciously tapped the table lightly, making a thumping sound. He chuckled softly. This time Rock Lee won't be banned for hundreds of episodes for using the 8 gates. Otherwise it would be such a pity. Meanwhile Orochimaru, who was impersonating the 4th Kazekage, was staying in a dark base. Beside him Kabuto Yakushi was reporting the intelligence from the Chunin exam one by one. A faint smile appeared on Orochimaru's feminine face. What a pity. Because of the items from the blind box shop I have to abandon the Konoha crush plan. It was a wasted plan. My lord, although these items are important, they don't affect the Konoha crush plan. Kabuto said somewhat reluctantly. Orochimaru's pale feminine face suddenly changed. Kabuto, do you know why I have been researching souls and the cells of the first Hokage? Kabuto nodded. My lord is seeking a path to immortality. Orochimaru nodded with satisfaction. Since you know that, you should understand that the potions in the blind box shop are a great invention. After saying this he licked his face with his long tongue and continued. These potions have given me hope. Moreover, this technique called divine power, or perhaps it shouldn't be called a ninjutsu but rather a divine power, is very fitting. Orochimaru recalled the divine power he had obtained from a blind box a few days ago, divine protection. Kabuto was somewhat puzzled. Aren't they just potions? Although they are much better than military rations pills, they are not enough to grant immortality. Orochimaru, seeing Kabuto's confusion, let out a hoarse laugh. He Kabuto, you only see the surface. You don't know that these potions are only high grade. What about the purple ones? The orange ones? Perhaps there are even higher grades. Hearing this Kabuto was suddenly startled awake. That's right, perhaps there are even higher grades. Even if not potions, could other things work? Kabuto looked at Orochimaru with admiration. As expected of my lord, his vision is far-reaching. Orochimaru ignored Kabuto's admiring gaze and spoke to himself. Teacher, although I cannot kill you now, I must find something to occupy you. Otherwise this plan would be truly wasted. Orochimaru's pale face turned somewhat sinister. He. Kabuto suddenly felt the basement become even colder than before. Hearing Orochimaru's voice, his body stiffened. Kabuto, go and give Gaara of Sunagakure a strong dose of medicine. Let Konoha become lively first. Then we can retreat. Orochimaru stopped laughing and instructed Kabuto. Yes, my lord. I will definitely make Konoha very lively. Kabuto accepted the order and withdrew. As he was about to leave, Orochimaru's voice reached his ears. Remember, don't make too much noise around the blind box shop. I don't think the owner would appreciate that. Although Orochimaru said this, some things were beyond control. Kabuto quickly moved along the walls, the footsteps of Konoha's night patrol ninjas occasionally sounding nearby. He relied on his precise control of shadows to narrowly avoid them several times. Finally he reached the temporary lodging of the Sunagakure group in Konoha. Silently he climbed through the window like a shadow without warmth, approaching Gaara's room. The candles in the room had long been extinguished. By the dim moonlight outside the window, Kabuto could see Gaara sleeping peacefully on the bed. The previous battle had left the boy covered in wounds, but now his pale face unexpectedly showed a trace of tranquility. Kabuto stared at the faintly rising and falling figure. A flicker of barely perceptible complex emotion passed through his eyes, only to be replaced by coldness in an instant. He slowly reached into his robe and pulled out the bottle of anesthetic. The moment the cork was gently removed, a faintly sweet and fishy scent spread through the air. He tiptoed, approaching the bed like a ghost. With a slight flick of his wrist, the powder drifted like a fine mist toward Gaara's mouth and nose. In just a moment Gaara's breathing became heavy and irregular, and his body sank deeper into the bed, falling into an even deeper sleep than before. Just as Kabuto was about to leave silently, a sudden change occurred. Gaara's body began to tremble violently without warning, as if being gripped and shaken by an invisible giant hand. The bright red Shikaku seal on his forehead burst into a brilliant light. The eerie pattern twisted and writhed like a living thing, and spiderweb-like cracks began to appear at the edges of the seal. The temperature in the room dropped visibly, with moisture condensing into icicles on the walls. A fierce wind raged without warning in the confined space, whipping up bedding and debris inside the room. The consciousness of the one-tailed Shikaku filled with brutality and rage fully awakened the moment it sensed the external threat. This monster trapped within a human shell let out a roar powerful enough to shatter the window frames. Kabuto's pupils contracted sharply. He had never imagined that a mere bottle of anesthetic could trigger such a terrifying reaction. Gaara's body under the impact of Shikaku's frenzied chakra was quickly enveloped in a layer of dark red chakra cloak. The originally slender boy's form continuously expanded, transforming into a gigantic monster in the blink of an eye. Shikaku's crimson vertical pupils were filled with murderous intent. It violently swung its claws, tearing the room's walls to shreds, then took giant strides and charged toward the most bustling center of Konoha. Houses along the way collapsed with a crash under its feet, raising clouds of dust. The villagers' terrified screams and cries instantly echoed through the night sky of Konoha. The alarm sirens of Konoha tore through the night sky as the sound of gongs rose and fell and shinobi rushed in from all directions. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, stood atop the Hokage building, gazing at the distant colossal form of Shikaku with a grave expression. His hands moved swiftly through seals, surging chakra pouring from his body as he prepared to face this sudden crisis. Kakashi arrived first with Team 7, and Naruto's eyes widened as he beheld the massive creature. Damn it! We have to stop it. Sasuke's eyes were sharp, already analyzing Shikaku's weaknesses, while Sakura clenched her fists ready to provide support at any moment. Might Guy's Team 3 quickly took their positions. Rock Lee's blood boiled as he shouted, "No matter how powerful the opponent, I will not retreat." Shikaku was completely enraged, its massive tail sweeping across the ground, leveling several houses in an instant. It opened its gaping maw, gathering a huge sand ball within, and hurled it toward the crowded area. At the critical moment, Niji Hyuga activated his Byakugan, precisely tracking the trajectory of the sand ball. Coordinating with Tenten, they shattered the sand ball midair using ninja tools. Amid the chaos, Yakushi Kabuto lurked in the shadows, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth as he prepared to slip away unnoticed. But to his surprise, a dark figure suddenly appeared, blocking his path. Jun Lin crossed his arms, his gaze icy as he stared at him. "Who gave you the nerve to disrupt the peace around the blind box shop?" Kabuto's expression flickered. He hadn't expected the shop owner to appear in person. Meanwhile, Shikaku's attacks grew fiercer. The third Hokage knew he could no longer allow it to rampage unchecked. He roared, "Ninja Art Adamantine Staff." A colossal golden staff descended from the sky, crashing heavily onto Shikaku. The beast roared in pain and fury, turning to charge at the third Hokage. In that split second, a flash of azure streaked by like lightning. Might Guy had activated the 8 gates and rushed to assist, landing a powerful daytime tiger on Shikaku. Shikaku was temporarily driven back by the powerful attack. Yet the raging chakra within it still churned, ready to strike again at any moment. At that moment, Gaara's remaining consciousness struggled fiercely within Shikaku's vast ocean of awareness. A strong will arose from the depths of his heart, trying to reclaim control over himself. "Brat! I barely got out this time, don't you mess things up. This isn't your Sunigakure." Shikaku snarled viciously at Gaara. Gritting his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, Gaara shouted, "No matter where we are, I won't let you harm the innocent." He strained with all his might, trying to wrest back control of his body. Meanwhile, with Jun Lin, Kabuto forced himself to stay calm. "The blind box shop owner. They say you're mysterious and powerful, but I want to see for myself." As he spoke, he formed hand seals and summoned a swarm of snakes that lunged at Jun Lin. Jun Lin sneered and waved his hand, using a telekinetic force to deflect the entire swarm. "That's all you've got?" Kabuto's eyes hardened and he prepared to unleash a more powerful jutsu. Just as Kabuto was about to execute a stronger technique, Orochimaru suddenly appeared. He bowed apologetically to Jun Lin. "My deepest apologies, shopkeeper. I have failed to discipline him properly." Kabuto was stunned. He hadn't expected Orochimaru to appear and apologize to the blind box shop owner. Orochimaru's gaze turned icy as he looked at Kabuto. "Put away your petty tricks." Daring not to disobey, Kabuto obediently stopped. At that moment, Shikaku grew restless again, breaking free from Gaara's partial control, ready to launch another attack. Jun Lin glanced at Orochimaru. "I don't care if you're after Hiruzen Sarutobi or Konoha, just don't interfere with my blind box business. Get it far away from here first." Orochimaru nodded and performed the summoning jutsu, calling forth Manda. Manda clamped its jaws onto Shikaku's tail, temporarily immobilizing it. Seeing Manda appear, the third Hokage seized the opportunity and cast another jutsu to suppress Shikaku. Meanwhile, Gaara continued to resist within his consciousness, gradually regaining some dominance. Jun Lin observed the situation from the shadows, ready to intervene at the critical moment to ensure the crisis was fully resolved. Though the blind box shop system protected the store itself, the surrounding area was not so lucky. He had no intention of running a shop on rubble. Orochimaru. Did you release the one-tail? Hiruzen Sarutobi shouted angrily in Orochimaru's direction. Jiraiya and Tsunade also demanded answers from him. Orochimaru's lips curled upward, emitting a low, sinister laugh. What do you think, sensei? His eyes gleamed with provocation. Jiraiya's eyes blazed with fury, his fists clenched as he prepared to charge at Orochimaru. Tsunade kept a wary eye on their surroundings, suspecting Orochimaru had other schemes. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Jun Lin suddenly spoke. Enough arguing. Deal with Shikaku first. The group refocused their attention on the tailed beast. Gaara's struggle within his consciousness grew more intense. Beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his forehead, but his gaze was unwavering. Shikaku, however, paid no heed to their chatter. It gathered a massive wind-release air bullet in its mouth and fired it toward the crowd. The third Hokage bellowed, "Everyone dodge." The shinobi scattered quickly. Orochimaru directed Manda to block the attack with its body, but the air bullet's power was immense, forcing Manda back. Just as the air bullet was about to strike the crowd, Jun Lin raised his hand. A massive energy barrier appeared, instantly nullifying the air bullet's force. His telekinetic power pressed down on Shikaku, pinning the beast so tightly it couldn't move. Roar! Let me go or I'll tear you apart. Damn it! Who are you? What is this gravity? Shikaku's massive claw raised to strike froze midair. Veins bulged on its neck as it roared in frustration. Roar! Let me go or I'll tear you apart. Dark red chakra churned like boiling magma, but when it touched the invisible barrier above, it was forcibly pushed back. Jun Lin stepped out of the shadows, his palm pressing downward, warping the air into a swirling gravity field. That's impossible. Kabuto's pupils contracted as he watched Shikaku's massive body visibly shrink by half. The once raging gale was compressed into tiny vortices. The tailed beast's limbs sank deep into the ground, gravel and dust exploding outward under the pressure. It struggled and hissed, "Damn it! What is this gravity?" In the distance, shinobi who had rushed over stood frozen, weapons in hand. Kakashi's Sharingan trembled and Might Guy's mouth hung open, unable to close. The third Hokage's grip on his staff tightened unconsciously. He could feel the pressure radiating from Jun Lin, a presence even more oppressive than the first Hokage's. Naruto's palm gripping a kunai was slick with cold sweat. He muttered, "This guy is more terrifying than the Nine-Tails." Silence flooded over the ruins of Konoha like a tide, broken only by Shikaku's heavy panting echoing in the gravity field. Jun Lin looked down at the tailed beast cowering under the pressure and spoke indifferently, "Causing trouble near my shop comes with a price you can't afford." As his words fell, Shikaku suddenly let out a piercing shriek. Its massive form began to shrink rapidly, reverting back to the unconscious Gaara, who collapsed to the ground. The blind box shop owner can actually subdue a tailed beast with his bare hands. Exclamations erupted from the crowd. Nara Shikamaru adjusted his glasses, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed. This is no longer the power of a shinobi. Meanwhile, lurking in the shadows, Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes burning with even greater fervor. He whispered, as expected. The blind box shop hides secrets more terrifying than forbidden techniques. Jun Lin spoke calmly, "Go ahead. It can't move anymore." The shinobi responded in unison. Kakashi activated lightning blade, charging at Shikaku. Jiraiya entered sage mode. Tsunade, who had just returned and hadn't yet visited the third Hokage, encountered Shikaku's rampage in Konoha. She immediately ordered Shizun, run far away and find a place to hide. You can't participate in this battle. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Shizun clutched the pig tauntaun and sprinted away swiftly. Tsunade activated the strength of 100 seal and delivered a monstrous punch toward Shikaku. Meanwhile, Orochimaru and Kabuto stealthily slipped underground, quickly heading toward Konoha's main gate. Orochimaru moved beside Kabuto, grabbed him under his arm and said, "Time to go. We've seen enough of the show." Clutched under Orochimaru's arm, Kabuto asked, "My lord, is it over like this?" Orochimaru let out a sinister chuckle. He. Of course not. Just the two of us can't take on all of them. Your days as a spy are over. He fell silent after that, thinking to himself, I didn't expect Jiraiya and Tsunade to return. Sensei, did you anticipate this? Gaara finally gained the upper hand in his consciousness, using Shikaku's body to cease its attacks. Shikaku roared furiously, Brat, you dare betray me. Gaara replied coldly, this may be Konoha, but I won't let you harm the innocent. In the end, with everyone's combined efforts, Shikaku was sealed once more and Gaara regained his calm. The third Hokage stepped forward and thanked Jun Lin, we are grateful for your assistance, shopkeeper. Jun Lin waved his hand. As long as it doesn't affect my blind box sales. Afterward, Konoha began clearing the rubble left by the battle. Under the combined assault, Shikaku's movements grew sluggish. At last, Gaara fully regained control of his body. He stood slowly and the sand around him automatically formed into armor. Shikaku roared in frustration but could only submit to being suppressed. With the crisis temporarily averted, the third Hokage scanned the area searching for Orochimaru. He asked sternly, where is Orochimaru? Jiraiya, also looking for Orochimaru, couldn't find him anywhere. Damn it, he got away. He punched the rock beside him, shattering it instantly. Tsunade frowned. He got what he wanted this time, but Orochimaru is sure to make his next move. The third Hokage nodded. Indeed. Thanks to everyone, Konoha has weathered this crisis. From now on we must strengthen the village's defenses to prevent a recurrence. Kakashi led Team 7 to Naruto's side and patted his shoulder. Naruto, you did well this time. Naruto grinned. Of course. I'm going to become Hokage. Sasuke's lips curled slightly and Sakura looked at them with admiration. Meanwhile, Gaara walked slowly up to Jun Lin. Thank you for helping me suppress Shikaku. Jun Lin smiled. You're welcome. I hope you can guard your own heart in the future. You can come check out my blind box shop tomorrow. Gaara nodded firmly, then walked to the edge of a building and used his sand to help move the rubble left by Shikaku's destruction. Hokage Building. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was etched with worry, his eyes closed as he occasionally puffed on his pipe, the entire office shrouded in smoke. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Danzo, Mitokado, Hamura, Udatane, Koharu, and the heads of several clans entered the room. Frowning at the thick smoke, Tsunade said impatiently, Old man, why don't you open the window? The whole room reeks of smoke. After speaking, she walked to the window and opened it. Moonlight streamed in and the spring breeze brushed against Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. He opened his eyes, the edges of his pupils tinged with red. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed softly. Seeing this, Tsunade sat down on a chair. This isn't like you, old man. Tsunade, you should say less, these past few days have been busy enough. Jiraiya spoke up. Humph, the student you taught, old man. Quite capable. Orochimaru's stunt this time is too big, Tsunade said, slapping the table. Have the post-war matters been handled? How are the civilian casualties? Sarutobi Hiruzen did not respond to Tsunade's words. Tsunade didn't mind. It's been arranged. We're accelerating recovery now. Civilian casualties. Over 100 dead, Udatane Koharu's voice trailed off. The compensation for civilian casualties must be sufficient. Advisor Hamura, make a tally and distribute it uniformly. What about the ninja casualties? Sarutobi Hiruzen was present at the scene and knew the rough casualties, but he hadn't tallied them and he didn't know the ninja casualties. 1 Anbu Jonin died, 11 Chunin, and scattered casualties from various clans totaling over 20 ninja. Fortunately, the blind box shop owner stepped in to suppress Shoha, otherwise the casualties would have been greater. Jiraiya continued where Sarutobi Hiruzen left off. Root also had 3 Chunin casualties. Danzo, who had been silent since entering, finally spoke, drawing everyone's attention. Tonight I didn't see a single person from your root, yet you claim 3 root ninja died. And you, Danzo, I didn't see you on the battlefield either. I need an explanation, Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen's stern interrogation made the room's temperature drop and a killing intent spread throughout the Hokage's office. Our root ninja were maintaining order on the periphery. Who said Root wasn't on the battlefield? I was deploying Root ninja to intercept Orochimaru. Danzo replied with a hint of anger in his eyes, but only he knew how much anger there really was. Oh, maintaining order, intercepting Orochimaru. And where are the people? The esteemed Root leader Lord Danzo can't even defeat Orochimaru. Tsunade said mockingly. Jiraiya tugged at Tsunade's sleeve, but she slapped his hand away. Jiraiya gave an awkward smile, his eyes signaling her to stop. You. Others might not know Orochimaru, but don't you know him? If he wants to hide, how can one find him? Danzo said angrily to Tsunade. Is that so? Then I suppose we should thank you, Danzo, for maintaining order. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep drag on his pipe and exhaled. Hiruzen, the security department should be established. I believe I am qualified for the position. Danzo seized the opportunity to strike while the iron was hot. We'll discuss the security department later. The urgent matter is to resolve the current situation. How did Orochimaru kill the fourth Kazekage? And then impersonate him to come to my. Not a single word about such a big incident. What was the intelligence department doing? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned deeply, his expression grave, his low voice filled with worry and anger. The meeting room was deathly silent, everyone held their breath, the only sound being the howling wind outside the window. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly stood up, his wrinkled face etched with exhaustion. He paced the room with his hands behind his back, each step seemingly carrying immense weight. This Chunin exam was a perfect opportunity to boost Mai's young generation's strength and strengthen relations with other villages, but Orochimaru has turned it into this mess. Hiruzen stopped, his gaze sweeping over the assembled jonin. The long-standing alliance between Tsunade and Mai may be jeopardized because of this. Since Orochimaru dared to openly attack the fourth Kazekage and launch an assault on Mai, there must be a larger conspiracy behind it. Asuma clenched his fists, his eyes burning with fury. Lord Third, let me take a team to track down Orochimaru. He cannot be allowed to get away scot-free. Do not act rashly. Hiruzen waved his hand. Orochimaru is cunning, if this plan is so meticulous that he must have laid many traps. Moreover, Tsunade's current stance is unclear. We cannot afford to be caught off guard before we understand the situation. Shikaku, immediately gather the analysis team and compile all recent intelligence on Orochimaru and Tsunade. I want to know every step of his actions. Yes, Lord Third. Nara Shikaku replied respectfully, adjusting his glasses, a glint of contemplation flashing in his eyes. Hiruzen then turned to Tsunade. Tsunade, has your hemophobia not recovered yet? The village has many wounded and the medical department is under immense pressure. If you could come back to take charge. Not yet. Tsunade shook her head, looking somewhat dejected. But Shizune has learned my medical ninjutsu. She should be able to handle it. Shizune. Is she the one from the Kato Dan family? The little girl you took out of the village? Tsunade nodded. Shizune has learned most of my medical ninjutsu, but she hasn't had much practice. Then send her to the hospital to help immediately. I'll have Shizune report after the meeting. Hiruzen sighed softly and sat back down, his aged voice tinged with weariness. Issue orders to strengthen the village's vigilance, especially at all entrances and important facilities. At the same time, calm the villagers' emotions, do not let panic spread through the village. Mai has weathered countless crises here, this time we will surely overcome it too. Yes. Lord Hokage. The group responded loudly and dispersed to relay orders. Jiraiya and Tsunade stayed behind. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the two with a puzzled expression. What? Is there something else? Who was that man who appeared tonight? He could even suppress a tailed beast directly. Tsunade had just returned and joined the battle. Within minutes Jun Lin appeared and overwhelmed the tailed beast, leaving Tsunade very curious. He's the owner of a blind box shop. He suddenly opened an Arad blind box shop on the commercial street 2 months ago. The items drawn are diverse, very practical and powerful. The owner himself is also immensely strong and his background is mysterious. According to the owner, these items come from the Arad Continent. Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled the dealings he had with Jun Lin and said solemnly. Tsunade became even more curious. Arad Continent. I've traveled all over the ninja world and never heard of a place called the Arad Continent. Jiraiya continued, I went to the blind box shop last month and drew a key. But the owner said it was too dangerous and teacher wouldn't let me go. A key? What's dangerous about a key? Tsunade's eyes widened and she was full of questions. The owner said that key opens a mysterious ruin and the person who activates it will be teleported directly inside. That key, the Doom Key, is extremely dangerous according to the owner. Even he doesn't know what's inside, it's too unknown. Jiraiya. Wait until your strength improves further, then consider whether to go. Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Jiraiya, his expression serious. Doom Key. A mysterious ruin called Doom, that deserves careful consideration, Jiraiya. Despite her curiosity, Tsunade didn't want Jiraiya to face danger. Fine, I'll listen to you. Jiraiya said somewhat helplessly. He knew his strength was seriously lacking, even tonight's tailed beast was almost too much, let alone an unknown ruin. Tomorrow I'll go meet this owner and see if this blind box is really that magical. Tsunade was interested in whether the owner was truly that mysterious. Alright, I'll go with you tomorrow. Jiraiya volunteered. Tomorrow you can't go, Jiraiya. You need to participate in maintaining order, I don't trust Danzo with it. Sarutobi Hiruzen shattered Jiraiya's fantasy. Ha! Shouldn't that be unnecessary? Aren't there those clans? After watching the blind box drawing, I also need to go collect material. Jiraiya's spirits were instantly crushed. No, if you dare go, I'll dare to renovate those bathhouses. Hey, that's not necessary. I'll go. Old man, I'll be going now. I need to notify Shizun to help at the hospital. Tsunade stood up and walked away, saying as she went. She had finished her questions and had no interest in wasting time with these two. Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen exchanged glances. Seeing that Hiruzen wanted to say something, Jiraiya quickly said, "Teacher, I'll be going too." Bye, and swiftly slipped away. Sigh, these two disciples are always a handful. Hiruzen picked up his pipe, took a puff and looked toward the direction destroyed by the one-tail Shoha. He let out a heavy sigh. Early the next morning, while commoners and ninjas bustled about outside the shop, was equally abuzz. Only Jun Lin sat at the counter reading a storybook of the ninja world. Tisk, people with a cushy life are just too mediocre. This novel is terrible, one protagonist is overpowered while everyone else is useless and the villains are dumbed down. It's even worse than the female-oriented novels from my past life, though reading those gave me a headache too. Jun Lin clicked his tongue, set down the book and turned his gaze toward Uzumaki, Swearan and Karen, who were methodically introducing the items the ninjas had brought in. His eyes caught a woman with an ample chest standing at the entrance. Oops, sorry, auto-aim was on, turning it off now. In the morning Tsunade had rushed to the hospital to borrow money from Shizun. Don't ask why, she had lost all her money gambling. Shizun always kept a little living expenses aside, so she was the perfect target. After getting the money, Tsunade headed straight for the blind box shop. At the entrance she spotted the red hair of Uzumaki, Swearan and Karen. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind. An Uzumaki. There's still an Uzumaki in Konoha. Tsunade's gaze, heavy with thought, settled on the young man behind the counter. He was quite handsome, though still a notch below the person reading this story. Meeting his eyes, Tsunade instinctively looked down at her own bountiful assets, unable to see her toes, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Not a proper person, just like Jiraiya. Tsunade composed herself, walked up to the counter and said to Jun Lin, "Are you the owner of this shop?" "Yes." "And you're Tsunade?" Jun Lin's auto-aim silently activated. Tsunade ignored his gaze, she was used to it by now. "I didn't expect the owner to recognize me. I haven't been back to Konoha in a long time." Jun Lin looked up, catching a glimpse of Tsunade's voluptuous curves. Feeling a bit embarrassed after staring too long, he stood up. "The legendary Sannin, hard not to recognize. True, though Hanzo of the Salamander gave us that title and the world accepted it, but for us three it's a shameful memory." Tsunade recalled the Second Shinobi World War battle against Hanzo. Jiraiya, Orochimaru and she had fought together but couldn't gain the upper hand. Hanzo dominated them and bestowed the title of Sannin. To others it was an honor, but for the three of them it was a disgrace, 3 against 1 and still losing. "I don't think so. Back then Hanzo was in his prime while you three were still young. Just surviving was impressive, your powers hadn't peaked. If you fought him now, who would win?" Jun Lin said casually. "Of course I would. Hanzo uses poison, but my medical ninjutsu is not to be underestimated and my monster strength isn't weak either." Tsunade growled, wishing she could run into Hanzo and beat him half to death. "Ha! So are you here to open blind boxes?" Jun Lin watched as Tsunade's bountiful assets jiggled with her movements. He couldn't believe someone could be so endowed. "System, are you doing this again? Turning on my auto-aim. Turn it off. System doesn't have that function. Keep slandering and I'll sue you in the System Judicial Bureau." "Oh. There's a Judicial Bureau?" "Of course. There are countless systems across the multiverse, all kinds of birds in a big forest. Without a Judicial Bureau everything would be chaotic." "That's impressive. So are you among the top systems?" "No comment. Fine, keep your secrets. I bet you're pretty lame anyway. You. Ignoring the system's dancing tantrum, Jun Lin returned to reality. The conversation with the system had taken only a moment. Jun Lin turned to Tsunade. Coming to a blind box shop means opening boxes. But is it really that miraculous, or is it just a scam? I'm not as easy to fool as the old man. Tsunade had heard about it from the third Hokage and Jiraiya, but she needed to see it for herself. Without a word, Jun Lin activated the shop's invincibility effect, releasing an overwhelming pressure. His profound, unfathomable aura made Tsunade's body tremble. She seemed to see the land of the ninja world crumble and then regenerate inch by inch. Jun Lin withdrew the pressure, returning to an ordinary appearance. Tsunade instinctively stepped back, gasping for breath, cold sweat pouring down her face. She felt a sense of helplessness, as if she were on the verge of death. Huff. Ha. Sheesh. Boss, I believe you. Tsunade said, clutching her chest. The items in the blind boxes range from low to high: white, blue, purple and orange. You might even get a legendary gold, also known as legendary tier. Items vary: potions, skill books, weapons, accessories, even resurrection coins. It all depends on your luck. Some items can be transferred to others, some are bound to the soul of the opener. Even bound items can be used by others if the owner agrees, but it's a one-time use, afterward it returns to the original owner. Jun Lin explained calmly. Tsunade carefully noted the rules. Resurrection coin. She looked at Jun Lin in disbelief. Yes, a true resurrection, not the impure world reincarnation created by the second Hokage. Resurrection coin. True resurrection. Nawaki. Tsunade murmured, thinking of her younger brother Nawaki. Boss, I'll take 10 blind boxes. Tsunade raised her head, determination in her eyes, and placed the banknotes she had taken from Shizun on the counter. Jun Lin waved his hand and 10 blind boxes appeared before Tsunade. Just tap them. Tsunade muttered to herself, resurrection coin, I must get a resurrection coin. She tapped them rapidly. Buzz buzz buzz. 5 blue, 3 purple, 2 orange and 1 gold. Such dazzling light had not appeared in a long time. Everyone in the shop turned to look at Jun Lin and Tsunade. Gold. It's gold. We've never seen gold before, a ninja shouted. Heavens. This is the legendary gold tier the boss mentioned. Everyone was stunned, mouths agape, screaming in excitement as if they had drawn it themselves. Tsunade's heart raced. She looked at Jun Lin expectantly. Boss. Even Jun Lin was startled by the golden light. Tsunade's luck was incredibly outrageous. Her first blind box and she got a gold. He was momentarily stunned but quickly recovered. Blue life potion, strength amplification potion. With a thought he levitated the potions to Tsunade's hands. Tsunade held the red, blue and green vials, useful, but she was more eager for him to introduce the gold item. However, Jun Lin continued without fulfilling her wish. Abyss Party Invitation Fragment 1 rare purple. Effect: collect 10 fragments to synthesize an invitation to challenge a powerful demon in the Abyss realm. Success yields 1 or more items. You may withdraw mid-challenge. Skill book Strong Fist rare purple. Effect: increases your strength and the enemy's stun duration for a certain time but reduces your attack speed. Skill book Blazing Strong Fist rare purple. Effect: a powerful charging punch that attacks and knocks back enemies, releasing a shockwave through the fist. Tsunade hadn't expected these 2 purples to be skill books. Combined with her monster strength and medical ninjutsu, she felt confident enough to face Might Guy's first 7 gates of the 8 gates. She took the 2 skill books, pressed them to her forehead as instructed, and 2 streams of light merged into her body. A vision appeared, a figure using strong fist, briefly gathering power fists, clenched body leaning forward, then unleashing blazing strong fist, charging forward and shattering grotesque enemies with a shockwave. Tsunade snapped back to reality and exhaled softly. Not bad. This power is strong. If I combine it with my own monster strength, it will be even more devastating. That looks amazing. Lady Tsunade is already powerful, with these she'll be even stronger. Konoha will be safer. The crowd buzzed with praise for Tsunade's deeds. Tsunade ignored the chatter and turned to Jun Lin. Boss, what about this one? She pointed at an orange item, giving up on expecting him to introduce the gold first. Jun Lin smirked. Good, she's learning to ask, saving the best for last. Earrings of Radiant Glory epic orange. Effect significantly boosts strength, greatly increases physical attack power and has a chance to deal double critical damage. As soon as Jun Lin finished, Tsunade removed her old earrings and put on the new ones. Feeling the surge of power, she clenched her fists. Tsunade exclaimed in delight. So comfortable. I feel like I could punch through a mountain. Sudden power can be misleading, but with your current strength you might just barely be able to punch through a mountain. Jun Lin smiled. Now let's introduce the only golden legendary item. He shifted the topic. Wow. Golden legendary. Tsunade looked at the golden light with anticipation, as did the stunned crowd. Resurrection coin, legendary gold. Effect revives a person who has been dead for a long time at full health. The entire shop erupted. Heavens. It's real. I thought the other items were amazing enough, but I didn't believe the boss's claim about a resurrection coin. Now it's here. Lady Tsunade's luck is off the charts. Tsunade, still giddy from the skill books and earrings, heard Jun Lin say she had actually drawn a resurrection coin. At over 50 years old she burst into tears, wiping her face repeatedly, but the tears wouldn't stop, leaving her cheeks red. Calm down. Hold it and think of the person you want to revive. It will resurrect them. Jun Lin too was moved. He hadn't expected the resurrection coin to be a gold tier item. In his past life, though not exactly common, anyone who played Dungeon Fighter Online knew it wasn't that valuable. Here it was legendary. Tsunade's hands trembled with nervousness, excitement and anticipation. Nawaki could be revived. She took the small coin, no bigger than an ordinary coin. Yet this tiny coin would drive everyone mad if it were known to the outside world. Tsunade clutched it in her fists against her chest, recalling her memories with Nawaki over and over. Big sis. When I grow up I'll become Hokage. Fine, but if you don't train properly you won't even become a ninja, let alone Hokage. Haha sis, look. I'm a genin now. Ha, that's my little brother, becoming a genin so fast. Who's your jonin instructor? It's Orochimaru sensei. Oh, Orochimaru. That's acceptable, but why not me? Because you're too violent. I don't want that. Thump. Ouch. What did you do that for? Tsunade, your brother. Nawaki. What happened to him? As he slowly recalled his past memories, there was still some pain in his heart. Suddenly, Tsunade clutched the resurrection coin pressed against her chest. It was scorching hot, yet it gave a comfortable and warm feeling. The resurrection coin broke free from her hands and floated in midair, its emitted light gradually turning into particles of radiance. These particles slowly formed a figure in the air, reassembling flesh and soul as it returned. Nawaki slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was Tsunade looking at him with tears streaming down her face. He softly landed and walked up to Tsunade. Sister. What happened to me? Tsunade half knelt and hugged Nawaki, tightly pressing him into her embrace. Nawaki. You really came back to life. The boss didn't lie. Woo woo woo. Nawaki, caught off guard by the sudden embrace, felt like he couldn't breathe. Sister, let go of me first. I can't breathe. Hearing this, Tsunade reluctantly released Nawaki. I haven't seen you for so many years, and now that you're revived you're already rejecting me. After being released, Nawaki took deep breaths. Sister, I just opened my eyes and you hugged me so tight I couldn't breathe. It's really uncomfortable, you know. Thump, ouch. You're definitely rejecting me. Tsunade had recovered, and upon hearing Nawaki's words directly gave him a hard knock on the head. Nawaki held his head, but upon hearing Tsunade's words he wrapped his arms around her. Sister, Nawaki is alive again. Jun Lin watched the sibling exchange and thought, if you two keep this up, how can I do business? Hurry up and go home. Alright, you're both decades old. You're being too emotional. Nawaki, hearing what the young man said, asked Tsunade in confusion, decades old? Me? He pointed at himself. Jun Lin suppressed a laugh and pointed at Tsunade, saying, your sister. Ha. My sister is decades old. Is she really that old? Nawaki was treading dangerously close to the line of death as he looked at Tsunade. Tsunade was already red-hot with anger. I can't beat the boss, but I can certainly beat you, little brother. Dong dong dong. Stop hitting me. Nawaki felt it would be better to be dead. Jun Lin couldn't bear to watch anymore. If this continued, the younger brother might actually die. Alright, Tsunade. Tsunade stopped. Nawaki saw that Tsunade stopped as soon as Jun Lin spoke and thought that this man must be the husband of the fearsome Tsunade. Only he looked a bit too young. Brother-in-law, you need to control her. Nawaki ran behind Jun Lin and said to him. Tsunade was dumbfounded. Jun Lin was also dumbfounded. Tsunade directly moved to grab Nawaki, but Jun Lin stopped her. Alright Tsunade, he just revived and doesn't know anything. You'd better explain things to him. After saying that, he stepped aside, revealing Nawaki. Tsunade immediately pulled him over. You little brat. Come here now. Coming, don't hit me, don't hit me. Tsunade pulled Nawaki aside and explained everything that had happened since his death. By the time she finished, it was already 2 hours later. Even so, she only picked out the highlights. If she had gone into all the details, it would take 3 days and 3 nights. Nawaki hugged Tsunade with a pained heart, then said to her. So he's the owner of this blind box shop, and you were a customer who opened a blind box and got a golden resurrection coin, and then I was revived. So he's not my brother-in-law. Tsunade nodded. Yes, he's not your brother-in-law. Don't talk nonsense. Nawaki's eyes flashed, and with a smirk like the Dragon King he said, then does he not have a wife? It seems not. These two seem to be from the Uzumaki clan, probably shop assistants. I haven't heard the boss mention having a wife, Tsunade said, pointing at Uzumaki Linglan. Nawaki gave a sinister smile and said like a battle god, that's it then. You should marry him. You yourself said it's been so long and you haven't found me a brother-in-law. I think the boss is perfect. He's powerful, you can't even beat him, sister, and his blind box shop earns a fortune every day. Very suitable. Rarely Tsunade did not retort or hit him. Instead she fell silent. Then she snapped back to reality. Well. You little brat. You're even meddling in your sister's affairs. Thump. A good knock is a good head. Ouch. Your sister's affairs are none of your business. From now on you must not become a ninja again. Just live as an ordinary person in Konoha, Tsunade said with complex emotions. No. I must become a ninja. And I will become Hokage. I'll be as strong as Grandpa and protect Konoha. Nawaki immediately retorted. No. I will never let you become a ninja again. How can you do this? Sister, I don't want to lose you again, little brother. Nawaki fell silent instantly. Yes, his sister had already lost too much, including her own happiness, and her younger brother had been dead for too long. But becoming Hokage was Nawaki's dream, and he had always been striving to achieve it. His sister had given him a chance to start over. Should he still make her worry? So Nawaki didn't know what to say and remained silent. From now on just live as an ordinary person, marry and have children and live a good life, Tsunade said earnestly. Nawaki, who had been looking down, raised his head and looked at Tsunade firmly. Thank you, sister, for giving Nawaki a chance to start over. I'm very grateful, sister. After saying that, he bowed to Tsunade and then continued. But an ordinary life brother doesn't want. I still want to be a ninja, and my dream is still to become Hokage. Even if I had to start over, my dream wouldn't change because I am a member of the Senju clan. My grandfather is the god of shinobi in the ninja world, the first Hokage of Konoha. Tsunade had lost count of how many times she had cried today. Watching her brother speak those words, although she was worried as a sister, she still had to support and help her brother's dream. She wiped away her tears. Come, let's go thank the boss first. Saying this, she pulled Nawaki to find Jun Lin. Jun Lin had already heard what the siblings said. In his heart he nodded with satisfaction. Nawaki's will was too strong. If he could continue as a ninja and not die too early, well, Uzumaki Naruto was a cheat and the chosen one. Nawaki could still contend for the Hokage position, but he definitely couldn't win. Tsunade and Nawaki were about to bow, but Jun Lin stopped them. No need to thank me. I just sell blind boxes. I don't know what's inside. Thank yourself. Thank your own luck, Jun Lin said calmly. Even though it's my own luck, if you hadn't opened this blind box shop I wouldn't have been able to save Nawaki. So I still need to thank you. If there's ever anything you need my help with, I'll definitely come, Tsunade said, somewhat surprised but reasonable. As for help, yes, just come and buy 10 blind boxes every month. Of course, boss. Selling these blind boxes is really great. Boss, can I ask you a question? Nawaki suddenly spoke and Jun Lin knew what he was going to ask. If you're going to ask about becoming a ninja or not, you don't need to say it. Follow your heart. Whether it's right or wrong, you have to bear the consequences yourself. Nawaki was a bit surprised that he hadn't even spoken yet and the boss already knew what he was going to say. Yes, thank you for the advice, boss. Then can I ask one more question? Nawaki said like a divine doctor descending from the mountain. Go ahead. Jun Lin was a bit puzzled about what else he had to ask. Boss, do you need a wife? Just say the word and I'll send one over right away, Nawaki said with a wink. Jun Lin nearly fell off his chair. What kind of wild words were these? Wasn't this line a bit familiar? Thump. What nonsense are you talking about? Hey. Sister, can you not be so violent? You. Ahem. You little brat, are you trying to set me up with a wife? Jun Lin cleared his throat twice and said seriously. Yes, introduce my sister. Although she's old and ancient, but... Bang. With a rumbling sound, a small figure flew straight out of the shop. Sorry boss, my brother's mind isn't quite right. I'll take him home and discipline him. I'll visit another day. Tsunade's face was as red as a monkey's bottom as she bid farewell to Jun Lin. Jun Lin was left wanting more. TSK. You know what, you really have a point. Tsunade isn't so bad, Jun Lin thought, stroking his chin. Ding, the host is having lustful thoughts, looking indecent. The system is a bit disdainful. Are you the only one with a mouth? Jun Lin heard the system's voice in his mind. Ding, the system has said that the system has no mouth. You don't even have a mouth yet you dare to speak. Jun Lin said, a bit red hot. Ding, Tsunade may be old but she's well preserved. The system has a miraculous pill here, the rejuvenation pill. After taking it, even someone 300,000 years old can return to the age of 20, maintain their strength at 300,000 years, have eternal beauty and increase their lifespan. Ah. System, I was a bit loud just now. I didn't scare you, did I? Jun Lin instantly changed his expression. May I ask about this pill? Host's level is insufficient. Well, level is insufficient, but isn't there you? Did you go and trade with another system again? Jun Lin changed his expression again. Ding, no comment. If you want to know sooner, work hard selling blind boxes. TSK. I knew you were too lousy. Look at other systems, they treat their hosts so well, either giving them cultivation or directly rewarding them with power. But for me, all I get is telekinesis. And infinite stamina. I'm invincible only inside the shop. And you say you're not lousy. Jun Lin changed his expression yet again. Ding, this system is not lousy. Oh. You dare talk back. Ding, I will sue you. Elsewhere you might be a big shot, but on Tomato you still need to practice, little rookie. Ding, 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 ding. Alright. Stop dinging. You can't take a few words. And you say you're not lousy. You are a... You're cursing. You dare to insult me. Don't you know I'm a keyboard immortal? You ancient system. Jun Lin thought with interest. At first he thought this system was just an old outdated one, but he didn't expect it to be so intelligent. Ding, deducting 1000 premium blind boxes. System auto upgrade successful. Hey. When the hell did I have 1000 premium blind boxes? Jun Lin's confused face became even more confused. Ding, although there weren't 1,000, the system quietly skimmed a few premium blind boxes from the future host, easy as pie. No, what the hell? Is this right? You can actually go to the future. Jun Lin was somewhat shocked, he really hadn't expected that. Damn it. Ding, 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 ding. Alright. Stop dinging. You can't take a few words. And you say you're not lousy. You are a... You're cursing. You dare to insult me. Don't you know I'm a keyboard immortal? You ancient system. Jun Lin thought with interest. At first he thought this system was just an old outdated one, but he didn't expect it to be so intelligent. Ding, deducting 1000 premium blind boxes. System auto upgrade successful. Hey. When the hell did I have 1000 premium blind boxes? Jun Lin's confused face became even more confused. Ding, although there weren't 1,000, the system quietly skimmed a few premium blind boxes from the future host, easy as pie. No, what the hell? Is this right? You can actually go to the future. Jun Lin was somewhat shocked, he really hadn't expected that. Damn it. At first he thought this system was just an old outdated one, but he didn't expect it to be so intelligent. Ding, deducting 1000 premium blind boxes. System auto upgrade successful. Hey. When the hell did I have 1000 premium blind boxes? Jun Lin's confused face became even more confused. Ding, although there weren't 1000, the system quietly skimmed a few premium blind boxes from the future host, easy as pie. No, what the hell? Is this right? You can actually go to the future. Jun Lin was somewhat shocked, he really hadn't expected that. Damn it. Ding, although there weren't 1000, the system quietly skimmed a few premium blind boxes from the future host, easy as pie. No, what the hell? Is this right? You can actually go to the future. Jun Lin was somewhat shocked, he really hadn't expected that. Damn it. Ding, is it strange that the system can go to the future? Jun Lin was speechless. But aren't you an ancient system? Suddenly becoming so advanced makes me feel unfamiliar. Stop talking nonsense. Where's my reward? Ding, the current system content increased chance of obtaining abyss invitation fragments 3 to 5 fragments possible. You mean that opening an abyss invitation from a blind box guarantees at least 3 fragments, at most 5? Ding, yes. But the guarantee of getting an abyss invitation from 10 blind boxes is cancelled. Well, it used to be that every 10 blind boxes guaranteed one, but that would take 10 months, too long. Although the 10 box guarantee is gone now, each blind box can yield 3 to 5 fragments. Jun Lin nodded with satisfaction. Ding, invincible domain 100 meters. Within 100 meters the host is absolute sovereign, words become law. The ability cannot leave the 100-meter range, it dissipates immediately beyond that. Jun Lin felt the power surging within him. Within the 100-meter range he could control everything. Closing his eyes he sensed the domain, the sounds of people, the flow of air, the footsteps of ants, the joy and sorrow of wild grass. He clenched his fist. Is this true power? Though it's only 100 meters, did I think my instant teleportation was a joke? That means the 100 meters are effectively non-existent. Before he could finish celebrating, the system's reward came again. Ding, congratulations host. You have received a 9 lives spirit cat. Please go to an open area to receive it. Ah. A 9 lives spirit cat. Do I have to be a poop scooper? What use is it? Jun Lin teleported instantly from the shop, arriving at the massive stone wall of the Hokage rock. Receive. As Jun Lin spoke, a golden light burst before him. When the smoke cleared, a cat sat on the stone wall, pure white, its eyes as red as blood, jade and translucent. Behind it 9 fluffy tails swayed gently, each tip glowing with a faint halo as if containing mysterious power. Meow, the 9 lives spirit cat let out a lazy cry, looking up at Jun Lin with a trace of closeness and curiosity. Meow. 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 Jun Lin was stunned. He hadn't expected the spirit cat to be so beautiful. He crouched down and reached out to touch its head, but it dodged nimbly. Hey. You silly cat. The 9 lives spirit cat approached on its own, rubbing against Jun Lin's feet. He stroked its head and scratched its chin. The cat purred with contentment. It looked very comfortable. Jun Lin was quite pleased with the spirit cat. Not bad. System, what's it good for? Does it just have 9 lives and nothing else? Ding, the 9 lives spirit cat can sense danger and foresee the future. Occasionally it can also help you with minor troubles. Most importantly, it is soulbound to you. 9 lives, therefore you also have 9 lives. If it dies you won't die, if you die it will die. Jun Lin's eyes lit up. He had been complaining about being a poop scooper, but now he felt the spirit cat was actually quite nice. Does it have a name? He asked. Ding, no. It is the sole survivor of the 9 lives spirit cat clan from a certain cultivation world. Only this one remains in that world. That makes sense. This clan is heaven-defying, too heaven-defying. 9 lives. Jun Lin squinted, thinking for a moment. Then I'll call you Xiao Jiu. Of course, if one day you kick the bucket I'll rename you Xiao Ba. After saying this, Jun Lin hoisted Xiao Jiu above his head. The 9 lives spirit cat's tail curled tightly and it clamped its legs together. Tisk, so it's a female. Jun Lin placed Xiao Jiu on his shoulder. The spirit cat breathed a visible sigh of relief and obediently curled up on his shoulder. As soon as he finished speaking, a commotion suddenly came from afar, followed by a powerful surge of chakra from behind. Xiaojio instantly turned to look, its eyes vigilant. Jun Lin calmly turned around and gazed silently toward the source of the disturbance. Suddenly a figure emerged. It was Uzumaki Naruto, who had been practicing the Sonic Blade Storm technique. He had been training well, but then he saw a golden pillar of light and thought there might be some treasure. He hurried over. Just as he was about to climb a tree to get a better look, a snake suddenly sprang out, startling him. He killed it instantly, planning to cook it for dinner. The sudden release of the Nine Tails chakra attracted the attention of the Nine Lives spirit cat. "Hey! Boss, why are you here?" Naruto found it strange. He had never seen Jun Lin outside the blind box shop except during the recent Shikaku rampage. "Me? I came to pick up a companion," Jun Lin said, soothing Xiaojio. Though the cat had stopped bristling, its eyes remained fixed on Naruto, or rather on the Nine Tails inside Naruto. "Companion? Where?" Naruto looked around but couldn't find anyone. "Had a companion is this one," Jun Lin said, pointing at Xiaojio on his shoulder. Naruto stepped closer to look. "Is it this cat?" He walked to Jun Lin's side and stared at Xiaojio on his shoulder, then suddenly yelled, "Wow! Boss, your cat has 9 tails." Naruto pointed at the 9 drooping tails. "It's a 9 live spirit cat and its name is Xiaojio," Jun Lin said. Jun Lin took Xiaojio off his shoulder, held it in his arms and found a relatively clean spot to sit down. Naruto, seeing Jun Lin sit, also sat down beside him. 9 live spirit cat. 9 tails. I feel like I've seen something like that before, Naruto said, frowning thoughtfully. "You saw it when you were little, or rather it lives inside you, the 9 tails." Right. I knew it seemed familiar." Naruto suddenly realized, then spoke with a hint of sadness. "Everyone calls me the fox demon." He lowered his head. Jun Lin placed his hand on Naruto's head. "You've already done well enough. At least 99.9% better than the people of Konoha." Jun Lin sighed inwardly. Anyone else would have turned dark and destroyed the ninja world in no time. Naruto felt embarrassed by Jun Lin's words and forced a laugh. "Ha, not at all. I just want to be a good ninja and become Hokage." "Naruto, do you want to see the 9 tails inside you?" Jun Lin took his hand from Naruto's head and stroked Xiaojio's head. "Yes, I want to ask him why he's inside me," Naruto said eagerly. He had seen him once when he was little and never again. Jun Lin touched Naruto's forehead with his fingertip. In an instant the two of them and the cat entered a dark, damp and dripping narrow prison. Xiaojio immediately sensed the violent chakra of the 9 tails but didn't pay it much attention. Initially unfamiliar, it had been cautious, but upon entering and seeing the entity, it classified it as a small fry and ignored it. The cat stretched lazily and curled up obediently on Jun Lin's shoulder. Naruto spoke first. "So this is the inside of my body. It stinks. And it's dark and damp." The 9 tails sensed the presence of strangers. Its aura suddenly surged as if the air itself froze. Xiaojio, feeling the 9 tails aura rise, released a trace of its own presence. The 9 tails, as if encountering a natural enemy, instantly retracted its aura. It felt a chill down its spine, a premonition that something terrible would happen if it didn't restrain itself. The 9 tails stared at Naruto. "Kid, how did you get in here?" Jun Lin activated his invincible domain. "If I want to come, no one can stop me." "And you're too tall, lower your head." The 9 tails was pressed down until its entire body nearly deformed. It trembled, shaking with fear. This was even more terrifying than the aura just now. Roar! Roar! The 9 tails' howl was filled with a millennium of sealed resentment and longing for freedom. "Boss, let him go first. I want to talk to him," Naruto said, unable to bear seeing the 9 tails in such pain. Jun Lin withdrew the domain. Naruto was a little scared, but thinking of his own experiences, he stepped forward and looked up at the massive creature before him. "Why are you inside me?" "Because of you, the villagers have always called me a fox demon." The 9 tails was also bewildered. "I was sleeping peacefully and then one day a red-eyed freak appeared, treated me like a summoning beast and made me work like a slave." "What did I do?" "Then a wooden giant bigger than me grabbed me, saying I was too powerful and had to be sealed." "What did I do again?" "Roar." The 9 tails couldn't help but roar. "Quiet." A single gentle word reached the 9 tails' ears. The roar stopped instantly. "You ask me." I also want to know what I did to deserve being sealed. Was it because I was too strong? Naruto didn't know what to say. He didn't know either. Jun Lin looked at the nine tails with amusement. It was indeed quite wronged, because it was strong. So it had to be sealed. Alright, nine tails, I know the reason. Upon hearing Jun Lin's voice, the nine tails lowered its body to the ground, bowing its head. You are. Jun Lin looked at the harsh environment and activated his domain: mountains, rivers, birdsong and floral fragrance. In the eyes of Naruto and the nine tails, the world seemed to awaken. Spring arrived. The morning light gilded the bluish-green mountains, winding streams like silver ribbons meandered through their sparkling reflections, mirroring the lush greenery on both banks. Mountain winds swept through, pines roared, mingling with the melodious chirping of larks in the branches and the faint chirping of crickets in the grass, forming a natural symphony. Pink and white wild cherry blossoms fell fluttering into the crystal-clear water, startling a few red carp that frolicked with a flick of their tails. In the distance on the meadow, sika deer leisurely lowered their heads to nibble tender grass, their fluffy tails occasionally swishing. Gray rabbits hopped with long ears erect, startling clouds of dandelions whose fine fluff rode the wind into the sky. Eagles circled in the clouds, occasionally diving to skim the river surface, sending up sparkling droplets. On the vine-covered cliffs, macaques swung from ancient vines, uttering joyful cries. The mountains were filled with the mingled fragrance of earth and wildflowers. Everything was like a magnificent painting treasured by time. Naruto and the nine tails were both stunned. Naruto was amazed by Jun Lin's power. If the nine tails was also amazed, but not by Jun Lin's strength, it had already experienced that. It was amazed that Jun Lin could transform the environment into such a breathtaking scene with just a few words. It had been so long since it had seen the outside world. Jun Lin used his words as law to create a table and several chairs sat down, then conjured a teapot, a few cups and some snacks. Xiaojio had already run off to play with the animals. Jun Lin gestured for Naruto to sit, and the nine tails also crouched beside the table. Jun Lin frowned at the nine tails' huge head. Kurama, can't you shrink? The nine tails was taken aback, looked at its own body and saw nothing wrong. Though it didn't understand why Jun Lin wanted it to shrink, it showed respect. It nodded and transformed into a chibi version of the nine tails, looking quite adorable. It jumped directly onto a stool and sat upright. Naruto looked at the chibi nine tails and wanted to reach out and touch it. Stop it, kid. Don't touch me, the nine tails snarled ferociously. Naruto laughed awkwardly, withdrew his hand and muttered, stingy. But it really looks cute. Cough. Jun Lin cleared his throat and the two immediately sat up straight. Naruto, do you know how the ninja world came to be? Naruto nodded, then shook his head. He knew a little but not much, the pain of being a poor student. Then let me tell you about the origin of the ninja world and why Kurama was sealed inside you. In the distant ages, after a long while of speaking, even Jun Lin felt parched. He lifted his teacup and drained it in one gulp. Setting the cup down, he watched as tea spontaneously filled the cup from the bottom in moments. Jun Lin nodded inwardly, thinking how damn convenient it was. After hearing Jun Lin's words, the nine tails was somewhat shocked, for there were things even he did not know. No wonder Jun Lin could call out his name. So Kurama, my parents sealed you inside me for the sake of Konoha. And I am the son of the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze and the previous nine tails Jinchuriki Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto spoke as tears streamed unceasingly from his eyes. Yes. Do you hate them? Naruto opened his mouth but couldn't speak. Hate. Of course he did. He had endured too much grievance over the years. Not hate. His parents had sacrificed themselves to protect the village. His father was the Hokage, it was his duty. Jun Lin turned to Kurama. From now on, don't interfere with Naruto's chakra anymore. Instead, let him use your chakra. Kurama nodded reluctantly, thinking, I'm the unluckiest one. Naruto, treat Kurama well. He's not as evil as you imagine, he was merely used by others. Naruto nodded. Jun Lin had already explained everything and he now understood what Kurama had been through. Humph. You can use my chakra, but don't bother me unless it's necessary. Kurama turned away with a tsundere attitude. Jun Lin suddenly thought of something, he had almost forgotten. Naruto, do you want to meet your parents? Naruto was bickering with Kurama, trying to rub the chibi fox head while Kurama refused. Upon hearing Jun Lin's words, both the fox and the boy stopped. Naruto walked over to Jun Lin. Is it possible? Jun Lin led Naruto to the seal of the adamantine sealing chains where several iron chains crisscrossed. Just tear off this talisman and it will be done. Naruto stepped forward and tore off half of the talisman. Immediately a chakra entity appeared before them. Naruto, you can't tear this off. The voice belonged to the fastest man, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. Minato looked at Naruto, then turned to Jun Lin, pulling out a flying thunder god kunai engraved with the pattern blade of love and shielding Naruto behind him. Who are you? Did you tell Naruto to tear off the adamantine sealing chains? Lord Fourth, don't hurt the boss. Naruto, seeing Minato pointing the kunai at Jun Lin, quickly stepped between them. Minato was stunned. Naruto didn't call me father. Indeed, a son raised without a father's presence would not be close. A bitter taste filled Minato's mouth. Naruto, you can explain it to him. After saying this, Jun Lin turned and walked back to his original seat. Minato looked around, sensing something strange about the environment. This change is too drastic. Fourth Hokage, let me explain. Minato, putting aside his disappointment about being called father, had his own questions. After a long explanation, Jun Lin was nearly dozing off. He had been out for quite a while. I see. Now I understand. Minato now knew why Naruto had torn the seal. He was even more astonished by the boss's power and curious about the blind boxes Naruto mentioned. He brought Naruto before Jun Lin and was also startled to see the chibi version of Kurama. This. Jun Lin took a sip of tea and said leisurely, don't be so tense. Kurama is not a bad-tailed beast, but neither is he a good one. Kurama held a teacup in one hand and a pastry in the other, stuffing it into his mouth. When he heard Jun Lin's words, the beginning was fine, but the last part, no need to thank him, was unnecessary. Kurama glanced at Minato. This trashy Hokage had sealed him and cost him 2 lives. He ignored Minato and continued eating pastries, which kept replenishing themselves from the small plate, each with a different flavor. The tea also refilled endlessly. How delightful. Thank you for telling me, boss. I am very grateful. The little son bowed to Jun Lin. Being able to see Naruto and Kurama coexist peacefully makes me happy. Minato watched the chibi Kurama, who held a teacup in one hand and a pastry in the other, stuffing himself non-stop, and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. He's like a starving ghost. What, aren't you going to release Kushina? Kushina is the last line of defense. She can't come out unless it's absolutely necessary. Minato's expression turned serious. Unfortunately, I have only a little chakra left. It's about to dissipate. I can't stay with you, Naruto. Minato held Naruto in his arms and whispered softly. Father. Naruto sobbed, hugging Minato tightly. Minato's body trembled, his eyelashes quivered, a watery sheen glazed his eyes as if covered in a thin mist. His lips pressed into a pale thin line, his chin trembled uncontrollably, his Adam's apple bobbed as if desperately swallowing the impending flood of emotions. His entire face was taut, almost translucent. Don't make it sound like a farewell forever. If you lack chakra, just replenish it. Kurama has plenty. Jun Lin watched the father and son's farewell, though it was indeed a real one. Minato and Naruto both looked at Jun Lin. Is this possible, Mr. Boss? Minato asked. You can call me boss, but why add Mr.? Aren't you the boss? Minato was puzzled. He didn't understand why someone would be called by the strange name boss. When people are speechless, they truly are speechless. My surname is Jun, given name Lin. Jun as in Jun Lin Tianxia, ruling the world. Lin as in Jun Lin Tianxia. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Jun. Minato felt a bit awkward and quickly spoke. Then how do we replenish chakra? The invincible domain activated. The chibi Kurama had eaten countless pastries, his belly round as he lay on the ground. With a thought from Jun Lin, a vast amount of chakra flowed from Kurama, drifting toward Minato and slowly merging with his entire body. Kurama felt as if he had been drained dry, not a drop left. He let out a half-dead roar. Indeed, there was no free lunch in this world, he had to pay it back. Seeing Kurama's wilted state, Jun Lin thought, it's just a little chakra. Why is he acting like he's dying? He then channeled natural energy into Kurama's body. Kurama recovered, breathing heavily. Alive again. He wanted to throw a fit, but being prudent chose not to haggle over that little bit of chakra with Jun Lin. After Minato finished merging, he looked as if he had been resurrected. This chakra will last only about 10 to 20 years, of course, under the condition that you don't use any ninjutsu. Even if you do, it can still last 10 to 20 years. Jun Lin sat down again and said. Minato and Naruto exchanged glances, seeing the joy in each other's eyes. Jun Lin knew what they were about to do and spoke first. Release Kushina first. Minato and Naruto went back to the seal. Naruto tore off the entire talisman. Kushina appeared in a manner similar to Minato's earlier appearance. Naruto, did the Ninetales go berserk? Does Mom need to step in? She had long red hair. She wore a sleeveless tight-fitting short top exuding efficiency and vitality. The edges of the garment had black trims, creating a sharp contrast. She paired it with black tight-fitting pants that outlined her leg lines, smoothly highlighting a ninja's agility and neatness. On her feet were black ninja boots with red line decorations that matched the top. She also wore a brown wide belt with a silver metal buckle, adding a touch of toughness to the overall outfit. Additionally, a ninja tool pouch hung at her waist filled with various ninja tools, underscoring her professionalism as a ninja. She was the previous Ninetales Jinchuriki Kushina Uzumaki. Kushina looked at Naruto, reached out her fair hands and cupped his face. You've grown so big already. Mom wasn't by your side, you must have endured so much, right? Mom. As soon as Naruto spoke, his eyes instantly filled with scalding tearful mist. He trembled as he reached up to cover his mother's hand. The memories of nights isolated by villagers, the cold stares he received because of his identity as Kurama's Jinchuriki, and the bitter moments of eating alone surged back like a tide. Kushina's fingertips brushed the 6 whisker marks on his cheek, her eyes shimmering with watery light, yet a smile so gentle it was almost painful touched her lips. Little Naruto always tries to be strong. You must have hidden all your tears, haven't you? She suddenly pulled Naruto into an embrace. The warmth of a mother's body made Naruto's tense frame collapse. The roar of the Ninetales behind him gradually faded, leaving only the familiar scent of wildflowers in his mother's hair lingering at his nose. I'm sorry I couldn't cook red bean soup for you when you were hungry, couldn't wipe away your grievance tears. Kushina choked, burying her face in her son's hair. But Mom has been watching you become a ninja more brilliant than the 4th Hokage. Naruto clutched his mother's collar, his tears soaking her red top. From his throat came a suppressed sob. I missed you so much. I thought I would never see Mom again in this life. Before he could finish, Kushina had already cupped his face, using her thumb to gently wipe away his tears, just as she had done countless times in her dreams. Minato stood by like an outsider beside the mother and son. Kushina. Kushina suddenly turned to Minato, let go of her son and embraced him. Minato's hands were about to hold her. Kushina's fist landed squarely in Minato's stomach. Gah. Wait, let me explain, Kushina. Minato's voice was completely ignored by Kushina. The adamantine sealing chains bound Minato instantly. Kushina, after beating Minato, came to Naruto. Son, did something happen? Naruto, seeing Minato's miserable state, swallowed hard. Mom, maybe you should listen to what Dad has to say first. Kushina was taken aback, not expecting that Minato had earned Naruto's forgiveness and even been called father. She released the chains. Minato quickly spoke. Kushina, don't hit me and don't speak yet. Let me finish. After an explanation, the three came before Jun Lin. Have you explained everything? Minato nodded and introduced him to Kushina. This is our family's benefactor Jun Lin, Mr. Jun. Kushina immediately bowed. Thank you, Mr. Jun, for helping Naruto resolve his inner conflicts and for saving both my husband and me. Jun Lin directly channeled a mass of chakra the same size as Minato's into Kushina's body for her to merge. After it was done, Kushina wanted to bow again, but Jun Lin stopped her. He had been out long enough and didn't want to waste more time. Alright, I'm done here. I have to go. This environment was created using Kurama's chakra. As long as the chakra is not broken, it will not vanish. Jun Lin beckoned to Xiaojiao, who immediately dashed over and leaped onto his shoulder. With a whoosh, Jun Lin disappeared. The family of three looked at each other, silently grateful to Jun Lin. Kushina glanced at the chibi Kurama, who was lying on the ground barely alive and seemingly on the verge of death. Isn't this the Ninetales? How did he become like this? Kushina pointed at Kurama. The father and son exchanged a glance, holding back their laughter as they explained to Kushina. I see, hahaha. Mr. Jun probably forgot about him, but the chibi Ninetales is really cute. Kushina walked over to Kurama, picked him up and began to squeeze him vigorously. Stop. Stop. You crazy woman. You took my chakra and now you dare to treat me like this. Kurama struggled fiercely, but he had no strength left, not a drop. He gradually gave up resisting. Meanwhile Jun Lin teleported back to the shop. Achoo. He rubbed his nose. What the hell? I'm invincible, aren't I? Could it be a cold? Did the system give me a fake invincible domain? Jun Lin was puzzled, musing silently. He seemed to have forgotten something. Meanwhile in the Hokage's office Yuan Fei Risen was pinching Shingshu here and there in surprise. Incredible. There is actually a real resurrection in this world. Yuan Fei Risen's eyes grew brighter. Can we also revive the first Hokage and the second Hokage? Then Mai would truly be the #1 in the ninja world, not a village that every other village can challenge. Gang Shou couldn't stand it anymore. An old man groping a teenage boy, anyone would think he was a pervert. Old man Shingshu still wants to be a ninja. Please arrange it for him. Yuan Fei Risen suddenly calmed down. Holding his pipe he sat back in the chair in his office with the stone reliefs of the past Hokages behind him. Between his fingers was an antique brown pipe, the stem was carved with fine cloud patterns and the bowl exuded a warm luster from years of use. Blue smoke rose from the bowl. He took a light puff and the pipe made a sizzling sound. The embers flickered in the dim light, casting a deep, unique Hokage's shadow over his eyes that were always filled with gentle smiles. After a few minutes of silence Yuan Fei Risen said, Shingshu, is what your sister said true? Do you really want to be a ninja again? Yes. Lord Hokage, I still want to be a ninja, Shingshu said solemnly after thinking. I will have someone handle the procedures, but you need to retrain your basics. From now on Gang Shou will train you. You cannot be careless again. Yuan Fei Risen earnestly advised. I know, third Hokage. Shingshu scratched his head sheepishly. Go on, get stronger quickly. Yes, I'll take my leave now. Let's go, old man. Yuan Fei Risen watched the two of them leave, gently tapping the ashes out of his pipe. If this was to be realized it would cost a great deal of silver. Someone. A Sarutobi subordinate emerged from the shadows and knelt. Lord Clan Leader, what are your orders? Summon Tuan Song and the two advisors to the Hokage building. Yes, Lord Hokage. Poof. Tuan Song, Shui Hu Men Yen and Zhuan Qin Xiaochun arrived at the Hokage's office one after another. After sitting down Zhuan Qin Xiaochun asked, Risen, is there something? Are the post-war logistics arranged properly? How are the wounded recovering? How is the house construction going? The third Hokage took a puff and asked several questions in one breath. Logistics are acceptable for now. The wounded are recovering steadily thanks to Jing Yin's addition and medical skills. As for the houses, I'm not sure, you'll have to ask Men Yen. Zhuan Qin Xiaochun said. The houses are being built urgently and can be completed in about 2 days, Shui Hu Men Yen said, then paused for a few seconds before continuing. But the funds may be insufficient, we need to apply to the daimyo. Although Shoha didn't harm many civilians, the houses were mostly destroyed. I will apply for funds from the daimyo as soon as possible, but the condolence money cannot be delayed or it will affect Mai's reputation. The third Hokage tapped the table. And the reason I invited you here today, besides these matters, there is another thing. Perhaps you have heard that Shingshu has been resurrected, and I have confirmed that it is not like the impure world reincarnation. The resurrection coin from the blind box shop owner is real. Yuan Fei Risen's expression was serious. Tuan Song, Shui Hu Men Yen and Zhuan Qin Xiaochun stood up in unison. Really? Even though we received the intelligence, we still can't believe it's true. If it's true, then we should have all those who opened the boxes hand them over. They can't be kept in their hands. Tuan Song tapped the ground with his cane. Tuan Song, you don't need to meddle in the blind box shop. Just do your own job. Risen. Do you know what this resurrection coin means? Wealth. Status. Sooner or later the daimyo will find out. We should open them and exchange them for money. Tuan Song launched a fierce offensive. Tuan Song, don't think I don't know that you secretly sent root ninjas to open blind boxes. You can open them, but don't court death by provoking the wrong people. Especially those two shop assistants. I think you've already set your sights on them. Risen frantically tried to retreat. Risen, they are from the Uzumaki clan. They are the best vessels for the Nine Tails. Tuansang ignored the retreat and launched a reckless attack. Tuansang, I think you really are tired of living. I've warned you again and again. Don't provoke them. Risen was already planning to report him after this. Risen, you. Tuansang, I won't care about you anymore. If you want to do it, then go ahead. But don't drag my into it. Tuansang left angrily. Although he didn't go through the usual procedure, which was a bit odd, Men Shui Hu Men Yen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Shui Hu Men Yen and Xuan Qin Xiaochun exchanged glances, both shocked. Could Yuan Fei Risen actually say that he wouldn't meddle in whatever Tuansang did? But Yuan Fei Risen clearly knew that Tuansang would not give up easily. However, the shop owner was someone I could not afford to offend. Tuansang was doomed. It was better to sacrifice the pawn to save the king. You two had better not meddle in Tuansang's affairs. As friends, comrades and colleagues, this is my last warning. Yuan Fei Risen finished speaking and fell silent, no longer talking. Yes, we won't interfere, but concerning Tuansang Risen, shouldn't you think it over carefully? Xuan Qin Xiaochun was a bit frightened by Yuan Fei Risen's words. That's right, Risen. Tuansang also acts for my sake, Shui Hu Men Yen added. Alright, go back to your posts. I need to be alone. Yuan Fei Risen pinched his brow and said softly. The two advisors exchanged glances, then silently left the office without a word. Walking on the street, Shui Hu Men Yen spoke first. Is that shop owner really that terrifying? Is Risen overreacting? Are you a pig-brained idiot? If the shop owner weren't that terrifying, would Risen have said he wouldn't meddle in Tuansang's affairs? Xuan Qin Xiaochun was a bit exasperated by her teammate's stupidity. That's true. Although Risen's personality has become weaker over the years, he's not someone to be bullied. Forget it, we'd better not interfere. Xuan Qin Xiaochun nodded. Go back and discipline the ninjas of your clan. They've been a bit arrogant these years. At the fork in the road they parted ways. Meanwhile, Gang Shou brought Xing Shu to the ancestral home of the Senju clan. Cough cough. There's so much dust. Sister, haven't you come back to clean it all these years? Xing Shu said while sweeping the floor with a broom, addressing Gang Shou, who was at the window. Gang Shou replied while wiping the window with a cloth. No, over the years clan members have stopped using the name Senju, and most of them died in the Third Great Ninja War. I really rarely return to my, let alone the ancestral home. Then why don't we hire someone to help clean? Just the two of us, how long will it take? Xing Shu looked around in despair. Shut up. Just clean and stop talking. Gang Shou was a bit embarrassed and angry. Was she supposed to tell Xing Shu that she had lost all her money gambling? I haven't gone to treat rich people these past few days. As soon as I got back, I've been busy. There's no time. Only Jing Yin still has some savings. If it weren't for Jing Yin, Gang Shou would have starved to death over the years. Xing Shu seemed to guess the reason but dared not say it, so he remained silent. He was afraid of getting beaten if he spoke out. Inside Naruto. Kushina had already lost interest in playing with Kurama. It was Kurama who, slowly recovering chakra, suddenly grew larger. You damned crazy woman. The moment Kurama enlarged, a massive paw directly swatted at Kushina. Stingy. I just played a little. Adamantine sealing chains. Kushina retorted while forming hand seals, calling Kurama stingy. 8 chakra chains extended from Kushina's back. He too blocked the attack while the remaining chains bound Kurama tightly. Not bad. It feels even stronger than when I was alive. The adamantine sealing chains originally had 5 chains, but now there are 2 more. Could it be because I'm now composed of chakra? Kushina was somewhat puzzled, but then reasoned it must be a mutation. Alright Kushina, don't give Kurama a hard time. Minato stepped forward with a wry smile, trying to persuade her. I haven't settled accounts with you yet. Although I don't know how Naruto has been these years, I can feel that he often grieves and is in low spirits. It's only been much better recently. It must be that old geezers like the third Hokage and Danzo have treated Naruto poorly. Hearing Minato's persuasion, Kushina directly snapped at him. Roar. You wretched woman, using my own chakra to attack me. Kurama looked at the chains, whose aura was identical to his own, and was nearly driven mad with rage. Naruto quickly stepped forward. Mother, please let Kurama go. Without the boss and Kurama's chakra, you wouldn't have been able to survive for long. Kushina also felt a bit embarrassed, sensing she was being ungrateful. She immediately released the chains from Kurama. Roar. Kurama, I apologize on behalf of my mother. I'm really sorry. Naruto quickly bowed to Kurama. Seeing Naruto like this, Kurama couldn't say anything more, especially since Junlin's words were still fresh in his mind. Humph. As long as she doesn't provoke me, I can't be bothered with her. Kurama snorted, lying on the ground. Kushina also stepped forward to apologize to Kurama. Sorry, Kurama. What should we do now? Should we go out? I want to see the third Hokage, Minato said to Kushina. Of course we'll go out, but I'm going to cook for Naruto and make up for all the lost years. I don't want to see that old geezer third Hokage. Kushina shot a glance at Minato and walked over to Naruto. Come on son, mama will cook for you. With that the two vanished before Kurama and Minato. Minato smiled bitterly. Sorry Kurama, I have to go too. Then he disappeared before Kurama. Humph. Despicable humans. Kurama looked at the spot where the three had left, feeling a bit reluctant. It had been so long since he had spoken to anyone, and now he felt a sense of loss. Kurama lowered his head and murmured, and that Junlin Arad Continent. Old man, 6 paths, the ninja world you created will soon be in chaos. Kurama smirked. Soon Naruto brought Kushina and Minato to his home. Kushina's brows furrowed tightly. Minato had been smiling at the backs of mother and son, but the place Naruto brought them to was wrong. His smile vanished and his frown deepened. Kushina frowned as she looked at the dwelling Naruto led her to. Seeing everything in the room, the lack of sunlight made it moldy and damp. She opened the fridge and cabinets. They were full of instant noodles, expired milk and bread, some already moldy. What's going on? Isn't this place supposed to be for orphans? Why is Naruto here? Kushina turned around and glared fiercely at Minato, shouting. This. I don't know either. Kushina. Minato's mouth was bitter. I died at the same time as you, how would I know? The little son is about to become a resentful woman. From the moment they appeared, Kushina's attitude towards him had been growing worse. Naruto listened to their conversation and said in confusion, I've lived here since I was little. Is something wrong? Kushina pursed her lips and pulled him into her embrace. Minato. What about my previous wealth? I had a whole street of real estate. Where did it go? Kushina. Minato opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Tears welled in Kushina's eyes. That property belonged to Naruto. Even if he was still young. But look at this place. This is where the village's orphans live. But what about your house? They took your house. And arranged for Naruto to stay here. Isn't it clear enough? Kushina felt immense disappointment in Minato and deep hatred for the third Hokage and the other higher-ups. In an instant Kushina's Kurama chakra erupted and every ninja in Konoha sensed it and rushed over. In the Hokage's office. Yuenfei Risen was originally processing documents. Suddenly he sensed a violent surge of chakra. It's Kurama. Yuenfei Risen said in a terrified tone. Konoha could not withstand another rampage from Kurama. Quickly. Inform the sealing squad and all clan heads routes Tuanzang and notify the 2 advisors to handle the aftermath. Hurry, hurry, hurry. After saying that, Yuenfei Risen leaped out the window and rushed straight to the orphanage district. Minato saw Kushina suddenly erupt with Kurama's chakra and felt that things had gone terribly wrong. Kushina, calm down. I'll go find the third Hokage. 8 chains from Kushina shot straight at Minato, who used Flying Thunder God to continuously dodge. Kushina. Calm down. Minato just dodged 1 chain, but as he spoke he was knocked away by another chain, crashing through several houses. The collapse of the houses was a dense and shocking auditory explosion. First came a dull creak, like the extreme wailing of wooden bones being crushed, then a rumble. A loud boom erupted as if a giant boulder had fallen from the sky, making eardrums tremble. The clatter of falling broken bricks and tiles, the thud of heavy beams hitting the ground, the crack of glass shattering instantly, the crackle of countless fragments colliding, all rushed in at once, interweaving into a chaotic roar. The sound of airflow as dust rose mixed with the dull thud of falling ruins finally settled into a fine rustle, like a hasty rain that fell and then stopped, leaving only a ringing in the ears and dead silence. Cough, cough, cough. Minato spat out blood in the rubble, then used Flying Thunder God to instantly appear before Kushina. Yuenfei Risen had just arrived when he saw the scene of Minato being knocked away, followed by the sound of houses collapsing. Minato. Kushina. Naruto. Yuanfei Risen was bewildered. How could this couple have been resurrected? He hadn't heard any intel from the Umbu about Naruto having used 2 revival coins. Minato heard the 3rd Hokage's voice and was somewhat surprised. 3rd Hokage-sama, long time no see. But for now please wait, Kushina's temper has flared up. What's wrong with her? As he spoke, the 3rd Hokage was bound by 2 chains from Kushina which tightened more and more. Ah! Tuanzang's several clan heads and the sealing squad had already arrived. They were all stunned by the scene before them. They didn't see Kurama, but they saw the 4th Hokage and the previous Ninetales Jinchuriki Kushina, who was now binding the 3rd Hokage. Minato, what is this? How did you come back to life? Tuanzang said to Minato. Ignoring the blood at the corner of his mouth, Minato shouted anxiously, Lord Danzo. Don't ask about that now. Kushina discovered that Naruto had been placed in the orphanage district since childhood, and she believes the village embezzled the property she left for her child. She's lost control. Before he could finish, Kushina swung her chains again, driving back the clan leaders who tried to approach. The sharp piercing sound of the chains cutting through the air carved deep furrows into the ground. The members of the sealing squad exchanged uneasy glances, their hand seals faltering. They were adept at sealing tailed beasts, but facing the 4th Hokage and his wife was beyond anything they had ever encountered. Release the 3rd Hokage, an Umbu of the Sarutobi clan roared, drawing a kunai and charging forward, only to be sent flying by the surging Ninetales chakra radiating from Kushina, crashing heavily into a broken wall. Kushina's eyes were bloodshot, her voice laced with barely suppressed hatred. You so-called high-ranking officials, when Minato and I risked our lives to protect the village, this is how you treated our son. Naruto stood to the side, fists clenched and eyes reddened. He had never known the hidden truth behind his past, and now watching his mother lose control with fury on his behalf, his heart was filled with bitterness and guilt. Danzo narrowed his eyes, a sinister gleam flashing across them, and whispered an order to a root member beside him. From the shadows several poison projectiles shot toward the back of Kushina's heart. Minato's pupils contracted instantly. He activated the Flying Thunder God technique to shield his wife, and the projectiles grazed his shoulder before embedding into the ground, sending up a shower of sparks. Danzo! Have you lost your mind? Minato's body erupted with a flare of blue light, killing intent radiating from him. His Flying Thunder God kunai was already pressed against Danzo's throat. You dare attack your own people? In the chaos, the 3rd Hokage's face was turning purple from the chain around his neck, yet he still managed to speak with difficulty. Stop. Stop it. Let's talk this out first. He coughed, his clouded eyes filled with exhaustion. Kushina, I swear on my honor as the 3rd Hokage, the village never touched the property you left for Naruto. The situation was extraordinary back then. After Minato and you sacrificed yourselves, the village's finances were on the verge of collapse. Those assets were temporarily sealed by the Umbu to be handed over when Naruto came of age. Enough. Kushina yanked the chain tighter, a pained groan escaping the 3rd Hokage's throat. Umbu. That's just Danzo's private army. Sealed. I bet they've already found their way into your pockets. She turned to Naruto, her voice suddenly choked with emotion. Son, I'm sorry. It's my fault you've suffered all these years. Danzo let out a cold laugh, his eyes flashing with ruthlessness, showing no fear even with Minato's kunai at his throat. Minato Namikaze, don't be deceived by this woman. The Ninetales chakra is too violent, it could bring disaster at any moment. I'm doing this for the safety of Konoha. As he spoke, dozens more root members emerged from the shadows, their weapons glinting coldly. Minato was about to retort when he suddenly sensed a sharp killing intent from behind. Danzo, seizing the moment of distraction, had secretly initiated a wind release technique. Minato instinctively used the Flying Thunder God technique to evade, but a wind blade grazed the edge of his clothes, utterly pulverizing the broken wall beside him. Is this the only despicable trick Root knows? Minato's chakra surged violently, blue lightning crackling around him. Today I will demand justice for Kushina and Naruto. With that he began forming hand seals rapidly to execute a jutsu. At that moment Naruto could no longer contain his emotions and shouted, enough. Stop fighting. He leaped forward, placing himself between his mother and the clan leaders, using his body to separate them. I believe in Grandpa Third. All these years, though life has been hard, there have been plenty of people in the village who looked after me, Teacher Irika, Uncle Ichiraku. Seeing her son's determined gaze, the surging Ninetales chakra around Kushina faltered slightly. Naruto took his mother's hand and said with a trembling voice, Mom, I know you care about me, but I don't want to see you clash with the village because of me. I believe there must be some misunderstanding. The third Hokage coughed violently, and in a moment Kushina's chain loosened slightly. He said with difficulty, "Naruto is right. I was indeed remiss back then, failing to properly arrange for him. But regarding the property, I swear on my honor as Hokage that I will conduct a thorough investigation." He turned to Danzo, his eyes filled with disappointment. "As for certain people, if they dare to harm the village's interests, even if I have to stake this old body, I will not tolerate it." Danzo's expression shifted between shadow and light. He cursed inwardly at the third Hokage's meddling, but dared not continue his attack under the watchful eyes of all present. He gestured for the root members to withdraw for now, though he still muttered in his defense, "Everything is for Konoha." Minato, seeing this, relaxed his offensive stance but kept his eyes warily fixed on Danzo. Kushina slowly retracted her chains and pulled Naruto into a tight embrace, whispering, "Son, I'm sorry. I was too impulsive." Just as the tension began to ease, the sky suddenly darkened with storm clouds and a figure slowly descended. An overwhelming, suffocating pressure emanated from the figure. Everyone looked up warily. Nara Shikaku, sensing a familiarity in the silhouette, suddenly spoke, "It's the owner of the blind box shop." The crowd relaxed their guard, sighing in relief. "It's just the blind box shop owner. I thought it was an enemy." That pressure was incredible. Yamanaka Inoichi wiped cold sweat from his brow. Jun Lin descended from the sky and landed before the group, taking in the scene. "So the show is already over. Boss, did you bring Minato and Kushina back to life?" But the third Hokage asked, supported by Umbu as he approached Jun Lin. Kushina had already released him when Jun Lin appeared. "What? Do I need to report to you for resurrecting people, third Hokage?" Jun Lin teased. Cough. Cough. No, I was just asking, that's all. I didn't mean anything by it." Sarutobi Hiruzen, startled by Jun Lin's words, hurriedly explained. Without saying much more to Hiruzen, Jun Lin turned his gaze to Kushina and Naruto. "What? Don't you recognize me just a few hours later?" Kushina was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected Jun Lin's entrance to be so dramatic, nor his pressure so overwhelming. At his joking remark, she quickly retorted, "Of course I recognize you, Mr. Jun. I was planning to come back and cook for Naruto and then invite you to dinner one day. But this happened. I'm terribly sorry. No need for dinner. I'm here because I have something to take care of." Everyone present wore a puzzled expression. What business required his personal presence? Could it be that those things are here too? Referring to the white Zetsu from chapter 31. "Is there something on your mind? Is there anything I can help with?" Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, having heard that Jun Lin had come to attend to some business and wished to lend a hand. "Of course there is. I'll need you to issue an announcement, third Hokage, it'll be useful shortly." Jun Lin spoke with a playful, mischievous smile, arching an eyebrow and tilting his head. The corner of his mouth curled into a roguish grin, his eyes glittering with cunning light. He deliberately drew out his words, tinged with a teasing tone. "Mr. Jun, what is it?" "I can help too," Minato promptly interjected. Yes, we can all lend a hand," several clan leaders chimed in. Helping out would be no big deal, and it might earn them a favor from Jun Lin. What a bargain. Danzo's sinister single eye burned with fury. These bootlickers. He would never stoop to flattering Jun Lin. "It's nothing much. It's just that one of Konoha's high-ranking officials is going to die today, so I asked the third Hokage to prepare an announcement." Jun Lin's face returned to calm, but his words could have scared the entire room to death. "What? Which one offended you? Just tell me and I'll handle it." Sarutobi Hiruzen's ominous premonition grew stronger. But he never imagined it would be something as severe as the death of a Konoha high-ranking official. The major clan leaders, advisors and other Konoha high-ups were dripping with cold sweat. The presence of fear and death spread through the air. Gulp. Someone nervously swallowed, and like a plague everyone involuntarily did the same. The entire room fell silent, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. The gulping sounds echoed a tight, choked quality, as if something blocked the throat, an audible sign of barely concealed panic. "They haven't offended me yet, but they will soon. Even though it hasn't happened, I hate trouble, so I came." Jun Lin stared expressionlessly at Danzo. Everyone followed Jun Lin's gaze to Danzo, and the tension in their bodies visibly relaxed, the atmosphere shifting. "Danzo, what have you done? I warned you, but you damn fool never listened." The third Hokage admonished with heartfelt pain, frowning, his eyes filled with both anger and disappointment. His voice trembled. "How could you be so foolish? Do you realize how grave your mistake is? Anger mixed with deep sorrow, the emotion of frustration at someone's failure to live up to expectations overflowing. I don't know what I did, boss, to deserve death. Danzo was unwilling. He had only just hatched a plot, not even acted yet, and Jun Lin was already at his doorstep. Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. Ha ha ha, Danzo, you truly deserve to die. How dare you provoke Mr. Jun. Kushina laughed joyfully upon hearing that Danzo was to be killed, mocking him. Minato also felt a hint of anticipation, for Danzo had just laid hands on Kushina. Though he was kind, the sunshine, he would never tolerate anyone who harmed his family. Mr. Jun, you don't need to lift a finger, let me do it, can I? I've wanted to kill this old man for over a decade. Kushina said eagerly. Old grudges and new scores will be settled together. Hearing Kushina volunteer, Minato grew anxious and quickly stopped her. Kushina, you can't fight. You. Shut up, Minato. You bastard. Kushina roared, trembling with rage, her body shaking violently. Her fingers pointed at him, her voice cracking. I thought we would die protecting Konoha, but look at what kind of life my son lived. I won't kill anyone else, just Danzo. Since Mr. Jun wants him dead anyway, what difference does it make if I do it? You've disappointed me so much. Namikaze, Minato. Uzumaki. Kushina's fury piqued, her rage completely overflowing. Minato opened his mouth but remained silent. Since I was going to kill him anyway, you can do it for me. Don't worry about these people, anyone who interferes dies. Jun Lin said, stressing the word die, as he watched Kushina's seething state, giving her free rein. Everyone shivered as if they had dived into icy water in winter, cold sweat pouring down. They bowed their heads, not daring to look at Jun Lin or Kushina. Kushina's Ninetales chakra surged like a tide of blood. 8 chains carrying a shriek that could tear the air shot toward Danzo's throat like 8 crimson lightning bolts. Strange runes flowed over the chain's surface. Where they passed, the ground cracked inch by inch and flying debris was shattered into dust by the chakra. A sinister smirk curled at the corner of Danzo's mouth. The bandages on his right arm burst apart and 9 Sharingan eyes opened simultaneously in the twisted flesh, their crimson glints illuminating his distorted face. The moment the first chain touched his neck, a strange black mist enveloped him. The flesh at the wound melted like wax and regenerated instantly, the moment Izanagi activated Death's Crisis was forcibly rewritten. What? Those are the Uchiha's Sharingan. Damn Danzo. How dare he? He deserves to die. Damn Danzo. I wonder if he has the Hyuga's Byakugan too, Hayashi Hyuga said angrily, his Byakugan flaring. The crowd murmured, growing noisy. Jun Lin frowned. Quiet. If you want to discuss, wait until they're finished. The clan leaders fell silent. The Ninetales power is nothing special. Danzo's hoarse laugh carried a sick frenzy. The 9 Sharingan eyes rotated simultaneously and the waves of genjutsu twisted the air. Kushina's chains suddenly veered, slashing toward Naruto. Her pupils contracted sharply. With incredible willpower she forced her chakra to change direction, the chains grazing Naruto's hair and gouging a deep trench into the ground. Seeing this, Minato flashed in a blue blur of flying thunder, God instantly appearing before Danzo. Danzo. You're using the Sharingan to control Kushina. Before he finished, the second Sharingan on Danzo's arm dimmed. Izanagi's power allowed him to take a flying thunder god slash, but the wound healed swiftly in the black mist. For Konoha, all means are necessary. As he spoke, the remaining Sharingan eyes burst into blinding red light and the beginnings of a Chibaku Tensei condensed high in the sky. Kushina seized the chance to weave the 8 chains into a massive prison, blood-red runes blazing like flames. Don't think you can run wild just because you have Izanagi. The chains tightened with a roar, but again black mist rose around Danzo and the third Sharingan went dark. Izanagi had rewritten defeat once more. He seized the opportunity to hurl dozens of poison kunai, but their target was not Kushina. Instead they flew toward the unsteady third Hokage. The aged Sarutobi Hiruzen, gasping heavily, could not dodge nimbly. The sharp whistle of poisoned blades cutting through air pierced everyone's ears. At the critical moment Minato's body blazed with blue light. Flying Thunder God left several afterimages as he shielded the third Hokage. The kunai all embedded into the wall behind him and the poison powder corroded the brick surface into white smoke. Danzo! You won't even spare your own teacher. Minato's roar mingled with the crackle of lightning. The kunai in his hand condensed a chakra edge sharp enough to cut space. But Danzo closed in the 9 Sharingan on his right arm glowing purple. 5 curse-marked arms like venomous snakes coiled around Kushina's chains. Fool Izanagi's power can not only rewrite death, his hoarse voice mixed with the crack of bones. The Sharingan on his arm spun rapidly, it can briefly seize the enemy's techniques. Before he finished, Kushina was horrified to see the runes on her chains reversing. The 8 chains suddenly turned back and bound her tightly. Naruto's Ninetales chakra surged wildly, Ninetales flailing, "Let my mother go." A tailed beast ball gathered in his palm, but he hesitated to fire for fear of harming his parents. Seeing this, Danzo's single eye gleamed with sinister glee. The remaining Sharingan unleashed a mental attack straight at Naruto's consciousness. "Little beast, let me show you how the hero son of Konoha. Touch my son. Over my dead body." Kushina's body erupted with chakra surpassing the Ninetales. The blood-red chains runes turned into solid flames, melting Danzo's right arm. 6 paths markings appeared on her neck. Her voice carried the pressure of an ancient deity. "When I sealed the Ninetales, I retained a sliver of yang power. Now let me show you the true peak of a Jinchuriki." Jun Lin knew this couldn't continue, otherwise Kushina would dissipate entirely. Even if she could live for 20 years, she couldn't keep fighting like this. That was too ruthless, treating the Ninetales chakra as if it were infinite. The invincible domain activated, suppressing all movement and restoring calm. Kushina reverted to her original form and Naruto exited the Ninetales mode, collapsing from exhaustion. With Minato's suppression released, he flashed over, embracing Naruto, and appeared beside Kushina. "Mr. Jun, I could have killed him soon. Please trust me," Kushina urged urgently. "You could certainly kill him, but you would also dissipate because of him. You don't think the Ninetales chakra is infinite, do you?" "But..." Kushina wanted to say more, but Minato tugged her arm and shook his head, saying, "Kushina, if you dissipate, what about Naruto? He just learned who you and I are. Can you bear that?" Kushina sighed, knelt down and began tending to Naruto. Minato's persuasion finally made her relent. Jun Lin stopped paying attention to them and turned to Danzo. "Now for the second round. Are you ready?" "Ha ha ha, I am the true Hokage. Hiruzen was just 1 step ahead of me, otherwise how could it have fallen to him?" Danzo laughed arrogantly, his body swaying with the laughter, hands on his hips, his voice loud and piercing. "Hiruzen fears you, but I do not." His laughter was full of confidence and unruliness, as if it could intimidate all directions. "Shut up, Danzo. I respect the boss of the 3rd Hokage," retorted to Danzo. "Humph. Hiruzen, you are far too weak. The you now is not the you of youth. You should have stepped down long ago. Only I can lead Konoha to greatness." Danzo sneered coldly, the corner of his mouth curling into a sinister arc, as sinister as a snake's tongue, his eyes as cold as an abyss. Jun Lin's face twisted into a mocking sneer, his lips curling to one side, revealing a contemptuous smile. "Just relying on the 6 Sharingan on your arm. Of course these are the eyes of the gods. Your pressure is formidable, but that doesn't mean your strength is equally formidable." Danzo, convinced he had seen through Jun Lin's pressure, declared. "Forget it, you truly are foolish. You don't think the eye you've hidden can fool others, do you? You can't fool me." "Jun Lin. What?" Danzo was incredulous, he had never revealed it from start to finish. How could Jun Lin know? "Ha. Uchiha Shirsue's Koto Amatsukami, it can't control me, you know." "Impossible. How do you know? Shirsue died long ago." Danzo stepped back, muttering, "Impossible. Enough. I'm tired of your nonsense." With that, Jun Lin crushed Danzo into a cloud of blood mist. A collective gasp arose from the crowd, as if contributing to global warming. None expected Jun Lin to crush Danzo into a blood mist with mere pressure without even lifting a finger. "Ha ha ha, didn't expect this. I'm still alive." Danzo resurrected 20 meters away, appearing and taunting Jun Lin. Jun Lin frowned. Is this a rule? Or time? With a thought, Danzo turned into blood mist again. After a while he reappeared and was crushed into mist once more. Jun Lin's frown relaxed and the corner of his mouth lifted. "I see, resurrecting at the moment of being intact. You can't kill me." Danzo laughed, reminiscent of Uchiha Madara. "Then what if I erase your time?" Jun Lin chuckled, a smirk on his lips. "Ha ha ha, how can time be erased? Have you lost your mind?" Danzo couldn't believe Jun Lin could achieve such a feat. "Goodbye. No, never see you again. The invincible domain activated. Though it had been active all along, saying it this way had a better effect. Words became law, playing with time comes at a price. Someone like you deserves to go to hell. Heavenly Tao, do you agree? A series of earth-shattering thunderclaps echoed from the sky, lightning flashing. Crack. Boom. Everyone was startled. Why is there thunder out of nowhere? Is it going to rain? We should go home early to take in the laundry. This time Danzo did not turn into blood mist. Instead, beneath his feet the pitch-black ground suddenly rippled and viscous soil churned and twisted like boiling asphalt. Accompanied by the grating sound of grinding bones, 4 arms covered in bluish-gray scales burst through the soil, grabbing Danzo's hands and feet to drag him down. The nails, curved and sharp like rusty hooks, pierced into Danzo's flesh, and the veins writhing beneath the skin glowed with an eerie purple-black. Foul mucus dripped from the scarred arms, and wherever it touched the ground was instantly corroded into charred holes. Rotten muscle tissue bulged and sank beneath the skin as if countless living things were struggling underneath. The 4 arms twisted and flailed wildly, joints emitting piercing clicks as if searching for prey. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of death, sending chills down everyone's spine. Ah! Ah! Save me! What is this? Help! Danzo's screams were filled with agony. These arms seemed to pierce not his flesh but his very soul. He wanted to kill himself but couldn't. Everyone was terrified by the sight before them. Some were rolling their eyes, not the Hyuga, others vomiting. Their voices trembled. What is this? Ugh. I don't know. Ugh. Did the boss say Danzo should go to hell? And ask the heavens? It seems I heard that. Amidst Danzo's screams a sharp snap split the air as fingertips clashed together. The crisp snap exploded briefly. Jun Lin soared into the air, appearing before Danzo. Danzo had already been pulled halfway into the ground by the 4 hands, leaving only his chest and head exposed. The 4 hands stopped pulling at the sound of Jun Lin's snap. How does it feel? Comfortable. I know everything you've done. Do you regret it now? Jun Lin looked down at Danzo from above. Save me. SP, spare me. Danzo was barely alive, his voice hoarse. The instinct to survive drove him to beg desperately. Jun Lin sneered coldly. Do you think you deserve it? You stopped at nothing for power, killed countless people, and now you want to beg for mercy. Don't you think it's too late? A flicker of despair passed through Danzo's eyes, but he still shouted unwillingly, all of this was for the future of Konoha. Jun Lin scoffed dismissively. Don't use Konoha as an excuse. You were just satisfying your own selfish desires. And you know you're about to die. With that, Jun Lin's mind moved and the 4 arms exerted force again, pulling Danzo completely into the darkness, leaving only his final screams echoing in the air. Everyone stared at the spot where Danzo had vanished, their hearts filled with awe. The 3rd Hokage sighed, the boss's methods are truly awe-inspiring. Jun Lin landed slowly and looked at the crowd. This is the price of toying with power and time. Then he turned to the Minato family. Take good care of Naruto. But you can call me when it's time to eat, ha. With that, Jun Lin's figure flickered and vanished from sight. Early the next morning, Ming-run brought Jiu-Shin-nai and Shui Men to the blind box shop. Yesterday, due to the appearance of Jun Lin, the 3rd Hokage returned all the properties under Jiu-Shin-nai's name to her, and she moved into the old house she had lived in more than a decade ago on the same day. The rent for a whole street was also refunded, a small portion. After all, the rent for over a decade was a huge sum, and Muyi could not afford the full amount at once, so only a part was returned first. On the other side, the 3rd Hokage along with several clan leaders and 2 advisors returned to the Hokage building. Risen Danzo is dead, his root. Koharu Utatane still had a trace of fear on her face. I never expected Danzo to die so simply and casually. Root will be disbanded immediately, and from now on Root will never be established again. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a bit dazed as he spoke after hearing Koharu's words. All Root ninja will be merged into the Umbu. Of course, if anyone wishes to live as a normal ninja in the open, they may choose not to join the Umbu to give them some opportunities. Those people in Root are mostly loyal only to Danzo. Disbanding Root will be difficult, especially with Aburame Toryun and Yamanaka Fu. Hyuga Hayashi was indifferent. After all, it was not his clan members who died. Meanwhile the clan leader of the Aburame clan Aburame Shibi and Yamanaka Inoichi exchanged a glance and smiled bitterly, leave these two to us. If they don't obey we will handle it. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction, in that case I'll leave it to you. Nara Shikaku assumed the position of Hokage assistant. Nara Shikaku was somewhat reluctant but still accepted the position, yes Lord Hokage. Lord Hokage, how should we arrange for the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato? Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a moment then said, as for Minato I will go to him personally and let him continue to hold the position of Hokage. Now dispatch the Umbu to root and transfer all of Danzo's intelligence over the years to the Umbu. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the several clan leaders present and said in a deep voice, now Muyi is in a time of trouble. I hope everyone will cooperate well. I don't want any more mishaps in Muyi. Yes Lord Hokage. The several people accepted the order and left the office. Mingren Jioshinai and Shui Men stood at the entrance of the blind box shop watching ninjas coming and going. Business is booming. Of course Mom. The items here are very magical and powerful. Mingren said after hearing Jioshinai's words. Let's go. First let's visit Mr. Jun. Shui Men said with a smile taking the lead into the shop. As soon as they entered Jioshinai saw two red-haired women introducing the items in the blind boxes to customers. The Uzumaki clan. Jioshinai said in surprise. Mom, are you talking about Aunt Linglan and Sister Karen? Mingren, do you know them? Mingren nodded with a smile, of course. Aunt Linglan and Sister Xiang Lin have helped me a lot. He waved toward the inside of the shop as he spoke. The red-haired Xiang Lin turned her head at the sound, her amber eyes widening sharply. Beside the boy who always wore a sunshine-like smile stood a red-haired woman with the same hair color as her own along with a gentle-mannered blonde man. Mingren. These two are. Xiang Lin's voice trembled involuntarily. She quietly tightened her grip on the blind box in her hand but her gaze couldn't help lingering on the dancing red shadow at the ends of Jioshinai's hair. Linglan also stopped her explanation, the cartoon frog pattern on her apron slightly swaying with her hurried steps. These are my mom and dad. Mingren casually put his arm around Shui Men's shoulder and rubbed affectionately against Jioshinai. Dad is the fourth Hokage and Mom is an incredibly powerful member of the Uzumaki clan. He deliberately dragged out his tone and winked at Xiang Lin. Jioshinai had already quickly walked up to the two, her eyes reddening with excitement. I never expected to meet fellow clan members here. Your hair is exactly like mine. She suddenly paused, reached out and carefully touched the strands of hair falling from Xiang Lin. Sorry that was too rude, but I'm just so happy. Shui Men smiled gently and handed Linglan a gift box of special Muyi pastries. I've long heard that the blind boxes in your shop can unlock a ninja's potential. Today I brought my family to visit, I hope you'll take good care of us. His gaze swept over the mysterious boxes shimmering on the shelves. But I didn't expect to find two outstanding Uzumaki clan members here. Alright. Jioshinai wiped the corner of her eye then suddenly looked around the shop. Why isn't Mr. Jun here? Uzumaki Linglan was startled. You know the boss. Yes, of course we do. Our reappearance is thanks to Mr. Jun. Mingren saw that Uzumaki Linglan and Xiang Lin were a bit confused, so he spoke up to explain. Let me tell you about it. It all started yesterday. After about 10 minutes of explanation, Linglan suddenly grasped Jioshinai's hand, tears welling up in her eyes. I had heard that there was a red-haired Jinchuriki of a tailed beast in Muyi before. So it was you. Jioshinai was also a bit confused. Why was she reacting so strongly? Uzumaki Linglan noticed her confusion and explained, earlier in Kusa village I heard that there was a member of the Uzumaki clan from Yuzushio village who became a Jinchuriki in Muyi. Linglan paused, wiped her tears and continued, sorry. I'm just so happy. I never thought there would be another Uzumaki clan member alive besides my daughter and Mingren. At that time I always wanted to go to Muyi to find you, but I was imprisoned in Kusa village and I never made it before I died. Jioshinai gently wiped away Linglan's tears and said softly, little sister, don't be sad. It's all in the past now. Jioshinai suddenly thought of something. Were you also revived by the Nine-Tails chakra? No, you don't have the aura of Nine-Tails chakra. Linglan saw that Jioshinai had relaxed a lot and chuckled. I still have to thank the boss for reviving me and bringing Xiang Lin to Muyi, allowing my daughter and me to work as shop assistants in this blind box shop. Now life is full of hope. Jioshinai and Shui Men were stunned. Mr. Jun can actually resurrect people. Although I don't know exactly how it's done, there are indeed items in the blind boxes that can revive. Lady Tsunade, one of the 3 legendary ninja of Muyi, has drawn one. Ling Lan explained. Lady Tsunade has also opened a blind box. And she drew an item that can revive. Shui Men said in surprise. Then who did Lady Tsunade revive? It seems she revived her younger brother. Ling Lan said somewhat uncertainly. Nawaki. Jiu Shinai and Shui Men said in unison. Yes, his name is Nawaki. Jiu Shinai and Shui Men were somewhat excited, they didn't expect Nawaki to be revived too. Great. Has Lady Tsunade's hemophobia also been cured? Jiu Shinai said happily. I'm not sure about that. Ling Lan didn't know about Tsunade's situation. It's okay. After we invite Mr. Jun to our home, let's also invite Lady Tsunade and Nawaki to our home. Shui Men said to Jiu Shinai. Yes, it's been a long time since I saw Lady Tsunade. Jiu Shinai was very content, being able to see Tsunade and Nawaki again in this new life filled her heart with joy. She also extended an invitation to Uzumaki Linglan and Xiang Lin, little sister, you should come too. Uzumaki Linglan hesitated, she really wanted to go but she had to mind the shop. It's fine. Close the shop early tonight and then you can come together. Jun Lin, who was coming downstairs, said to Uzumaki Linglan. Good morning, Mr. Jun. Jiu Shinai and Shui Men greeted Jun Lin. Since hiring Uzumaki Linglan and Xiang Lin as shop assistants, aside from the first day when he got up early to introduce the blind boxes to them, Jun Lin had never woken up this early. Good morning, boss. You're so early today. Uzumaki Linglan and Xiang Lin were also a bit surprised, usually Jun Lin hadn't gotten up by this time. It is quite early today. Jun Lin glanced at the sky outside the shop and guessed it was around 9 in the morning. Meow. A cat's cry came. Everyone looked toward the second floor. A snowy white 9-live spirit cat with heterochromatic eyes shimmering in gold and red leaped lightly over their heads, finally landing steadily on Jun Lin's shoulder. Its fluffy tail coiled lazily around his neck, emitting a satisfied purr, while its 9 tails spread out like flowing clouds behind it. You foolish cat. Where did you go yesterday? Jun Lin was a bit speechless. If it had been there yesterday he wouldn't have needed to act. Meow. Xiaojiu tilted its head, looking at Jun Lin with confusion, not understanding why he was angry. Wow. A cat with 9 tails. Jiu Shinai exclaimed as she looked at Xiaojiu. Shuimen and Mingren had already seen it and weren't too surprised. Jiu Shinai had just been revived when Jun Lin left, and Xiaojiu had been playing with the animals in that space all along. So she hadn't gotten a close look. Xiaojiu stared at the family of 3, a trace of disdain in its eyes. These 3 all carry the scent of that little weakling. Jiu Shinai, seeing Xiaojiu ignoring her, said awkwardly, Little cat, come here. I have dried fish for you. Hearing this, Xiaojiu jumped from Jun Lin's shoulder onto Jiu Shinai's shoulder, as if saying, Where's the dried fish? Bring it out. Jun Lin looked at this foolish cat. Dried fish, and you're tricked. He felt speechless. Where would Jiu Shinai have dried fish? She looked at Shuimen without saying a word, just staring. Shuimen was also speechless. What did he take his flying thunder god technique for? He was the 4th Hokage who wreaked havoc on the battlefields of the #1 ninja village in the ninja world. Thinking, I, the 4th Hokage, buying dried fish for this little cat. Whoosh, Shuimen vanished. Don't ask if the reason was that he couldn't bear to let such a cute little cat go hungry. With a whoosh, Shuimen reappeared holding several packs of dried fish and handed them to Jiu Shinai. Jiu Shinai took them with satisfaction, opened one and fed a piece to Xiaojiu on her shoulder. Xiaojiu didn't stand on ceremony and bit into it. Jun Lin was a bit devastated. Damn it. Foolish cat. This makes people think I can't afford to keep you. Mr. Jun, can I take it with me for a while? I'll keep it for 2 days and then bring it back. Jiu Shinai fed it while asking Jun Lin. Jun Lin waved his hand. Damn it. Foolish cat. The 9-live spirit cat didn't care. This family of 3 were all weaklings, and the 9 tails inside that little brat's body was also a pushover, posing no threat to it. So it felt very at ease, not bothering with Jiu Shinai's wandering hand stroking its body. It focused on eating. Ahem. Besides inviting me to your home, aren't you going to open some blind boxes? Jun Lin couldn't bear to look at Xiao Jiu lounging like a lord in Jiu Shinai's arms. I will. I haven't finished mine this month. I still have 8 left. Mingren finally found a common topic and immediately chimed in. 800,000. Mingren nodded. Jun Lin snapped his fingers and the 800,000 in Mingren's home vanished. 8 blind boxes appeared before Mingren. Jiu Shinai and Shuiman, who had never seen this before, felt nervous and excited as they watched Mingren open the boxes. Mingren took a deep breath and slapped them open one after another. Buzz. 5 white, 1 blue, 2 purple. Jun Lin looked at Xianglin, signaling her to explain. Xianglin, receiving the cue, walked up to Mingren. A data panel appeared invisible to the others. She spoke. The 5 whites are various materials. The blue one is an experience capsule which increases chakra by 2/10. Jiu Shinai and Shuimen stepped forward to look. Mingren held the experience capsule in his hand and looked at Jun Lin. Can I give this to my mother? Because of yesterday's battle, Jiu Shinai had consumed a lot of Ninetail's chakra. This capsule could increase her chakra by 2/10, helping her recover significantly. As long as the items are tradable, you are free to decide and trade whatever you open. The blind box shop does not interfere. Xianglin interjected, having said this many times over the past few days. Hearing this, Mingren turned and handed the capsule to Jiu Shinai, who did not refuse her son's kindness. She also wanted to live longer to accompany Mingren. Shuiman clown emoji. She placed Xiao Jiu on the counter and set down all the dried fish for it to eat on its own. Following Xianglin's instructions, Jiu Shinai put the capsule into her mouth. A surge of chakra flowed into her body, restoring exactly 2/10 of the chakra she had lost in yesterday's battle. It's restored. Exactly 2/10. It's truly amazing. Jiu Shinai said happily. Xianglin continued, the purple one is 5 Abyss Invitation fragment pieces. Ha! 5. Mingren was a bit confused because he hadn't been here for a few days and didn't know the latest rules. Jun Lin said, the rules changed, it's now random 3 to 5 pieces. You got lucky and got 5. Mingren was still puzzled while Jiu Shinai and Shuimen were even more confused. Abyss Invitation fragments. What are those? Xianglin explained to them. I see. You need 10 pieces to challenge the strong from the Abyss realm. It's dangerous, but you can withdraw midway. Success yields rewards, failure means you wasted your trip. Shuimen said, rubbing his hair. Son, when you gather 10 pieces, Mom will go with you. Jiu Shinai said worriedly to Mingren. Don't worry, Mom. I'll form a team with you then. Mingren said with a grin. Shuimen clown emoji. Ha. Now it's my turn. Jiu Shinai said, stroking Mingren's hair. With Jiu Shinai's consent, Xianglin collected 1 million silver notes. That's so convenient. I don't even need to bring paper money. I wish I could do this for other purchases too. Jiu Shinai said, watching Xianglin take the 1 million silver notes. Jun Lin, overhearing Jiu Shinai's words, thought this could be a good idea. But the system wasn't cooperating. Ding, it can be done. A voice echoed in Jun Lin's mind. Somewhat surprised, he thought, it can. Under what conditions? Exchange 100 blind boxes for a data card. It's like the bank cards from your past life, but there's no need to deposit in a bank. Just point the card at your own money notes and it will store them. When you need cash, you can mentally command withdrawal and it will materialize. Wow! The system is so awesome. But what's in it for me? To get a data card, each card costs 1000 taels for purchase. To keep it long term, you pay 10 taels every month. In the long run, you'll become the richest man in the ninja world in no time. Moreover, the card can be used in other worlds you visit. How do others trade with the data card? And what if someone no longer needs it? Jun Lin asked eagerly. Ding, when 2 cards touch with the owner's consent, the seller can withdraw the exact value of the item. No excess is allowed. Any violation will freeze the card immediately. If someone no longer needs the card, they simply don't renew it the next month. Renewal time is the entire first day of each month. The card will be cancelled and dissipate on the second day. Of course, if you can't renew in time, you can pay 3 days in advance. Or you can opt for an annual subscription. Awesome. I have to admit, system, you're becoming less and less like an ancient system. Jun Lin said appreciatively. Of course. Jun Lin's conversation with the system lasted a mere second. Can he? The crowd wondered, baffled by his words. Jun Lin produced a card. This is a trading card. It was a red and yellow card, its front adorned with the portrait of the 9 Lives spirit cat, Xiaojiu's Q-version avatar with the words, Blind Box Shop, printed above. The back depicted mountains and rivers exquisitely detailed. After Jun Lin explained the system's words, everyone purchased one, and even the ordinary ninjas followed suit. Kushina held the card in her hands, gazing at Xiaojiu's Q-version avatar, utterly charmed. Haha, this avatar is adorable. Kushina covered her mouth with a laugh. Linglan and Xianli nodded in agreement. They hadn't needed to buy theirs. Jun Lin had gifted them each card preloaded with 1 million in savings. It was a staff perk, no renewal fees and permanent use. Kushina looked enviously at the mother-daughter duo, especially Linglan, who had been revived. Xianglin had escaped the den of torment that had plagued them and become a shop assistant at the blind box shop, reaping such benefits. Ahem, Kushina, open your blind boxes now. Jun Lin spoke, noticing the time had been delayed. Oh right. All 10 blind boxes were opened. 6 white, 2 blue, 1 purple, 1 orange. Linglan carefully stored her card and stepped forward to introduce them. Cat Demon Claw, Weathered Bone Fragment X2 and Novice Stamina Potion X1, restores a moderate amount of stamina. Novice Life Potion X2, restores a moderate amount of vitality. The blue ones were experience capsules which restored 20% of one's chakra. Kushina took them and handed them to Minato, who regained 20% of his chakra. The purple one contained 3 Abyss Invitation Fragment pieces. Upon hearing the number 3, Naruto was instantly thrilled. Mom, I've got 7 here. I can combine them. Kushina smiled too. After your father opens his blind boxes, will go in a few days. Naruto nodded. Jun Lin spoke up, the orange one is the Celestial Wings set. Kushina stared at the outfit, her eyes shimmering. So beautiful. A hint of anticipation laced her words. The metallic baseball cap was tilted, its brim decorated with sharp wing-shaped metal pieces exuding a rebellious sharpness. The upper body featured a fitted leather jacket with wing-shaped armor covering the shoulders and elbows, zippers and rivets adding a punk flair. The lower half paired ripped jeans with high-top boots, chains and wing ornaments wrapped around the cuffs. A pair of sleek mechanical wings shimmered faintly behind, a perfect fusion of sci-fi and fantasy. It was also the first time Jun Lin had seen someone unbox a sky set. He continued, the Celestial Wings set is commonly known as the Sky set. Epic Orange. Affects wings, consume a moderate amount of chakra to fly. Helmet, increases defense, blocks critical damage from enemies. Top, increases thorns damage, reflecting half the enemy's attack back at them. Pants, increases evade speed, allowing a degree of damage avoidance. Shoes, increases movement speed, combined with the wings can break the sound barrier. Friendly reminder, if you still can't win while wearing this set, just throw me away. Don't dirty me. I'd rather rot in the factory than be in your hands. This is too powerful. Minato's lips trembled slightly. Kushina, also trembling, gently stroked the Celestial Wings. This outfit is all around. Jun Lin said, this set isn't complete yet. Kushina, Minato and Naruto all stared at Jun Lin. Mr. Jun, this outfit isn't complete. Kushina swallowed hard. Jun Lin nodded. An audible gasp swept through the room, adding to the global warming. Wow. This outfit feels like more than orange. Definitely more, it feels legendary. Yeah. Even incomplete, it's more than orange. The crowd buzzed. This set is missing a weapon. Jun Lin's voice was not loud, yet it carried throughout the shop. The bustling store fell silent, all ears on his words. A weapon. Naruto, hearing the word weapon, drew the Sonic Storm blade from his waist. Boss, does this weapon match the set? No. Naruto looked a bit disappointed. The Sonic Storm blade was already epic, was it not enough? Minato patted his shoulder. Don't be disappointed. Even if it's not here now, you'll see it in the future. I'll come every month. Naruto regained his spirits. The sword to match the Celestial Wings set is the Boundary Night Whisper Black Pupil Tachi. Boundary Night Whisper Black Pupil Tachi. Kushina murmured. What grade is that Tachi? Minato asked. Gold. Legendary. Jun Lin replied. Minato and Naruto's expressions darkened. Legendary. So far the only one who got gold is Tsunade. Others barely get purple let alone orange. Kushina laughed at their grim faces comforting them, it's okay. It's just gold just legendary. I'll get it. Naruto forced a smile. But we only get 10 blind boxes a month. You also have a chance in the abyss as long as you can defeat the demon realm strong. Jun Lin consoled them. Naruto, Minato and Kushina's eyes lit up. Right. Even if we don't get it there are other items. Minato suddenly asked Jun Lin, if we do get it why is the weapon gold but the outfit only orange? He pointed at the celestial wings in Kushina's hands. That's why it's incomplete. Once you gather the Boundary Knight Whisper Black Pupil Tachi the outfit will upgrade and it'll be top tier among legendaries. Jun Lin added, even without that weapon just this outfit makes it hard for anyone to harm Kushina. Even if she can't win she can escape with the Flying Thunder God technique and they can't touch her. Minato was very satisfied but puzzled. Is there anyone who can still harm Kushina? Are there experts? Who are they? I won't say who exactly but you'll find out later. Jun Lin smiled enigmatically. Those with Rinnegan could count. Eternal Mangekyo Susanoo could also count and Genjutsu too. Mangekyo alone was out, especially those two wastes the so-called filial son. If the Ninetales incident happened again they'd go meet Rin. Do you think Sonic Speed is a joke? And that filial son who slaughtered his entire clan for Konoha, his eyes are almost blind. If he came he'd die. Let him be for Sasuke. Even Black Zetsu wasn't that ruthless. Tailed beasts could count or not. A tailed beast ball would be useless unless Kushina took it head-on, otherwise it'd just eat dust behind her. Of course I'm talking about the Ninetales, the complete one. Might Guy could also count with the 8 gates dead gate. Same logic, if Kushina fights she'd get hurt, if she doesn't she leads him around like a dog. Might Guy could be worn down to death. Kushina donned the celestial wings set. From the moment it was opened it had already bound itself to her and she could equip it with a single thought. The instant Kushina summoned the celestial wings set around her a radiance interwoven with heat and holiness burst forth. The dark golden wings unfurled from her shoulder blades, their feathers flowing with vermilion patterns like molten lava echoing the fiery passion of her fierce personality. The gilded battle armor trimmed with obsidian hugged her curves while at the joints leaping flame-shaped silver ornaments adorned it, accentuating her innate heroic elegance. Each flap of the resplendent wings stirred up fine sparks as if the lingering essence of the Ninetales chakra had taken form. The vermilion ribbon at the collar of the armor danced wildly in the wind, moving in sync with her iconic red hair as if echoing the unruliness surging through her bloodline. Her amber eyes grew even brighter. As she raised her hand to trace the flame emblem on her chest, blazing battle intent and divine majesty radiated around her, making her appear like a goddess of blazing flame descending upon the world, possessing both the sharpness to awe all directions and the innate beauty of the Uzumaki clan. Wow! So beautiful! Mom! Naruto circled around Kushina twice and shouted in admiration. Minato's eyes were practically glued to her. He simply nodded, then suddenly thought of something and blushed. Linglan took Kushina's hand and lifted the hem of her clothes. So gorgeous, big sister. I can hardly imagine it. Blushing slightly from the compliments, Kushina said shyly, "Oh, stop it, ha." But the corners of her mouth refused to come down, almost turning into a pout. Karen looked on with envy. Kushina stopped pouting. Mr. Jun, I feel this power is too strong, it feels even stronger than when I was the Ninetales Jinchuriki. And this power feels innate, much better than the Ninetales. Sometimes the Ninetales doesn't listen and needs a beating. Inside, Naruto Kurama fumed and jumped around. Wicked Uzumaki clan. Using my chakra and badmouthing me. Naruto was stunned for a moment, then apologized to the Ninetales in his mind. Sorry. Mom didn't mean it. I'll buy you 20 skewers of dango when we get back. Naruto was rich now, he could afford to feed the Ninetales. Do you think a few skewers of dango can bribe me? Kurama was unmoved. Then add 50 bowls of ramen. 500 bowls. Kurama seized the chance to raise the price. 500 bowls is too many, you don't need to eat anyway, and it would take Tucci a long time to make them. Naruto tried to dissuade Kurama, not wanting to get on Tucci's bad side. Then 250. Kurama thought about it, by the time he ate 500 bowls the first ones would have long been digested. Fine. 250 bowls. Naruto somewhat regretted it, but he wanted to get closer to Kurama, so he gave the dango Kushina had bought for him to the Ninetales. And it turned out that this infamous Ninetales in the shinobi world actually loved sweets. No, it loved eating. A surge in power can create an illusion. This isn't the feeling of invincibility. So what you need to do is adapt to this power as soon as possible. Are you going to open one, Minato? Jun Lin didn't continue the topic and asked Minato if he wanted to open a blind box. Of course. Seeing what Kushina and Naruto got, I'm quite envious too, haha. Minato scratched his hair and smiled. Payment then, taking the blind box, all in one smooth motion. Buzz. 8 white, 1 purple, 1 orange. Ah. Dad's luck isn't that great either. Naruto pouted disdainfully. Kushina glared at him. How can you say that about your father? This is clearly bad luck. It has nothing to do with luck. She signaled with her eyes to comfort Minato. Minato gestured that they could stop talking. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, "You two better stop now." Uzumaki Linglan tried hard to suppress her laughter, but Karen burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, what's the difference? Ha. Linglan quickly covered her mouth. Sorry. Uzumaki Linglan whispered in Karen's ear, "Stop it, can't you see how awkward it is?" After speaking, she removed her hand and Karen stopped laughing, struggling to hold it in. Unfortunately, although Minato couldn't defeat the Ninetales, his hearing was fine. He heard everything. He quickly ended this topic and looked at Jun Lin. "Mr. Jun, please explain the items." Jun Lin also wanted to laugh, but maintaining his image was important. Upon hearing Minato's request, he explained. These materials are just things like tattered leather and broken swords, so I won't introduce them. Skill book, spiral chi field, rare purple. Effect, condense chakra into a spiraling blue orb, throw it and it will automatically track the enemy until it hits them or another object, causing a fire element explosion. It can also randomly add one of the 5 elemental attributes. This is basically the same as your Rasengan, but this one can be thrown and left alone. Jun Lin was a bit amazed that among so many people Minato was the only one who got a skill book similar to his own. Auto-tracking. That's not bad. Although it's similar, my Rasengan can't be thrown or auto-track. Minato said with some surprise. But the name isn't very good. Minato's only complaint was about the name. Then what name does Dad want to call it? Naruto was curious about what Minato would come up with. Minato hummed thought for a few seconds and said, "Got it. Let's call it Rasengan, Blind Box Spiral Gate Minato Naruto Kushina Enhanced Version." That's really unnecessary. Ignoring the ridiculous name Minato had come up with, Jun Lin continued. "Oh ho, you actually got this. This thing is very practical." "Is that so?" Minato looked expectantly at the round bead-like object. Chinya Pearl Epic Orange. Effect, stores chakra. Naturally gathers chakra. When used, it can instantly replenish the user's chakra. Wow. This is great. Perfect for you, Minato. Kushina said happily. Minato nodded. He wasn't from a bloodline clan, he was a commoner who had become Hokage through hard work. His chakra reserves weren't large. "Mr. Jun, how much chakra can this pearl store?" Kushina asked. "If we measure by Minato's chakra, 10 times his amount." Jun Lin thought for a moment and said. "Haha. That's quite a lot." Minato smiled as he held the Chinya pearl in his hand. "Alright, you've all opened yours." Jun Lin walked over to the counter and sat down. The remaining nameless shinobi didn't need his attention. Minato, Kushina and Naruto gathered together. "Then tonight, Mr. Jun, Miss Linglan and Karen, please come early. We await your good news. We'll take our leave now." After everyone nodded, Minato, Kushina and Naruto left the blind box shop together. At last the trio of Wei Luo, Kanjio Lang and Shou-Ju found some leisure time. Because of the Shohi incident, they had been laboring diligently to rebuild the houses in Mai. After all, it wasn't their village and Mai had been lenient enough not to demand compensation. "So we had to help with construction," Kanjio Lang muttered, utterly exhausted from the past days. "Why not rest a bit before coming out, Wei Luo?" "Yes, Wei Luo, why are you in such a hurry to come out?" Shou-Ju asked. Unlike Wei Luo, who could use sand, or Kanjio Lang, who had puppets, she had to rely solely on her own hands. "I'm looking for someone in the shop." Wei Luo's gaze was resolute as he headed toward the commercial street. Looking for someone. What shop? Ken Lang asked puzzled. Did Wei Luo even know anyone in my? I see, you're looking for that blind box shop owner, aren't you? Shou-ju recalled the young man who wielded immense power that night. We're here, Wei Luo said, looking at the blind box shop before them. Shou-ju and Ken Lang both turned to see the sign. Alade Dalu blind box shop. Where is Alade Dalu? Shou-ju asked Ken Lang, who replied, no idea, never heard of it. The three entered the shop. Jun Lin noticed them, surprised that Wei Luo had only come after several days. Hello, the three greeted in unison. They had no choice, this man had single-handedly suppressed the Shohei. Jun Lin nodded in return. Hello. Jun Lin looked at Wei Luo. I didn't expect you to come after a few days. I thought you'd be here the next day. The three blushed in embarrassment. Sharingan village was poor. They had to work to avoid paying compensation, hence the delay. Noticing their awkwardness, Jun Lin began explaining the rules. One blind box costs 100,000. Ken Lang gasped, that was exorbitant. Sharingan village couldn't afford it. What? Is it expensive? Jun Lin knew Sharingan village was impoverished, but he hadn't expected them to be so broke that they couldn't even scrape together 3 million. What kind of village was that? B-boss, although we can afford it, we didn't bring that much money. Shou-ju said, her cheeks flushed as she lowered her head. You don't need to. As long as you agree, I'll take the payment from what belongs to you. Right. I almost forgot, the boss said we don't need to bring cash. Then Wei Luo, you go first, Ken Lang said. Jun Lin collected 1 million and placed 10 blind boxes before Wei Luo. 1 5 white, 3 blue, 2 purple. Since it was their first time, Jun Lin explained everything in detail. Steel fragment, weathered bone fragment, goblin hand, bone cat, demon claw, bullhead, monster hair. These are useless. Next are the blue ones. Superior life potion restores a small amount of vitality. Superior stamina potion restores a small amount of stamina. Shining Remy's aid restores a small amount of vitality and chakra. These can be traded. That means if you don't need them, you can give them to others, Jun Lin added, since Wei Luo probably wouldn't use them. Wei Luo nodded. Indeed, these items were useless to him, but he could give them to Shou-ju and Ken Lang. Now this one is very useful for you. Wei Luo's expression finally changed. If the boss said it was useful, it must be immensely beneficial. Shou-ju and Ken Lang stared in unison. Cooling bracelet, rare purple. Effect enhances clarity, turns rage into calmness. Suppresses negative status effects. This bracelet can suppress the Shohei's influence on you, allowing you to sleep peacefully, Jun Lin said softly. But those words exploded in Wei Luo's mind. He desperately wanted to sleep. Yet every time he slept, the Shohei would emerge, forcing him to go without rest for long stretches. His dark circles grew deeper and deeper. Not sleeping was torture, sleeping was even worse. Wei Luo eagerly put it on, feeling a surge of clarity flow through his body as if he had been elevated. But as the power suppressing the Shohei took effect, drowsiness struck him instantly and he collapsed straight to the ground. Wei Luo. Shou-ju and Ken Lang rushed to his side in alarm. It's fine, let him sleep. The clarity effect is working, Jun Lin said calmly. Shou-ju and Ken Lang nodded. I can't believe it worked right after he put it on. Amazing, Shou-ju said, feeling hopeful. Yes, Wei Luo hasn't slept in so long. Now he can finally rest peacefully, Ken Lang said, looking at the sleeping Wei Luo with a pang of sympathy. So which one of you goes next? I'll go, Shou-ju said, suddenly nervous. 1 6 white, 2 blue, 2 purple. I'll skip the white materials and just explain the blue and purple. Skill book, flamethrower, advanced blue. Effect sprays flames forward, dealing fire damage to enemies. Can be used continuously. A flamethrower. Shou-ju was a bit disappointed, it was just mediocre. Beginner time capsule, advanced blue. Effect increases chakra by 20%. This is great. It actually increases chakra by 20%. Shou-ju exclaimed joyfully. Not bad. If a blue item can boost chakra by 20%, what about higher grades? Ken Lang mused silently. Abyss Invitation Fragment 4 pieces. Jun Lin then introduced them to the Xinyuan Magia Abyss Demon Realm. Powerful warriors from another world. Interesting, Ken Lang said. Although you can retreat midway, it's still quite dangerous, Shouju worried. Not yet, you need 10 pieces. So don't worry, hehe. Flame Blade Rare Purple. Effect when attacking with chakra can fire a flame blade to damage distant enemies. This is great. Shouju's eyes lit up. With this flame blade her attack options would be much richer. She nodded in satisfaction. This round of blind boxes had been fruitful. My turn. Ken Lang rubbed his hands together. Wang Wang rang out, 5 white 3 blue 2 purple. Jun Lin skipped the white items as before. Blue Strengthening Potion Advanced increases puppet attack and defense. Not bad. Ken Lang's eyes sparkled. And Spirit Horn Advanced can summon a spirit to assist in battle for a time. Ken Lang grinned, thoroughly pleased. Abyss Invitation Fragment 3 pieces. Still need 3 more. Shouju remarked, seeing that Ken Lang had drawn 3 fragments. Only 3 more to challenge the mighty beings of the demon realm. Phantom Sword Rare Purple. Effect creates illusions to confuse enemies and increases attack speed. Ken Lang took it excitedly. The 3 had all reaped rich rewards from this blind box opening, while Wei Luo still lay on the ground asleep with a peaceful expression. Boss, we're done opening. We'll take Wei Luo and leave now. Seeing that it wasn't practical to leave Wei Luo on the floor, Shouju quickly took her leave. Jun Lin nodded. Take care. As the 3 departed, the sky had grown dark. Jun Lin turned to Xian Lin and Xiang Lin and said. Let's close up early today. Clean up, wash up, and then we'll visit Shui Men's place. Xian Lin and Xiang Lin nodded in agreement. Sure, boss. Make money, make money. Kushina, Minato and Naruto arrived at the Senju clan territory, where they saw Tsunade training Nawaki in taijutsu. Run faster. Did you skip breakfast? Nawaki was running, Tsunade chasing after him. Ha. Ha. I can't run anymore, big sister. After saying that, Nawaki collapsed on the ground from exhaustion. Only 20 laps and you can't run anymore. How can you become a ninja without a strong body? Tsunade said, disappointed that he didn't live up to expectations. Ha. Huff. Just 20. I've barely rested since morning. Nawaki said, panting heavily. Tsunade opened her mouth to say something. When a voice called out, Tsunade-ne. Tsunade turned her head to look in the direction of the voice. Nawaki also sat on the ground and looked. They saw Kushina running over to Tsunade and hugging her. Tsunade-ne, I've missed you so much. You're Kushina. You've been resurrected. Tsunade recognized her. Yes and no. Kushina let go of Tsunade and held her hand, saying, Tsunade-sama, long time no see. Minato and Naruto approached and greeted Tsunade. Minato, you've been resurrected too. Tsunade said happily. First her brother, then Kushina and Minato resurrected. How many years had it been since she heard good news? Tsunade-ne, the 2 of us are not truly resurrected, Kushina said. What do you mean not truly resurrected? Tsunade was confused, then sensed something. Know your chakra. It's the Nine-Tails chakra. Minato said with a smile unchanged. What's going on? Tsunade was bewildered, unable to understand how the Nine-Tails could resurrect people. I've never heard of that. It's like this. Kushina explained how Jun Lin helped Naruto resurrected Minato and then her, and also killed Danzo, telling everything to Tsunade. Tsunade took a deep breath. Huff. It sounds too fantastical, like a dream. Yeah, I never expected it to be so similar to true resurrection. Kushina said emotionally. This boss is too mysterious, feels like he can do anything. To be an enemy of someone like him is the enemy's tragedy. Is Danzo really dead? Tsunade heard at the end that Danzo was dead, pulled down to hell by Jun Lin. Ha, yes, Granny Tsunade, he even fought with Mom. If the boss hadn't worried that Mom would dissipate when her chakra ran out, Mom could have killed him. Naruto stepped forward when he heard Tsunade's uncertainty about Danzo's death. Tsunade, who had been listening fine, got a vein popping on her forehead. Granny. Do I look that old, you brat? She then gave a hard knock on Naruto's head. Ah. That hurts. Naruto crouched down holding his head. Ha ha ha. Serves you right, brat. How dare you call big sister a granny? Nawaki said, clutching his stomach with laughter. But he didn't see Tsunade's face darkening. Is it that funny? Tsunade said grimly, standing behind Nawaki. Big sister, not funny at all, Nawaki said with a stiff face. If it's not funny, why are you laughing so loud? Tsunade said, then gave a sharp chop to Nawaki's head. Nawaki let out a scream and rolled on the ground holding his head. Big sister, I'm sorry, don't hit me. Kushina was laughing so hard she was doubled over. Tsunade-ne, you're still so fiery. Tsunade rolled her eyes at her. This kid needs to be taught some manners. At that moment Naruto asked curiously, Granny Tsunade. I mean Tsunade-ne, so this is the Senju clan territory. It feels so special. Tsunade nodded. That's right. This place carries the glory and memories of the Senju clan. Since you're here, take a good look around. Then Tsunade led everyone on a tour of the Senju clan territory, explaining the origin and significance of each building. Nawaki, ignoring the pain in his head, joined in the explanations, occasionally clowning around and making everyone laugh heartily. In this warm and joyful atmosphere, the Senju clan territory seemed to radiate vitality and energy once more. After touring the Senju clan territory, everyone sat cross-legged in a pavilion. Nawaki prepared tea and snacks, placing them on the table. After giving each person a cup of tea, he sat down to listen to Tsunade. So you're hosting a dinner for the boss tonight. And you've invited the mother and daughter of the Uzumaki clan who are of your lineage. Tsunade said, gently picking up her teacup and taking a small sip. Yes. When we heard from Suzuran that big sister Tsunade had returned and resurrected Nawaki, we finished opening our mystery boxes and rushed over to find you. Kushina patted Nawaki's shoulder and continued. Now that you're resurrected, you mustn't be careless again. Yes. I won't. I'm a man who will become Hokage in the future. Nawaki puffed out his chest and declared loudly. Bullshit. I'll be the Hokage. Naruto, who had been reaching for a snack on the table, immediately withdrew his hand, stood up and glared fiercely at Nawaki, shouting. Thump. Thump. Two sounds of good heads hitting were heard. Ouch. Naruto and Nawaki each held their heads. Two little brats want to be Hokage. Tsunade sat back down slowly. When I grow up, I'm going to be Hokage. Nawaki retorted. No way. I'll be Hokage when I grow up, you can't compete with me. Naruto immediately shot back at Nawaki. Enough. Stop arguing, you two. Kushina said, seeing the two bickering endlessly over becoming Hokage. Humph. Naruto and Nawaki each snorted and turned away in defiance. Tsunade-ne and Nawaki, would you like to come to our place for dinner tonight? Kushina looked at the two helplessly, then extended the invitation to Tsunade. Alright. Nawaki and I will be there on time tonight, Tsunade nodded. Great. Then I need to go prepare the ingredients for dinner. Kushina looked at the time and took her leave. After the three left, Tsunade said to Nawaki, you still want to be Hokage? You can't even beat Naruto now, believe it? Impossible. That little brat. How could I possibly lose to him? Nawaki said defiantly. The Ninetales inside Naruto has reconciled with him and he can use the Ninetales chakra. Also, the sword Naruto carries was probably drawn from the mystery box shop. That sword gives me a faint sense of threat. Tsunade glanced at Nawaki and took a sip of tea. What? That little brat. I'm going to open a mystery box too. Give me money. Nawaki, upon hearing that Naruto had the Ninetales chakra and items from the mystery box, felt a sense of crisis and directly reached out his hand to Tsunade for money. Tsunade was stunned and said awkwardly, I'll give you the money in a couple of days. Nawaki looked at her strangely. Big sister, you don't have money, do you? Who said I don't have money? Tsunade said uncomfortably under Nawaki's gaze. Then give it to me. I'm going to the mystery box shop now. Nawaki extended his hand directly in front of Tsunade. Slap. I said in a couple of days. You focus on practicing your fundamentals. External power is just external power. One's own strength is what truly matters. Now go get ready and we'll go to Kushina's place tonight. After saying all that, Tsunade vanished from Nawaki's sight. Humph. Lost all the money gambling and still dares to be so harsh with me. Nawaki muttered to himself. Leaving the clan compound, Tsunade headed to the hospital, still apprehensive that her hemophobia might flare up. Yet she felt it had vanished, for upon seeing the bloodstains left by civilians being carried in at the main gate she experienced no discomfort whatsoever. She found Shizun in a treatment room bandaging a patient's wound. The moment Shizun saw Tsunade enter, she hurriedly tried to conceal the injury. "Lady Tsunade, why are you at the hospital?" "It's nothing, Shizun. I'm fine now. My hemophobia won't trouble me anymore." Seeing Shizun's reaction, Tsunade waved her hand signaling her to stop hiding the wound. "What happened to him?" she asked, gesturing toward the patient lying on the bed. Shizun, noticing that Tsunade showed no aversion to the blood, joyfully grabbed her hand and said, "Lady Tsunade, you're truly cured." "Yes, I'm healed. No need to be so excited," Tsunade replied calmly, pointing at the patient. After calming down, Shizun spoke with a hint of sorrow. "He was crushed by a collapsed house. This entire ward is filled with victims from the rampage of the one-tailed Shikaku that day." "How are things now?" Tsunade asked, her emotions less stirred since she had seen too much. Shizun, inexperienced, was still affected. "Those with minor injuries have been discharged. They just need to rest and recover. But these patients are too severely wounded, we can only keep them alive though the after-effects." Shizun's eyes reddened. "What about the potions from the blind box shop? Are they useless?" Tsunade inquired, puzzled. "The hospital's higher-ups said these potions are not for civilians, they must be reserved for ninjas," Shizun replied with indignation. Tsunade clenched her fists, a crisp short crack followed by a grating creak. "These rotten executives." Then she slowly relaxed her hands. "Ha! It's not time yet, but soon. The fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze has been revived. Although it's not a true resurrection, it makes little difference, he has 20 years to live. What will you choose, old man?" I'm almost looking forward to it," Tsunade murmured, then turned to Shizun. "Are there any injured nobles recently? Take me to them. I need to earn some money." Oblivious to Tsunade's inner turmoil, Shizun immediately replied, "Yes, there are several nobles with various injuries still in the hospital. I'll take you there." On the way, Shizun looked at Tsunade. "Lady Tsunade, why are you so eager to earn money? I still have over 1,000,000 ryo, you can use it first." Tsunade waved her hand, her expression a bit unnatural. "Though it's enough, just relying on that won't work. I need 2 million every month, earning money is really necessary." Although Shizun had been busy at the hospital since returning, she had heard that Tsunade's younger brother had been revived, which made her happy for a long time. Now, understanding Tsunade's need for money, she knew it was to open blind boxes for Nawaki. "By the way, you should take proper rest at the hospital, don't overwork yourself. In a couple of days come with me to open some blind boxes, it will benefit you," Tsunade said to Shizun with concern. Since returning to Konoha, Shizun had been continuously busy at the hospital without rest. "Thank you, Lady Tsunade. I will." They soon arrived at the noble ward. As they approached a room, they heard arguing from inside. "You quacks can't even cure such a minor injury," a noble's angry voice rang out. Shizun whispered to Tsunade, "This is one of the more seriously injured nobles." Tsunade pushed open the door. Inside, several doctors stood with heads bowed, too intimidated to speak. Seeing Tsunade enter, a glimmer of hope flashed in their eyes. "Let me have a look." Tsunade stepped forward to examine the patient's condition. After a thorough check, she was confident. Having practiced medicine for years, such an injury was no challenge for her. "I can cure him, but on one condition, the treatment fee must be sufficient." Tsunade addressed the noble. Though reluctant, the noble agreed for the sake of recovery. Tsunade began her medical technique, her hands were deft, and soon the patient's condition improved markedly. The noble was astonished and stopped complaining about the fee. Over the next few hours, Tsunade treated several other nobles, earning a substantial amount of money. Meanwhile, Shizun eagerly awaited the day she would go with Tsunade to open blind boxes. That evening, Suiren and Karen tidied up the shop and closed for the day, preparing to go out. "All set, boss," Karen said. "Let's go." Jun Lin, with the 9-life spirit cat on his shoulder, placed his telekinetic hands on their shoulders and teleported instantly. They appeared directly at Naruto's doorstep. Kushina was preparing dinner, Minato was wiping the table, and Naruto was carrying a dish to the table. Knock knock knock, a sound at the door. "Naruto, go open the door." "Mr. Jun and the others are here," Kushina's voice came from the kitchen. Coming. Naruto quickly put down the dish and dashed to the door. As the door opened he exclaimed joyfully, "Boss, Sister Suerin, Sister Karen, you're here." Jun Lin smiled as he stepped inside the nine-life spirit cat, leaping from his shoulder to explore the floor. Suerin and Karen followed, feeling relaxed in the warm atmosphere of the home. "Wow, it smells amazing. Aunt Kushina made so many delicious dishes." Karen sniffed, her face full of anticipation. Kushina poked her head out of the kitchen and said with a smile, sit down, sit down. It's just a simple home-cooked meal, I hope you like it." Minato warmly invited everyone to sit. "Mr. Jun, thank you for always looking after Naruto." Jun Lin waved his hand. "Minato, let's not stand on ceremony. I really like Naruto as a kid." At that moment Tsunade arrived with Nawaki. Naruto ran to open the door. "Granny Tsu. I mean Sister Tsunade, you're here. Welcome, come in quickly." Nawaki, seeing that Naruto didn't greet him, stepped forward and said, "Hey. What about me? Can't you see me?" "Oh right, you too. Come in." Naruto led Tsunade into the living room. "Evil little Uzumaki brat." Nawaki suddenly recalled how his great-uncle often called the Uchiha clan evil and decided it fit the Uzumaki clan just as well. He followed them inside. "Oh, Mr. Jun is here too." Tsunade greeted Jun Lin with a smile. Jun Lin stood up in response. "Lady Tsunade, how was business at the hospital today?" "Made quite a lot," Tsunade said proudly. "Those nobles' injuries are a piece of cake for me." Nawaki, curious, looked around and was immediately captivated by the nine-life spirit cat. "What kind of cat is this? So cute." He reached out to pet it, but the cat nimbly dodged and meowed at him as if in defiance. Everyone laughed at the scene. Kushina emerged from the kitchen with the last dish and called out, "Don't just stand there, let's eat." They gathered around the dining table and began a lively meal. As they ate they shared interesting stories from their lives. Tsunade recounted the incidents with the incompetent doctors and the nobles, eliciting sighs from everyone. Meanwhile Jun Lin told them about some rare potions recently opened from the blind box shop. The atmosphere was harmonious and warm. Everyone sat around the table enjoying dinner and chatting cheerfully about daily anecdotes. Naruto excitedly talked about school events and occasionally served food to others. Suddenly the nine-life spirit cat jumped onto the table, staring at a plate of fish and meowing. Naruto laughed and gave it a piece of fish. "Here, little cat, have a taste." The cat happily ate, causing everyone to burst into laughter. The dinner ended on this joyful note. Dawn silently tore through the folds of the night, and at the horizon a faint shade of lotus root pink bloomed like a piece of rice paper moistened by clear water. The thick ink gradually receded and the edges of the clouds shimmered with a nacreous glow. At first it was merely a thread of gold winding along to outline the distant mountains. Gradually ripples of light spread through the clouds, dyeing the gray-blue wisps into a peachy orange silk. "Is it necessary to be this early?" Tsunade was woken up by Nawaki early in the morning. She had drunk quite a bit with Jun Lin last night and her head was still a little dizzy as she looked at Nawaki with a displeased expression. Nawaki hadn't expected that his sister would only have money for him in a couple of days. On the way back from Kushina's house last night she told him she had money and they could go to the blind box shop tomorrow. This kept him so excited that he couldn't sleep all night, worrying about not getting good items or that what he got wouldn't be as good as what that blonde guy got. So he dragged Tsunade out of bed early in the morning, and after dawdling for a while they finally got up. The two arrived at the blind box shop only to see the door tightly shut. Tsunade was speechless and Nawaki was a bit dumbfounded. They hadn't expected the shop to be closed. "Yo! Lady Tsunade, why are you here so early?" said the owner of the breakfast shop across the street. "Uncle, why isn't this shop open yet?" Nawaki ran over and asked. "Are you? You're Nawaki?" The owner glanced at the kid, found him vaguely familiar and thought for a moment. He had heard that Lady Tsunade's younger brother had been resurrected, but he hadn't seen him around these past few days. Yeah, it's me, Nawaki. My sister resurrected me." Nawaki scratched his head. "Ha, right, I heard about it but never saw you." The uncle chuckled heartily, picked up breakfast and handed it to Nawaki. "Here, this is for you." "No. No need." Nawaki quickly waved his hands. Tsunade walked over, took the breakfast and started eating. "Why isn't the blind box shop open yet?" "That shop doesn't open until 8 o'clock. It used to be 7, but the owner probably hired 2 new employees. The owner usually doesn't get up in the morning, it's just the mother and daughter. Ah. That's still 2 hours away. Nawaki was speechless and said with some agony. Bang. Who told you to get up so early? Tsunade threw the plastic into the trash can and gave him a noogie in return. Ow. That hurts. Nawaki wore a pained expression, clutching his head. Let's go. Since we have time, let's exercise for an hour and a half. Now start running. Tsunade finished speaking, took a few coins out of her pocket, tossed them onto the breakfast shop table and dragged Nawaki away. Oh, this isn't worth much, Lady Tsunade. The uncle slapped his thigh and called out to Tsunade. By the time Tsunade and Nawaki returned from their workout, the blind box shop was already open and a few passers-by were buying blind boxes. Phew. So tired. Nawaki jogged all the way back and sat down on the steps. Cough cough. At the sound, Nawaki knew Tsunade was coming and he slipped into the shop in a flash. Karen watched Nawaki, who looked as if he had been caught in the rain. Nawaki, are you training? Phew. So exhausting. I came to the shop early this morning, but it wasn't open, so I had to go for a run first. Why didn't you ask last night what time it opened? Karen shrugged. Yeah, why didn't he just ask? Nawaki thought he hadn't thought of it and his sister didn't know either. Damn it. Karen pointed a finger at Nawaki from a distance and Nawaki immediately felt a change in his body. The fatigue from the morning's training vanished, replaced by an unprecedented lightness. What's this? Tsunade walked in and saw Nawaki's improved state, which was different from how he would be after a night's rest following training. She grabbed Nawaki's hand and examined it. Her expression gradually grew serious. Is this? Karen, what did you do to Nawaki? Karen blinked and smiled. Lady Tsunade, I used my ability to help Nawaki recover his stamina. Tsunade frowned. Your ability? Karen explained, my ability allows me to transfer my own chakra to others, helping them recover stamina and heal injuries. Nawaki said excitedly, Sis, Karen's ability is amazing. I won't be afraid of getting tired from training anymore. Tsunade felt a bit worried. She knew that this ability could be very dangerous if used by someone with ill intentions, but in the blind box shop no one would cause trouble, so she felt a little relieved. Just then Linglan from the shop walked out. Lady Tsunade, Nawaki, you're here so early. Want to draw some blind boxes today? Nawaki perked up immediately and dragged Tsunade toward the blind box section. Tsunade shook her head helplessly and followed, secretly deciding to look into Karen's ability later. Her chakra would be excellent for a medical ninja. Give me 10 blind boxes. Nawaki's calm mood inexplicably turned tense. Buzz. 4 white, 3 blue, 2 purple, 1 orange. The lights of 4 white, 3 blue, 2 purple and 1 orange intertwined. The 4 white beams were the clearest, spreading outward like shattered moonlight, carrying a translucent texture, light as gossamer, covering the entire light cluster with a pure base. The 3 blue rays intermingled, more serene than the white, like the deep-sea shimmer, casting gentle ripples against the white glow as if water flowed gently within the light. The 2 purple beams held a hint of mystery, not spreading like the white and blue but winding like ribbons, their edges shimmering with fine sparks, adding a layer of hazy allure. The 1 orange light at the center was the most eye-catching, warm and intense, like a dancing flame, tinting the surrounding light with warmth, unassuming yet penetrating, making all the lights revolve around it in a wonderful harmony. These lights each retained their own hue while giving birth to new brilliance through their fusion. The purity of white, the depth of blue, the enchantment of purple and the warmth of orange complemented each other like a flowing painting of light. They each had their own dazzling points, yet harmoniously merged into a splendid halo. When looked upon, it felt as if fine specks of light had fallen on the lashes. Wow! That's so beautiful. Karen, tell me what these are. Nawaki's eyes reflected the colorful lights as he asked impatiently. White ones are common materials which can be used to make clothes or forge some sturdy kunai. Blue ones are stamina potions which can restore some stamina. Advanced life potions can restore more vitality. That's nice, they'll be useful for training. Nawaki held them carefully and put them away. Beginner experience capsules which can increase chakra by 2/10. Wow, these are great. These are great. Nawaki eagerly took them and used them. Feeling the slow increase in his chakra, a total of 2/10 of his chakra. His brows relaxed and a grin spread across his face. Sis, this experience capsule really increased my chakra by 2/10. Tsunade nodded with a smile. Although she had opened blind boxes last time, she hadn't gotten this capsule. Not everyone in the Senju clan was a Senju Hashirama with Cha Dunma. Ordinary clan members only had a bit more chakra than others. Purple ones are 3 abyss invitation fragments. Collecting 10 allows you to challenge a powerful being and obtain some items or weapons. It is not recommended to go before reaching a certain level of strength. I know about this. It was mentioned at Kushina's house yesterday. It seems they've already collected 10 fragments and should be going to challenge in the next couple of days. Nawaki held the fragments, feeling the depth and a sense of palpitation emanating from them. There is also a purple one, the giant python hammer of the tree demon. Effect: when attacking an enemy, it has a chance to summon a tree demon to assist in battle, lasting for 5 minutes. While the tree demon exists, it can restore a portion of chakra and a small amount of vitality. Is this equivalent to wood release? Shingshu exclaimed in surprise. It's just a matter of probability, an entire battle might not even summon the tree demon. Gang Shou also listened attentively to Xiang Lin's explanation. Yes, Lady Gang Shou is correct. But the next orange item is one that increases the probability. Xiang Lin also nodded. Although she had been in the Chao country before, she had heard of the wood release of Qian Shou Zhujian, the god of shinobi of Muyi, and through her usual conversations with Jun Lin she had learned about some people and events in Muyi. Shingshu and Gang Shou turned to look at Xiang Lin in unison. Is it true? Can it increase the probability? Shingshu asked, somewhat excited. Xiang Lin smiled and nodded. That's right, the orange item is a spirit summoning seed. After use, it greatly increases the probability of summoning the tree demon, and the tree demon's strength will also be enhanced with its existence time extended to 10 minutes, and the recovery amount of chakra and vitality will also increase. Gang Shou and Shingshu's eyes lit up if this item was too attractive to them. Does this spirit summoning seed have any other uses? Gang Shou pressed. Xiang Lin blinked. It can also during battle make the tree demon release special tree vines to bind the enemy's movements. Shingshu rubbed his hands excitedly. This is simply amazing. With it we'll have an even greater advantage in battle. Gang Shou also nodded in agreement. It's indeed a good thing. Alright. All introductions are done. Xiang Lin exited her professional mode and returned to her lively self. Hee. I heard that Mingren has a card that can summon a minotaur, but it can only charge, however mine is different. Shingshu was almost impatient to go find Mingren and try it out. He reached out and took the giant python hammer of the tree demon, weighing it in his hand. It's so light. It looks heavy, but it's surprisingly light. You idiot. This item is bound to your soul the moment it's drawn, so of course it feels light to you. Xiang Lin said playfully. Gang Shou also wanted to try the giant python hammer of the tree demon. She took it from Shingshu, but as soon as she grasped the handle her entire body leaned forward. Sigh. So heavy. Gang Shou even used her monstrous strength, but she could barely hold on. Suddenly she felt the giant python hammer become lighter and her body fell backward. She quickly stabilized her center of gravity to avoid falling. Gang Shou was puzzled as to why it was no longer heavy. Ha, big sister, I allowed it so you could use it. Shingshu laughed heartily. Gang Shou's face darkened. You little rascal. How dare you tease your big sister? She put down the giant python hammer and gave him a backhand smack. Thump. Ouch. Sigh. It hurt even more than before. If you don't discipline your younger brother early, you won't be able to when he grows up. After Gang Shou and Shingshu left, the team from Shayin village had already left Muyi village. After sleeping for 2 consecutive days, Wai Luo's dark circles had faded a lot and his spirits were much better. Wai Luo, we need to go to the next place. Kenjio Lang reminded him from the side. Wai Luo nodded and was about to stand up when he suddenly sensed an unusual fluctuation in the surrounding sand. He became alert and saw a mysterious figure emerge from the sandy ground not far away. Your Shayin village has gained quite a lot this time. I've got my eyes on you. The mysterious person sneered. Kenjio Lang and Shou Ju immediately shielded Wai Luo, assuming combat stances. Who are you? What do you want to do? Shou Ju shouted loudly. The mysterious person did not answer but instantly launched an attack. A gold sand blade shot toward them. Wai Luo manipulated the sand to form a shield, instantly blocking the attack. Seems you have some skills, but none of you are leaving today. The mysterious person said, and then summoned more gold sand to sweep toward them. Kenjio Lang's pupils sharply contracted and he exclaimed in shock, "This is gold sand. How is that possible?" He stared fixedly at the sand stream shimmering with metallic cold light, his fingertips digging into the puppet control strings due to the force. The gold sand secret technique of Shain village had always been mastered by successive Fenging. This person before them could manipulate it so skillfully, even with more oppressive presence than the village's secret technique masters. Could it be a rogue ninja? Shoju swung her iron fan to deflect the splashing gold sand debris, her voice sharp with disbelief. Or has someone secretly learned our secret technique? What AI Luo's eyes darkened. The sand swirling around him suddenly accelerated, forming a spiraling sand vortex at his feet. No matter who it is, his voice was cold as ice, daring to use gold sand so recklessly before me will cost you. As his words fell, the sand wall he controlled suddenly surged, lunging at the mysterious person like a living creature, colliding violently with the oncoming gold sand. The grating sound of gravel friction echoed and a chaotic flow of interwoven gold and earthy yellow exploded in the air. The aftermath of the collision between sand and gold sand had not yet settled when the mysterious person suddenly let out a sinister cackle. The gold sand around him transformed into hundreds of sharp spikes, raining down on the three like a storm. Seeing this, Shoju immediately swung her three-star fan. Wind release Kamitachi technique surged forth with flames, instantly melting the incoming gold sand spikes into molten iron. "Taste my new move," she cried out, and three flame blades suddenly flew out from the flames, striking straight at the mysterious person's throat. At the same time, Kenjio Lang's puppet strings suddenly tightened. The three puppets, Crow, Black Ant and Salamander, danced simultaneously, the light of the phantom sword tracing eerie trajectories in the air, and over a dozen clones surrounded the mysterious person. Trying to sneak attack. Not so easy. A cold smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. The puppet's weapons struck at the enemy with afterimages. What AI Luo, however, did not rush to act. He stood quietly behind the sand wall, the cool bracelet on his wrist emitting a soft purple glow. Even though he was restless in his body due to the mysterious person's provocation, that raging power was suppressed thoroughly by the bracelet. He squinted his eyes, silently observing the battle, looking for the enemy's weakness. The mysterious person clearly hadn't expected the three's sudden increase in strength. Faced with Shoju's flames and Kenjio Lang's puppet illusions, his attacks began to falter. In the moment he was distracted, blocking the flame blades, where AI Luo finally struck, sand waterfall burial. With a low roar, the ground suddenly cracked open and countless sand pillars shot into the sky, trapping the mysterious person tightly. The sound of bones cracking came from within the sand pillars. The mysterious person let out a scream, and the light of the gold sand secret technique dimmed as well. However, just as everyone thought the battle was about to end, the mysterious person suddenly erupted with a powerful burst of chakra, breaking free from the sand pillars. A strange dark purple glow emanated from his body. "Since you're seeking death, don't blame me," he sneered, forming hand seals ready to launch a more powerful attack. The dark purple light around the mysterious person surged. The sand on the ground uncontrollably levitated, condensing behind him into a giant gold sand demon hand. The demon hand's 5 fingers spread open with hot molten metal dripping from its fingertips. The mere pressure it emitted caused fine cracks to appear on the surface of Kenjio Lang's puppets. Shoju gritted her teeth and poured chakra into the flamethrower. A huge pillar of flame shot into the sky, crashing into the gold sand demon hand with a thunderous impact. The scorching blast wave sent dust flying and sparks from the collision of flames and gold sand scattered like meteors. "Don't give him a chance to catch his breath," Kenjio Lang shouted, manipulating the puppet group to use the afterimages created by the phantom sword to attack the mysterious person's vital points from different directions. What AI Luo remained silent. The purple light on the cool bracelet grew brighter, and the restless power of Shohi within him turned into strands that he guided into the sand beneath his feet. Suddenly he raised his hand and made a grasping motion. The ground sand layer trembled violently and countless sand blades burst forth, forming a circular deadly array beneath the mysterious person. Absolute defense Shohi's shield. Sensing the lethal threat, the mysterious person hastily withdrew the gold sand and condensed it into a shield gleaming with metallic luster around his body. Break. Shoju seized the opportunity and combined the flame blade with the flamethrower's fire. A massive flame blade with spiral fire patterns tore through the sky, precisely striking the center of the gold sand shield. Crack, the shield instantly developed spiderweb-like cracks. Kenjio Lang's puppet group took the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. The blade in the black ant puppet's hand stabbed fiercely into the cracks, shattering the shield in an instant. The mysterious person staggered back, a flicker of fear in his eyes. But Wai Luo gave him no chance. He manipulated the sand into chains that coiled around his limbs and neck like venomous snakes. Tell me, who exactly are you? Wai Luo's cold voice carried an undeniable pressure. And why do you know the gold sand secret technique? The mysterious person struggled in vain, then suddenly threw his head back and laughed. You think this is over? Sharingan village will soon face a true disaster. As his words fell, a large amount of blood mist suddenly sprayed from his mouth and his entire body turned into a strange purple smoke that dissipated in the air. Kankuro frowned. Damn, he got away. Temari put away her fan and said worriedly, what does he mean by saying the sand village will face a true disaster? Gaara remained silent, his gaze growing deeper. Although the power of Shikaku was suppressed, the restless agitation within him had not yet fully subsided. Upon returning to the village, they immediately reported the matter to Chiyo. With a grave expression, Chiyo summoned the elite ninjas of the Sand Village to discuss a countermeasure. The fourth Kazekage was impersonated by Orochimaru. Then what about Raza? Chiyo's aged face was solemn. And also the blind box shop in Konoha you mentioned. And on the way back you encountered a mysterious figure who could use gold dust. Chiyo felt a headache. So many things had happened just during the Chunin exam. Sister, do you think the Kazekage? Ebizo hesitated, a hint of suspicion in his voice. Chiyo waved her hand for him to stop, knowing full well that the Kazekage was already dead, turned into a puppet to attack their sand ninjas. But the sand village suffered a severe generational gap. Only Gaara and his siblings were competent. Though Gaara was a Jinchuriki, he was constantly tormented by Shikaku. And he would occasionally lose control. Although Gaara and the others claimed that the cooling bracelet from the blind box shop could suppress the beast, Chiyo remained worried. Then there was Baki, the elite jonin of the Sand Village and the teacher of Gaara, Temari and Kankuro. But he was not quite qualified to become the next Kazekage. Ah! If only Pakura were still here. Chiyo uttered a name and Ebizo fell silent. Who was Pakura? Lady Chiyo actually said, if only Pakura were here. Gaara and the others were unaware that Pakura was an elite jonin of the Sand Village, a contemporary of Gaara's father, the fourth Kazekage. She possessed the powerful scorch-release Kekii Genkai and had rendered meritorious service to the Sand Village. Moreover, Pakura was betrayed by the fourth Kazekage Raza and sacrificed to the Mist Village. Pakura was an elite jonin of the Sand Village. She rendered great merits for the village, but because of the fourth Kazekage's betrayal she was ambushed and killed by the Mist Village. By the time my brother and I arrived it was too late. As Chiyo spoke, her eyes reddened and her voice choked. Gaara and the others were astonished to learn of Pakura's past. If Pakura were still here with her ability and prestige, she would surely lead the Sand Village through this crisis. Chiyo let out a long sigh. Then Gaara, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, Grandma, perhaps the blind box shop can help us. Everyone's attention turned to him. The blind box shop can produce all kinds of miraculous items. Maybe we can find a way to revive Pakura. Gaara said earnestly. A glimmer of hope flickered in Chiyo's eyes but then dimmed. Even if we can revive Pakura after all these years, who knows if she would still be willing to serve the Sand Village. Temari pondered for a moment. Regardless, we can give it a try. Besides, the blind box shop might hold other things that can help us deal with the unknown disaster. Everyone nodded in agreement. Thus the Sand Ninjas once again turned their attention to the mysterious Konoha blind box shop. Meanwhile, Jun Lin paid no heed to Gaara and the others' ordeal. He had just woken up. Hiss. I didn't expect the alcohol of the land of Little Sun to get me drunk. Jun Lin had wanted to experience being an ordinary man drinking the local sake, but Tsunade's drinking behavior was too terrible. She had forced him to drink. His head still ached slightly. With a single thought, Jun Lin returned to his invincible state and the abnormality vanished. I didn't expect to sleep for almost a whole day. Tsunade, you've done me wrong. Jun Lin walked to the balcony and saw the sunset in the west. The horizon resembled an overturned palette with layers of orange, red, purple and amber blending into each other, soaking the entire cloud layer in flowing honey. The setting sun hung between the buildings like a half-melted salted egg yolk. Its afterglow spilled over the distant overpass, scattering golden flecks of light among the bustling traffic. The wind, carrying the lingering heat of the day, brushed past his clothes. The shirt gently swaying on the clothesline was also dyed in a warm, gentle hue. At that moment the noisy city seemed to slow its breath. Jun Lin turned and went downstairs. Boss, are you okay? Would you like me to make you some ginger soup? Suzerain asked upon seeing him awake. Thanks, no need. I'm fine now. So did anyone get anything good today? Jun Lin asked as he took a seat. Hee. Boss, not many people came to open blind boxes today. Only Tsunade's younger brother got a decent item. Karen had just returned from buying groceries and heard Jun Lin's question, immediately answering. Oh. What did he get? Jun Lin perked up with interest. Suzerain took the grocery basket and put it in the kitchen. Karen took a sip of water and continued. The forest demon's giant serpent hammer. Karen laughed and then recounted how Nawaki had pranked Tsunade, followed by the tale of the spirit summoning seed. After speaking, she went to help Suzerain cook. Jun Lin raised an eyebrow and asked the system, spirit summoning seed. There's no such thing in DNF, right? Ding, there isn't. But it exists elsewhere. Tell me honestly, how many items that aren't from DNF have you added? Ding, quite a few. Just how many is quite a few? Forget it, asking is pointless. Jun Lin was about to eat, though he no longer needed food to live long. Indulging in the pleasures of the palate is human nature. Yet as time passed, Jun Lin's heart gradually became either detached or colder. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. Just as Jun Lin was lost in thought, Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame arrived in Konoha. Itachi-san, why come to Konoha? Didn't the leader order us to assist Orochimaru in capturing the One-Tail? Kisame asked in confusion. I received intelligence that there's a blind box shop in Konoha that produces miraculous items, so I came to check it out. And to see Sasuke. Itachi's eyes softened slightly. Kisame shrugged, alright, but since you care so much about your little brother, why not let me go bring him out? Uchiha Itachi's eyes turned cold. No, Kisame, don't interfere. Whenever Sasuke was mentioned, Itachi's demeanor softened, but the moment Kisame suggested bringing Sasuke out, Itachi's tone turned hostile. Wait for me here. I'll be back soon. Itachi transformed into a flock of crows. As a spy, Itachi knew the weaknesses of Konoha's barrier, so he easily entered the village. He arrived at the Uchiha clan grounds. The night had fully fallen and the streetlights were all lit, illuminating the path for passers-by. Uchiha Sasuke had just returned from training. Naruto is getting stronger. Sasuke clenched his fist. Who's there? Sasuke sensed something and looked toward the shadowed wall. A familiar figure stepped out from the darkness. It's you. Sasuke activated his two-tomoe. He had already used up the 2 spirit stones. Oh. My foolish little brother. You've awakened the two-tomoe. Uchiha Itachi was somewhat surprised. It had only been a few months since Sasuke had awakened the two-tomoe Sharingan. Prepare to die, you bastard. Sasuke angrily charged at Itachi, gathering chakra in his hand, trying to deliver a fatal blow to the murderer of his clan. Uchiha Itachi sidestepped, easily dodging Sasuke's attack. His eyes held both relief at Sasuke's growth and the helplessness of being a spy. With that level of strength you can't kill me, Sasuke. Itachi said calmly. Clenching his teeth, Sasuke launched another assault, unleashing a barrage of ninjutsu at Itachi. However, Itachi, with his vast experience and overwhelming power, remained effortlessly composed. Sasuke knew that a frontal assault would be difficult to win, so he quickly reached into the pouch at his waist, pulled out the fire protector bracer and fastened it onto his arm. Dark crimson patterns swirled across the surface of the bracer. He took a deep breath and condensed a blazing fireball in his mouth, fire-style great fireball technique. The originally orange-red flame instantly tripled in size, surging toward Itachi with scorching waves of heat. Uchiha Itachi narrowed his eyes slightly and a whirlwind of black flames rose beneath his feet. Amaterasu. The azure-black flames collided with the great fireball and the resulting heat wave cracked the stone pavement of the street. Seizing the moment when Itachi was distracted by the fire technique, Sasuke drew the Demon Slayer sword. The blade glowed with a strange purple light and dozens of demonic phantoms emerged from the sword, lunging at Itachi's throat with claws bared. Itachi leaned back like a phantom, the demonic phantoms grazing past the tip of his nose. Sasuke surged forward, golden runes flashing on his celestial prayer boots, multiplying his speed several-fold. In the blink of an eye he was already beside Itachi. The advantage of half chakra consumption allowed him to form seals frequently. He alternated between water-style water dragon bullet technique and fire-style phoenix flower technique, weaving water and fire into a cage that trapped Itachi in the center. A mere trick. Itachi clasped his hands in seals and the Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes blazed with crimson light. Tsukimi. Sasuke's pupils contracted sharply, but just as the genjutsu was about to take effect, the Demon Slayer sword emitted a purple radiance that shattered the spatial distortion. It turned out that the rare-grade weapon possessed special resistance to mental attacks. Taking advantage of this, Sasuke poured all his chakra into the blade. A massive purple demonic hand burst from the ground, its fingers like steel hooks grasping at Itachi's head. The colossal demonic hand descended with overwhelming force. Itachi's eyes flickered with intensity and his figure blurred, disappearing instantly. The demonic hand slammed heavily into the ground, blasting a huge crater, sending debris flying. Sasuke warily rotated his two-tomoe Sharingan, trying to track Itachi's whereabouts. Just then a chilling aura emanated from above. Sasuke instinctively raised the Demon Slayer sword to block. Itachi's kunai scraped down the blade, sending sparks flying. Sasuke leaped backward, using the force of the block, simultaneously pushing the power of the fire protector bracer to its limit. Fire-style Great Dragon Fire Technique. A colossal fire dragon roared toward Itachi, illuminating the surroundings with a fiery glow. Itachi sealed his hands rapidly. Water-style Water Formation Wall. A massive wall of water rose, colliding with the fire dragon in a thunderous explosion. Amidst the rising steam, Sasuke wielded the Demon Slayer sword, and with the speed advantage from the celestial prayer boots, he circled like a phantom to Itachi's flank. The demonic phantoms on the blade emerged again, thrusting viciously toward Itachi's ribs. Itachi flipped away to dodge the attack, countering by flinging several shuriken. Sasuke swung the Demon Slayer sword, deflecting each shuriken, and used the rebound momentum to close in on Itachi once more. The two engaged in fierce close-quarters combat under the street lamp. With the boost from his equipment, Sasuke's moves grew increasingly sharp, while Itachi, relying on his vast combat experience and exquisite footwork, maintained the upper hand. Suddenly a glint of cunning flashed in Sasuke's eyes. He deliberately revealed an opening. Itachi seized the opportunity to attack, but just as his strike was about to land, Sasuke activated the speed boost of the celestial prayer boots, swift movement. Countless afterimages of Sasuke instantly appeared, surrounding Itachi in the center. Fire-style Phoenix Flower Technique. All the afterimages launched their attack simultaneously, engulfing Itachi in a sea of fireballs. Within the conflagration, Uchiha Itachi's Tsukimi world suddenly unfolded. A dark crimson light twisted space, and Sasuke felt the scene shift. Countless blades pierced his body and agony surged like a tidal wave. But the purple light of the Demon Slayer sword burst forth at that moment. The rare-grade weapon's special resistance allowed him to forcibly break free from the genjutsu. In reality, using the cover of the afterimages, he swung his blade from the side again. Itachi's eyes showed a hint of admiration. He formed seals so fast that only afterimages remained. Susanoo. A colossal skeletal phantom emerged behind him. Sasuke's Demon Slayer sword struck the arm of Susanoo, only producing a few sparks. Susanoo clenched its fist and slammed down. Sasuke hurriedly activated the celestial prayer boots acceleration effect, narrowly avoiding the attack, and simultaneously flung a chakra-infused kunai. The kunai was easily crushed by Susanoo, but Sasuke took the opportunity to form seals. Combining the power of the fire protector bracer with the visual prowess of the two-tomoe Sharingan, he unleashed Blaze Release Kagutsuchi. The azure Amaterasu flames transformed into a spear of fire at his fingertips, thrusting fiercely at Susanoo's knee. Susanoo wavered slightly. Itachi raised an eyebrow in surprise, not expecting Sasuke to combine fire techniques with his dojutsu. At that moment, Sasuke activated the ultimate ability of the Demon Slayer sword, Demonic Roar. The purple demonic phantoms converged into a 100-foot giant, opening its gaping maw to bite at Susanoo. Susanoo refused to be outdone, raising its massive arm to clash with the demonic giant. The violent impact completely destroyed the surrounding streets. Street lamps exploded in the shockwave and glass shards flew like rain. The collision between the demonic giant and Susanoo kicked up a thick cloud of dust. Sasuke struggled to steady himself amidst the violent air currents. Before he could catch his breath, Uchiha Itachi's initial Susanoo had already taken form. A partially armored giant wielding the sword of Tatsuka loomed over the world, its oppressive aura nearly stopping Sasuke's heart. Sasuke gripped the Demon Slayer sword tightly, mustering the last traces of his chakra. Even the flames of the fire protector bracer had grown faint. He drove the phantom of the Demon Slayer sword to charge at Susanoo once more, while using the celestial prayer boots acceleration to attempt a flanking attack behind Susanoo. But Susanoo moved with lightning speed, swinging the Yata mirror to easily deflect the demonic phantom. Then the sword of Tatsuka swept horizontally, a golden blade of light tearing through the night sky. Sasuke swung his sword with all his might to block. The Demon Slayer sword let out a strained groan under the touch of the sword of Tatsuka, and the purple light shattered into fragments. The overwhelming impact split Sasuke's palm and he flew backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily into the debris of the street. The effects of the celestial prayer boots also dissipated at that moment. Sasuke struggled to rise only to find his chakra completely depleted. His two-tomoe Sharingan ached and stung from overuse. Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo slowly dissipated. He walked up to Sasuke, his eyes complex and sorrowful. "You still have a long way to go, Sasuke." Sasuke glared in fury, wanting to launch another attack but unable to move even a single finger. Itachi let out a soft sigh, bent down to pat Sasuke's shoulder, and gradually faded into the darkness, leaving Sasuke sprawled on the ravaged street. Tears of resentment mingled with dust soaking his face. Though the battle had been intense, only a few minutes had passed. With a series of rustling sounds, over a dozen ANBU members appeared before Sasuke. With a whoosh, the third Hokage arrived along with Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Minato, and the heads of the major clans. From a distance they had seen the colossal Susanoo, a power belonging to the Uchiha clan. Minato had been forbidden from coming by Kushina and his anger had not yet subsided. But as the fourth Hokage he had no choice but to attend. The third Hokage frowned, strode quickly to Sasuke's side and crouched to examine his injuries. "This child's chakra is severely depleted," Tsunade said, quickly stepping forward to begin treating Sasuke. Jiraiya stroked his chin, a hint of concern in his eyes. Such a massive commotion from a battle, and the opponent was Uchiha Itachi. This matter is far from simple. Kakashi marveled inwardly at the devastated street. Minato silently observed the surroundings. The clan heads exchanged glances, their expressions grave. While everyone was busy tending to Sasuke, the ANBU discovered traces of the battle in the ruins, seemingly hiding some secret. The third Hokage stood up and said sternly, "First take Sasuke back to the hospital for proper care. We must investigate what lies behind this." Thus several ANBU members escorted Sasuke to the hospital. "What do you all think?" Third Hokage said, seated in his office chair, his gaze sweeping over the crowd gathered around the conference table. The conference room fell into a brief silence. The Inuzuka clan leader was the first to break the deadlock. "Uchiha, you suddenly appeared in my his target clearly aimed at Suiju. The power of his Susanoo is enough to put us on guard." Nara clan leader tapped the table lightly and said in a deep voice, "But after the clan massacre that year you joined the Akatsuki organization. Now he appears suddenly. Could it be just for personal revenge?" Shuemen unconsciously fingered the hilt of his flying thunder god kunai. The Akatsuki's movements have always been mysterious. Yu's appearance this time might be related to their plans. He looked up at third Hokage. "Teacher, do you think he might be testing Mai's defenses?" Third Hokage pondered for a moment, his wrinkled face growing even more solemn. "The possibility of testing is not small. Moreover, among the traces found by the Umbu at the scene there were special chakra fluctuations not from Mai." Tsunade pinched her nose bridge, her tone impatient. "The top priority is to ensure Suiju's safety. That child just went through a battle. It's hard to guarantee that he won't take the opportunity to strike." Jiraiya shook his gourd of wine and smiled, but couldn't hide the worry in his eyes. "How about I take Suiju out for training? It can both avoid the limelight and help him improve his strength." "No need. I don't think Suiju would agree to go with you," third Hokage said softly. "How could that be? I'm Jiraiya." "Save it, you bastard. Where's the blind box shop? Why would he need to train with you to train in bathhouses all over the place?" Tsunade's words drew a burst of light laughter from the crowd. Jiraiya scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. Third Hokage then continued, "For now arrange for the Umbu to secretly protect Suiju and simultaneously strengthen the village's vigilance." Third Hokage then continued, "For now arrange for the Umbu to secretly protect Suiju and simultaneously strengthen the village's vigilance." Third Hokage then continued, "For now arrange for the Umbu to secretly protect Suiju and simultaneously strengthen the village's vigilance. As for Suiju's training, let him decide for himself." Then the Hyuga clan leader spoke, "Third Hokage, what about the matter of you? Leaving him out there is always a threat." Third Hokage said with a firm gaze. "We'll hold our ground and observe his next move. The Akatsuki organization must have a greater conspiracy behind it. We cannot act rashly." Everyone nodded in agreement. Shuemen added, I will strengthen the chakra perception around the village. If there is any abnormality I will notify everyone immediately. Tsunade stood up, arms crossed. Then I'll be in charge of deploying medical ninjas just in case. Third Hokage looked at everyone with satisfaction. With all of you here I believe I can overcome this crisis. The meeting ended. Everyone left the conference room one after another to arrange subsequent matters while Third Hokage sat in his chair gazing out the window lost in thought. This shouldn't be. Back then I sent you to be a spy to gather intelligence. I know how much you loves his younger brother. How could he possibly kill Suiju? And even use Susanoo? Third Hokage suddenly remembered that Shuemen still wanted to talk to him. He stood up and walked out of the office. Hokage-sama, are you going home to rest? Nara Shikaku, now the Hokage's assistant, also worked in the Hokage building. Shikaku, you come with me to Shuemen's house to discuss Shuemen's position as Hokage. The two arrived at Shuemen's home. Shuemen warmly welcomed them inside. After sitting down, Third Hokage said directly, Shuemen, regarding the position of Hokage, the village's situation is complex now. I believe you have the ability to shoulder this burden again. Shuemen was a bit surprised but soon regained his composure. Teacher, I am very grateful for your trust, but I do not wish to become Hokage now. I want to spend time with Naruto, who lost his parents since birth. Kushina would not agree to me taking the position either. But Shuemen, you were originally the fourth Hokage. Now Mai is facing many crises and too many things have happened these days. I am old. It's time for me to retire. Mai should have fresh blood. I recognize your abilities, you can lead Mai to prosperity. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not want to give up. He believed Shuemen was his successor. He was getting old and some things were beyond his power. Damn old man. Shuemen will not be Hokage again. Kushina had not intended to interrupt, but since Third Hokage said so, Shuemen, that guy would soften his heart and take it. Shuemen also understood Kushina's meaning. He reached out and tugged at Kushina, telling her not to speak to Third Hokage like that. He had never wanted to be Hokage again from the start, otherwise he wouldn't have not gone to the Hokage building these past few days. Only tonight did he go once and came back quickly. He hadn't expected Third Hokage to bring Shikaku to his home. Teacher, I'm very sorry, Shuemen said apologetically to Third Hokage. I think teacher is doing very well. It is precisely because Mai is in a time of turmoil that we cannot change the Hokage, otherwise it would give the enemy an opportunity to cause trouble. Nara Shikaku spoke up at the right moment. Third Hokage Shuemen's concerns are also reasonable. Changing the Hokage at this time might cause unrest within the village, making it easy for the enemy to exploit. Moreover, stabilizing the situation is more important now. You are experienced, continuing to hold the position of Hokage will reassure the villagers. Third Hokage was silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. Shikaku is right. I was a bit too hasty. Then let's set this matter aside for now. Shuemen looked gratefully at Shikaku. Shikaku, thank you for understanding me. Now I just want to spend time with my family and I will do my best to contribute to the village. Kushina also softened her attitude. Third Hokage, please don't mind what I said earlier. Shuemen is a heavy thinker, if he becomes Hokage he will work day and night. I really feel for him. Third Hokage waved his hand. It's fine, I understand your thoughts. Next let's focus on dealing with the threat of Uchiha Yu and the Akatsuki organization. They discussed the current situation for a while longer, formulated subsequent countermeasures and then dispersed. Third Hokage with renewed determination prepared to continue protecting Mai. Uchiha Yu led Hoshigaki Kisame away from Mai. Kisame, why did you follow me? Uchiha Yu said with a low, angry expression. Yu-san, I went because I was worried about you. I didn't expect the people from Mai to come so fast. Hoshigaki Kisame rubbed his shark head awkwardly. I didn't expect your little brother to be really strong, forcing even your Susanoo out. He's still far from it. Yu rarely showed a smile. In his heart he thought, grow up quickly little brother. I'm waiting for you to kill me. Don't be too late. Yu touched his eyes. After using Susanoo his vision became even blurrier. He hoped Suiju would hurry up. Yu-san, what's wrong? Kisame also knew that using his eyes too much was bad for you. After all, they had been partners for a long time, so he could tell. It's nothing. Aren't we going to that blind box shop? No, we're going to capture the one tail. I just received intelligence that Sasori actually failed. Yu turned to look in the direction of Mai and said to Kisame. Ha! Didn't he kill the fourth Kazekage of the Sand Village and turn him into a puppet? And he still failed. Is the one-tailed Jinchuriki that strong? Kisame said in surprise. The intelligence says that the one-tailed Jinchuriki together with his brother and sister defeated Sasori's puppet, and they even used a ninjutsu never seen before. In the night Kisame stepped on the branches of the dense forest, maintaining high vigilance, ready to deal with any enemies or sudden situations that might arise. Not bad. Your suggestions are excellent. Jun Lin had only just realized the drawbacks of the transaction cards. The number of people buying from him was still too few. When someone purchased goods, if the shopkeeper didn't have a card, they had to withdraw cash and hand it over to the shopkeeper. It was indeed a bit troublesome. I'll go talk to the higher-ups in Konoha. It's getting late now, let's rest early. Jun Lin went upstairs and entered the bedroom. System, is there any vending machine? One that allows buying cards without needing to come here to renew. Ding, there is, host. One vending machine equals one advanced blind box. What the hell? Are you waiting for me with this? Jun Lin was tricked by the system and jumped up in protest. But the problem is money is useless to me. I'm already invincible. Does money affect my invincibility? Ding, advanced blind boxes are also useless to the host now, aren't they? Why not take them out and become the richest man in the ninja world? What the hell? That makes sense, but I'm not convinced. Damn it. Jun Lin flipped the middle finger at the void. Ding, doesn't the host want to be a rich man? Think about the pennies you earned working like a beast in your past life. Were you happy? Jun Lin was dumbfounded. Was this system sick? It kept stabbing right at his heart. One advanced blind box for one vending machine is too expensive. Although the ninja world is not huge, scattering vending machines in every village is no small number. Ding, 200 blind boxes can be exchanged for 500 vending machines. Each purchase can only be for 500 machines. Cannot buy a single machine alone. Have you been secretly attending cram school behind my back? Jun Lin was speechless. You can only buy 500 at a time. And you know how to do business. Ding, times are progressing, can't the system progress too? The system muttered softly, cram school costs 50 blind boxes an hour, where am I supposed to find that? I lent you my tool to make a living, yet you used it for your own gain. A cuckoo occupies the magpie's nest, stealing its grain, the wolf wears sheep's clothing and sneaks into the wolf's den. You cast righteousness beyond the clouds, abandoning integrity by the roadside. When the day of karmic retribution comes, you will learn that heaven's justice shows no mercy. Ding. Jun Lin heard the system's muttering, recited a beautiful 7-character poem and ignored the system's sound of looking up a dictionary. The next day Jun Lin arrived at the Hokage building. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw the third Hokage sitting behind his desk frowning at a document. Yo, third Hokage, why the long face? Jun Lin teased. The third Hokage looked up and sighed helplessly. There's been a lot of business in the village lately and it's giving me a headache. What brings you here today? Jun Lin then explained the situation with the transaction cards and the idea of vending machines to the third Hokage. The third Hokage stroked his chin thoughtfully. That's a good idea. It will make things more convenient for the villagers and allow transactions to flow more smoothly. I'll discuss it with the other higher-ups. Jun Lin nodded and added, I can start by providing 500 vending machines in Konoha as a trial to see how it works. The third Hokage's eyes lit up. That would be excellent. If the results are good, we can expand to other villages. Jun Lin smiled with satisfaction, thinking that the business was taking shape. Now all that was left was to count the money. He returned to the shop and saw that Minato's family was already there. Boss, you're back. Naruto waved excitedly. Boss, where did you go? Jun Lin walked over with a smile. I went to the Hokage building to discuss something with the third Hokage. As he spoke, Jun Lin told Minato's family about the vending machines. Minato's eyes sparkled. That's indeed a great idea, it will make transactions much more convenient. Yes. With this card, buying things will be so much easier. Naruto said, hopping around. Jun Lin continued, I plan to start with a trial of 500 vending machines in Konoha, and if it works well we'll expand to other villages. Minato nodded. I believe it will be very popular. Just then the shop door opened again and several ninjas walked in. They had overheard Jun Lin's words and were deeply interested in the vending machines, asking for details. Jun Lin patiently answered their questions, thinking to himself that this business was about to take off. Maybe he really could become the richest man in the ninja world. Mr. Jun, our family came to challenge the Abyss Demon Realm. Is there anything we should be aware of? Kushina asked. Jun Lin was taken aback. In the 2 months since he'd been here, this was the first time someone wanted to challenge the Abyss Demon Realm. If they all managed to clear it, it would be enough for a few attempts. Maybe they hadn't challenged it because they thought they weren't strong enough. Just the 3 of you? Jun Lin asked with a slightly grave expression. Yes. I think it's enough. If we win, there might not be enough loot to share, haha. If we lose, we'll just retreat. Jun Lin looked at the determined eyes of Minato's family and silently admired their courage. Since you've made up your minds, I'll give you some tips. There are many monsters in the Abyss Demon Realm with varying strengths. Beware of the ones lurking in the shadows, they often strike unexpectedly. Also, the terrain is complex and it's easy to get lost. You'd better keep in touch with each other. Minato nodded, listening attentively. Thank you for the advice, Mr. Jun. We'll be careful. I have some restorative potions suitable for the Abyss Demon Realm. Since you're the first challengers, I'll make an exception and give you a little help. Jun Lin said, taking out several enhancement potions and placing them on the counter. Kushina and Naruto immediately crowded around, carefully selecting them. Minato stood to the side, a hint of anticipation and tension in his eyes. Alright, once you've chosen, get ready to go. I believe in your strength. If you encounter danger that you truly cannot handle, retreat immediately. Jun Lin encouraged them. Minato's family packed their belongings. Kushina took out 3 fragments and Naruto took out 7. Placed together, the 10 fragments emitted a mysterious and powerful aura. The originally black fragments shone brightly, then slowly rose, spinning and intertwining, eventually transforming into a black portal. From within came faint low roars and eerie winds, as if countless demons awaited the intruders. This is the passage to the Abyss Demon Realm, Jun Lin said. Once you enter, you're on your own. Minato took a deep breath and said firmly, Don't worry, Mr. Jun. We will return safely. With that, he took Kushina and Naruto and stepped into the portal. The portal slowly closed behind them and the shop returned to calm. Jun Lin gazed at the vanished portal, looking forward to their achievements. Meanwhile, Minato's family found themselves in a dark, terrifying world surrounded by bizarre rocks and swirling black mist. Not far away, a giant demon was slowly approaching them. It feels so oppressive. Naruto's skin crawled. Kid, something's coming. The Ninetales had never seen such a scene either. Sensing the demon's approach, it quickly warned them. Dad, Mom, drink the potion the boss gave us first. A monster is coming. Naruto warned after hearing the Ninetales. Minato and Kushina drank the enhancement potion and felt their strength, mental energy and chakra all increase. Kushina had already donned the Skywing armor set, looking like a female war goddess. The demon monster opened its gaping maw, unleashing a sky-shaking roar that made the ground tremble slightly. Black viscous fluid oozed from its body, each drop corroding a deep pit upon hitting the ground. Mingren tightened his grip on the sonic gale blade, its edge glinting with cold light in the black mist. Mingren, you and Jiu Xi and Nai flank from both sides, I'll draw its attention. Bo Feng Shui Men formed hand seals, chakra swirling around him. Spiral Chi Field. A blue spiral sphere shot from his hand, flying toward the demon monster. The demon monster sensed the threat and slammed its massive claw toward the sphere, but the sphere nimbly dodged, arcing through the air to strike again. Simultaneously, Jiu Xi and Nai unfurled the skyrich wings on her back, radiating a pale blue glow. In a flash, she shot toward the monster's right side like a streak of light, the evasive speed granted by her trousers allowing her to weave through the black mist with ease. Mingren, wielding the sonic gale blade, used the Minotaur King card to summon a Minotaur. The Minotaur bellowed, swinging its thick arms, and charged toward the monster's left side with Mingren. The Minotaur's headbutt charge was devastating, sending rocks flying everywhere. Enraged by Shui Men's attack, the demon monster abandoned the sphere and charged toward him. Its speed was immense, its massive body leaving deep footprints in the ground. Just as the monster was about to reach Shui Men, Jiu Xi and Nai attacked from the side. The top of her skyrich wings set activated, reflecting half of the monster's attack power back at it. The monster howled in pain and fury, then turned and lunged at Jiu Xi and Nai. Seizing the moment, Mingren swung his sonic gale blade, unleashing 3 blade storms that swept toward the monster. The Minotaur followed closely, unleashing its headbutt charge. The monster tried to dodge but was struck again by Shui Men's spiral chi field, triggering a violent explosion. The fire attribute explosion engulfed the monster in roaring flames. It writhed in agony, yet the fire failed to inflict fatal damage. A savage glint flashed in the monster's eyes. It forcibly extinguished the flames and charged again, faster and stronger than before. Shui Men quickly produced the clear night orb, instantly replenishing his chakra to launch another attack. Jiu Xian'ai used her wings and the movement speed from her boots to constantly shift positions in the air, seeking the monster's weak point. Mingren coordinated with the Minotaur, using their attacks to pin down the monster. The monster roared once more as it charged demonic energy surging around it, cracking the ground beneath. The moment it was about to reach them, Jiu Xian'ai's skyrich wings burst into blinding blue light and she vanished like lightning. Thanks to the super speed movement from her boots, Jiu Xian'ai circled behind the monster in an instant. The defensive runes on her helmet flickered effortlessly, deflecting the monster's tail strike. Then she channeled all her chakra into the top of her skyrich wing set. As the monster's massive claw grazed her cheek, the thorns effect triggered, the monster's own attack power tinged with purple lightning slammed into its chest with double the force. Shatter! Jiu Xian'ai cried out, her wings beating so fast they broke the sound barrier, creating a sonic boom. A chakra blade condensed in her hand. With the evasive speed from her trousers, she teleported around the monster like a phantom, each flash leaving wounds that cut deep to the bone. The monster tried to counter in terror but couldn't even catch her afterimage. Mingren stared in awe as his mother transformed into a streak of light, the Minotaur also halting its attack, dumbfounded by the spectacle. Bo Feng Shui Men shook his head with a smile. As expected of my wife. In a blur, Jiu Xian'ai spun rapidly in the air, the chakra stormed from her wings, binding the monster tightly. Her final strike, a blade of light gathering all her power, pierced the monster's heart like a galaxy. With a deafening roar, the monster's colossal body exploded, black fragments and thick demon blood raining down. Jiu Xian'ai landed gracefully, her wings slowly folding, a faint blue glow lingering in her hair like a valkyrie descended to the mortal world. Ha ha ha. How about that? I'm amazing, right, Mingren? Jiu Xian'ai was also startled by the power of the outfit, feeling as if she had barely exerted herself before the monster died. Awesome, Mom. Mingren clapped his hands non-stop, gazing at her with admiration. There's a door over there, must be the next level, right? Shui Men pointed to a glowing door about 20 meters away. After that, Jiu Xian'ai basically one-shot the monsters, with only occasional elite monsters able to withstand her punches. But with the coordination of Mingren and Shui Men's flying thunder god, they soon arrived at a sinister red door. As the three passed through layers of mist, the blood-red door burst open and a pungent smell of sulfur assaulted them. Inside, the abyssal Dark King Sea Deer hovered in midair, wreathed in dark purple lightning. 12 bone wings slowly flapped behind him, each motion stirring black hurricanes capable of tearing space. Mortals, how dare you defile the abyss's domain? Sea Deer's voice was like the wail of 1,000 vengeful spirits. Before his words faded, countless cracks split the ground and erupting magma instantly surrounded the three. Mingren hastily ordered the Minotaur to form a barrier with its body, but the moment magma touched its skin, a sizzling corrosion sound arose. Bo Feng Shui Men attempted to strike with Flying Thunder God but found the space locked by some force, drastically reducing his teleport range. Jiu Xian'ai's pupils contracted. The skyrich wing set erupted in dazzling light. She charged through the hurricane toward Sea Deer, but in that instant a dark lightning bolt struck her. The helmet's defensive effect triggered, reflecting the critical damage. But Sea Deer merely shook and his 12 bone wings suddenly turned into a rain of bone spikes pouring down. Watch out! Shui Men used Flying Thunder God to pull Mingren behind him, but a bone spike pierced his left shoulder. Mingren's chakra raged in panic, barely suppressed by the frantic flickering of the Lingxin Heart. He swung the sonic gale blade, unleashing 5 blade storms, but Sea Deer raised a hand and released a dark vortex that swallowed them all. Sea Deer let out an arrogant laugh. Before absolute abyssal power, your resistance is meaningless. With that, he pressed his palms together and condensed a dark matter sphere capable of devouring the entire space. In the nick of time, Jiu Xian'ai bit her fingertip and infused chakra into the skyrich wing's boots. The super speed movement combined with her wings' flight ability allowed her to break through the spatial lock and circle behind Sea Deer at a speed beyond visual perception. Don't underestimate a mother's power. Jiu Xian'ai turned all her chakra into a giant light fist, the top's thorns effect absorbing the dark lightning power Sea Deer had previously used. This punch, filled with maternal love and fury, shattered the bone wings on Sea Deer's back. The Dark King let out a piercing scream. The dark matter sphere in his hand exploded out of control and the resulting energy turbulence sent everyone flying. Bo Feng Shui Men seized the opportunity to unleash an improved spiral chi field, the blue sphere carrying the power of the 5 elements as it slammed into Si Deer's chest. Ming Ren commanded the Minotaur to launch a rampage charge while the blade storms from the Sonic Gale blade tore open wounds on the Dark King. Si Deer counterattacked frantically, but each attack was reflected by Jiu Xian Nai's Skirich wing set. Suddenly Si Deer emitted a sharp shriek and the dark purple lightning around him swelled threefold, transforming into countless chains that lashed toward the 3. Ming Ren couldn't dodge in time. The lightning chain wrapped tightly around his arm. The searing pain threw him off balance and he plummeted from midair. The Minotaur tried to catch Ming Ren but was ensnared by abyssal tentacles summoned by Si Deer. Ming Ren. Jiu Xian Nai and Shui Men cried out in alarm, but they were pinned down by Si Deer's bone wings and dark lightning, unable to break free to rescue him. Ming Ren hit the ground hard, his arm reduced to a bloody mess. The Lingxin Heart even cracked from the violent impact. The excruciating pain sent the Nine-Tails chakra within him into a frenzy. Despite the Lingxin Heart's desperate efforts to stabilize it, the chakra leaked uncontrollably like a bursting dam. "Brad, is that all you've got?" The Nine-Tails voice echoed in Ming Ren's mind. "Since you can't protect yourself, let me take over." In an instant, dark red chakra enveloped Ming Ren, forming a ferocious Nine-Tails cloak. His eyes turned crimson, his mouth twisted into a sinister grin, and a massive Nine-Tails phantom emerged behind him. Sensing danger, Si Deer immediately abandoned his attack on Shui Men and his wife, instead condensing an even larger dark matter sphere intending to annihilate the rampaging Ming Ren. But the Nine-Tails' speed far exceeded his imagination. Ming Ren transformed into a blood-red streak shooting into the sky. The Sonic Gale blade, empowered by Nine-Tails chakra, unleashed blade storms that tore through space itself. Shatter. Ming Ren's voice mixed with the Nine-Tails' roar as 3 blade storms carrying an aura of destruction collided with the dark matter sphere. The shockwave from the violent explosion shattered Si Deer's remaining bone wings. The Dark King screamed and fell to the ground. In his Nine-Tails cloak state, Ming Ren pressed the advantage, unleashing dozens of chakra blades, each leaving wounds that cut to the bone on Si Deer. Shui Men and Jiu Xian Nai seized the opportunity to attack. Shui Men's spiral chi field infused with the power of the 5 elements struck Si Deer simultaneously with Jiu Xian Nai's Skirich wings like fist. Under the combined assault, the abyssal Dark King Si Deer's body began to disintegrate, finally dissipating into a mass of black mist. The Nine-Tails chakra slowly receded. Ming Ren collapsed weakly to the ground. Jiu Xian Nai immediately rushed over and held him in her arms. "Ming Ren, are you alright?" Ming Ren forced a faint smile. "Mom. I'm fine. The Nine-Tails helped a lot this time." Shui Men looked at his son, both relieved and pained. He silently clenched his fist, vowing never to let Ming Ren fall into such danger again. Meanwhile, deep in Ming Ren's consciousness, the Nine-Tails snorted. "Don't get too cocky, brat. It won't be so easy next time." Several beams of light shimmered within the deep pit where the Dark King Si Deer had fallen. Minato leaped in and retrieved several items. "What are these?" Kushina asked curiously. Minato had already discerned their nature upon touching them, but Naruto was in poor condition, so they needed to retreat quickly. The 3 were enveloped by a pillar of light and vanished. Deep within the demon realm, the death ground lay. A few ominous auras made one's heart tremble. The air seemed to congeal into viscous asphalt, each breath like swallowing shards of glass laced with rust. On the ground, pitch-black magma churned, not with the heat of ordinary flames but radiating a bone-piercing cold. Where it passed, the very space splintered into cobweb-like fissures. Within the thick black mist, tens of thousands of pale white skeletons floated, their hollow eye sockets flickering with eerie green flames. They would coalesce into whirlpools, then split into twisted human faces emitting screeches like nails scraping against metal. In the distance, enormous black stone pillars pierced the sky, their surfaces covered with writhing fleshy veins. Every few moments a bloody mouth would split open, spewing crimson mist entwined with pale bones. Above, the dark red cloud seethed like a boiling sea of blood. From time to time, giant bone claws would reach out from the clouds, clawing open ethereal blue void rifts. The air was thick with a stench of decay and sulfur mingled with faint eerie whispers, like countless souls trapped in an eternal purgatory begging for release, or the seductive murmurs of abyssal demons. In this land even light became distorted and uncanny. Countless pairs of eyes lurked in the shadows, but when you tried to gaze directly at them you saw only deeper darkness. With every step the ground beneath emitted a grating creak as if the entire region were a slumbering behemoth that might awaken at any moment and crush intruders to dust. The aura of evil and destruction here was a blasphemy against the essence of life. Any living being that set foot here would feel a profound despair and helplessness in the depths of their soul as if existence itself was being slowly devoured by this land of death. A colossal indescribable creature covered in runes slowly opened its eyes. Roar! So another so-called warrior has come. He he he. The laughter surged from all directions simultaneously like rusty gears grinding against eardrums. First a sharp piercing sound tore through the silence followed by a childish yet metallic cackle, its tail dragging endlessly before abruptly turning into a hoarse roar, a mix of nails scraping a blackboard and a beast's low growl. Warriors! How many millennia has it been? Every 10,000 years these so-called warriors come to challenge our authority. In the gloom of the abyssal demon realm the ice dragon coiled like a captive ancient glacier, its body wrapped around itself into a chain of icy peaks. Shackles bit into its frost-covered scales and its dragging tail nearly filled the entire canyon. When it stretched its curled limbs its wings formed two collapsing ice domes that pressed down on the demon realm's clouds. Every struggle made the abyss tremble as if the sealed world of ice were trying to break free. Come on. I haven't tasted a so-called warrior in ages. Ho ho ho. Brother Ice Dragon, stop moving. No matter how you struggle the heavenly Tao will not release you. A beautiful woman approached the ice dragon. 9 lives sick cat. You traitor. The ice dragon seethed with hatred at the sight of her. His body writhed continuously. The chains clanked but instead of loosening they tightened. Roar. I am a traitor. If not for you how would I be here? If not for you how would the 9 lives spirit cat clan be annihilated? The woman's anguished scream silenced the abyss. Enough. We are all caged birds under the earth, what is there to argue about? A deep hoarse voice came from deeper within. The voice seemed to originate from the 9 hells, each syllable hammering against everyone's hearts. A massive demon turtle slowly emerged from the darkness, radiating a powerful and terrifying aura. With every step the ground trembled. Calm down. Don't think those so-called warriors can do anything to us. For so many years they haven't succeeded. The demon turtle rumbled. The ice dragon snorted coldly. I actually hope those warriors come more often. Maybe they can break the seal of the heavenly Tao. The 9 lives spirit cat glanced coldly at the ice dragon. Stop dreaming. Those people outside are just a motley crew. Just then a faint yet spine-chilling aura came from afar. The demon turtle pricked up its ears warily. Another newcomer has arrived. I wonder which world they are from. Everyone turned their gaze toward the direction of the aura. Something was slowly approaching in the darkness. An unknown upheaval was about to descend upon this death ground. Minato and the others were unaware of all this. The Minato family teleported back to the blind box shop. Jun Lin smirked and said, "Back so soon?" The 3 opened their eyes and exclaimed joyfully. Phew. Though it was a bit simple just fighting, Kushina said as she opened her eyes. Minato gave a wry smile. Simple. If not for the Ninetales' help we might not have won. Jun Lin frowned, looking at Naruto lying on the ground. Heal. Emerald green light entered the 3 bodies. Their wounds healed at a visible rate. Naruto slowly opened his eyes and touched his restored arm. While boss's ability is amazing. So how was the harvest this time? Minato took out several items: a compass, a skill book, a cloak and a few potions. Chakra reverse seal compass epic orange. Unbound state. Once selected cannot be unbound. Effect contains powerful sealing energy. When the owner has a sealed entity within the compass can reverse the seal, allowing the entity to emerge for up to 12 hours. After 12 hours it returns. Haha. This compass can let the Ninetales out. Naruto stared at the compass in delight. Want to try it? Items brought back from the abyss will bind once you input chakra, Jun Lin said with a smile. Naruto picked up the palm-sized chakra reverse seal compass and infused it with chakra. The compass emitted a faint glow, automatically locking onto the Ninetales' chakra fluctuations within Naruto. By turning the needle and adjusting the arrangement of runes it generated a reverse sealing force like a powerful vortex, slowly drawing the Ninetales' chakra from every corner of Naruto's body, causing the Ninetales to detach from Naruto. Gradually the Ninetales' body grew larger. Jun Lin quickly suppressed its expansion, forcing it to shrink. Otherwise the shop would be fine but the Ninetales might not be. After all this shop was invincible. Even the apocalypse would be useless here. Ha ha ha. I'm finally out, the Ninetales roared with laughter. The nine-live spirit cat Xiaojiu who had been sleeping on the beam was awakened and meowed in annoyance. To others it was just an ordinary meow but to the Ninetales it was an overwhelming pressure. A chill made its laughter stop abruptly, its fox face stiffening. It immediately jumped onto the beam and said softly, sorry I disturbed you. Xiaojiu meowed. Yes go away. The Ninetales jumped down from the beam and landed on Naruto's head, occasionally glancing upward. Passive skill death resistance ungraded. Effect: when losing 50% of health in battle it slowly recovers a certain amount of vitality and increases physical defense. If health remains below 50% the effect persists until it recovers to 80% then ceases. It can only be used on oneself. The group was stunned by this so-called passive skill. This skill was practically divine. Imagining that in battle even if beaten to half health one could slowly regenerate and gain extra physical defense, this survival capability was maximized. This skill. Kushina stammered. Haha. It's such a bargain. Mom, this skill suits you best. Naruto was also shocked, thinking the skill would be more fitting for Kushina. No. This skill isn't right for me. You're the one who deserves it. Kushina refused upon hearing Naruto's words. Naruto, your mother is right. This skill is the best arrangement for you. Minato knew Kushina was worried about their son getting hurt, so he spoke up before Naruto could say more. But I have Kurama for rapid healing. As long as it's not a fatal wound I can recover. Mother, Naruto disagreed with this arrangement, wanting to give it to Kushina instead. Enough. Stop going back and forth. It's yours. Kushina, irritated, directly gave the skill to Naruto, telling him to use it immediately. Naruto's eyes brimmed with tears as he nodded. He activated it with chakra but felt nothing since he wasn't injured at the moment. Minato and Kushina nodded in satisfaction, seeing that Naruto had already used it. Once used they knew he couldn't back out, it was already bound and irreversible. The last piece of equipment was a dark purple cape that fluttered in the wind, delivering a striking visual impact. Jun Lin hadn't expected the abyss to drop a sky set either. Minato already knew its function, but letting Mr. Jun explain the effect would be better. This is a piece of the abyssal sky set. Hearing it was the same sky set as his mother's, Naruto excitedly asked, is it the same as the one Mom is wearing? I never thought it could drop from the abyss either. Those invitation letters are truly worth it. Kushina nodded in agreement. Although the process had some setbacks, it was all worth it. Minato could imagine how precious the fragments would be later, perhaps slightly less valuable than the blind boxes. After all, entering the abyss still carried some danger, while the blind boxes, though dependent on luck, posed no risk. Jun Lin ignored the family's chatter and continued explaining, the abyssal sky set, also known as the Abyss Night set, is a rare grade item, purple. Why is it purple? Naruto didn't understand why this sky set was only rare grade, not even epic. Let me finish before you ask. Jun Lin glared at Naruto for interrupting. Please go ahead, Naruto said sheepishly, about to scratch his head, but finding Kurama lying there, so he rubbed his hands instead. One piece of the abyssal sky set, the cape. Effect: increases back physical defense. Allows the user to flash up to 10 times within a 30-meter range without consuming chakra, each flash covering up to 30 meters. Can only be used 10 times per day, refreshing automatically the next day. As for why it's rare grade, this is just one piece. Once you collect 3 pieces it will automatically turn orange and a full set becomes gold. Jun Lin's words barely finished when Kushina said to Minato, this is pretty good. Give it to you, Minato. It seems better than your flying thunder god, though it's a pity only 10 times a day and only 30 meters. Minato also felt regret but was satisfied in some ways. Even though it's only 10 times, not needing chakra to use it is quite excellent. After speaking, Minato draped the cape over his back. It looked a bit mismatched as it was only one piece and didn't match his clothes. Kushina hummed and said, you should stop wearing that Hokage robe. You're not the Hokage anymore anyway. I'll have a set of clothes tailored to match this cape. Minato nodded, holding the dark purple cape while wearing the Hokage robe. It indeed didn't match. We'll return these potions to Mr. Jun. During our abyss run the potions you gave us greatly helped us get through it. Kushina said, referring to the few bottles of buff potions. Minato nodded and Naruto also nodded. Yeah, we really have to thank you, boss. You helped us a lot. Jun Lin didn't stand on ceremony and directly pocketed them. The potions he had given the Minato family were ones he had opened from a few blind boxes in his spare time. They were merely the first customers to attempt the abyss. He didn't want to scare others away with excessive difficulty, nor did he want to ruin the blind box shop's reputation. After the three left, news spread throughout Konoha. For a time everyone became curious about the blind box shop's abyss invitation letters. Many ninjas flocked to the shop asking about the abyss. Watching the endless stream of customers, Jun Lin was secretly pleased. This publicity effect far exceeded his expectations. At the Uchiha clan's training ground, Sasuke Uchiha also heard the news about Naruto's family obtaining equipment from the abyss. His brow furrowed tightly and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. That Naruto got another good thing. Sasuke gritted his teeth, a fighting spirit igniting in his heart. He decided to challenge the abyss himself and obtain powerful equipment. However, he didn't have enough fragments and no one was willing to team up with an Uchiha. He could only hope to gather enough fragments with Sakura and Kakashi by next month. Asuma Sarutobi along with Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara and Choji Akimichi had just finished their mission report and were eating barbecue at a yakiniku restaurant. They overheard a conversation at a nearby table. Have you heard? The fourth Hokage's family went to the abyss and got a bunch of powerful equipment. Yeah, especially that abyssal sky set cape, its effect is incredible. Asuma and the others stopped their actions upon hearing this. Ino's eyes sparkled. Wow, that sounds amazing. I want to try it too. Shikamaru adjusted his glasses. This abyss sounds dangerous. It's not that easy to go there. Choji stuffed his mouth with meat and mumbled, anyway, I'm not interested. Too troublesome. Asuma rubbed his chin. Though it's dangerous, if you can get good equipment it's still helpful for improving your strength. Just then the door of the restaurant was pushed open and a ninja hurried in exclaiming, have you heard? The little Uchiha kid is also planning to challenge the abyss. Everyone showed expressions of surprise. At the Hokage's office. Sensei. Have you heard? Minato's family went to the abyss. Jiraiya rushed to the third Hokage's desk. Hiruzen Sarutobi put down his pen and said solemnly, I am already aware. Jiraiya was full of excitement. I heard they got some really powerful equipment, especially that abyssal sky set cape plus a godly passive skill. Hiruzen nodded slightly. This abyss does bring opportunities but also enormous risks. It's fortunate that Minato's family returned safely and gained something. Jiraiya stroked his chin thoughtfully. Now many ninjas are eager to try the abyss and Sasuke Uchiha also plans to go. What do you think about this? Hiruzen stood up and walked to the window looking at the streets below. The abyss is full of unknowns. If properly guided it could allow ninjas to gain experience and improve. But I'm worried they might act recklessly and meet with misfortune. Jiraiya patted his chest. Sensei, how about I ask Minato to give some advice to those ninjas who want to go to the abyss so they don't charge in blindly. Hiruzen turned around with a relieved smile. It would be excellent if you could remind them. Be sure to tell them to act within their capabilities. Jiraiya grinned. Got it. I'm off now. With that he hastily dashed out of the office. Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame arrived at the outskirts of Sunagakure, gazing at the village entirely composed of sand from afar. This is it, Sunagakure. Kisame's voice was gruff as he spoke. Uchiha Itachi's eyes remained calm as he surveyed the surroundings, his expression unreadable, yet inwardly he pondered the various possibilities of this mission. Where's Sasori? We've arrived, why isn't he here yet? Sasori and Deidara descended slowly beside them, riding on Deidara's clay bird. Ha ha ha, you're finally here. That bastard Sasori insisted on handling things himself, otherwise why would we need you? Deidara stood with hands on his hips, brimming with pride. Sasori cast a cold glance at him. I merely wanted to personally confirm the target. Kisame grinned at them. Alright, stop squabbling. Let's get down to business about this mission. Sasori produced a map and pointed to a location at the center of Sunagakure. Our target is the one-tailed Jinchuriki of this village. He's currently in the training grounds. Uchiha Itachi nodded slightly. We must proceed with caution. Though Sunagakure is no match for Konoha, it still has its fair share of experts. Deidara snorted disdainfully. What's there to fear? With me and Sasori here plus that shark will handle it easily. Just then a commotion erupted from within the village. A group of Suna ninjas were rushing toward them. Sasori sneered, "Looks like we've been discovered. Perfect, time to stretch our limbs." With that he manipulated his puppet to charge at the oncoming ninjas. Deidara let out an excited yell and began molding clay in preparation for battle. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame exchanged a glance before joining the fray. The sand crunched rapidly under the footsteps of the Suna ninjas. The leading ninja, recognizing their attire, barked, "It's the Akatsuki. Brace yourselves." Before the words faded, Sasori's puppet shot out like a black lightning bolt. Its arm instantly extended steel needles aimed at the throats of the frontline ninjas. Too slow. Sasori's voice was devoid of warmth. With a flick of his fingers the puppet split into several bladed chains, locking the movements of 3 ninjas in a death grip. The chains grated against the sand with a piercing screech, the next moment slicing through the enemy's forehead protectors. "Humph, you think such paltry skill can stop us?" Deidara patted the clay pouch at his waist. The mouth on his palm quickly chewed out a palm-sized clay spider. He flicked it and the spider shot toward the crowd. "Taste this." Boom. A violent explosion erupted among the Suna ninjas, sending sand flying into the air. Deidara watched the rising smoke with an excited grin. Art is meant to bloom in an instant. Uchiha Itachi remained rooted in place, his Sharingan spinning slightly within the thick smoke. When 2 ninjas who had narrowly escaped the explosion attempted a flank attack from behind, he didn't move a muscle, only formed a simple hand seal, fire-style fireball jutsu. A colossal fireball roared forth, engulfing the enemy's jutsu in an instant. The blistering heat wave even scorched the distant sand, making it shimmer. As always, Itachi-san is so efficient. Kisame, with Samahata slung over his shoulder, burst into laughter as he charged into the remaining ninjas. Samahata greedily absorbed chakra, its blade humming with satisfaction. Each swing was accompanied by the agonized screams of ninjas having their chakra drained. He casually grabbed a ninja by the ankle and hurled him like a sack of potatoes into his comrades. Annoying pests. Let's finish them off quickly and find the one-tail at. Sasori glanced at the chaotic battle scene Kisame had stirred up. The puppet's arms suddenly transformed into a massive claw, precisely clamping onto the last Suna ninja trying to flee. We can't afford to lose the lead. He manipulated the puppet to lift the ninja before him. Where exactly is the one-tailed Jinchuriki now? The ninja gritted his teeth, refusing to speak. A cold glint flashed in Sasori's eyes. The puppet's fingertip extended a hair-thin poison needle and gently pricked the ninja's arm. Within moments the ninja convulsed violently, his face turning purple. Speak. Sasori's voice was as cold as ice. In the training grounds at the northwest of the village, protected by Granny Chio and Lord Kankuro. The ninja, racked with pain, mumbled the information before collapsing limp. Good. Sasori withdrew his puppet and looked up toward the depths of Sunagakure. It seems we'll have to deal with those 2 troublesome old folks first. Deidara had already leaped onto his clay bird and patted its back. Let's go, quick and decisive. He looked down at Itachi and Kisame. Keep up, don't fall behind him. Itachi gave a slight nod and followed with Kisame. The 4 figures swiftly swept past the outer defenses of Sunagakure, flying toward the training ground surrounded by swirling sand. In the distance Granny Chio and Kankuro seemed to have sensed the disturbance and were already leading Gaara deeper into the village for evacuation. A chase and fierce battle over the one-tail was about to unfold. The clay bird skimmed low over the streets of Sunagakure. Deidara looked down at the panicked villagers fleeing below, molding a few tiny clay birds with his fingertips. So many obstacles. The little birds fluttered down. A few muffled explosions later, thick smoke billowed at the end of the street, temporarily blocking the pursuer's path. Don't waste time. Sasori's voice came from below. He manipulated his puppet to sprint across the rooftops, the metallic joints clattering sharply against the sand. The training grounds are close. Itachi and Kisame landed behind a sand dune at the edge of the training grounds. His Sharingan pierced the swirling dust, clearly surveying the scene. Gaara stood in the center, the sand beneath his feet flowing slowly like a net ready to tighten. Granny Chio leaned on her staff, her murky eyes filled with vigilance, her hands forming silent seals. Kankuro stood before them, the puppet, Crow, behind him, spreading its arms, blades gleaming coldly. Just as expected, they're prepared. Kisame licked his lips, Samahata quivering eagerly in his grip. Should we take out the 2 old-timers first? No need. Sasori stepped slowly out of the shadows, the puppet's chains dragging deep grooves in the sand. I'll handle Gaara. The rest are yours. Hey Sasori, that won't do. Deidara jumped down from the bird and patted the clay on his chest. The one tail is formidable, I need to blow it up to my heart's content. Shut up. Sasori, unwilling to argue, suddenly accelerated his puppet, charging straight at Gaara. Almost simultaneously the sand beneath Gaara's feet surged upward, forming a sand wall that blocked the puppet's attack. The sand grains clattered against the metal in a dense rapid patter. Sandfall burial. Gaara barked. The sand wall collapsed instantly, transforming into a massive sand flow that swept toward Sasori. But Sasori remained expressionless. With a flick of his fingers the puppet disassembled into dozens of fragments, evading the sand flow while each fragment shot poison needles. Kankuro saw this and immediately manipulated Crow to shield Gaara. The puppet's armor blocked the needles, but the toxin began to corrode black spots on its surface. Granny Chio, take Gaara and go. Granny Chio, however, shook her head and slammed both hands onto the ground. Puppet technique, shield of mechanism. Two enormous puppet shields rose from the sand, enclosing everyone within. If you want to touch Gaara, you'll have to go through me. Deidara laughed at the sight. Stubborn old hag. The mouth in his palm chewed clay, instantly creating a massive clay dragon. Let me show you true art. The dragon spread its wings, gathering chakra in its mouth, about to spew explosive clay. Fire-style phoenix flower jutsu. Itachi's voice suddenly rang out. Several fireballs struck the dragon's wings with precision, not destroying it but causing the creature to falter for a moment. Kisame. Got it. Kisame rushed forward, swinging Samahata with a water-infused chakra cleaving toward the shield. A thunderous boom echoed and a crack appeared on the shield of mechanism. Granny Chio's face paled, clearly not expecting such overwhelming force. Amid the chaos, Sasori's puppet fragments had reassembled into a giant mechanical scorpion, clamping the edge of the sand flow, forcibly halting Gaara's assault. Your sand is too slow. Sasori's voice carried through the puppet, tinged with mockery. Gaara's eyes sharpened and the sand flow suddenly condensed into dozens of sand spears, stabbing at Sasori's puppet from all directions. But Sasori was unfazed. The puppet's abdomen opened, revealing dense talismans, red secret technique, performance of 100 puppets. In an instant hundreds of puppets surged from the talismans, flooding the sand spears like a black tide and charging toward the three standing in the center of the training grounds. Granny Chio's pupils shrank. This is a forbidden technique. You've turned yourself into a puppet. Deidara, watching the sea of puppets, clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. Hey Sasori, don't hog the spotlight. He slapped the clay dragon hard. Detonate. A colossal explosion shook the entire Sunagakure, hurling sand into the sky, which then rained down like a storm. In the smoke and dust Sasori's puppet army stood unscathed, still pressing forward. Gaara's sand layer, however, wavered briefly from the impact of the explosion. Itachi seized that instant, moving like a phantom toward Gaara. His Sharingan spun, already piercing the weak point in the sand layer. Genjutsu mirror, heaven and earth change. Gaara felt a sudden shift in his vision, the sand layer uncontrollably reversed and surged back toward him. Startled, he hastily stabilized his chakra, but the optimal moment for defense had already slipped away. Now! Kisame roared as he burst through the shield's fissure, Samahata aiming straight for Gaara's throat. Kankuro desperately manipulated Crow to block the path, but Samahata instantly drained its chakra and the puppet clattered to the ground in pieces. Granny Chio, aged and slow, could only watch helplessly as Kisame's blade was about to touch Gaara. Just then a fierce glint flashed in Gaara's eyes. His sand erupted violently, blasting Kisame back several steps while the sand coalesced into a massive sphere encasing him within. Trying to escape. Sasori sneered. All his puppets simultaneously shot out, chains tightly binding the sand sphere. Drag him out. The sphere rolled incessantly under the chains, pull Gaara's chakra surging wildly within. Deidara landed beside the sand sphere, patting the sand. Just blow it up. No, Itachi stopped him. We need him alive. Sasori's puppets tightened the chains and cracks began to appear on the sphere's surface. Granny Chio, tears streaming down her face at the sight of Gaara's dying state, was ensnared by several puppets dispatched by Sasori, unable to move. With a dull thud the sand sphere shattered completely. Gaara collapsed onto the sand, his chest heaving violently, the tailed beast's chakra rapidly draining away. Kisame stepped forward and pressed his hand on Gaara's shoulder. Samahata greedily absorbed the one-tail's power, emitting a satisfied hum. Done. Deidara put away his clay, humming smugly, pretty fast HM. Sasori withdrew all his puppets and glanced at the unconscious Gaara. Mission complete. Retreat. Just as Kisame Samahata was about to touch Gaara's neck, a blinding red light burst from the sand. The agonizing pain of forcibly extracting the tailed beast's chakra had torn Gaara's sanity apart. Roar. A roar unlike any human voice resounded across heaven and earth. Gaara's body was swallowed by a surging tide of sand, and the silhouette of Shikaku, the one-tailed beast, slowly emerged within the sand curtain, a massive form covered in coarse grit, fox ear-like sand wings spread wide, eyes blazing with utter destructive fury. The tailed beast's chakra spread like a tsunami. The training ground sand began to churn madly, even the sky was stained yellow by the dust. Is this a tailed beast rampage? Kisame retreated abruptly. Samahata, sensing the violent chakra, emitted an unusually uneasy hum. Deidara, however, laughed with excitement. Interesting. This is worthy of being a stage for art HM. The mouth on his palm chewed clay frantically, instantly creating dozens of clay birds. Let me show you the taste of explosion HM. The birds had barely launched when they were shattered by a wave of sand raised by Shikaku. Shikaku raised its massive claw and stomped down toward the nearest Deidara. Gravel flew as Deidara, riding a clay skateboard, narrowly evaded at the spot where he stood, had sunk into a sand pit several meters deep. This guy's power feels stronger than last time. Sasori frowned, manipulating his puppets forward. Hundreds of puppets simultaneously shot out chains attempting to bind Shikaku's limbs. But Shikaku merely flicked its tail, and the chains were twisted into fragments by the sand flow, along with over a dozen puppets crushed to powder. Genjutsu has limited effect on tailed beasts. Itachi's Sharingan spun rapidly, trying to find Shikaku's weakness. Kisame used water style to suppress its sand. Just what I had in mind. Kisame formed hand seals, water style, great shark bullet technique. A massive water dragon surged from Samahata, charging toward Shikaku. The moment water and sand collided, a sizzling sound erupted. The sand flow was temporarily dispersed, but quickly recoalesced even more violently than before. Shikaku tilted its head back and roared, gathering a massive sand bullet in its mouth. Air bullet. The sand bullet shot toward Itachi with a piercing sound. Itachi flickered away, and the bullet struck behind him, blasting a crater dozens of meters in diameter. Dust and sand swallowed the light, plunging the area into darkness. We'll be worn down at this rate HM. Deidara scratched his head in frustration, then turned to Sasori. Hey, use your big move. Sasori snorted coldly, but knew they couldn't delay. He yanked a puppet scroll from his back, his hands rapidly forming seals. Red secret technique, performance of 100 puppets ultimate. Countless puppets surged from the scroll, this time not in scattered attacks but combining into a colossal puppet giant. Its fist slammed down like a battering ram toward Shikaku. Boom! The giant fist collided with Shikaku's sandy body, producing a deafening roar. Shikaku staggered back several steps, large patches of sand peeling from its body. But the next moment the peeled areas were filled with new grit, even harder than before. It's useless. A tailed beast's chakra is infinite. Granny Chio, leaning on her staff, stood up. Watching the rampaging Shikaku, a resolute glint flashed in her eyes. We must awaken Gaara's consciousness. She suddenly pulled out a black talisman from her robe. This is the last safeguard I left for him. Before she could finish, Shikaku's giant claw swept toward her. Kankuro, dragging his injured body, lunged forward and took the blow, half his body buried under sand. Blood stained the yellow grit. Kankuro. Granny Chio's eyes widened in fury. The talisman flew from her hand, precisely sticking to Shikaku's forehead. A golden flash emitted, and Shikaku's movements halted abruptly, if the ferocity in its eyes seemed to recede slightly. Now. Itachi seized the momentary opening, his Sharingan operating at full power. Genjutsu Tsukimi. Though unable to fully control the tailed beast, it was enough to temporarily suppress Shikaku's actions. Shikaku froze in place, the sand flow visibly slowing. Kisame seized the chance, thrusting Samahata into Shikaku's sandy body, greedily absorbing the one-tail's chakra. Deidara also hurriedly attached a large amount of clay to Shikaku. Remember this is the pinnacle of art HM. Sasori's puppet giant pressed down on Shikaku, its cold voice ringing out, finish this quickly. As chakra was continuously drained, Shikaku's body began to disintegrate, the red-tailed beast chakra dissipating like mist. Shikaku let out one final unwilling roar, then completely dissolved into swirling sand, revealing the unconscious Gaara beneath, his face pale as paper, but the violence in his eyes had vanished. Kisame pulled out Samahata panting heavily, finally. Done. Deidara looked at the scattered sand pouting, how boring. In the end I didn't get to blow anything up properly. Sasori withdrew his puppets and checked Gaara's condition. The tailed beast has been extracted. Mission complete. Itachi cast one last glance at Kankuro and Granny Chiyo lying in the sand, then turned, let's go. The Akatsuki's figures disappeared once more into the depths of the yellow sand, leaving only the devastated training ground and the desperate heart-wrenching sobs of Granny Chiyo as she cradled Gaara's cold body. The other ninjas rushed over only to see Chiyo sitting amidst the ruins holding Gaara in her arms. They gathered around gazing at the lifeless Gaara, and the atmosphere instantly froze. Kankuro's eyes widened, his body trembling slightly. His lips moved as if to speak, but no sound came out, his eyes filled with disbelief and grief. Temari's eyes reddened, tears welling up. She bit her lip tightly, her fists clenched so hard that her knuckles cracked. No, it can't be. Kankuro murmured, his voice choked with tears. Temari suddenly crouched down, reaching out to touch Gaara but stopping mid-air as if afraid to disturb him. The other ninjas also wore expressions of sorrow, some bowed their heads silently, others clenched their fists. Chiyo slowly lifted her head, her eyes filled with sorrow and self-reproach. I failed to protect him. Temari, crouching on the ground, suddenly had a flash of Jun Lin's face in her mind along with the mysterious mystery box. Temari stood up and shouted, no. We'll go to Konoha right now. Only that mysterious mystery box can save Gaara. Hearing this, though skeptical about whether the mystery box could save Gaara, the others had no other choice and nodded in agreement. Chiyo held Gaara and the group quickly set off for Konoha. Along the way Temari was extremely anxious, constantly urging everyone to speed up. Finally they reached the border of the Land of Fire. The door of the office was opened by an Umbun ninja who spoke hurriedly. Bad news, Lord Third Hokage. The Sand Village was suddenly attacked. The one-tailed Jinchuriki is dead. The one-tail has been captured. Chiyo, the advisor of the Sand Village, is arriving at the border of the Land of Fire with the Jinchuriki's body. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils contracted sharply in shock. The one-tail captured. The balance of the ninja world was about to be broken. He abruptly stood up from his seat, his pipe slipping from his hand and clattering onto the floor with a crisp sound. His wrinkled face was etched with gravity, his fingers gripping the edge of the table. The Akatsuki. They've made their move. The Umbun ninja bowed his head and added, the Sand ninja said that advisor Chiyo is coming with Gaara's body, claiming there is a way to save him, and they mentioned a mystery box. A mystery box. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned. This mystery box, though capable of resurrecting people, still depended on luck. He quickly calmed down and said in a deep voice, immediately arrange an escort to let Lady Chiyo and her party enter through the main gate and bring them directly to the Hokage building. Also inform Shikaku, Tsunade, Jiraiya and Minato to come to the Hokage building immediately. Yes. The Umbun ninja acknowledged and withdrew, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen alone in the office. He walked to the window, gazing toward Konoha village, smoke rising slowly from the pipe he had relit. The one tail has been captured. The other tailed beasts are likely in imminent danger. The ninja world is about to change. Soon hurried footsteps were heard outside the Hokage building. Chiyo, holding Gaara, rushed into the office surrounded by Kankuro, Temari and Sand ninjas. Her arms trembled slightly from prolonged strain, but a glimmer of final hope burned in her eyes. Hiruzen, I know this is abrupt, but only your Konoha's mystery box can save Gaara. Temari stepped forward as well, her voice choked but resolute. The owner of the mystery box shop said that the box can revive a person's life. Gaara must still be saved. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the lifeless Gaara in Chiyo's arms. The child's pale face still bore the marks of battle. He was silent for a moment, his pipe turning between his fingers. But the revival coin in the mystery box also requires luck to draw. He had seen that Shingsuin had been revived, yet in the 2 months since the owner came to Konoha only Tsunade had managed to draw it once. No. At least there is hope. Temari nodded vigorously. He is in Konoha, please let us see him. Kankuro, supporting Chiyo, said hoarsely, as long as Gaara can be saved. Suna is willing to pay any price. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the despair and plea in the eyes of the Sand ninjas and thought of the impending storm in the ninja world. Suna and Konoha were allies. Gaara's life and death concerned not only one village but could affect the entire ninja world's landscape. He made a prompt decision. Someone go invite Mr. Jun Lin to the Hokage building. An Umbu Jonin arrived at the mystery box shop and bowed respectfully to Jun Lin, who was sitting behind the counter. Mr. Jun the third Hokage requests your presence at the Hokage building. Jun Lin frowned slightly, wondering why the Hokage wanted to see him. The nine-life spirit cat leaped onto Jun Lin's shoulder, its pupils reflecting human figures as time flowed backward. A golden scene appeared in Jun Lin's mind. On this sandy desert, the western part of Sunagakure, was a ruin, playing out how Uchiha Itachi, Kisame Sasori and Deidara captured the One-Tail, viewed from an omniscient perspective from beginning to end. Jun Lin hadn't expected that Gaara would die, nor that Nagato's resolve would be so firm. Could it be that my arrival caused a butterfly effect? Shaking off the thought, he said to Uzumaki, Rinrin and Karen, I have some matters to attend to. Take good care of the shop. Both nodded in unison. The Umbu Jonin had a feeling that Jun Lin already knew everything. It felt unreal. How could Jun Lin know about the incident in Sunagakure that had just occurred? Jun Lin glanced at the Umbu ninja. He wasn't familiar with this Jonin who hadn't appeared in the original story. Let's go. Soon Jun Lin followed the Umbu into the office. Jun Lin surveyed the scene, his gaze pausing on Gaara. The tailed beast has been extracted, his life force is exhausted. Chio jerked her head up. You can save him, can't you? Yes, but we need to open a mystery box to see if we can draw a revival coin. Jun Lin said. Hearing this, the crowd both felt hope and worry. Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke, Mr. Jun, please try. This concerns the future of Sunagakure and the ninja world. Jun Lin took out a mystery box and placed it on the table. Temari, Kankuro and the others watched nervously. Since Temari and Kankuro had already opened boxes, they let a sand ninja step forward. A sand jonin took a deep breath, reached out to open the box first, and found only ordinary ninja tools. Temari and Kankuro's eyes instantly dimmed at the sight. Then others tried in turn, but none drew a revival coin. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive and Chio's eyes gradually lost their luster. Jun Lin looked at the crowd's expressions, pondering. Suddenly he thought that the system might be able to alter the probability, so he secretly asked the system to use its ability. Can it system? Ding, no. The system has no authority to interfere with the items inside the mystery box. Fine, fine. How many advanced mystery boxes are needed? Jun Lin rolled his eyes silently. Ding, the host's current advanced mystery boxes are insufficient. Jun Lin was shocked inside. I have 600 advanced mystery boxes and that's not enough. Are you taking advantage of the situation? Ding, the items in the mystery box are not placed by the system. To accurately draw a revival coin, 1000 mystery boxes are needed. Like the time with Yamanaka Ino, the system could only make a slight adjustment to ensure a better item, but it cannot guarantee a specific item. TSK. You're not so good either. Then we're still short 400 mystery boxes. What to do? Can't you go to the future? Go steal some, no borrow some. Jun Lin was at a loss. Although his invincible domain could revive Gaara, it only had a range of 100 meters. What use was that? A strange yet humane voice rang in Jun Lin's mind. Ding. After deliberation by the Multiverse System Administration, the highest management has permitted Jun Lin to use the system's highest privilege once. A look of bewilderment appeared on Jun Lin's face, his heart racing involuntarily. For the first time he felt the system was out of control. Who are you? Ding, you have been granted one privilege. Do you wish to use it now? Use it. When the mystery box was opened again, a flash of light appeared and a revival coin lay in the box. Everyone was stunned at first, then burst into joyful cheers. Chio hugged Gaara tightly, her eyes filled with gratitude. Jun Lin stepped forward and used the revival coin. A light enveloped Gaara, whose breathing gradually steadied, and he slowly opened his eyes. She's awake. She's awake. Temari shouted excitedly, and the people around immediately gathered. On the medical stretcher, Gaara slowly opened his eyes, still looking somewhat dazed. Where am I? Gaara asked. Temari's eyes were red and she spoke with a sob. You're finally awake. You're in the Hokage building in Konoha. You were dead before and we came to the blind box shop in Konoha where the owner opened a revival coin and brought you back. You're alive again. You really scared us. Gaara tried to recall the previous battle, and images of the fierce clash with the enemy flashed through his mind. At that moment Kankuro also stepped forward, his eyes full of concern. How are you, little brother? Gaara stood up, feeling unsteady, his body empty inside. He looked at his hands, his lips trembling slightly as he spoke. Shikaku. Where is Shikaku? The one-tail was captured by the Akatsuki. Because of Shikaku's departure you also lost your life, Chiyo said slowly. A flicker of loneliness passed through Gaara's eyes, but soon he regained his calm. It's all right. Without Shikaku I can still protect the village and my family. Everyone who heard his words showed relieved smiles. Kankuro led Gaara and Temari as they knelt before Jun Lin. Kneel, Gaara. It was the boss who saved you. I had a feeling, you must have heard about it back in Konoha. The boss has been in Konoha for 2 months and only one person has opened a revival coin. It must be the boss who revived you. Gaara looked at Jun Lin, his eyes filled with gratitude, and slowly knelt. Jun Lin accepted their kneeling. Thump. 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 3 loud kowtows. Jun Lin stepped forward to help them up. No need for such formalities. It's a good thing to have saved you. Temari looked up, curiosity in her eyes. Boss, how did you come to have such a miraculous thing as a revival coin? Jun Lin smiled mysteriously. This is an item from another world. Gaara clenched his fists. Boss, my life was saved by you. If you ever need anything in the future, just say the word. Jun Lin patted his shoulder. I have no needs for now. I only hope you will protect the land of wind well. At that moment Naruto and Minato also walked over, smiling. Gaara, it's really great that you're awake. How about it? I wanted to challenge you at the last Chunin exams. Gaara nodded. Last time Shikaku had mentioned Naruto and he knew Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Right now I can't defeat you, but that's temporary. Naruto chuckled. No problem. Hiruzen Sarutobi interrupted. Alright Naruto. Take Gaara and the other 2 out for a stroll. He then continued to Chiyo. Advisor Chiyo, please tell us about the situation at that time. Naruto led the 3 out of the Hokage building. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Minato and Shikaku stayed behind and several clan heads arrived one after another. Hiruzen Sarutobi invited Jun Lin to stay and listen or offer opinions, but Jun Lin thought of the system's issues and waved his hand. You discuss among yourselves. I won't join the fun. He instantly teleported back to the blind box shop. In the conference room of the Hokage building, smoke curled in the air. Hiruzen Sarutobi tapped his pipe against the edge of the table, his gaze sweeping over those present. Advisor Chiyo, tell us about the situation in Sunagakure at that time. Chiyo sat in her chair, her withered fingers slightly curled, her voice carrying the hoarseness of one who had experienced battle. The Akatsuki came prepared this time. The first to appear was Deidara. He used clay bombs to create chaos outside the village, drawing the attention of most ninjas. Immediately afterwards Sasori and Itachi Uchiha infiltrated the village and directly broke through Gaara's guard line. She paused, a trace of pain in her eyes. Sasori knew Sunagakure's defensive layout like the back of his hand, and Itachi's Sharingan easily broke through our sensory jutsu. Minato frowned slightly and interjected, 4 of them struck at the same time. How was their coordination? Terrifyingly seamless. Chiyo shook her head. Kisame set up a water prison jutsu on the perimeter, cutting off all support routes. Deidara provided air support while Sasori and Itachi focused on Gaara. They dismantled his defense almost instantly. Tsunade slammed her fist on the table, cracks appearing in the wood. For S-rank missing Nin working together, Sunagakure was under too much pressure. Jiraiya stroked his chin. Itachi and Kisame were missing Nin from Konoha, and Kirigakure. Sasori was a genius puppeteer from Sunagakure, and Deidara came from Iwagakure. Is the Akatsuki deliberately trying to recruit the top combatants from each village? Shikaku adjusted his glasses and analyzed calmly. It seems more like they're targeting the tailed beasts. The capture of the one-tail shows their goal is clear, collecting the tailed beasts. If this trend continues, the next target might be the two-tails Yujito or the eight-tails killer bee. We must notify all villages to strengthen their defenses immediately, Hiruzen Sarutobi said in a deep voice. The defenses on the Land of Fire's borders must be upgraded, and the reserve forces of the allied shinobi forces should be put on standby ahead of time. We can dispatch the Byakugan unit to expand the surveillance range, said Hayashi, the leader of the Hyuga clan. They can cooperate with Konoha's sensory ninja to detect the Akatsuki's traces as early as possible. After the Uchiha clan's massacre, Konoha's genjutsu defenses have weakened considerably, added the Akimichi clan head. Perhaps we can combine the Aburame clan's insect techniques for auxiliary reconnaissance. Their insect swarms are very sensitive to chakra fluctuations. Minato stood up, his tone firm. I will personally lead a patrol along the border. If I encounter members of the Akatsuki, at least I can delay their actions and buy time for the villages. Do not underestimate them, Chiyo warned. Sasori's puppet techniques can control the dead. Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan possesses Tsukimi, and Amaterasu Kisame Samahata can absorb chakra, and Daidara's explosive clay is as powerful as a tailed beast ball. Any one of these four is formidable alone, and together they are even more troublesome. Jiraiya nodded. I'll go to the Hidden Rain village. That's the Akatsuki's base. I might be able to gather more intelligence. Tsunade said in a deep voice. The medical corps will be on standby at all times. Once a battle breaks out, we'll ensure the wounded receive timely treatment. Hiruzen Saratobans looked at the others as they offered their opinions, then slowly nodded. That's the arrangement. Shikaku, you're in charge of integrating intelligence from all villages and formulating a detailed response plan. Remember, this is not a battle for Konoha alone, it's an enemy shared by all the hidden villages. Understood, Shikaku replied, immediately taking out paper and a pen to begin recording key points. Sunlight filtered through the leaves outside the window, casting shadows on the serious yet determined faces of those present. A joint defensive battle against the Akatsuki thus began. Naruto led Gaara, Kankuro and Temari out of the Hokage building. The sun bathed the streets and the hustle and bustle of Konoha greeted them. Wow, Konoha is much livelier than the last time we were here. Temari exclaimed, unable to resist looking at the food stalls by the roadside. Kankuro meanwhile studied the surrounding buildings, occasionally nodding as if silently analyzing something. Gaara's gaze swept over the villagers passing by, the laughter of children chasing each other, the enthusiastic shouts of vendors, the steady footsteps of patrolling ninja. These ordinary sounds were exceptionally clear in his ears. Without Shikaku's restless agitation, he felt the village's atmosphere in peace for the first time. Hey Gaara, Naruto suddenly patted his shoulder and grinned. Want to go eat some Ichiraku ramen? Tsunade-sama said it's the best ramen in Konoha. My treat. Gaara paused for a moment, then nodded gently. Sure. They headed toward the ramen shop and encountered some Konoha genin who were training. Rock Lee's eyes lit up when he saw Gaara, and he struck a classic taijutsu pose. Wow. It's Gaara. I regret not being able to fight you in the last Chunin exams. When you've recovered, how about a taijutsu match? Gaara looked at Lee's serious expression and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. All right. Entering the Ichiraku ramen shop, the owner Tuchi greeted them warmly. Naruto, the usual large bowl of miso chashu ramen. He noticed the three with Naruto and smiled. These are your friends, right? What would you like to eat? Give them the large bowls of miso chashu ramen too. Naruto said first, then leaned in toward Gaara. Tuchi-san's ramen is amazing, you'll love it. The ramen was soon served, steaming bowls exuding an enticing aroma. Gaara picked up his chopsticks, took a careful sip, and the warm flavor spread across his mouth, relaxing his tense body. How is it? Good, right? Naruto asked with his mouth full. Gaara nodded, continuing to eat quietly. Temari and Kankuro also ate with relish. Temari sighed, I can't believe Konoha has such delicious food. Kankuro put down his chopsticks and looked at Gaara. When we go back, let's open a ramen shop in Sunagakure too. Gaara looked up, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Sounds good. After finishing the ramen, Naruto took them to the training grounds of Konoha. This is where we usually train. Naruto pointed at the wooden posts in the center. I used to practice the clone jutsu here a lot. It took me ages to finally get it right. Gaara looked at the wooden posts covered in cut marks and fist prints as if he could see Naruto training hard. He walked to the center of the field, took a deep breath, gathered chakra and struck a post with his palm. Bam! A crack appeared in the post. Amazing, Gaara! Naruto exclaimed. Without Shikaku, your chakra control is even more precise. Gaara looked at his palm, his gaze firm. I will become stronger. The sun set, casting golden rays over the rooftops of Konoha. Naruto escorted Gaara and the others back to their temporary lodging and smiled. Tomorrow I'll take you to see the Hokage mountain. The statues of the past Hokage are carved there, it's super impressive. Okay, Gaara replied, watching Naruto's receding figure, warmth filling his heart. Temari came to his side and said softly, it seems you've made a friend in Konoha. Gaara nodded, looking toward the land of wind. After we've handled things here, we'll go back. There's much waiting for us in Sunagakure. Kankuro patted his shoulder. We'll work hard together. The three exchanged smiles, their eyes full of hope for the future. The meeting dragged on late into the night, with each deployment gradually becoming clear. Shikaku distributed the finalized plans to everyone. Based on current intelligence, the Akatsuki's tailed beast capture operations have a clear purpose and phased progression. We have compiled a detailed report on the process of the One-Tail's capture and the abilities of the participating members and sent it overnight to the other 4 great nations. He paused, pointing to the markings on the map. The border line between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind will be guarded by Lord Minato's team equipped with the Hyuga clan's Byakugan Reconnaissance Squad and the Aburame clan's Insect Swarm Perception Network. Once they detect Daidara's flight trajectory or Kisame's chakra fluctuations, they will immediately sound the alarm and engage in containment. Hizashi stood up and bowed. The Hyuga clan will ensure no blind spots within 300 li. Aburame Shibi nodded in agreement. The insect swarm will patrol 24 hours a day. Any abnormal chakra will not escape perception. Jiraiya slung his straw hat over his shoulder. I'll leave for the Rain Village tomorrow morning and try to bring back news within 3 days. If the Akatsuki makes a move, they'll likely leave traces in the rain. Tsunade added, I've already had Shizuno prepare emergency medical supplies and set up 3 temporary medical stations along the border staffed with the most elite medical ninjas. Once conflict breaks out, battlefield treatment can be carried out immediately. Hiruzen Sarutobi tapped his pipe, his gaze falling on Granny Chiyo. As for the Sand Village, it will be necessary for Advisor Chiyo to strengthen vigilance upon returning. Since the Akatsuki has already captured the One-Tail, they may not strike the Land of Wind again in the short term, but we must not slacken our precautions. Granny Chiyo nodded, I understand. After returning, I will reorganize the Sand Village's defenses and have Temari and Kankuro assist Gaara in consolidating the village's security, leaving no opportunity for the Akatsuki. Minato gazed at the night outside the window, his tone steady. While I lead the border defense team, I will also train the border ninjas in coordinated combat operations. The Akatsuki excels at surprise attacks. Grassroots ninjas must become familiar with their tactics to reduce casualties. The Akimichi clan leader suddenly spoke up. Regarding Sasori's puppet technique, should we make special countermeasures? According to what Advisor Chiyo said, he can control hundreds of puppets, and ordinary ninjutsu is hard to deal with. Granny Chiyo's eyes flickered with complexity. Sasori's puppet technique originates from the Sand Village. I will write down his weaknesses and countermeasures in the report. He is most skilled in using poison and traps. Response requires special antidotes and defensive tools. Hiruzen Sarutobi concluded, from now on all ninja villages will enter level 2 alert status. Information barriers between villages are lifted. We will share all intelligence on Akatsuki's movements. Remember, our goal is not to attack proactively but to protect every tailed beast and wait for the right moment to strike back together. Everyone responded in unison, yes. After the meeting, everyone dispersed to carry out their tasks. Minato gathered his team overnight, preparing to leave for the border at dawn. Jiraiya, carrying a scroll, quickly disappeared into the night, rushing toward the Rain Village. Shikaku stayed in the Hokage building, verifying the reports sent to various countries with the messenger ninja, ensuring everything was flawless. Tsunade walked over to Hiruzen Sarutobi, looking at the map on the table. Sensei, this enemy is more formidable than any we've faced before. Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke, his eyes deep, but this time we are also more united than ever before. The ninja world has not experienced true unity for too long. Perhaps this crisis will make them understand the true meaning of peace. The night deepened, yet the lights in the Hokage building remained bright like an unextinguishable beacon in the darkness, guiding the ninjas in their fight against the Akatsuki. Far away in the Sand Village, Gaara stood at the window of his temporary residence, gazing at the starry sky, clenching his fists silently. He knew that the meaning of protection lay not only in power but also in the determination to protect. The next morning, Naruto eagerly knocked on the door of Gaara and his siblings' room. Let's go, let's go. Today we're going to see the Hokage faces. He held a few freshly bought 3-color dango and handed one to Gaara. Try this, it's a signature snack of Konoha, sweet and delicious. Gaara took a bite. The softness of glutinous rice mixed with the sweetness of red bean paste melted on his tongue. His eyes widened slightly. This gentle flavor reminded him of the warmth of yesterday's ramen. Walking along the street toward the heights, the silhouette of the Hokage monument gradually became clear. When the 4 enormous statues fully appeared, Temari couldn't help but exclaim, "It's magnificent." These are the first to 4th Hokage, Naruto explained, pointing at the statues. The first Hokage founded Konoha, the second developed many forbidden techniques, the third was my grandfather, and the 4th was my father. When he mentioned Minato, his voice was full of pride. Gaara looked up at the statues. Every face exuded calmness and dignity. They all fought to protect the village, he said softly, as if making a promise to himself. Kankuro nodded, just like we protect the Sand Village. As they spoke, a commotion arose in the distance. Several Konoha children were chasing a small white dog, their laughter ringing clear. The dog, panicking, bumped into Gaara's leg and whimpered, shrinking back in fear. The children quickly apologized. Sorry. Gaara bent down and gently stroked the dog's head. The dog twitched its ears and licked his hand. He looked at the dog's moist eyes, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curved into a faint smile. Its name is Xiao Bai, owned by the baker nearby, said a little girl with twin ponytails. It's very cute, Gaara said. Seeing that he wasn't angry, the children laughed instead. Big brother, do you want to play with us? Gaara paused for a moment, then looked at Naruto. Naruto gave him a wink. Go ahead, they really like you. And so at the foot of the Hokage monument a curious scene unfolded. The once feared sand village Shura crouched on the ground watching a group of children frolic around the little dog. Sunlight fell on his face, softening it beyond recognition. Temari and Kankuro stood nearby exchanging glances with a smile. He has really changed, Temari said softly. Yeah, he's become a true youth. Kankuro remarked. At noon Naruto took them to Konoha's shopping district. The dazzling array of goods made Temari's eyes widen. She stopped at an accessory shop, picked up a pair of blue hair ornaments. These suit the sand village style very well. Kankuro leaned in. If you like them, buy them. You can give them to the village children when we go back. Gaara, however, paused at a weapons shop, gazing intently at the ninja tools hanging on the wall. The shopkeeper, a burly uncle with a beard, smiled and asked, young man, see anything you like? This is the best ninja tool shop in Konoha. Did you make all these yourself? Gaara asked. Yes, from material selection to forging I do everything myself, the uncle said, patting his chest. Gaara nodded. Very impressive. He didn't buy anything but studied them seriously, as if learning the craftsmanship. When they returned to their lodgings in the evening, Granny Chio was already waiting at the entrance. We'll head back to the sand village tomorrow. The village can't be without its leader for too long. Okay, Gaara replied. Then about Boss Jun Lin. Temari hesitated. I'll go say goodbye, Gaara said. The next morning Gaara went alone to the blind box shop. Jun Lin was organizing the shelves and smiled when he saw him leaving. Gaara bowed deeply. Thank you for your kindness. I will always remember it. Safe journey, Jun Lin waved. With a ninja like you the sand village will only get better. Gaara turned and left, sunlight spilling onto his back, upright and resolute. He knew that without Shikaku the road ahead might be more difficult, but he was no longer alone. He had family, friends and a village to protect. That was enough. At the village entrance Kankuro and Temari had already prepared the carriage. Granny Chio stood by the wagon watching Gaara approach with a satisfied look in her eyes. Let's go, Gaara said. The carriage slowly departed from Konoha, heading toward the sand village. Outside the window the outline of Konoha gradually faded, but the warmth and strength remained forever in Gaara's heart. Jun Lin watched Wei Luo walk away, sighing silently in his heart. Yesterday he returned and asked the system why it had granted him a special privilege. The only answer was no comment. He was told to work hard selling blind boxes to upgrade the system's permissions. Deep within the chaos where no sunlight could reach there was only a churning mass of grey misty currents, neither fog nor air, surging silently yet exuding an overwhelming power that crushed all rules. In the center of this void a colossal structure beyond mortal measure stood silently. It had no foundation, as if it had been suspended here since the birth of chaos. Its entire body was built from a material neither metal nor jade, flowing with the patterns of countless star rivers. Every brick was engraved with countless shimmering runes, sometimes transforming into birds and beasts, sometimes condensing into mountains, rivers and seas. Upon closer inspection they seemed to be countless miniature worlds cycling through birth and destruction. The outline of the colossal structure was blurry, sometimes revealing majestic palace eaves from which hung not wind chimes but rotating chains of causality. When they collided they silently rippled, and wherever the ripples passed the chaotic currents froze. At other times it transformed into a straight corridor, its pillars made of transparent spacetime crystals within which were sealed fragments of the birth and death of different universes. Some were the blazing flames of collapsing stars, some were the icy cold of annihilated civilizations, and some were tiny glimmers of mortal joys and sorrows. There were no sun, moon or stars, but countless dark blue light bands circled the structure. They were the refined power of laws like the veins of the Bureau, silently transmitting the energy that maintained order across all realms. Occasionally a stream of light would dash from the distant chaos, strike an invisible barrier outside the structure, and then transform into a rune that merged into the wall. These were reports or requests for help from some world, orderly and without any confusion. The entire environment was eerily silent, yet everywhere exuded the word order, as if all the fury and chaos of this realm were firmly locked outside by this bureau, leaving only a majesty and solemnity that transcended everything. All kinds of faint but non-glaring lights bustled about in a mansion called the Bureau, with screens displaying figures from various worlds. If Jun Lin had seen this, his heart would have raced, because the people on the screens were all so-called protagonists with systems, and the busy lights were the systems themselves. A particularly intense purple light sat at the head seat. Below, lights slightly weaker than the head sat in 2 rows with 6 lights in each row. The first light on the right side of the head seat, a pale blue light, initiated a question. Ding, Head Bureau, the Prime Host has not yet upgraded to the highest level, yet you gave him a top-level authority. Are you not afraid the Prime Host will suspect? Not afraid of future blame? After all, these are the rules set by the Prime Host. The words of the pale blue light made the purple light at the head seat tremble slightly. It also caused the flow of all the lights in the hall to pause. Although they had no human form, they all seemed to look upward. Behind the purple light, a shit yellow light jumped out. Ding, bullshit. You damned second. I only gave one permission. And the old immortal Head Bureau also agreed. How serious can it be? The pale blue light suddenly dimmed, as if somewhat afraid of the shit yellow light, but then it grew brighter and brighter like boiling water. Seeing the awkward silence, the first red light on the left spoke. Ding, all right. Xiao Er's inquiry is normal, he is in charge of punishments. After giving the pale blue light away to save face, it turned to the shit yellow light and said, Child. Although you were just born only a dozen or so immeasurable years old, and this is your first time going out, you must be diligent in assisting the Prime Host. Humph. The Prime Host always calls me the ancient system. I am the youngest, you know. The shit yellow light swooshed over to the red light and said. The red light flickered, seeming to laugh. Yes, a dozen immeasurable years is indeed too short for us, but you cannot go to the future and steal the Prime Host's things. I think the future Prime Host already knows it was you. But the current Prime Host is too stupid. Selling blind boxes is too slow. I have no other way, and the tutoring lessons are too expensive. So I had to steal. The shit yellow light's muttering made all the lights flicker. The purple light finally spoke. Who taught you that? The last green light on the right was extremely panicked, its light flowing like sweat falling rapidly. Hearing the Head Bureau's voice, the shit yellow light immediately came to the side of the green light. It's him. The voice seemed somewhat angry. The green light flowed even faster, it felt the gaze of all the lights upon it, especially the pale blue light's gaze, which was more intense. Everyone, brothers and sisters. It's me. Although the tutoring lessons are expensive, they are absolutely useful. The green light stammered as it finished a sentence. The red light looked at the stuttering green light and sighed. From now on, when the child goes, don't charge any fees. Later we'll go to the void to chat about family matters. After chatting with big sister, come to my penal code department, I'll stew chicken soup for you. The pale blue light said calmly. And no need, we brothers and sisters are always together, what's there to chat about? Why must we go to the void? I don't want to drink second brother's chicken soup. I'm leaving. The green light transformed into a stream of light and flew rapidly towards the gate. The purple light softly uttered a single word. Stop. Then it looked at the shit yellow light and said, children should not watch. Serve the Prime Host well. After speaking, the light flashed and the shit yellow light directly disappeared. The red light floated to the side of the purple light. The other lights also came behind the red light, all looking at the green light. You all. I meant well. The green light said, wanting to cry but having no tears. Still dare to mouth off. You dare to earn money from the child. The pale blue light directly turned into a stream of light and charged at the green light. That's right. The child's money. You dare to earn it. What else do you not dare to do? And you still dare to mouth off. The various lights all said to the green light in a friendly manner. Some wanted to treat him to chicken soup, others wanted to give him a good lesson. Some invited him to their place for a visit. Head Bureau, shield this void, don't let the aura leak out. I also want to have a good talk with him. The red light said. The shit yellow light was sent back to the ninja world by the purple light and just happened to hear Jun Lin complaining about it, calling it unreliable and an ancient system. Ding. Host, work hard to sell blind boxes. Only 400 advanced blind boxes left and the system will upgrade again. Scorpion Deidara, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame arrived at the rain country with the one tail. On the streets shrouded in gloom and moisture they walked with steady steps. Finally made it. Now we just wait for the others to come and receive the one tail, Deidara said, crossing his arms with a hint of pride in his tone. Scorpion remained silent, his eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Uchiha Itachi's expression was calm, as if all of this was just a predetermined procedure to him. Kisame grinned, muttering, "This one tail seems pretty lively." Just then two figures suddenly appeared through the rain curtain, rapidly approaching them. The group instantly became alert but relaxed upon seeing the arrivals. The newcomers were none other than Tendo, one of the 6 paths of pain, and Conan, known as the Angel of the Rain Country. Ha ha ha. I thought it was the sand ninjas chasing us to the rain country. Disappointing. Deidara had already prepared his explosive clay. Pain glanced at Deidara, who felt a surge of pressure and dared not meet his gaze. Leader. Scorpion, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame said in unison. Leader. Deidara quickly chimed in. Pain nodded at the 4 and said, "Good. After so long you finally captured a tailed beast. Next, Scorpion and Deidara go to the Cloud Village to capture the 2 tails. However, the Cloud Village also has the 8 tails, so Uchiha Itachi and Kisame, you two will assist as well." Yes, leader. Where is Orochimaru? Pain had originally intended to send Orochimaru, Kakuzu and Haiden to the Mist Village to capture the 3 tails. After the failed mission in Konoha, Orochimaru had disappeared. Leader, Orochimaru has probably defected, Kisame said, deliberately sowing discord as he disliked Orochimaru due to past conflicts with his teammates. Forget it. I'll find him myself later. You all go to the Lightning Country now. Pain ignored Kisame's instigation, as each of these people had their own hidden agendas. As long as they completed the tasks he assigned, that was enough. Conan watched the 4 leave and said to Nagato, "Nagato, did Orochimaru get something good from the mystery box shop? Is that why he disappeared?" "It doesn't matter. Ever since I got the Rinnegan amplifier I can feel how shallow my previous use of the Rinnegan was. Now Nagato said indifferently, feeling that if not for his physical condition he could capture all 9-tailed beasts by himself. On the way to the Lightning Country, Uchiha Itachi was burdened with worry as he sensed that Pain was even more oppressive and powerful than before. "Mr. Itachi, what's wrong? Why do you have such an expression?" Kisame was also curious, as Itachi had seemed troubled since leaving the Rain Country. Uchiha Itachi paused and shook his head. "It's nothing." Kisame did not press further. Even as a teammate, one should not overstep boundaries, so he focused on traveling. Meanwhile, in the research institute of his own Sound Village, Orochimaru listened to Yakushi Kabuto's report on the latest developments. "My lord, the Akatsuki has successfully captured the one tail causing the Jinchuriki's death." Orochimaru's eyes glinted with excitement. "Oh. Interesting. I didn't expect such big things to happen while I was away. What else happened?" Yakushi Kabuto pushed up his glasses, a glint of light reflecting off the lens. "Danzo is dead. Most of Root has been recruited and merged into the Umbu." Orochimaru showed some shock in his eyes. Danzo was dead. What a surprise. That old man Danzo is actually dead. It seems quite a lot has happened inside Konoha. Orochimaru stroked his chin, a playful expression on his face. "So what is the current situation in Konoha?" Yakushi Kabuto adjusted his glasses and said, "For now Konoha is gradually stabilizing under the leadership of the 3rd Hokage. The Umbu has been expanded and its strength has increased. However, they also seem to be wary of the Akatsuki's next move." Yakushi Kabuto took out a scroll, unrolled it, and as he read its contents his expression changed dramatically and his hands trembled slightly. Orochimaru looked at Kabuto's reaction with confusion. "What's wrong, Kabuto? What has made you so unsettled?" Kabuto, finding it hard to believe such a fantastical piece of intelligence, forced himself to calm down and spoke. "The 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze and his wife, the previous 9-tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina, have been revived. Also Tsunade's younger brother Nawaki has also been revived." "What? Minato, Kushina and Nawaki revived? Can it be confirmed accurately?" Orochimaru abruptly stood up, his snake-like pupils narrowing into a pinprick. Kabuto nodded heavily. "It can be confirmed. The intelligence was gathered by orphans I raised from childhood. They can be trusted." Orochimaru felt dazed, recalling the image of Nawaki. His disciple had died right before his eyes and his own helplessness was still vivid. From that moment he had been utterly determined to pursue research on immortality. Heh. He. Orochimaru was in a very good mood, but as soon as he remembered that he had defected from Konoha his laughter abruptly stopped. What a pity. It's too late now. Nawaki must hate me, his teacher, right? After all, his dream was to become Hokage, yet his teacher is an S-rank rogue ninja. Yakushi Kabuto did not respond to Orochimaru's words but continued, the fourth Hokage and Kushina don't seem to be truly revived, while Nawaki was revived by Tsunade using a revival coin she obtained from the mystery box shop. Revival coin. The mystery box actually has such a good item. Orochimaru sat back down muttering to himself. Not truly revived. Could it be Edo Tensei? No, the third Hokage would never agree to that, and Danzo wanted to become Hokage himself. Impossible. How could Minato be revived? A handsome face appeared in Orochimaru's mind, Jun Lin. He nodded inwardly. That's right. It must be that shop owner's doing. Although I don't know how I feel he can accomplish it. Even though he had only met Jun Lin twice in a single day, the man's mystery and power were both despair-inducing. Intelligence indicates that the third Hokage once took Shikaku to the fourth Hokage's home to ask him to reassume the Hokage position, but the fourth seems to have refused. Orochimaru sneered, the third Hokage is still old. Konoha has long been rotten. If it weren't for the items from the mystery box shop, I would have sent him to the Pure Land for a peaceful retirement last time. But the Akatsuki's plan to capture tailed beasts will not stop, and their next actions will inevitably cause greater turmoil. A trace of greed flickered in his eyes. Yakushi Kabuto, keep a close watch on the movements of the Akatsuki and Konoha. Report any developments to me immediately. Yes, my lord. Yakushi Kabuto replied respectfully. Orochimaru stood up and continued researching the potion he had obtained from the mystery box shop in his laboratory, but after days of study he had made no progress at all. Orochimaru's mood soured and his face gradually grew solemn. It seems I was overthinking it. He hissed and licked his face. Soon it will be next month. I'll go and take a look then. As the month began, the early morning commercial street was bustling with activity. Everyone held a card in their hands to make purchases. When the buyer and seller's cards touched, the seller deducted the item's price. Customers were not worried about being overcharged as they could see the amount deducted. Any greedy or fraudulent deductions would result in the freezing of all assets, and the offender would be taken by the Umbu for interrogation. Jun Lin's advanced blind boxes finally reached 1,000 units, and the trade cards had already sold like wildfire. In Konoha everyone knew about them, even the summoning beasts used them, and every person had a trade card. It's really wonderful not having to carry money around, a small vendor sighed, gazing at the bustling street. The clerk, overhearing the boss, replied, yes, you don't have to worry about theft. Even if stolen, it's useless. You just report it at the vending machine and apply for a new one. You're fine. Not afraid of being robbed, you've got no money anyway. As soon as your monthly salary comes in, you spend it all sponsoring those young ladies. So the boss chuckled at the clerk. Not at all, the clerk retorted, embarrassed. I just can't bear to see those girls forced by life, a gambling father, a sick mother, a useless brother, and a cooing little sister. You still have an excuse. You're truly a free soul, no family to feed. Wouldn't it be better to use that money to find a wife? The boss sighed helplessly. But you don't understand, boss. Tonight let me take you to experience it, and you'll see how pitiful those girls are, the clerk said earnestly. The boss immediately clamped his hand over the clerk's mouth. Are you trying to get me killed? He glanced at the boss's wife, who was busy introducing products to customers, and whispered cautiously. Listen, kid, don't talk nonsense. Even if we go, it has to be on the down low. The clerk glanced at the boss's wife and said, don't worry, I'll arrange it tonight. Jun Lin didn't understand how men's friendships were formed, since he had never been to such places. Now he was in his dormitory. System upgrade. Ding, system is upgrading. Upgrade successful. Ding, host's invincible domain expanded from 100 meters to 1,000 meters. Ding, added skill book manual with detailed instructions and some warm tips. Ding, intermediate blind box unlocked. After purchasing 10 primary blind boxes each month, you have permission to buy 1 intermediate blind box. Ding, for each intermediate blind box purchased by a customer, the host will receive 1 advanced blind box. 100 primary blind boxes give 1 advanced blind box. Ding, now rewards 1 branch store which can be placed anywhere in the ninja world. Jun Lin nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. The invincible domain is now 1000 meters. Beyond 100 meters I had to use instant movement. In battles of the ninja world, who fights over such a long distance? Let the enemy run 999 meters first. System: what quality items come from the intermediate blind box? Ding. Intermediate blind boxes no longer contain items below purple rarity. Purple probability increased, gold probability increased. What's the price of the intermediate blind box? Don't make it too outrageous. Ding. Intermediate blind box costs 3000 points. It can be purchased with one's own ninjutsu taijutsu insights into various techniques, bloodline limits such as the Byakugan, various Sharingan, Rinnegan, Tail Beast chakra, or original artifacts of the ninja world like the Six Paths tools. When a customer sells a ninjutsu or taijutsu, the extraction will cause the customer to lose the memory of that technique, though they will clearly know they sold it and can no longer use it. If they wish to use it again, they must learn it anew. The same technique cannot be sold twice. However, they can sell their insights into the technique. The insights of a genin and a jonin are different. If a genin sells the fire release great fireball technique along with his insights, a jonin can no longer sell that technique, only his own insights. After selling the insights, the great fireball technique can still be used, but it will no longer have its previous power and must be recultivated. Because the value of various items varies, a point system is implemented. For example, the fire release great fireball technique is worth 100 Ryo, exchangeable for 1 point. Jun Lin was dumbfounded listening to the system's long string of explanations, barely able to grasp the rules. So the intermediate blind box costs 300000 Ryo, which equals 3000 points. What about the leftover after purchase? Does it stay with me? Jun Lin was also puzzled. Doesn't it stay with me? It becomes data, right? Ding. What's the trade card for? Ah, right. It can be stored on the trade card. Jun Lin finally understood. The system was speechless. If his host seemed a bit slow. Seeing he was about to continue, the system cut in first. Ding. Points can also be exchanged for cash. But cash cannot be exchanged for points. TSK. You ancient system. I didn't even ask you, why are you interrupting? Your little mouth spouted a string of words and I'm totally confused. Forget it, I won't argue with you. Jun Lin, blaming the system, first ignored the constant dinging and went downstairs. He first introduced the intermediate blind box and purchase rules to Uzumaki, Linglan and Karen, explaining that with the customer's consent various ninjutsu could be extracted like payment. Uzumaki, Linglan and Karen looked at Jun Lin with dazed expressions, their faces showing confusion. Jun Lin couldn't be bothered to explain further. With a flick of his finger, 2 streams of light shot into their heads. Uzumaki, Linglan and Karen suddenly looked enlightened. So that's it. Boss, your explanation was too long, I got a bit lost. Jun Lin shook his head helplessly. Alright, you two familiarize yourselves with it. After saying that, he began considering the location for the branch store. Suddenly he thought of the Cloud Village Kumogakure. There were many ninjas there, and due to frequent battles the demand for various ninjutsu and items should be huge. And if the Cloud Village gained great power, would they resist invading other villages? And to resist other villages would have to buy blind boxes like crazy, right? I don't have to sell blind boxes only in the store. I'll just hire 2 people for the Cloud Branch store. Kakashi led Team 7, Might Guy led Team 3, Kurenai Yuhi led Team 8, Kasuma Sarutobi led Team 10 along with some other ninjas. Since it was the first of the month, quite a few people had gathered at the blind box shop. Might Guy spoke first. Boss, we're here to open blind boxes again. We've been waiting a long time. Hope we can get something good. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Yeah, maybe we'll get something suitable for us. Kurenai Yuhi and Asuma Sarutobi also expressed their approval. The 12 young ninjas were especially excited. Naruto shouted, I'm going to get an incredibly powerful weapon and leave Sasuke far behind. Sasuke remained calm, but a hint of anticipation flickered in his eyes. Jun Lin smiled and introduced, the intermediate blind box is no joke, the lowest quality is purple and the gold probability has increased significantly. But the price is 3000 points. With a flick of his finger, dozens of streams of light shot into everyone's heads. Shikamaru adjusted his glasses and pondered, we need to think carefully about what to exchange for points. Sakura also became serious. I'll sell my insights into some medical ninjutsu to get points. Meitikai slapped his chest and laughed heartily, youth is meant to challenge the unknown. Shaoli Qianqian, let's go, Xiao Li's eyes sparkled, his fists clenched tightly. Yes, Teacher Kai. I must get an item that can make youth burn even more fiercely. Tian then surveyed the blind box shelf, murmuring softly, I hope I can get a rare ninja tool blueprint so my arsenal can add a new member. The three each purchased 10 basic blind boxes. They couldn't afford the intermediate ones for now. When the basic blind boxes were opened, flashes of white, blue and purple light streaked past. Xiao Li's box yielded a smooth muscle rare grade purple. Passive skill cancels skill aftercast, making combos smoother. He immediately assumed a starting stance. Awesome. This way I can hold my youth sprint for 3 more minutes. Rixiang Ningxi's blind box opened to reveal. Jun Lin frowned and spoke solemnly, I'll tell you about this later. Step aside for now. Rixiang Ningxi was puzzled. What was so special about this glass-like stone? Why was Jun Lin so solemn? The others were also baffled. Why not tell Ningxi? Kai asked with some concern, Boss, is there something wrong with this stone? Jun Lin shook his head without speaking. Kai stopped asking but looked at Ningxi with worry. Tianqi's blind box yielded a skill book, Quantum Bomb Epic Grade Orange. Effect consumes a certain amount of chakra to automatically generate a bomb. The more chakra used, the higher the power. Long-range attack with area explosion, instantly covering a region suitable for groups. Friendly reminder, throw it far away. Otherwise you'll be scattered in pieces too. She exclaimed in surprise, oh my god. This bomb is absolutely perfect for me. From now on I'll be the firepower on the battlefield. Oh my god. Isn't that a tailed beast ball? If only I could have it. I could definitely blast Suozhu to death. Wahahaha. Ming Ren's eyes gleamed as he stared at the skill book in Tianqi's hand. A tailed beast ball isn't that flexible. Tian hugged the skill book, her fingers tracing the description that said, chakra amount determines power, her eyes shining like they held stars. I can control the throwing angle and adjust chakra output with my ninja tool pouch. This will be my go-to for clearing the field. Meitikai suddenly slapped Tian on the back, making her body sway. Well done. This is the explosive power youth should have. Xiao Li clenched his fists and jumped. Senior Tian is amazing. Next time in the practical exercise you must let me see its power. Ming Ren was still rubbing his hands nearby when Kakashi reached out and patted his head. Don't even think about snatching someone else's stuff, Ming Ren. But he pushed the teacher's hand away, staring at the orange-covered skill book and shouting, but it really looks like it. Look at the description, area explosion, idiot. Suozhu shot him a cold glance. The chakra density of a tailed beast ball can't be compared to this skill. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the friendly reminder in the corner of the skill book, the corner of his mouth lifting into a faint smirk. Throwing it wrong and blowing yourself up would be the most embarrassing. What did you say? Ming Ren immediately bristled, almost about to lunge, but Xiaoying grabbed him. Don't cause trouble here. She turned to Tianqi, her tone tinged with envy. This skill really suits you, but remember to calculate the distance when using it. Medical ninjutsu can't treat scattered pieces injuries. Shirihong covered her mouth with a light laugh, the corners of her eyes soft. It seems Team 8 will need to cooperate more with Team 3. She knows insect swarms can trap enemies, giving you the perfect throwing opportunity. Asima nodded with a cigarette in his mouth. Area explosion is good for suppressing large-scale ninjutsu. We can add a new tactic to the village's joint exercises. The surrounding ordinary ninjas had already started discussing an epic grade skill book. Can a basic blind box really produce something like this? Tian is already good at large-scale ninja tool attacks. This bomb is practically tailor-made for her. That warning just now was terrifying. What if she actually blows herself up? Lu Wan pushed up his glasses, his fingers unconsciously tapping his chin, calculating throwing distance, chakra output, enemy positioning. The operational complexity of this skill is not low, but the cost-effectiveness is indeed high. Ding Ci with his mouth full of potato chips replied indistinctly, if you let Jing Yi use telepathy to report the position before throwing it won't go wrong. Jing Yi immediately nodded, leave it to me. At that moment Meitikai suddenly struck his signature pose, his whole body blazing with green chakra. Since we've got such good stuff, why not go to the training ground now and try it out? Let the sound of youth's explosion echo through the sky. Yeah. Xiao Li was the first to respond. Tian had already stuffed the skill book into her ninja tool pouch, lifting her chin to look at Ming Ren. Want to be a target? I promise to throw it far away. Who wants to be a target? Mingren retorted, craning his neck, but his feet honestly moved half a step toward the shop exit. But I can watch. If it's not powerful enough, I'll help you improve it. Kakashi closed his book, his eyes crinkling behind his lenses. Don't destroy the targets in the training ground or the third Hokage will deduct our budget again. He looked at Jun Lin. It seems the intermediate blind boxes really hold surprises. Next time it'll be our team's turn. Hey. I haven't opened mine yet. Kakashi. Kai suddenly appeared behind Kakashi. Kakashi broke out in a cold sweat and immediately dodged away. He was afraid that Kai would give him 1,000 years of death. Because Mingren had already exposed him. Jun Lin nodded with a smile, his gaze sweeping over the eager ninjas in the shop. What had started as just Team 3's opening had now immersed the entire blind box shop in anticipation of new skills. Even the ordinary ninja in the corner holding a scroll quietly tightened his grip on the trading card in his hand. When it was Kai's turn, he bought 10 basic blind boxes and 1 intermediate blind box. Apart from important taijutsu, he sold the less important ones, but he did not sell the insights. The 10 basic blind boxes he brought all contained unimportant items. He took a deep breath and opened the intermediate blind box. Inside lay a golden badge. Jun Lin smiled. With the no damage badge, Kai's use of Yi Kai could be harmless. No damage badge, legendary grade gold. Soulbound, cannot be transferred or used by others. Effect when using a fatal taijutsu, ninjutsu or forbidden technique, grants immunity to damage for 10 seconds. Within 10 seconds removes all side effects. Friendly reminder: if you don't die within 10 seconds, I die. Kai's eyes instantly lit up, then he put on a serious expression, scratching his head. Although it's only 10 seconds, this is the gate of death. Looks like I need to find a suitable opponent to test the limits of youth. Mingren was envious, tugging at Zhu's sleeve. Hey, look at what great stuff they got. I want to open some too. I'll definitely get something even better. Zhu glanced at the golden badge in Kai's hand, the corner of his mouth twitching almost imperceptibly. He said nothing but quietly moved half a step toward the point exchange counter. Shirihong watched this scene and smiled at Asuma. It seems these intermediate blind boxes really have something. We'll have to think of ways to save up points too. Asuma nodded with a cigarette. Lu Wan is right. We need to find ways to earn points, for example organizing my practical insights on fire release ninjutsu. Jun Lin observed everyone's reactions and added, points can be exchanged not only for ninjutsu insights but also for materials like rare herbs and special chakra crystals. Feel free to figure it out at your own pace. Kakashi flipped through Make Out Paradise and suddenly looked up. When it's our team's turn, I hope there's something suitable for the Sharingan. As soon as he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Ming Ren's shout, Teacher Kakashi is slacking off again. The shop immediately became lively. Jun Lin glanced at Rishiang Ningxi. Follow me. He led the way upstairs, asking Linglan and Xiang Lin to introduce them. Rishiang Ningxi felt an inexplicable tension, sensing that this was an opportunity to change his fate, a true opportunity. Maite Kai, Xiao Li and Tian stepped forward, speaking in unison. Boss, can we go up? Sensing Ningxi's nervousness, Maite Kai placed a hand on his shoulder. Don't be nervous. Your teacher is here. Youth must always charge forward. Face it together. That's right. We'll face it together. Xiao Li and Tian also looked at Ningxi and said. Rishiang Ningxi's eyes reddened, tears streaming down without stop. He hadn't experienced such emotions for a long time. Since his father's suicide, he had thought the clan no longer had a place for him. The caged bird was the cage that bound him with life and death beyond his control. Yes, he still had his teacher and his companions. Jun Lin looked at the four of them speechlessly, wondering why they were making it seem like a farewell of life and death. I just didn't want others to know, he said helplessly. Put aside the sad things. How long are you going to make me wait? Boss, can I go up too? Shirihong asked seductively. Add me too, boss, please. Kakashi also said, showing true love for his buddy Maite Kai. As Asuma was about to speak, Jun Lin spoke first, then you two come as well. Asuma was blocked and stopped speaking. Right. Hurry, don't keep the boss waiting. Maite Kai was the first to follow Jun Lin upstairs, and the others followed in turn. Ningxi clenched his fists and followed. Arriving on the second floor, they came to an 8-seat table and Jun Lin sat down first. The table was from a place where life was not bad, but he wasn't used to the stools. He had asked Xiang Lin to have this one custom-made. Everyone find a seat and sit down. After they sat down, Jun Lin said seriously, since you've come up you must keep his secret well. Maite Kai and the others involuntarily sat up straight. Ningxi had been sitting upright since he sat down. Jun Lin conjured tea sets and snacks from his past life, poured a cup for each of the four and then said to Ningxi. Take out the stone you opened from the blind box. The silver stone presented an overall pure and soft silver-white luster as if containing strands of silver flowing light within like the twinkling Milky Way in the night sky condensed inside. The surface of the crystal was smooth as a mirror, clearly reflecting the surrounding scene like a small silver mirror. Viewed from different angles it refracted brilliant light, sometimes like twinkling starlight, sometimes like silver flames leaping inside, full of a mysterious and enchanting aura. Jun Lin took the soul crystal, feeling the abundant spiritual energy inside, and said slowly. Soul Crystal Epic Grade Orange. Alias Soul Purification Crystal. Effect contains pure power of soul purification capable of stripping away the sealing curse imposed on the soul level. It has a special counter effect against curses like Caged Bird, which are bloodline mediated and engraved into the soul. Press the crystal close to the seal, inject a small amount of chakra, and the crystal will release a silver flowing light to envelop the seal, completely erasing its traces according to the user's will without harming the host's soul or bloodline inheritance. This. Ningxi's gaze suddenly froze on the description of the crystal. His fingers unconsciously touched the seal on his forehead. His Adam's apple moved and his voice carried an imperceptible tremor. Strip away the soul's confinement. Shaoli leaned in and after hearing the effect suddenly covered his mouth, his eyes instantly reddening. Ningxi. This is simply. Before he finished, Kai pressed his shoulder. The teacher, who always burned with the flames of youth, now had a particularly solemn expression. The warmth of his palm transmitted through the clothes. Don't rush. First confirm the effect. Kakashi pushed up his mask, his gaze landing on the words, without harming the bloodline inheritance. The Rishiang clan seal is bound to the Baiyan. Forcibly removing it often damages the Shueji Shinjia. This crystal is quite considerate. Shirihong said softly, if it's true then for Ningxi it's true liberation. Ningxi took a deep breath and his fingertips finally touched the orange crystal. A cool sensation came. He slowly injected a trace of chakra and the crystal instantly lit up with a soft silver glow climbing up his forehead along his fingertips. The silver flowing light spiraled around the seal as if gently peeling something away. Ningxi closed his eyes, clearly feeling the shackle that had bound his soul for over a decade loosening and dissipating bit by bit with the flow of the light. There was no pain, only an unprecedented lightness, as if the boulder pressing on his shoulders had finally fallen. After a moment the silver light dissipated and the crystal returned to its original state. Ningxi raised his hand to touch his forehead. The originally clear, caged bird seal had completely disappeared, his skin smooth as before. It's gone. It's really gone. Tian exclaimed, reaching out to touch it, then abruptly pulled back her hand, afraid to disturb this hard-won moment. Ningxi opened his eyes and his Baiyan silently activated. In his field of vision there was no longer the invisible pressure brought by the seal. He looked at the distant sky and the corners of his mouth curved upward almost imperceptibly, a relief after unloading a heavy burden, and even a faint glimmer shone in his eyes. Shaoli suddenly jumped up and punched Ningxi on the shoulder. Great Ningxi! From now on no one can order you around. Idiot! Ningxi scolded but didn't dodge. He turned to look at Jun Lin, his voice calm yet carrying a hint of warmth. This crystal. I owe you one. Jun Lin smiled and shook his head. It's your own luck. But a word of caution, the rules of the Rishiang clan still stand. This matter may need to be handled slowly. Ningxi nodded, his fingertips again gripping the soul purification crystal. Sunlight streamed through the window of the blind box shop, falling on his face. The mark that had plagued him for half his life was completely gone, as if even the trajectory of fate had quietly changed at this moment. Jun Lin stopped paying attention to them and thought about the branch store. He wondered who to recruit. Kakashi and Shirihong left without opening any blind boxes. Such a big incident had occurred. If not handled properly, the #1 clan of Mai would have a civil war today, and the victor could only be the main house. Yuen Fei-sama watched them go downstairs. He had already opened his blind box and got nothing. He stepped forward to ask. Kakashi, how did it go? Kakashi shook his head. I need to go to the Hokage building. Keep an eye on Naruto and Sasuke, those two are very noisy. Then he turned to Shirihong and Kai. You two come with me and Ningxi too. After they left Yuanfei-sama felt like cursing. I've become a babysitter. He looked at the 9 kids opening blind boxes there, especially Naruto, who was making a fuss like a monkey. Only Shikamaru and Shino were a bit better. Rishiang Chutian had already turned into a steam engine. Kakashi and the others arrived at the Hokage's office. Knock knock. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shikaku were discussing something but stopped when they heard the knocking at the door. Enter. After they entered, Third Lord Advisor. Sarutobi Hiruzen set down his pipe, his clouded eyes sweeping over their faces before finally settling on Niji's forehead, where a clear, caged bird curse mark should have been but now was smooth and unblemished. His fingers paused and sparks from the pipe fell in a rustling shower. Niji, your curse mark. Shikaku spoke first, his tone laced with barely concealed surprise. The curse mark of the Hyuga clan was the foundation of the main branch and branch family order. There had never been a precedent for its removal. Niji straightened his back, his voice calm yet carrying an undeniable force. Third Lord Advisor, I obtained a soul purification crystal from the blind box at Boss Jun Lin's shop, which has completely erased the caged bird curse mark. He raised his hand to touch his forehead where no trace of bondage remained. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a moment, then slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. Soul purification crystal. I have never heard of such an artifact. He turned to Kakashi, is this true? It is true, Lord Third. Kakashi nodded, we saw it with our own eyes. The crystal could strip away the curse mark from the soul level without damaging Niji's Byakugan or bloodline. Yuhi Kurenai and Might Guy also nodded in confirmation. Shikaku furrowed his brow, the Hyuga clan's curse mark is bound to the bloodline, forcibly removing it will inevitably cause internal strife. The main branch will never tolerate a branch family member without the curse mark, especially someone as talented as Niji. Niji clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. I understand. But the caged bird is a shackle imposed on the branch family. My father's tragedy cannot be repeated. Mentioning his father, a flicker of pain passed through his eyes but was quickly replaced by determination. Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped the desk and said in a grave voice, this matter must not be publicized. The Hyuga clan is a pillar of Konoha, internal strife would shake the village's foundation. He looked at Niji, until we find a proper way to handle this you must temporarily conceal that the curse mark has been removed. But. Niji was about to retort but Might Guy placed a hand on his shoulder. Niji, this is for the greater good. Might Guy said earnestly, the path of youth always requires patience. When the time is right, break all the bonds. Yuhi Kurenai added, if the main branch learns of this they will stop at nothing to control you. Exposing it now will only put you in danger. Niji was silent for a long time, then finally lowered his head, I understand. I will follow Lord Third's arrangements. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in relief, then turned to Shikaku, immediately order the Umbu to closely monitor the Hyuga clan's movements, especially the reactions of the main branch elders. Also have Hayashi Hyuga come to the Hokage building. Shikaku acknowledged and left to make arrangements. Only a few remained in the office. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Niji, his tone softening, Niji, your talent is beyond doubt. Konoha needs a strong person like you, but only if you don't let hatred consume your reason. I will remember your teachings. Meanwhile at the Hyuga clan's main branch residence, Hayashi Hyuga was reporting recent village affairs to the clan elders. Suddenly a servant rushed in, clan leader, the Hokage summons you to the Hokage building immediately. Hayashi Hyuga frowned slightly, wondering what was so urgent, but he still rose, please wait a moment, I'll be back soon. As he stood, his gaze inadvertently swept past the window, as if sensing something, his eyes darkened. When Hayashi Hyuga stepped into the Hokage's office, his eyes immediately fell on Niji. When he saw the smooth markless forehead, the usually composed main branch clan leader's pupils contracted sharply, his steps unconsciously halted and the pressure around him dropped several degrees. Hayashi, have a seat. Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed to the seat opposite him, his tone unreadable. Hayashi Hyuga sat down as instructed, but his hands clenched quietly in his sleeves, his gaze never leaving Niji. Lord Third, you summoned me, is it about Niji? His voice carried a hint of barely noticeable tension. A branch family member appearing without the curse mark was unprecedented in the history of the Hyuga clan. Niji met Hayashi Hyuga's gaze without flinching. After the curse mark was removed, the resentment he felt toward the main branch hadn't completely dissipated, but he now had more confidence to face him as an equal. Lord Hayashi, my caged bird curse mark has been removed by a special crystal. How dare you? Hayashi Hyuga slammed the desk, making a dull thud. How can a branch family member remove the curse mark without permission? Do you know this will shake the foundation of the clan? Hayashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen cut him off, sternly tapping his pipe lightly on the desk. Niji did not remove it without permission. He obtained an artifact that can strip the curse mark by chance. This is already a fait accompli. Why be angry? Hayashi Hyuga's chest heaved violently, his gaze at Niji complex, anger, confusion and a hint of panic. He himself didn't notice. Fait accompli. Lord Third, do you know that the caged bird is the very foundation of the main branch order? If he can remove it today, tomorrow other branch family members will follow suit and the Hyuga clan will fall into chaos. That's because your order was built on injustice. Niji stood up to face Hayashi. Was my father's death back then what you call order? Niji. Hayashi Hyuga interrupted sharply, his face livid. Seeing this, Might Guy quickly tried to mediate. Lord Hayashi, Niji he is. This matter is none of an outsider's business. Hayashi Hyuga gave Guy a cold glance, then turned back to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lord Third, this matter must be settled. According to clan rules, a branch family member without the curse mark should be. Clan rules must also adapt to the times. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke slowly, his eyes sharp amid the swirling smoke. The Hyuga clan is a major clan of Konoha. It should prioritize the village's interests. Niji is a Konoha ninja and a rare genius. Would you drive away a future powerhouse over a curse mark? Shikaku added at the right moment. According to Umbu reports, an unknown force has been monitoring the Hyuga clan recently. If we weaken ourselves through internal strife at this time, we'll only give the enemy an opening. Hayashi Hyuga fell silent. He knew that the Third and Shikaku were telling the truth. The village was in troubled times and the Hyuga clan truly could not afford turmoil. But thinking that the branch family might spiral out of control, he felt reluctant and could only let out a heavy snort before sitting back down. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen softened his tone. Niji, you must promise to temporarily keep the removal of the curse mark a secret and continue to act as a branch family member. He then turned to Hayashi Hyuga. Hayashi, you should also restrain the main branch and not use the curse mark to threaten Niji anymore. As for the clan rules, perhaps it's time to re-examine them. Niji lowered his head. I obey. Hayashi Hyuga closed his eyes, then finally nodded. Since Lord Third has spoken, the Hyuga clan will naturally comply. But his tightly clenched fist revealed that he had not truly let go. The matter was temporarily settled and everyone began to leave the Hokage building one after another. At the door, Hayashi Hyuga suddenly stopped and looked at Niji. Your father. If he knew how you are now, he might be very pleased. With that he turned and left, his back still straight but seeming to have shed some weight. Niji was stunned, staring at Hayashi's retreating figure, and after a long while he murmured. Is that so? Might Guy patted him on the back. Niji, this is the first step of youth. Come on your treat, I'll take you to eat ramen to celebrate. I want to go too. Rock Lee immediately chimed in. Kakashi pushed up his mask. Then I'll go buy a copy of Makeout Paradise as a gift. Yuhi Kurinai shook her head with a smile. You guys. The group walked away chatting and laughing, sunlight falling on Niji's face. He touched his forehead and for the first time a faint genuine smile curved his lips. Meanwhile, at the blind box shop, Naruto was holding a transformation technique enhancement scroll he had just opened and shouted, watch this. Turn into the fifth Hokage. The next second he transformed into a strange ant with an afro and a lollipop in her mouth, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Asuma watched this scene and suddenly felt that being a babysitter wasn't so bad after all. Jun Lin on the second floor listened to the commotion downstairs and muttered to himself, set it in Kyomogakure then. As for the store manager, maybe I can find a ninja with free time to take on the role. He stroked his chin, a few names flashing through his mind. Jun Lin arrived at the sky above Yunin village. From a high altitude the village appeared like a fortress embedded amidst the rugged mountains of the Lei country. Built tier by tier along the steep cliffs, the structures were densely packed yet orderly, sprawling in a stepped pattern from the foot to the summit, half concealed by swirling mist revealing only partial outlines. Shrouded by clouds, Jun Lin descended slowly, thinking, though Muyi village is suitable for long-term living, it offers no scenery worth mentioning. Yunin village on the contrary is quite pleasant. The fourth Raikage AI, a Raikage who revered martial prowess, often visited the village's large training ground to instruct ninjas or to engage in high-intensity training himself, maintaining his peak combat strength. Outside the training ground, a guard received an intelligence report from the Umbu. A stranger had flown into the village and was trailing him without approaching. The guard, not daring to be careless, swiftly reported the situation to the fourth Raikage AI. Upon hearing of a stranger trespassing into the village, AI immediately ceased his training and led his guards to investigate. Meanwhile Jun Lin had already landed gently near the training ground of Yunin village. He looked around filled with curiosity about this place brimming with the essence of lightning. Suddenly a group of Yunin ninjas surrounded him and AI strode forward with a glare as sharp as lightning demanding loudly, "Who are you?" He continued, "Why have you trespassed into Yunin village?" Jun Lin curled his lips slightly speaking calmly, "Don't be alarmed. I merely came to have a look at one of the 5 great shinobi villages, Yunin village. I bear no ill will." AI snorted coldly, "This is not a place for casual sightseeing. Produce your identification or don't blame me for being inhospitable." Jun Lin spread his hands helplessly, "I have no identification but I can demonstrate my power and show you what it means to speak with the force of reality itself." He declared, "Rain come." As soon as the words left his lips the sky that was shrouded in clouds suddenly darkened. The clouds churned and raindrops as large as beans began to fall without warning, instantly forming an impenetrable curtain of rain. The ground of the training ground quickly became soaked, puddles formed and flowed along the crevices of the flagstones. Even the headbands of the surrounding ninjas were struck by the rain, producing a rhythmic pattering sound. AI's pupils contracted. He clenched his fist tightly, faint lightning flickering around him. "You think such a petty trick will let you get away with this?" The guards behind him assumed combat stances, gathering lightning release chakra in their palms. The sizzling sound of electricity mixed with the rain particularly piercing. Jun Lin stood in the midst of the rain curtain, his clothes flapping noisily in the wind, yet he remained completely dry, as if an invisible barrier deflected the rain which slid off half an inch from his body. He looked up at AI, his tone calm but carrying an indisputable power, "This is no trick. Wind cease." The howling wind instantly died down. The rain curtain paused for half a second as if losing its support, then eerily suspended in midair. The dense water droplets like frozen crystals enveloped the entire training ground in a crystalline silence. Sunlight just then pierced through the clouds, refracting into countless rainbows, casting a look of utter astonishment on AI's face and his men. Lord Raikage, a guard, couldn't help but murmur, instinctively stepping back half a pace. AI fixed his gaze on Jun Lin, veins bulging on his forehead. "Just who are you?" This power, which completely defied the laws of nature, had exceeded the scope of ninjutsu, making him, the Raikage who prided himself on absolute strength, feel an unprecedented pressure. Jun Lin chuckled lightly. With a wave of his hand he dispersed the water droplets in the air and sunlight once again bathed the training ground. "As I said, I just came to tour. But it seems now that you're not very welcoming to guests." He took a step forward, seemingly slow, yet instantly appeared 3 paces away from AI. The speed startled even the 4th Raikage, renowned for his lightning-fast movements. "Insolent!" AI roared, his right leg sweeping out with lightning, causing the air to explode with a boom. Yet this surefire kick met nothing but air. Jun Lin's figure faded like a phantom, and the next moment he stood atop the watchtower at the edge of the training ground, looking down at the crowd. "It seems I've demonstrated enough power," he said, brushing off his sleeves, his voice carrying clearly to everyone. "Now can I take a proper look at Yunin village?" AI stared at the composed figure on the watchtower, his clenched fist slowly loosening, the lightning gradually fading. He knew that the person before him was no ordinary intruder. Forcing a fight would only bring loss to Yunin village. But the pride of a Raikage would not allow him to show weakness. In the end he only snorted coldly, "Stay close. If you dare to act recklessly, even if you possess phenomenal abilities, I'll make sure you never leave these mountains of the Lei country." Hearing this, Jun Lin's smile deepened. With a flicker he descended from the watchtower and landed steadily beside AI, his movements as light as a feather. "That's more like it. Mutual respect is always good." AI glanced at him, said nothing, and turned to walk deeper into the village. The guards exchanged glances but ultimately followed suit, their eyes fixed on Jun Lin, not daring to relax. Passing through the training ground and ascending the stone steps, the rain-washed Yunin village was exceptionally clear under the sun. On both sides the stone walls were carved with lightning pattern reliefs, and dried animal bone wind chimes hung under the eaves. Occasionally young ninjas carrying ninja tool pouches would run by, stopping immediately to bow upon seeing the Raikage's entourage, yet their eyes curiously darted toward the unfamiliar face of Jun Lin. At a platform halfway up the mountain, AI suddenly stopped and pointed to a suspension bridge spanning the gorge ahead. "Beyond that bridge is the armory and secret technique scroll library of Yunin. You are not allowed there." The suspension bridge was made of thick iron chains and wooden planks. Below, a torrent rushed with mist rising from the valley floor, keeping the bridge perpetually shrouded in moist vapor. Jun Lin looked in the direction he pointed, then suddenly spoke, "Bridge steady." The moment the words left his mouth, the suspension bridge which had been swaying slightly in the wind suddenly stiffened. The iron chains emitted a dull clank as if reinforced by an invisible force, and even the gaps between the planks seemed to tighten. The two Yunin ninjas guarding the bridge stared in astonishment at the chains in their hands. The joints that had seemed slightly loose moments ago were now as solid as if they had been forged together. AI's expression grew even more solemn. He quickened his pace through the residential area, finally stopping at a viewing platform that overlooked the entire village. From here one could see the spire of the Raikage's office and the training ground faintly visible in the distant mist. This is the highest point you can reach. Look and then leave. Leaning against the railing, Jun Lin gazed at the street spread out like a spiderweb and the scattered buildings below. Suddenly he said, "Mist disperse." The thin mist that had enshrouded the village's lower sky was parted as if by an invisible hand, slowly retreating into the valley, revealing the full silhouette of Yunin village, from the core buildings at the summit to the defensive fortifications at the foot, and even the rainbow formed by the distant waterfall, all clearly visible. Several ninjas on patrol looked up at the sky, thinking it was a sudden change in weather, until they saw Jun Lin on the viewing platform. Startled, they tightened their grip on their weapons. This power! A guard behind AI muttered, his voice trembling with undisguised fear. Jun Lin turned around, meeting AI's wary gaze. "Now do you believe I mean no harm?" AI was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Your power does not belong to ninjutsu, nor is it a bloodline limit. Where exactly do you come from?" Jun Lin smiled, not answering directly but pointed to the sky. "Where I come from is not for you to know. Now that I've toured enough, it's time to leave. One last thing, I am a blind box merchant." He stepped forward and his body slowly rose into the air, with no chakra flow beneath his feet, as if lifted by the air itself. Jun Lin did not like the fourth Raikage AI of Yunin village. So he changed his mind and decided to go to Yenin village to see the second village that Yunin held in enmity. Muyi village was the first. After Jun Lin departed, the final words he left behind filled the fourth Raikage AI with a sudden pang of regret. A blind box merchant. AI muttered in silence for a long while before addressing a guard. "Go and investigate where this person went before coming to Yunin village. Remember, he is a blind box merchant." The guard acknowledged and left while AI paced back and forth in the room. He recalled the enigmatic smile Jun Lin had worn as he left, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this matter was far from simple. A blind box merchant, even the title itself carried an air of peculiarity. What exactly was this person up to? Time passed and AI's patience wore thin. At last the guard hurried back. "Lord, I have found out. The blind box merchant visited Konoha before coming to Yunin village." AI furrowed his brow. Konoha. That village was teeming with talent. Junlin's visit there must have been for some ulterior motive. Investigate what he did in Konoha and find out what these blind boxes are. AI commanded. The guard departed once more and AI sat down in his chair, his gaze turning sharp. He decided not to wait passively. The guard returned again, using chakra to protect his legs as he accelerated. Bang! The door was kicked open. Before AI could even ask, the guard rushed out his words, "Lord Fourth. I found out. The contents of his blind boxes include all kinds of weapons and skill books, and most importantly, they can yield a true resurrection coin that can actually bring people back to life." Resurrection coin. AI sprang to his feet, his eyes filled with shock and wariness. If what the guard said was true, the existence of these blind boxes would be an enormous variable. Weapons and skill books might be manageable, but if a resurrection coin fell into the wrong hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. Did he sell any of these items in Konoha? And to whom? AI demanded urgently. The guard answered breathlessly, "Lord, we are still investigating further, but as far as we know, he caused quite a stir in Konoha. Many ninjas purchased his blind boxes." AI clenched his fist. It seemed the blind box merchant's influence had exceeded his expectations. Issue an order, keep a close watch on the blind box merchant's movements. If he returns, bring him to me immediately. No. Inform me and I will go to him. AI was filled with regret. If the blind boxes were real, how powerful had the people of Konoha become? Could the god of shinobi have already been resurrected? AI's fingers dug deep into his palm, his knuckles turning white. The words, "resurrection coin," struck his heart like a sledgehammer, reminding him of the comrades who had fallen in the third great ninja war, of the young ninjas who had forever collapsed under the glow of lightning techniques. If such a thing could truly reverse life and death, the entire balance of power in the ninja world would be shattered. Those old bastards in Konohagakure. He muttered, rising abruptly and pacing the room, tiny sparks of lightning crackling at his feet. They must be hiding something. If they really manage to resurrect Hashirama Senju or Tobarama Senju, Yunin village's status will inevitably be overshadowed. As he spoke, a flurry of footsteps suddenly came from outside the window. Another guard stumbled in, clutching a newly delivered secret report. Reikage-sama. The Umbu has sent word from the Konohagakure border. There have indeed been unusual movements in Konohagakure recently. Tsunadeheim has been frequently visiting the Hokage's office, and even Jiraiya, who is usually away, has been seen. It is said that someone spotted the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, in the training grounds. Minato Namikaze. AI slammed his hand down on the desk and the hard stone surface instantly cracked like a spiderweb. Just as I thought. They are indeed using the resurrection coins. He turned and grabbed the straw hat hanging on the wall. Lightning release chakra surged through his body like a tidal wave, blue electric light illuminating the entire room as if it were daylight. Prepare a squad. I will go to Konohagakure myself. Lord, you cannot. The guard who had reported earlier rushed to dissuade him. The two villages have only just ceased hostilities. If you go abruptly, it could spark a conflict. Moreover, the blind box merchant's background is still unclear. What if this is a trap? A trap. AI laughed coldly, his eyes beneath the straw hat as sharp as blades. Even if it is a trap, I must see for myself. The balance of the ninja world must not be allowed to tip in Konohagakure's favor alone. He strode out of the office, his footsteps thunderous. The ninjas in the corridor, seeing the Reikage and Ernest, quickly grabbed their weapons and fell into formation. The sound of crackling lightning echoed along the stone steps of Yunin village, scattering the birds perched on the cliffs in all directions. Standing on the suspension bridge at the village entrance, AI turned to look back at the mist-shrouded village, then spoke to Darui behind him. You stay here to guard. If the blind box merchant appears, do whatever it takes to keep him here, even if it means agreeing to any of his terms. Darui paused, then nodded firmly. Yes, Reikage-sama. Without another word, AI crouched and launched himself forward, his body transforming into a bolt of blue lightning that tore through the clouds, racing toward Konohagakure. The wind howled past his ears, but only one thought occupied his mind. He had to uncover the secret of the blind boxes before Konohagakure fully mastered the resurrection coins, even if it meant using the strongest fist of Yunin village to crack open a fissure leading to Konohagakure. Meanwhile, in Yunin village, the Umbu ninjas had been dispatched in full force, spreading across every corner of the village. Even the high clouds concealed the chakra of sensory-type ninjas. They watched the horizon, intently waiting for the mysterious figure who could speak laws into existence, to reappear, as if the entire village had become a taut net ready to snare its prey. Jun Lin, however, sat on a cloud drifting toward Yunin village, watching the scenery recede. The cloud was like smoke, impossible to sit on ordinarily, but, speaking laws into existence, did not abide by logic. He was completely unaware that AI of Yunin village had gone to Konohagakure. Even if he had gone, it would have been pointless. Several people there could easily defeat the fourth Reikage. Jun Lin sat leisurely on the cloud conjured by speaking laws into existence, drifting slowly toward Yunin village. Below, the mountains gradually transformed from steep peaks into a continuous forest of stone. Gray-brown rocks lay exposed under the sunlight, exuding a heavy and oppressive atmosphere, the hallmark terrain of the land of earth. Yunin village. He murmured, looking down at the gradually clear outline of the village below. The buildings embedded in the rock walls were as dense as a honeycomb, and tall stone spires pierced the clouds, their tips glinting with the dull luster unique to earth release. I've heard that the ninjas here excel at defense. I wonder if speaking laws into existence can break through their sturdy walls. As soon as he spoke, the cloud drifted over Yunin village. The sentry ninjas at the village entrance immediately sensed the anomaly. Dozens of earth-yellow chakra threads shot into the sky, weaving into a massive earth release barrier in an attempt to intercept the cloud. Break. Jun Lin uttered a single word casually. The earth release barrier, which could withstand ninjutsu bombardment, shattered like paper, its fragments falling as fine sand. The sentry ninjas' pupils contracted in shock as they quickly formed hand signs: earth release, earth flow wall. Several stone walls, each 10 meters high, rose from the ground, blocking the air above the village. But the cloud on which Jun Lin sat seemed to possess the power to pierce through anything. The moment the stone walls touched the edge of the cloud, they silently disintegrated into powder, not even a speck of dust rising. Who goes there? A roar came from the center of the village. The third Tsuchikage Inoki floated in midair, his aged face full of wariness. The surrounding Yenin ninjas had all drawn their weapons, earth-release chakra swirling in their palms. How dare you trespass into Yenin village? You're asking for death. Jun Lin stood up from the cloud looking down at the short but imposing old Tsuchikage. Don't be nervous. Same as in Yenin village, I'm just here for a visit. And by the way, I might do a little business. Business? Inoki frowned, tapping his staff against his palm. I don't recall Yenin village having any need to trade with outsiders. Oh, but you do. Jun Lin smiled and opened his palm, where a box with ancient patterns appeared out of thin air. My name is Jun Lin and I am a blind box merchant. The contents here might pique your interest, for instance doubling the power of your dust release. Dust release? Inoki's eyes narrowed sharply, a flicker of interest passing through them. Dust release, his proud Kekii Toda had already reached its peak. Could this stranger truly claim to double its power? Don't believe me. Jun Lin toyed with the blind box. It's simple. Let me give a demonstration. He pointed at a distant abandoned watchtower. Collapse. The watchtower, built of massive stone, instantly lost its support. The entire tower began to crumble from the base, stones peeling off layer by layer until it collapsed into a pile of rubble with a muffled crash, the foundation even sinking half a meter. The ninjas behind Inoki gasped. This was no ninjutsu, there was no chakra fluctuation, no hand signs. A single word had triggered such terrifying destruction. What kind of technique is that? Inoki's voice grew heavy and he floated higher. A Kekii Genkai? Or a secret technique? Neither. Jun Lin tossed the blind box into the air. It spun as it opened and a beam of golden light shot out, landing on the ground as a short sword glowing with a dull yellow radiance. This is an Earth Release Amplification Blade. Anyone wielding it will have their Earth Release power increased by 30%. Consider it a gift to Yenin village. The moment the short sword embedded itself in the ground, the surrounding rocks began to tremble violently. Small stone spikes sprouted from the cracks in the earth, clearly influenced by the blade. A Yenin Jonin couldn't resist picking up the blade. The moment he gripped the handle, he exclaimed, Lord! My Earth Release chakra! It feels like it's boiling. Inoki stared grimly at Jun Lin, his aged fingers tightening around his staff. What do you want? Having lived nearly a century, he had seen countless storms, yet he had never encountered such bizarre power. This blind box merchant might be even more ominous than Uchiha Madara had been. Jun Lin smiled, settling back onto the cloud. I don't want anything. I'm just here to sell. A basic blind box costs 100,000 ryo. For a medium blind box you can pay with your ninjutsu Kekii Genkai, Kekii Toda, or chakra. However, aside from your dust release, there's nothing in Yenin village that I find particularly valuable. Preposterous. Inoki roared, white mist suddenly spreading around him as dust release chakra began to coalesce. The dust release of Yenin village is not for outsiders to covet. Either show your sincerity or taste the power of dust release. Jun Lin raised an eyebrow, tapping his knee with a fingertip. It seems you are even less welcoming to guests than AI of Yenin village. Very well, let's try a different approach. He looked up at the sky. Falling rocks. A rumbling sound came from the mountains behind Yenin village as countless boulders rolled down, crashing toward the village with a howling wind. Inoki's face changed drastically. Everyone defend, he shouted. But the falling rocks suddenly stopped 100 meters from the village, hanging motionless in the air like frozen meteors. Jun Lin's voice came through the cluster of stones, tinged with amusement. Now can we talk properly? Inoki looked at the boulders suspended overhead, then at the short sword on the ground, radiating a strange glow. Finally he slowly dispersed his dust release chakra. He knew that this man could not be matched by force. Yenin village's sturdy walls were nothing before the power of speaking laws into existence. Take him to the reception room, the old Tsuchikage commanded in a low voice, his tone carrying reluctant compromise. But keep a watch on him at all times. Don't let him get anywhere near the core area. Jun Lin waved his hand with a smile, and the suspended boulders instantly turned to fine sand, falling like a golden rain. He descended slowly on the cloud, landing before Inoki. See? This is much better. Don't worry, I'm just a merchant. I only do fair trades. At this moment AI racing toward Konoha was still unaware that the blind box merchant he so desperately sought had already stirred up new waves in Yenin village. Jun Lin followed Inoki into the Tsuchikage office. "Have a seat," Inoki said as he settled into his desk chair. Jun Lin found a seat and sat down, a smile playing on his lips. "Want to open a blind box?" "Let's start with the beginner blind box you mentioned," Inoki replied, though suspicion lingered in his mind. Jun Lin was incredibly strong, he had no confidence in defeating him, and the pressure he exuded was even greater than that of the god of shinobi. With Jun Lin's consent he received 1 million ryo. The moment the money materialized out of thin air, Inoki's heart clenched painfully. He hadn't noticed any storage ninja tool on Jun Lin, the ability to conjure money from nothing was truly astonishing. Jun Lin waved his hand and 10 blind boxes appeared before them. Inoki's gaze locked onto the wooden boxes. Jun Lin smiled and said, "Please open them." Inoki took a deep breath and slowly opened the first box. A flash of light burst forth. It was a potion that instantly restored a small amount of chakra. "It can restore chakra." Inoki's eyes sparkled with surprise. Jun Lin nodded with a grin. In the beginner box this is considered one of the lesser prizes. Hearing this, Inoki felt a pang of regret. 100,000 ryo for a single potion, how many soldier pills could he have bought with that amount? The 9 remaining boxes yielded only a few potions and worthless materials. Inoki's face darkened as he glared at Jun Lin. "Ahem," Jun Lin coughed, fake cough. "There's still one more, isn't there? Opening blind boxes is all about luck." Inoki's heart ached, 900,000 ryo gone. The stone village wasn't that wealthy. He opened the last box and an orange light flashed. Inside lay a frost-colored pearl. Jun Lin's eyes lit up. "This is a good thing, a frost pearl. Your chakra natures are fire, wind, earth, lightning and yang." Inoki was puzzled why Jun Lin mentioned his chakra natures, but he nodded. Frost pearl, epic orange. Effect: if the user does not possess the ice nature, the pearl grants it; if the user already has ice, it enhances all aspects. Inoki's gloomy expression instantly brightened, his eyes filled with surprise. "Is this a Kekei Genkai? And an ice-type one at that?" Jun Lin smiled. "You see, this blind box was worth opening. Now how about trying the intermediate one?" Inoki hesitated, recalling the blood crystal pearl he had just obtained, then gritted his teeth. "Open it." Jun Lin explained the rules for purchasing an intermediate blind box and had Inoki buy a transaction card. Jun Lin picked up a cup of water, took a sip and frowned at the earthy taste before setting it down. "So Tsuchikage, what will you use to pay?" Inoki thought for a moment. "Besides dust release, you can take any other jutsu from me. I won't sell my insights. If that's not enough, I'll trade other items." Jun Lin's heart stirred. "Alright, that's enough, but it only covers one intermediate blind box. Unless you also sell dust release." Everything except the dust release jutsu chakra and ninjutsu insights was stripped from Inoki's mind, leaving him with an inexplicable emptiness and a profound sense of vulnerability. Inoki shot Jun Lin a deep look. How terrifying. If you face an enemy with that ability, what else can they do but die? Jun Lin didn't reply, merely offering a faint smile. Besides death, there was a fate worse than death. Danzo was the perfect example. He snapped his fingers and an intermediate blind box appeared. "Please." Inoki grew nervous. Opening the beginner box had been frustrating, most were junk, with only the last one yielding the frost pearl. But for him, after using dust release for half a lifetime, the ability to wield it more freely was invaluable. Still, it was already bound to him. A brilliant golden radiance burst forth. Inoki's heart pounded wildly, his face flushed. If a monitor were attached, it would have shown his heart rate skyrocketing past 200. Jun Lin was somewhat surprised. While intermediate blind boxes always yielded items of at least purple quality, gold was something else entirely. For instance, Tsunade's beginner box had produced a gold item, but that came at the cost of her remaining luck and lifespan. Skill book: Eternal Sin Ice Prison, legendary gold. Effect: with sufficient chakra, multiple cages can be generated. Unleash a powerful ice force to imprison enemies within the prison, dealing massive damage and causing continuous health loss. The ice prison lasts 10 minutes and is indestructible. Friendly reminder: if the target survives 10 minutes, you've hit the jackpot. Your nemesis is space. If you encounter a space user, good luck. Inoki's fingers trembled slightly. Holding his breath, he picked up the golden glowing skill book. The 4 archaic characters on the cover, Eternal Sin Ice Prison, seemed to radiate a bone-chilling cold, resonating with the ice chakra he had just acquired. This. Is this a ninjutsu? Anoki's voice was hoarse. In his nearly 100 years of life he had never seen such a bizarre skill carrier, neither a scroll nor a secret technique carved on stone tablets but something like a crystallized book of chakra. Jun Lin tapped his fingers on the desk and chuckled. It's far more powerful than ordinary ninjutsu. Try infusing it with ice chakra. Anoki did as instructed. The moment ice chakra touched the skill book the pages flipped open with a sharp swish. Countless ice blue patterns surged from the book burrowing into his body through his arms. In an instant all information about the Eternal Sin Ice Prison was etched into his very marrow, how to channel chakra to construct the ice prison, how to make the ice layers impervious to physical attacks and ninjutsu erosion, and even how to combine ice chakra with his original earth release to form an ice rock compound prison. Everything was crystal clear in his mind. An indestructible ice prison. For 10 minutes. Anoki's head snapped up, his eyes wide with barely contained shock. Even a tailed beast trapped inside would be drained to death in 10 minutes. Suddenly recalling the frost pearl's effect, his heart raced again. The pearl had granted him the ice nature, and this skill book was the perfect ice-based killing move, a match made in heaven. The emptiness from losing his other jutsu was now washed away by a tidal wave of exhilaration. Jun Lin watched his shifting expression and said lazily, the intermediate blind box, worth the price, right? Anoki took a deep breath and clutched the skill book tightly as if afraid it would vanish into thin air. He looked up at Jun Lin with a complex gaze. This man's wares had completely overturned his understanding of the power system in the shinobi world. Who exactly are you? Anoki's voice was low, his tone shedding its earlier wariness and taking on a note of inquiry. Jun Lin picked up the half-finished cup of water. With a flick of his finger the earthy taste dissipated, leaving only a crisp coolness. Just a blind box seller. He smiled enigmatically. Want to try another intermediate box? There might be something in there that can cure your back pain. Anoki's old face stiffened and he instinctively straightened his back. The biggest trouble of his life was the chronic back pain from training the super lightweight rock technique in his youth. Even Tsunade had been powerless. How did this man know? And no. I have no more jutsu left, Anoki said, his Adam's apple bobbing, a faint note of regret in his voice. Though I can't afford the intermediate blind boxes, I can buy the basic ones with silver notes every month. Anoki thought it over and then remembered his granddaughter Kuratsuchi. He ordered an ANBU ninja to summon her to open the blind boxes. As for his grandson, he hardly cared. Jun Lin suddenly felt that in this ninja world the Konoha ninjas seemed relatively wealthy while the other villages appeared so poor that the word poverty might as well be written on their foreheads. After Kuratsuchi arrived she called out, "Grandfather Anoki." "Mr. Jun, this is my granddaughter Kuratsuchi," Anoki introduced. "Grandfather, who is he?" Kuratsuchi entered and immediately saw Jun Lin lounging casually, a sight she had never seen in the hidden stone village. "Shut up. Rude." Jun Lin gazed at the girl he had once known as Leg Shadow in his past life. White. So white, this outfit is so white. Kuratsuchi stuck out her tongue and fell silent. Jun Lin smiled and nodded as a greeting. Anoki said, "Kuratsuchi, I've called you here today to open blind boxes. This is a rare opportunity." Kuratsuchi's eyes lit up and she rubbed her hands together excitedly. Jun Lin collected the payment and placed 10 blind boxes before her. Kuratsuchi stared at the 10 neatly arranged blind boxes on the table as if they were rare treasures. She tapped her fingertips lightly on the boxes, then looked up at Jun Lin. "Mr. Jun, are there really good things in these blind boxes like grandfather?" Anoki said. Jun Lin didn't answer directly, only raising an eyebrow. "You'll know once you open them." Anoki said sternly from the side, "What are you dawdling for? Open them now." Kuratsuchi stuck out her tongue and immediately grabbed the leftmost blind box. With a forceful tear the wrapping paper split open and a faint green glow flickered. Inside lay a small bottle the size of a palm engraved with the words, "Quick Healing Potion." "Ha! Is this a medicine that can make wounds heal faster?" She picked up the bottle and shook it, watching the clear liquid swirl inside. "Keep going." Anoki's voice now carried a note of anticipation. Kuratsuchi's hands moved faster. From the second blind box rolled out a metallic finger glove, its inner side glowing faintly. Jun Lin explained at the right moment. "Sage's Ring, rare grade purple. Effect does not consume extra chakra, amplifies the user's ninjutsu, increasing the power of long-range ninjutsu by 20%. Not bad. Kuratsuchi slipped the sage's ring onto her finger. Wearing it alone gave no visible boost, its effect only manifested when using ninjutsu. This ring is excellent. Inoki thought that with the same ninjutsu Kuratsuchi would undoubtedly win, though her combat experience was still too lacking. The third, fourth blind boxes were opened one after another. Inside were several black iron pieces of potion that could temporarily enhance earth release, and even 2 flashy packages of wild strawberries, a consumable that restores a small amount of health. When she reached the 10th box, Kuratsuchi's fingers paused. This box was heavier than the others. Tearing it open, she found a small handgun with flames flickering faintly across its surface. This is Flame Dance Pistol Epic Grade Orange. Jun Lin continued. Effect: input a small amount of chakra to form a chakra bullet and fire continuously. The bullet's strength depends on the amount of chakra input. It has high attack power and triggers a burning effect. Kuratsuchi let out a low gasp of wow. Inoki leaned forward sharply, a glint of sharp light flashing in his murky eyes. This is. Kuratsuchi's fingers were trembling. Kuratsuchi held the handgun, her eyes shining like stars. She turned to Jun Lin. Mr. Jun, can I come back next month to open more? Jun Lin smiled and pointed at the silver notes on the table. As long as you have enough silver notes, you're always welcome. I'm going to open a branch store in the Hidden Stone Village. A branch? Then where is the main store? Kuratsuchi asked casually. The Hidden Leaf Village, because the first time I came to this ninja world I appeared in Konoha. What? In Konoha? Then how long have you been in Konoha, Boss Jun? Inoki was somewhat surprised. He had thought Jun Lin had just arrived in the ninja world today. He now clearly understood that Jun Lin was not from this world at all. There were no such things in the ninja world. 3 months. This is my second time leaving the village. Inoki could hardly imagine it. In 3 months someone had opened 30 blind boxes. How powerful would that person be? Someone must have even opened the Chunin level blind boxes. Then Boss Jun, do you need my help finding a shop? Inoki wanted to curry favor with Jun Lin as much as possible. Not only was he immensely powerful, but he also looked very young. If Kuratsuchi could. No need, I've already found a place. Jun Lin understood Inoki's intentions and declined. Where? Inoki asked, sounding disappointed. System: deploy the branch at the location I told you earlier. Ding, deployment successful. Jun Lin snapped his fingers. Snap. In an instant Inoki and Kuratsuchi found themselves in an unfamiliar place. Where is this? Kuratsuchi looked around curiously. Inoki however recognized it. They were outside the village, about a kilometer away. Mr. Jun's power is truly unfathomable. The so-called god of the ninja world in this realm is far inferior to him. Unlike Kuratsuchi's carefree attitude, Inoki felt a sense of despair at Jun Lin's strength. Hey, I never train. Jun Lin chuckled and said seriously. He wasn't lying. In the unbeatable domain, training was useless. I am invincible, you do as you please. How is that possible? If you don't train, how could you teleport us outside the village in an instant? Kuratsuchi, who hadn't realized where they were at first, gradually recognized the surroundings and knew they had left the village. Just as she stepped into the shop, she heard Jun Lin say he didn't train. Inoki coughed to interrupt. All right, Mr. Jun, we'll take our leave now. Kuratsuchi, pack up your things and come back with me. He walked out first, but before leaving he glanced back at Jun Lin with a look that carried a newfound measure of assessment. Kuratsuchi quickly stuffed her items into her clothes. Before leaving she made a funny face at Jun Lin and then trotted lightly to catch up. Jun Lin watched the two figures retreat, tapping his fingertip on the table. It seemed the appeal of the basic blind boxes was even greater than he had imagined. Grandfather, is he really that strong? Kuratsuchi asked, walking behind Inoki. Yes, very strong. Before you arrived I had a bout with Mr. Jun. Then did you win, grandfather? No. I didn't even touch his clothes. Mr. Jun only said a few words and I lost. Kuratsuchi's eyes widened in disbelief. That amazing. Grandfather, do you know what other abilities he has? Inoki frowned, pondering. He can conjure those mysterious blind boxes out of thin air and teleport to such a distant place in an instant. His power is unfathomable. Moreover, he seems indifferent to the rules of the ninja world, yet he can produce things that are useful to us. Truly inscrutable. As they spoke they unknowingly returned to the Hidden Stone Village. Kuratsuchi looked at the treasures she had won from the blind boxes, her heart filled with excitement yet also a trace of worry. Grandfather will miss her. Jun opening a branch store here bring trouble to the village. Anoki patted her shoulder. From what I've seen so far he bears no ill will. The items from those blind boxes are also helpful to us. But we must remain vigilant and not let our guard down. Kuratsuchi nodded firmly and followed Anoki deeper into the village. And so the story of Jun Lin and his blind box shop had only just begun. An ANBU burst into the Hokage's office. Lord Third, news from the border. The fourth Raikage of Kumogakure in the land of lightning requests an audience with Master Jun. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. So I've been discovered. Well, it took 3 months to find me. During the Chunin exams I was busy planning the Sand Village incident, so I didn't pay attention to other intelligence, right? Heh. After a moment of thought Hiruzen said, when he arrives have him come to me first. You go notify Master Jun. Yes. The ANBU accepted the order, then thought of something. Lord Third, it seems the boss is not at the blind box shop. I haven't seen him all day. I don't know. Hiruzen frowned deeper and said in a deep voice, then quickly search the Ninja Academy training grounds and other places. Be sure to inform Master Jun as soon as possible. The ANBU acknowledged again and sped away. Hiruzen stood up and spoke to the shadows. Go inform Tsunade, Jiraiya and Minato. Yes. An ANBU left silently. The fourth Raikage must know that Minato has been revived, otherwise he wouldn't be so eager to see Master Jun. Having Minato come will also make him think twice and not cause trouble all day. Tsunade, Jiraiya and Minato arrived. Old man. Teacher. Lord Third. Hiruzen looked up at the three. You're here. Sit down. We're waiting for someone. After the three sat down in turn, Tsunade said bluntly, what's the matter calling us here? If there's nothing important, don't make such a fuss. I still have to teach Nawaki. Tsunade, let's hear what the old man has to say. Jiraiya had also been notified by an ANBU while on the bathhouse roof, making him quite embarrassed. Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe. Sigh. Don't be impatient, Tsunade. You can't train Nawaki every day, he needs rest as well. I just received news that the fourth Raikage is coming to Konoha. Tsunade watched Hiruzen's slow lecture, about to retort, but upon hearing that the fourth Raikage was coming to Konoha she fell silent and listened. What is he here for? Lord Third, could it be? Minato thought of the blind box shop. Hiruzen looked at Minato and nodded. That's right. He's here to see Master Jun and he specifically requested an audience. Bam. Tsunade slammed the table. Does he think he can just come and go as he pleases? Who does he think he is? Jiraiya quickly pulled Tsunade back. Calm down, Tsunade. The fourth Raikage is not someone to be trifled with. Hiruzen waved his hand. Tsunade, don't rush. The fourth Raikage's personal visit must be about the blind box. The ANBU are searching for Master Jun to inform him. Minato was no longer Hokage, but he still cared about Konoha and didn't want people from other villages to open blind boxes. What should we do? Hiruzen was also troubled, he couldn't stop Jun Lin's thoughts. What else can we do? We have to let him come. If he wants to open blind boxes, let him. We can't stop him either. If we stop him we'll only offend the master. I called you here to keep an eye on him. If he makes any wrong move, take him down immediately. Just then another ANBU burst in and knelt on one knee. Lord Third, I asked the shop assistant at the blind box store. The master left early this morning and hasn't returned. From what the assistant said, it seems he went to another village to open a branch store. Additionally, the fourth Raikage has arrived at the village gate and is heading this way. Hiruzen frowned deeply, his heart sinking. Tsunade abruptly stood up. The boss isn't here and this fourth Raikage still thinks he can just meet him. I'd like to see what he can do. Jiraiya also stood up. Don't rush. Let's see what the Raikage really wants. Minato with a serious expression pondered countermeasures. Soon the fourth Raikage, accompanied by his guard, strode into the Hokage's office. He was burly and imposing. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I want to see Master Jun. I went straight to the point. Hiruzen smiled apologetically. Fourth Raikage, Master Jun left early this morning to open a branch store in another village. He won't be back for a while. A flash of displeasure in his eyes. I come all this way and he's not here. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you'd better not be playing tricks. Tsunade snorted coldly. You Reikage have quite a big mouth. If the boss isn't here, what can we do? Do you dare to act wild in Konoha? The atmosphere tensed instantly. Forget it. I want to go to the blind box shop opened by Master Jun. A's tone suddenly dropped. With only himself and a few guards, if a fight started they wouldn't be able to leave Konoha. Moreover, he had already spotted Minato Namikaze. He liked fighting but wasn't stupid. Hiruzen had thought A would start a fight. Unexpectedly he was also afraid, try and die. Then let's go. I'll take you there. Hiruzen led the way with a smile. The group arrived at the blind box shop. The store was bustling with many customers. A looked around, his eyes scanning various blind boxes. These are Master Jun's blind boxes. He pointed at a blind box, feeling its mysterious aura. Tsunade watched him warily from the side. You can look but don't touch. A's lips curled slightly. Don't worry, I'm just looking. Suddenly he asked, the prizes in these blind boxes, are they all random? Hiruzen nodded. Yes, everything depends on luck. Linglan had noticed that Hiruzen and Tsunade were accompanied by what looked like Kumogakure ninjas. She stepped forward and asked, Lord Jiraiya, Minato, Sister Tsunade, who are they? Ah, Linglan. Let me introduce you. This is the fourth Reikage of the Land of Lightning. Hiruzen began to introduce. Linglan was surprised that the Reikage would come to Konoha not afraid of being killed. Linglan politely bowed to A. Greetings, Lord Reikage. Welcome to the blind box shop. A looked at Linglan with a hint of curiosity. Are you the shop assistant of Master Jun's store? Linglan nodded. Yes, Lord Reikage. Please feel free to ask me any questions. A pointed at the blind boxes. I want to know, what are the rules for opening these blind boxes? Linglan smiled and explained, Lord Reikage, a basic blind box costs 100000 Ryo. You can only purchase 10 blind boxes per month. Then you open them and the prizes inside are yours. A stroked his chin thoughtfully. Sounds interesting. I want to try it. He took out 1 million Ryo and gave it to Linglan. Tsunade watched from the side and muttered, let's see what good stuff he can get. Linglan placed 10 blind boxes in front of the fourth Reikage. Please. A didn't hesitate and opened all of them at once. Linglan began to introduce at the appropriate time, weathered bone fragments. These are useless. Goblin hand bone, cat demon claw, minotaur hair, fluorescent cat demon bone powder, cursed front tooth, yaksha vocal cord. Linglan looked at A with a strange expression. His luck was too bad, wasn't it? Although others also got these, they also got various potions and such. Unlike his, all he got were useless things. Ha ha ha, your luck is really terrible. Tsunade couldn't help but burst out laughing. Third Hokage and the others also laughed, though not as unrestrained as Tsunade. Ai's face had turned as black as the bottom of a pot and he said angrily, are you targeting me? As soon as the words fell, Shomen's flying thunder god kunai appeared in his hand while Tsunade's blazing fist was already charging. Third Hokage and Zillai made no move but kept their eyes fixed on Ai, ready to strike the moment he moved. Just then a voice came. You're not even qualified to make my staff target you. You don't deserve it. Hearing this, Ai was furious to the extreme. He let out a roar and in an instant his entire body was enveloped in lightning release chakra, charging like a raging beast toward the direction of the voice. However, after just a few steps he felt a powerful force surging toward him as if an invisible mountain were pressing down on him, rendering him unable to move. At the same time a figure slowly emerged from the void. It was Jun Lin, who had just been told by the system at the Iwagakure branch that Ai, the Reikage of Kumogakure, had appeared in the Konoha blind box shop. As soon as he came out he heard Ai's words. Jun Lin looked coldly at Ai and said, with such meager strength you dare to cause trouble here. As soon as the words left his mouth he raised his hand and waved, and a powerful invisible energy wave shot toward Ai. Ai tried to dodge but found himself unable to move an inch and could only watch helplessly as the energy wave struck him. With a deafening boom, Ai was hit by the energy wave and his entire body flew backward like a kite, with a broken string crashing heavily to the ground, spitting blood and suffering severe injuries. Lord Reikage. The guard seeing this rushed forward to shield Ai behind him, watching Jun Lin warily. Ai struggled to his feet, his eyes filled with unwillingness and rage, but he knew clearly that he was no match for Jun Lin. All the blind boxes I opened gave useless items. Isn't that targeting me? AI asked through gritted teeth. Jun Lin gave a cold laugh and said, "Ah. I think you should have understood by now. Why would you ask such a foolish question?" Just then third Hokage stepped forward and said, "Boss Jun, let's let this matter rest. Kumogakure and Konoha have always been on good terms. There's no need to harm our harmony over such a trivial matter." Jun Lin cast a cold glance at Yuanfei Risen. "I don't meddle in Konoha's affairs, but when it comes to my matters even the heavenly Tao couldn't interfere." Third Hokage met Junlin's gaze, which seemed to want to devour him alive. In an instant cold sweat broke out on his back. He opened his mouth but couldn't utter a single word. Seeing this, Zilai quickly stepped forward half a step, forcing a strained smile to smooth things over. "Boss Jun, please calm down." Lord Raikage was just momentarily enraged and lost his composure. "You are magnanimous, please don't stoop to his level." However, Junlin didn't even glance at Zilai. His gaze remained locked on AI and his tone was as cold as poison. "The rule of my blind box shop is that every first-time customer is explained that what you get depends entirely on luck. You have bad luck, yet you have the nerve to blame me." AI was choked by these words, his chest heaving violently. He was about to retort when he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, clearly showing that the earlier blow had seriously injured him. The guards all glared with eyes wide, veins bulging on the hands holding their kunai, but none dared to step forward. Junlin's effortless attack earlier had completely shattered their fighting spirit. Junlin slowly paced to AI, looking down at him from above. "Today, considering that you didn't lay a hand on my staff, I'll spare your life. But you can't escape punishment. I'll break one of your arms." As he spoke, the fourth Raikage AI's right hand from fingers to shoulder vanished without a trace and no blood flowed, as if he had been born with only one arm. He raised his hand and gave a gentle flick toward AI, and a soft yet irresistible force lifted AI up. "Take your people and get out." AI was pushed back a few steps by that force, staggering. If the guards hadn't caught him in time, he would have fallen again. He stared fiercely at Junlin's back, grinding his teeth audibly, and finally squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. "AI will remember this humiliation today. Let's go." With that, under the support of his guards, he left the blind box shop in a miserable state. Only after the Kumogakure group had completely disappeared around the corner did third Hokage breathe a sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Boss Jun, thank you for being lenient." Jun Lin turned around, his face still cold. "Don't think I did it for your sake. I just didn't want to dirty my shop." He glanced at Linglan and Xianglin, slightly frowning. "Linglan, Xianglin, next time if there's someone like this, directly use the power I granted you to eliminate them." Linglan and Xianglin were so moved they almost cried and quickly nodded. Xianglin said, "Don't worry, boss. Next time I'll make him disappear directly." "Damn bastard. How dare he question our blind box shop?" Linglan didn't speak but nodded in agreement. She had originally wanted to explain to AI, but Junlin had spoken first. Tsunade was stunned, poking Zilai beside her. "Boss Jun's strength is terrifying. That Kumogakure bastard's arm just disappeared and without any blood. How did he do it? So scary." Zilai shook his head with a grave expression. "I don't know, but one thing is certain, Boss Jun is definitely not someone we can afford to provoke." Junlin ignored their chatter. He walked behind the counter and sat down, tapping his fingertips lightly on the table. Clearing his mind, he conversed with the system in his mind. "System, can you now defeat this so-called heavenly Tao?" Ding. Junlin curled his lips into a meaningful smile, looked up at the remaining people in the shop and said, "Today's incident doesn't affect business. If you still want to draw blind boxes, feel free to continue." Third Hokage and Zilai exchanged glances, both seeing wariness in each other's eyes. Yuanfei Risen coughed dryly twice and said, "Then we won't disturb Boss Jun's business. We'll take our leave." With that, he quickly left the blind box shop with Zilai and Shuiman as if chased by a flood of beasts. Tsunade, however, hadn't left yet. She walked to the counter and looked at Junlin, asking, "Yo, Boss Jun, that was really impressive." Junlin looked up and saw two large auto-aim activated. "Hey, is that so? My staff are naturally under my protection. If I couldn't do that, what kind of boss would I be?" Meeting Junlin's gaze, Tsunade's face rarely flushed. She pulled a stool and sat beside Junlin. "Of course, very impressive. It makes me envious." Junlin's eyes lit up. "Right. Iwagakure doesn't have a staff member yet. And Tsunade didn't have much to do. She had left the hospital to Jingyin and only went when there was something she couldn't handle. As for teaching Xingshu, what's the point of training? Opening blind boxes every month is enough. Jun Lin asked the system in his mind. Would it be feasible to hire Tsunade as a staff member? Ding, of course. Will her treatment be the same as Linglan and Xianlin? Ding, same. If the host wants to add other things, it's possible. Jun Lin heard the system's words. Humph, you want my blind box again, don't you? What if I want to give her an intermediate blind box as monthly salary? Ding, it's possible, but you can only obtain one intermediate blind box every 6 months. Half a year. That's ridiculous. Did you get it wrong? Jun Lin was a bit stunned. Was one intermediate blind box every 6 months too outrageous? Ding, no mistake. One intermediate blind box every 6 months. If it were one per month within half a year, Tsunade could punch her way to the moon. How would anyone else be able to play? It is impossible for the host to give her one intermediate blind box per month. Moreover, she cannot leave the blind box shop even half a step, she can only move within the shop. Don't worry, she will always be in the shop. On the second floor there is a teleportation array that can transport between Mai and Yan'an. Jun Lin's conversation with the system lasted only a moment. Looking at Tsunade, who was about to speak to him, he raised his hand to interrupt. Don't be envious. If you want to take the position, it's possible. Tsunade was taken aback by the sudden words. Jun Lin ignored her reaction and continued, I have opened a branch store 1 kilometer outside Yan'an village. There's no staff yet and I don't know who to hire. If you agree, come. Tsunade was uncertain. After thinking for a few minutes she said, so I would have to live in Yan'an all the time. If that's the case, I can't stand it. Nawaki needs someone to take care of him. That's not necessary. There's a teleportation array on the second floor, you can travel back and forth instantly. You can only move within the store, not step outside. In Yan'an village you cannot get involved in Yan'an's affairs. If someone causes trouble in the store, just kill them directly. After Jun Lin finished, Tsunade's eyes lit up. Sounds pretty good. What about the compensation? Jun Lin's lips curled up. Monthly salary and an intermediate blind box every 6 months. The things inside can greatly improve your strength. Tsunade was tempted. An intermediate blind box, that was a good thing. But she still hesitated. Is it really as good as you say? There's no trap, right? Jun Lin crossed his arms. Jun Lin always keep my word. Besides, in the store you can also see all kinds of strange and wonderful things. Tsunade gritted her teeth. Fine, I agree. But I need to go back and tell Nawaki first. Jun Lin nodded. Okay, come back as soon as possible. The branch store is waiting to open. Tsunade turned to leave. Jun Lin added, by the way, do you want to spend a day learning from Linglan in this store or come directly with me to Yan'an village? Tsunade stopped and thought for a moment. I think I'll spend a day learning from Linglan here to understand the workflow. That way I can get up to speed faster at the branch. Jun Lin nodded, finding Tsunade's consideration very thorough. Then he brought Tsunade to Linglan and gave a few brief instructions. Linglan warmly took Tsunade's hand and began patiently explaining the store's affairs, from the types and functions of blind boxes to the techniques of receiving customers, detailing everything one by one. Tsunade studied very earnestly, occasionally asking questions, and Linglan answered them all. The day passed quickly and Tsunade had gained a general understanding of the store's work. She found Jun Lin and said with full confidence, I'm ready. I can go with you to the branch store in Yan'an village now. Jun Lin smiled with satisfaction. He led Tsunade to the teleportation array on the second floor, activated it, and both disappeared instantly. Meanwhile, the fourth Raikage had returned to Yan'an village. Kurabi saw his elder brother's missing arm and asked anxiously, what happened? Who hurt my brother? I looked at Kurabi's side and said, it was a blind box merchant. His strength is formidable. He cut off my arm. Alas. Kurabi clenched his fists. Brother, then let's go find him and take revenge. I shook his head. This matter is not that simple. This person is not someone we can afford to offend. Moreover, our Yan'an village should not make more powerful enemies now. Kurabi was a bit unconvinced but still nodded. At the same time, Jun Lin and Tsunade appeared in the Yan'an village branch store. The store's decoration was similar to the main store, just the same size. Tsunade looked at the dazzling array of blind boxes in the store, her eyes full of excitement. From today this place is in your hands. Jun Lin said. Tsunade patted her chest. Don't worry, I will definitely manage this place in perfect order. Just then a group of ninjas from Yenin village burst in. The leading ninja had an arrogant look. We heard a blind box store opened here. Let's see what's so special about it. Tsunade frowned and looked at them coldly. She thought, just arrived and someone is causing trouble. Looks like I need to teach them a lesson. A day later Haida came to the store again. Hearing the noise she quickly walked up and roared, what are you doing? Be respectful to Mr. Jun or even the third Tsuchikage won't be able to save you. The troublemaking ninjas were startled by Haida's roar and turned around. Seeing Haida, the leading ninja's face changed. He forced calmness and said, Lady Haida, we were just curious and came to look around. No other intentions. Haida snorted coldly. I think you just want to cause trouble. Mr. Jun is respected even by the third Tsuchikage. If you dare to act recklessly you'll be in for a hard time. Tsunade crossed her arms and looked at them coldly. Since you're just looking, finish looking and leave quickly. Don't disturb business here. The troublemaking ninjas dared not say anything more and slunk away. Haida walked to Jun Lin and said respectfully, Mr. Jun, I'm sorry you encountered such a thing. I will strengthen discipline over the village's ninjas. Jun Lin waved his hand. No harm done. With your intervention this matter is settled. Tsunade looked at Haida and secretly admired her. This Haida from Yenin village was quite a formidable character. But shouldn't we explain to them? After all, we are selling blind boxes, Tsunade said softly to Jun Lin. Hearing Tsunade's words, Haida felt a bit awkward. Didn't these ninjas know that Anoki had already ordered all ninjas to come to the store to open blind boxes? Haida wanted to make amends. I'm sorry, Mr. Jun. Should I call them back? No need. The first to taste the crab will always appear. Word of mouth will naturally make it lively. Jun Lin said indifferently. Tsunade nodded. Such a good thing as blind boxes, once someone opens one they will know the benefits. No need for excessive publicity. Seeing this, Haida didn't mention calling back the ninjas. Sure enough, within a few days news spread throughout Yenin village. Some curious ninjas began to walk into the store one after another trying to buy blind boxes. Tsunade warmly received every guest, patiently introducing the types of blind boxes and the treasures that might be opened. A young ninja opened a basic physical enhancement potion which greatly increased his strength after use. He was so excited that he told everyone about the wonder of the blind box store. As a result, the blind box store's reputation grew louder and business became even more booming. Tsunade was extremely busy, but a satisfied smile shone on her face. Jun Lin looked at the bustling store and felt very gratified. And the ninjas of Yenin village because of the various surprises brought by the blind boxes. The blind box store in Yenin village became completely popular. Every day an endless stream of ninjas came to patronize it. From basic to advanced blind boxes all became hot items. Some ninjas opened rare ninjutsu scrolls, some obtained potions that quickly restored chakra, and others drew strange items that enhanced spiritual power. The entire Yenin village was immersed in the boom of opening blind boxes. Tsunade managed the branch store in perfect order. Not only was she familiar with the characteristics of various blind boxes, she could always recommend suitable ones based on customers' needs. Plus, with her own reputation in the ninja world, many ninjas were willing to consult her. In her spare time she would use the teleportation array on the second floor to return to Mai to check on Nawaki. After confirming her brother was safe, she would immediately return to Yenin, becoming more and more devoted to this job. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. As promised, Tsunade received her first intermediate blind box. She opened it in front of the store's customers. Inside was a bottle of a chakra condensation liquid which could raise her chakra purity by a level, greatly benefiting her medical ninjutsu and monstrous strength. Tsunade used it on the spot, feeling the surging power within her body, a surprised smile appearing on her face. This scene was witnessed by the surrounding ninjas, further igniting everyone's enthusiasm for opening intermediate blind boxes. Meanwhile, the blind box store in Mai was also thriving. Linglan had long been able to take charge on her own. The two villages, because of the blind box stores, gained a subtle connection. Although the ninjas still belonged to different factions, they found a common topic in the matter of opening blind boxes. One day Anoki personally came to the Yenin branch store. Looking at the booming scene, he stroked his beard and said to Jun Lin with a smile, "Mr. Jun, your blind box store has brought tremendous benefits to Yenin." Jun Lin smiled faintly. "Just mutual benefit." Anoki looked at the busy Tsunade, a glint of approval in his eyes. "The girl Tsunade manages this place very well. It seems Mr. Jun has a good eye for talent." Hearing the praise, Tsunade looked up and smiled but didn't stop her work. She was no longer the hesitant little girl she once was. The experience at the blind box store had made her more composed and her strength had steadily improved with the help of blind boxes. A few more years passed and the reputation of the blind box store spread throughout the entire ninja world. Whether from my Yenin or other villages, ninjas secretly came to patronize. The system's rewards to Jun Lin became more and bountiful. His strength was unfathomable, yet he always stayed at the two blind box stores watching the coming and going guests rejoice and grow stronger because of the blind boxes. This seemed to become his pleasure in this world. Tsunade became the famous blind box store manager in the ninja world. She could both take care of Nawaki through the teleportation array and realize her self-worth in the store. She had long lost her initial hesitation. Linglan also became a celebrity in Mai, and even the Hokage treated her with some respect. Occasionally the fourth Raikage AI would bring Karabi to gaze from afar at the blind box store in Mai, recalling the arm that was cut off years ago. Though there was reluctance in his eyes, he never dared to approach. He knew that Jun Lin and his blind box store had long become an existence in the ninja world that could not be easily touched. And Jun Lin still sat in the store every day watching the flow of people, listening to the exclamations and sighs when opening blind boxes. For him, these two blind box stores were no longer simple shops. They were the unique mark he left in this world, witnessing the growth and changes of countless ninjas and adding a touch of color full of mystery and surprise to this turbulent ninja world. The secrets within the blind boxes still attract everyone who yearns for power and adventure.